Chapter 1. The gentle melody intertwined with the sound of raindrops pattering against the window, creating a prolonged and soothing ambience. Zheng Shishi struggled with insomnia due to long-standing depression and anxiety, often finding it difficult to fall asleep. Frequently, she would not manage to drift off until 3 or 4 in the morning, only to sleep for 10 or more hours at a time. Tonight marked yet another one of those nights plagued by her inability to slumber. In the depths of the night, a myriad of anxious emotions flooded her mind, leaving her thoughts in disarray. Beep, beep, beep. Living in an old house nestled beside an elevated road was the most economical option, yet it also bore the brunt of the most noise. Alas, in this bustling metropolis, with a monthly income of only $6,500 after deducting social insurance and housing funds, she was left with merely $5,000. This predicament forced her into the confines of this dilapidated abode. However, the cacophony of her surroundings only exacerbated her insomnia. Zheng Shishi set her phone aside, closed her beautiful eyes, and donned her Bluetooth headphones to block out the external clamor. Listening to soft music, she endeavored to calm her mind and succumbed to sleep. Pitter-patter. The sound of water grew increasingly louder in her ears. As the water continued to resonate, her consciousness gradually returned to her body, and she began to regain her senses. Her cheeks felt a wave of warmth and a slight sting. She attempted to open her eyes to see, but after several futile efforts, she suspected she was experiencing sleep paralysis once more. After all, she had been beset by misfortune for 26 years, often encountering phantoms in her youth. Once asleep, she would invariably dream. The vividness of her dreams often left her disoriented upon waking, unable to discern reality from illusion. At last, as warmth and softness caressed her eyelids, she managed to pry them open. It seemed her movement prompted the licking sensation to cease. Zheng Shishi lifted her heavy eyelids, squinting against the harsh sunlight that pierced through, causing discomfort. After a prolonged moment, her vision gradually focused, revealing a pair of eyes on her somewhat round face, blinking in confusion as she struggled to comprehend her surroundings. Am I blind? Why do I see a wall approaching? Wait, wasn't I sleeping at home? In her dazed state, Zheng Shishi internally lamented. The dark wall loomed closer, magnifying into a face that pressed against her. Suddenly, she realized it was a large dark blue dog, startling her into a sitting position. By sheer coincidence, she collided headfirst with the dog's head, producing a dull thud. Zheng Shishi hastily covered her pained forehead. In an instant, she felt a small bump forming on her forehead, the pain causing tears to well in her eyes. Before she could fully register her discomfort, the large black dog that had been knocked away transformed into a young man. He rubbed his forehead in mild discomfort, but quickly shifted his gaze to the charming female before him. A hand reached out to gently lift Zheng Shishi's face. Through her tear-blurred vision, she beheld the person lifting her chin. He was a sun-kissed, handsome youth with a rugged visage, his skin a warm bronze. He did not appear overly dark, instead exuding a masculine vitality. With thin lips and striking eyes, his irises glimmered a deep green, reminiscent of a tranquil pool, framed by long, elegantly curved lashes. A prominent nose and a pair of fluffy ears reminiscent of a large dog stood proudly atop his head. Gazing at the striking youth before her, Zheng Shishi found herself mesmerized, momentarily forgetting the pain on her forehead, tears ceasing to flow as a blush crept across her cheeks. With the support, she stood upright, her gaze drifting down to his long, well-defined legs. In an impulsive turn, she exclaimed, why are you not wearing any clothes? You pervert! Suddenly reminded of her own attire, she felt relieved to find she was still clad in her pink nightgown. I am a Koemu wolf, not a pervert. I am dressed, you may turn around now, came the youth's steady yet playful voice from behind her. Zheng Shishi turned to look. Before her stood the handsome youth with his upper body exposed, his lower half modestly adorned with large leaves artfully arranged for coverage. He boasted strong, well-defined legs, and a fluffy dark blue tail cascaded behind him. His appearance struck a balance between rugged handsomeness and playful charm. Ha ha ha, your outfit is rather adorable. Are you cosplaying? Laughter bubbled forth from Zheng Shishi, unabashedly amused, nearly losing her breath in the process. What's wrong with it? This is how everyone dresses. The youth, glancing between himself and Zheng Shishi, appeared somewhat flustered, confusion etched across his face. Without responding, Zheng Shishi took swift strides towards him. She reached out to tug at his dark blue furry ears, pulling twice before realizing they wouldn't come off. Undeterred, she yanked harder. Feeling the warmth of the ears in her grasp, she withdrew her hand, frowning in curiosity. To herself, she mused about how advanced modern prosthetics had become, even faux ears radiating warmth. The youth winced slightly, but did not deter her, only asking with intrigue, "Why are you pulling my ears, female?" Zheng Shishi, still curious, began tugging at his tail, pulling several times without success. Instead, she inadvertently dislodged the flimsy leaves covering him, revealing that his tail was indeed a genuine part of him. In disbelief, she retracted her hand and stepped back, staring at the youth with wide eyes, scrutinizing him. "Are your ears and tail real?" she stammered. Of course. His face flushed crimson as he answered without hesitation, hurriedly wrapping the leaves back around his waist. Upon hearing his response, Zheng Shishi finally registered that they were surrounded by numerous individuals, many resembling the youth before her, adorned with large leaves for modesty, sporting fluffy ears and tails. Others, fewer in number but towering at 1.5 meters tall, were magnificent wolves with striking fur. They murmured amongst themselves, forming small clusters, animatedly conversing. Faced with this scene, Zheng Shishi plopped down onto the ground. Her mind raced with countless thoughts. Though merely a minute had passed, she had sifted through numerous possibilities. In the end, only one conclusion solidified in her mind. A beastly realm, a transmigration. May I ask, where am I? How did I get here? Who are you? Zheng Shishi endeavored to steady her emotions, directing her inquiries at the youth before her. "Female, my name is Axium Ming, a Koemu wolf beastman. We are currently in the chiefing forest of Wolf Tooth Mountain. As for how you arrived here, I did not know we found you lying on the ground while on patrol." Ashium Ming responded rapidly, addressing each of her questions in turn. Zheng Shishi absorbed his words. There was nothing particularly difficult to accept. This world was filled with the extraordinary. If there truly were no instances of transmigration, then countless inexplicable events would not occur. The chance to experience such a phenomenon was, in fact, a delightful prospect for her. At least, Zheng Shishi thought it would be rather splendid. She could escape the treachery and turbulence of modern society. In that brief minute, she reconciled with her circumstances, adjusting her mindset. Zheng Shishi looked up at Axium Ming. "Hello, I am Zheng Shishi." She extended her right hand, wishing to engage in a polite handshake customary in international etiquette. However, an awkward moment ensued. Axium Ming lowered his head and pressed his lips to the palm of her outstretched hand. Though it was not the greeting she had envisioned, she took it in stride, recognizing that customs varied across cultures and it was essential to respect local traditions. Zheng Shishi graciously accepted Axium Ming's gesture and withdrew her hand. Thus, a bond of friendship was forged between human and beastman. Zheng Shishi stood at 162 centimeters tall and weighed 100 jin. While not particularly tall and possessing a round face, she maintained a reasonably proportioned figure. Her appearance was certainly above average in modern society, enhanced by her large, sparkling eyes and petite, thin lips, exuding a lively charm with a hint of allure. Her medium-length hair, slightly curled at the ends, draped over her shoulders, beautifully framing her round face. Most notably, her well-endowed figure, proportionate and enticing, added to her appeal. On her left wrist, she adorned a moderately sized jade bracelet, exuding an air of gracefulness, embodying the quintessential image of a petite southern girl. Coupled with her lively and romantic disposition, as well as her amiable and unpretentious nature, she left an exceedingly pleasant impression on others. "I truly have no idea how I can return home. At present, I find myself without a place to stay. Would it be possible for me to temporarily reside at your abode?" Zheng Shishi inquired, blinking her eyes and feigning a pitiful expression as she looked at Axium Ming. After all, in this wild realm, she was utterly oblivious to her surroundings. without seeking assistance. Who knows what fate awaited her in this dense forest, where she could easily fall prey to other beasts. Of course, I would be more than happy to assist you. May I call you Shishi? Axium Ming replied with a smile, his cheeks slightly flushed. Sure, then I shall call you Xiao. Zheng Shishi readily agreed, seamlessly taking the initiative in their interaction. Axium Ming transformed back into his Kuemu wolf form and crouched down, inviting Zheng Shishi to mount his back. Although she had mentally prepared herself, the sight of a human transforming into a beast was still profoundly astonishing. Clutching onto Axium Ming's striking dark blue fur, she struggled to climb onto his back. Fortunately, even in his beastly form, Axium Ming was considerate, using the tip of his long snout to gently lift her, ensuring she successfully settled onto his back. With a wolf's howl, Axium Ming signaled, and the surrounding beastmen transformed back into their animal forms, following Axium Ming, who bore Zheng Shishi as they sprinted forward. Axium Ming ran swiftly, yet he did not jostle Zheng Shishi off his back. Standing over 1.5 meters tall, his broad back offered ample space for her to comfortably perch upon him. His agile form darted through the thickly rooted trees with remarkable speed, rendering the landscape around Zheng Shishi a mere blur. Before long, the group of beastmen came to a halt in a relatively spacious clearing. After gently placing Zheng Shishi down, Axium Ming instructed her to sit on a large rock and await his return, before swiftly transforming back into his beast form and dashing towards a towering, multi-tiered stone fortress. Shortly thereafter, Axium Ming returned alongside a larger Kuemu wolf, halting beside her. By this time, the clearing was bustling with beastmen, accompanied by several Kuemu wolves. The two Kuemu wolves before Zheng Shishi had reverted to their human forms. The man standing next to Axium Ming exuded an even greater aura of authority and strength, appearing older and more formidable. Father, Axium Ming addressed the venerable beastman beside him. Today, I led our kin in surveying our territory and discovered this female. Her name is Zheng Shishi. May the heavens bless our clan. At last, we shall see our numbers restored. It has been a decade since a female has joined our ranks. Until now, we have only 50 beastmen remaining. The Kuemu wolf clan finally has a female. Hope has returned to our tribe. The beastman, whom Axium Ming referred to as father, exclaimed with fervor. Instantly, the gathered beastmen erupted in excitement, cheering and celebrating. They collectively raised their voices, chanting, "Female! Female!" This revelation left Zheng Shishi in a state of bewilderment, as she belatedly realized that among this throng of beastmen, there appeared to be not a single woman. Zheng Shishi, I am the king of the Kuemu wolf clan, known as Ruda. On behalf of my people, I extend a warm welcome to you. The beast god has bestowed you upon our clan. You are now our cherished possession. We hope that you will contribute your reproductive abilities to the prosperity and strength of our tribe. In return, we shall treat you with utmost respect and reverence. Luoluo spoke to Zheng Shishi with a grave demeanor, adopting an exaggerated posture of reverence. What? Fertility? Zheng Shishi gazed at them in shock, her mind fixated on that singular phrase amidst Luoluo's barrage of words. Were they truly suggesting that she bear offspring with so many beasts? The prospect of even one could spell her demise, and considering they were beasts only heightened her terror. Instantly, her expression darkened, reflecting her profound fear. Father, if you present her with so many males, she would surely flee in fright. Ashium Ming stepped forward, leaning close to Luoluo's ear. He had his own motives for speaking up, seeking to extricate Zheng Shishi from his predicament. Upon hearing Ashium Ming's words, Luoluo recognized his hasty eagerness and fear driving away such a rare female. Thus, he adjusted his tone and remarked, "The female has just arrived at the Kuemu wolf clan and is undoubtedly unaccustomed to her surroundings. Tonight, we shall hold a welcoming ceremony to allow everyone to become acquainted with her. That I ask that all participating beastmen bring food for the feast." After concluding his statement, Luoluo gestured for everyone to return. Preparing for the evening's welcoming celebration, Zheng Shishi was led by Ashium Ming into the stone house she had previously observed from afar. She did not resist the hand of this beast man she had only recently met. For in this unfamiliar land, she genuinely required protection and assistance. The stone house was remarkably spacious, constructed from several massive, smooth stones stacked together. The first floor contained 3 rooms, with a large bedroom in the center flanked by 2 smaller chambers. To the left was a dusty firewood storage room, while the right housed a simple kitchen, essentially a broad cooking area. Zheng Shishi deemed it a kitchen due to the large black stains on the ground, remnants of past fires, all similarly coated in dust. The stone house also featured a second floor, which consisted of a semi-exposed terrace, providing both shade and an open-air experience. Within the shaded section, there was a stone table that bore a striking resemblance to modern designs. Accompanied by several roughly hewn stone stools, the table was somewhat shattered, as though it had weathered some ordeal. The overall decor exuded a simplistic, primitive charm, marred by signs of battle. Where did I've cleaned this area? Let us rest here for a moment, as the welcoming ceremony won't commence until evening, and it is still midday, Ashium Ming said, scratching his head, a hint of shyness evident in his demeanor. Resembling a bashful child, Zheng Shishi had inquired about Ashium Ming's age, perceiving the 17-year-old boy as a mere child, given their 9-year age difference. However, she could not ascertain what he truly thought. Ashium Ming pulled Zheng Shishi down to sit on a spot he had wiped with a piece of beast hide and spoke gently. You were startled earlier, weren't you? Please don't feel too pressured. You can take your time to make your choice. As he spoke, he looked at Zheng Shishi, his eyes sparkling with light. I am currently a 5th-tier beastman and will also participate in tonight's welcoming ceremony. If you wish to select a partner, might you consider choosing me first? After all, I brought you here, so I have the right to be chosen first. Besides, you touch my tail in front of the other beastmen. Ashium Ming said, his expression a mix of anticipation and embarrassment. After speaking, he tilted his head to the side, using his fluffy tail to shield his face from Zheng Shishi's astonished gaze. Observing Ashium Ming's bashful demeanor, Zheng Shishi grasped his intentions. As a savvy individual from the 21st century, she could easily discern Ashium Ming's thoughts. Zheng Shishi did not respond to Ashium Ming's proposition, but instead cautiously inquired. Xiao, could you share some information about this place with me? She hoped to extract more details to facilitate her understanding of the current world's rules and survival conditions. Upon hearing her question, Ashium Ming promptly shifted his focus, entirely unperturbed by her apparent ignorance. Nodding, he began to explain, this is the territory of the Kuei Mu Wolf clan. Once, the Kuei Mu Wolf clan was a thriving beast clan, boasting several hundred members. However, in this age of diminishing females, the clan has not welcomed a new female for nearly 10 years, resulting in no new offspring. As elder beastmen pass away, the number of Kuei Mu Wolf clan members has dwindled to fewer than 100. Within our clan, Luoluo is the only powerful 3rd-tier beastman, while the rest are mostly low-tier 5th and a few 4th-tier beastmen, rendering us vastly inferior compared to the neighboring Chihu clan. Consequently, females do not choose to mate with our beastmen. Yet, a sufficient population is necessary to foster stronger beastmen. Only those of higher tiers possess the favor of females and the right to mate. Furthermore, the majority of Kuei Mu Wolf clan members possess a fierce and cold appearance, which is not appealing to females. That Ashium Ming succinctly outlined the current state of the Kuei Mu Wolf clan. Zheng Shishi gleaned a general understanding of the circumstances and rules governing the beastmen. She was reassured that she would not be bullied or harmed, but rather protected, due to the clan's urgent need for fresh blood to revitalize their dwindling numbers. The only solution lay in attracting more females. The prosperity of a race equated to its strength in this beastly world, akin to the notion that a populous nation wields greater power in ancient China. As their conversation unfolded, Zheng Shishi learned much about other aspects of the beast world. Before long, nightfall approached. Ashium Ming felt a surge of joy. Through their daytime discussions, not only had he bridged the gap with Shishi, but he had also discerned that she had likely never mated before, given her lack of markings, indicating her purity as a female, that if fortune smiled upon him tonight and he could be chosen, how splendid that would be. With this thought, Ashium Ming clenched his fist and nodded vigorously. With merely 15 years old, he had successfully ascended to the 5th beast tier, marking his evolution into a beastman. While 5th-tier beastmen were common and considered the lowest tier, they at least possessed the right to be chosen by females. Now at 17, he remained the youngest fifth-tier beastman in the clan. His youth serving as a significant advantage over the older beastmen. Ashium Ming pondered the likelihood of his success tonight. He guided the curious Zheng Shishi toward the venue of the welcoming ceremony. Both harbored their own secret desires. The ceremony took place in the same expansive clearing they had observed during the day. The sky twinkled with stars, illuminated by the moonlight, casting a clear view of numerous beastmen and beasts bustling about the area. In the center lay a massive stone slab adorned with an array of food. Zheng Shishi was astonished to find familiar fruits from her own world, like peaches and watermelons, alongside many she had never encountered. Additionally, freshly processed cuts of meat, still dripping with blood, were displayed on the table. Zheng Shishi internally strategized how to avoid consuming such gory fare, just as Ashium Ming lifted her and seated her at the prominent side of the large stone table. Before leaving, he reminded her not to be shy and to eat heartily. Whoa! With a powerful, resonant howl, Luoluo, the leader of the Kuei Mu wolves and Ashium Ming's father, strode swiftly toward the stone table. Taking a seat at the opposite end of the tea that moment, Zheng Shishi found herself seated across from Luoluo, separated by a long table laden with food, creating an awkward atmosphere that a chorus of a whoa erupted from the beastmen and beasts gathered around the table, their voices rising in unison, akin to a pre-meal prayer. After this communal chant, they began to feast. Let us celebrate Zheng Shishi's arrival. Rejoicing in our clan's renewed female presence and the prospect of prosperity, Luoluo, gripping a bloodied animal leg, raised it high above his head and roared loudly. The surrounding orcs, brandishing their own chunks of meat, joined in the cacophony, their voices rising to a fever pitch that nearly shattered Zheng Shishi's eardrums. Observing Zheng Shishi covering her ears in discomfort, Ashuming quickly moved behind her, using his rough yet warm hand to shield her ears from the overwhelming noise. Instantly, Zheng Shishi felt the deafening clamor subside. Moments later, as the uproarious howls ceased, Ashuming quietly returned to his place, sitting to Zheng Shishi's left, his head lowered in bashfulness as he rubbed his palms together. He pondered to himself, so this female skin is so smooth and delicate. Ashuming's actions did not go unnoticed by Luoluo, who secretly rejoiced if he could arrange for his young son to mate with this female. They could ensure her presence within their tribe. He envisioned leveraging Ashuming to facilitate similar arrangements for his other 3 sons, thereby securing their lineage's prominence within the clan. The female showed no signs of resisting Ashuming's affectionate gestures. Whispers among the other orcs suggested that this female had permitted Ashuming to kiss her palm, and since he had retrieved her, it was only natural that he would claim the right to be her first mate. Luoluo calculated his options. For Zheng Shishi, the orc banquet held little allure. She focused intently on the fruits that Ashuming continuously offered her. At T1 point, he presented strips of meat, stained with blood, but she politely declined. Expressing her preference for fruit, Ashuming did not question her, obediently consuming the meat while tirelessly peeling fruit for her. Cough, cough. Zheng Shishi, do you have any plans for tonight? Is there a particular orc that catches your eye? I can summon him to attend to you. Luoluo's voice cut through the air, and suddenly, the once lively banquet fell into a profound silence. All the orcs turned their unabashed gazes toward Zheng Shishi, including the fervent-eyed Ashuming. Oh, could we perhaps postpone that? Zheng Shishi's words faltered as murmurs arose around her, indistinct and unclear. You have partaken of the food offered by our kin, which signifies your acceptance into our tribe. And thus you must fulfill the duties of a female, that we have considered your first day here, and refrain from presenting you with numerous males. Therefore, tonight, you should select at least one. Luoluo's serious tone carried an undercurrent of threat. Zheng Shishi could only blame her lack of understanding of the orc customs upon her arrival in this realm. It seemed she had inadvertently placed herself in a precarious position by merely enjoying some fruit. It became evident that she must indeed make a choice. While these orcs might not be excessively cruel towards females, should they force themselves upon her, she would be utterly powerless to resist. Perhaps it would be wise to select the familiar Ashuming. Even if their pretense turned into reality, she would not be at a loss. After all, Ashuming was rather handsome, albeit a bit young. Yet, she still harbored thoughts of finding an opportunity to escape. Initially, she believed staying outside was perilous, but arriving here felt akin to walking into a lion's den. I just arrived today and am not well acquainted with the males here. Since you have spoken up, I cannot refuse. I will select Ashuming as my only choice for tonight, as I wish to conserve my strength and recuperate. Zheng Shishi deliberately raised her voice, hoping to convey her lack of refusal and assuage Luda's suspicions, leading him to believe she understood the customary norms like any other female. Upon hearing Zheng Shishi's choice, Luda felt a sense of satisfaction. As it aligned perfectly with his intentions, he seized the moment to address Ashuming, saying, "Ashuming, congratulations. You must learn to care for the female and contribute to the growth of the Khmu wolf clan." Although some of the other orcs felt disheartened at not being chosen, they understood that Ashuming was most likely to secure the right to mate first with the female he had rescued. The surrounding orcs gathered to congratulate Ashuming. "Congratulations, Ashuming. We are good brothers. Remember to speak well of me, so I may also mate soon." Ashuming found himself enveloped by the enthusiasm of the other orcs, lost in the joy of being chosen. When he heard Zheng Shishi call his name, his heart raced, and his hands clenched into fists in nervousness. His breath nearly caught in his throat. That moment. Zheng Shishi was surrounded by 3 male orcs who bore a striking resemblance to Ashuming. "Greetings, I am Luoluo, Ashuming's elder brother." One orc, taller than Ashuming by nearly a head and equally as handsome, stepped forward to introduce himself. However, he appeared less gentle than Ashuming and spoke in a manner that seemed to feign warmth, coming off as somewhat contrived. "Hello, female. I am Yang, Ashuming's second brother. Will you choose me next time? I am certain I can please you more than Ashuming. Look, I am stronger than him, and I promise you will be satisfied." Another orc, similar in height to Ashuming, pushed past Luoluo, eagerly grasping Zheng Shishi's hand. He appeared quite lively, exuding a friendly demeanor, yet his brazen words nearly choked Zheng Shishi. "I am Shuang, Ashuming's third brother." This brother displayed little emotion, merely stating his name before falling silent, standing quietly. Just as Zheng Shishi pondered how to respond, the crowd surrounding Ashuming began to disperse, each returning to their quarters to contemplate how to win the female's favor and gain mating rights. "Sure. Ashuming dashed to Zheng Shishi's side, taking her hand and blushing as he suggested, "Shall we go rest?" Seizing the opportunity, Zheng Shishi followed Ashuming away. "You have 3 brothers? Why have you never mentioned them?" she inquired, allowing Ashuming to lead her by the hand. The night was pitch black, the sky like ink. Despite the moonlight casting some visibility on the path, Zheng Shishi, somewhat nearsighted, walked cautiously, fearing a misstep and moving at a slow pace. Observing her struggle, Ashuming thought about the impending entrance into the forest, which would only complicate matters. Since Shishi had chosen him as her first mate, it indicated her acceptance of him, and he felt assured that she would not reject him. With that thought, he swept Zheng Shishi into his arms. However, having never held a female before, he miscalculated his strength and nearly stumbled backward. After regaining his balance, he continued forward, holding the delicately fragrant Zheng Shishi close. Ashuming's heart raced with excitement. For the first time in 17 years, he cradled the petite, fragile form of a female, and the sensation of her soft skin beneath his rough palm was exhilarating. Just that brief embrace ignited both psychological and physiological responses within him. The sweetness almost overwhelming, rendering his legs weak. Were it not for Zheng Shishi's arms, he might have lost his footing entirely. Ashium Shishi assumed that Ashuming had grown silent. She was startled when he suddenly lifted her, nearly inducing a panic that she might be taken in the woods. Fortunately, Ashuming merely continued onward with her in his embrace. Feeling Ashuming's careful hold, Zheng Shishi found herself unexpectedly moved, her affection for him growing. The night air carried a slight chill, causing her to curl closer into Ashuming's warmth, her skin prickling against the cool breeze as they walked. Ashuming spoke softly. "Those 3 orcs are my brothers. They are all tier 4 orcs. While I'm a tier 5 ORC, in terms of strength, I cannot compare to them. But I'm the youngest in our clan to achieve tier 5 status, and I will work hard to become a higher tier orc to protect you." Ashuming's confidence reassured her that he was not inferior to his brothers. Orcs have tiers as well. Zheng Shishi nestled in the embrace of Ashuming, her curiosity prompting her to inquire, The beast ranks represent the aspirations of male beastmen, with the first rank being the highest and the unranked being the lowest. The fifth rank surpasses the unranked tier. The higher the rank, the more it attests to one's strength. Only the formidable can attract the favor of superior females. Ashuming inhaled the fragrant scent of Zheng Shishi's hair, tousled by the wind. As he spoke in a fragmented manner, they soon arrived beneath a colossal, sturdy tree. Underneath, it was a meticulously crafted shelter made from branches as thick as a wrist, adorned with verdant leaves and petite purple flowers, spanning approximately 20 square meters. It appeared both exquisite and primitive, the moonlight casting a hazy glow that added a touch of romance to the floral abode. "Wow, how beautiful!" Zheng Shishi exclaimed, lifting her skirt as she hurried over, gazing around in awe at the delicate flower-covered dwelling, showering it with compliments. "Do you like it? I began preparing this 2 years ago. I gathered many seeds of the purple starflower while on patrol, waiting for the warm weather to weave them into a shelter. When it blooms, it is particularly stunning. It was meant to be a cozy home for my partner. I never anticipated it would come into use so soon," Ashuming said softly from a distance, a hint of excitement and shyness lacing his voice as he observed Zheng Shishi's delight. "It's beautiful. Truly, your craftsmanship is remarkable, so romantic. Being your partner must be a blissful experience," Zheng Shishi replied earnestly. Only after she finished speaking did she realize that she had chosen a bond with Ashuming that evening. Suddenly feeling uncertain about what to do next, she awkwardly stood at the entrance of the floral shelter. Noticing Zheng Shishi lingering at the doorway, Ashuming approached and gently lifted her into his arms. Carrying her inside, Zheng Shishi's heart raced. Did Ashuming intend to take their relationship to that level? No, that was unacceptable. Not only were they still unfamiliar with one another, but Ashuming was a beast man, while she was human, belonging to different species. Moreover, Ashuming was still quite young, practically a minor in modern society. Such things were simply inconceivable. Before Zheng Shishi could fully process her thoughts, Ashuming had already placed her gently onto a large bed woven from thick vines. Resembling an oversized swing, he climbed onto the bed, settling over her. As they moved, the bed swayed slightly, emitting soft creaks, though it quickly steadied. Shishi, it's quite late," Ashuming said, his cheeks flushed and his voice soft as he leaned close to her ear. Zheng Shishi seized the moment before he could finish, interjecting, "Ashu, I'm still adjusting to being here, and I'm quite tired after the day's events. Can we not take that step tonight? I would like to rest. I'm not yet prepared." She gazed at Ashuming with a hint of apprehension, wondering if he would accept her words or become upset. After a prolonged silence, Ashuming turned to lie on the side opposite her, closing his eyes as he replied, "All right, then sleep, that I will stay beside you. Otherwise, it might be noticed I can help shield you from the wind. It can be quite chilly at night." Ashuming calmly accepted Zheng Shishi's request. With that reassurance, she surrendered to sleep. In her heart, she believed Ashuming was not the type to act against her will. If he were a violent and coercive beastman, he would not have been so gentle in bringing her back to the Quimulwolf tribe. Thus, Ashuming gave her the impression of a reasonable and gentle beastman, someone she could trust, which put her at ease. However, unbeknownst to Zheng Shishi, as she drifted into a deep slumber after a long day, Ashuming opened his eyes, lying on his side and gazing at her peaceful face. A myriad of emotions swirled within him, his expression betraying an undeniable sense of loss. Shishi, I had hoped we could bond tonight. I wonder if I'm not good enough, or if you are truly exhausted, having chosen me yet reluctant to forge a bond. But I respect your feelings. At least I can sleep beside you and watch over you. For you have chosen me," Ashuming murmured softly, unable to voice his affections while she was awake. Gradually, he too succumbed to sleep. Zheng Shishi slept deeply, not awakening until the sun had risen high in the sky. Feeling a bit warm, she opened her eyes to find herself sprawled across Ashuming, clinging to him. Ashuming regarded her with gentle eyes, ready to rise when she felt a strange pressure against her abdomen. Sitting up, Ashuming looked at Zheng Shishi, a hint of embarrassment coloring his smile as he explained, "The wind was quite strong last night. I merely wished to keep you warm." Zheng Shishi noticed the forced smile on Ashuming's face. Yet the trace of sadness and regret was unmistakable, and she felt a pang of guilt for having given him hope only to let him down. However, she felt powerless. She could not be so casual. Even as a modern individual with past experiences of love. It seems a bit noisy outside. Shall we go take a look? Perhaps grab some lunch? Zheng Shishi suggested, rising and walking past Ashuming to head outside. Noticing Ashuming remaining still, she called out, "Ashu?" He turned to look at her. Not uttering a word, he continued to stare at her for what felt like an eternity, causing a chill to creep down her back as she sensed something was amiss. Finally, as if summoning great resolution, Ashuming took a deep breath and declared, Sure, I will wait for you to willingly bond with me, that I will wait until you come to like me. I will not force you. I have only ever recognized one female in my life, and I, Ashuming, have chosen you." His gaze was unwavering as he awaited Zheng Shishi's response. At that moment, she found herself a loss for words. To her, such affection felt too casual, appearing too swiftly, making her, a woman who had experienced heartbreak, hesitant to accept in a moment of impulse. She reached out and tousled Ashuming's hair, making it even more disheveled. After a lengthy pause, Ashuming sighed, gently ruffling Zheng Shishi's hair and speaking in a tone laced with affection. "It's getting late. I'll go prepare something for you to eat." "Ashu," Zheng Shishi said, grasping his hand, prompting him to slowly sit back down. "Thank you for your kindness, Ashu. I am truly touched. It's not that I don't like you, but I am still adjusting to this place and its people. Please give me a little more time. Let's spend more time together, shall we?" She yearned to be loved, yet feared the pain of gaining and then losing as a newcomer to this beastly world. She knew she could not survive alone, and currently, only Ashuming seemed a reliable ally. She had to capture the heart of this beastman, for it would afford her some measure of protection in this realm. In comparison, most beastmen were quite handsome, and Ashuming was notably a striking young man, so she felt she wouldn't be at a disadvantage. In her heart, Zheng Shishi pondered, while Ashuming was already overjoyed. He thought that as long as Shishi didn't dislike him, she would surely come to like him. With great delight, Ashuming scooped Zheng Shishi into his arms and burst out of the flower house. Under the fervent rays of the sun, he lifted her high and spun her around, only stopping after a while, leaving Zheng Shishi dizzy and on the verge of nausea. For lunch, Ashuming took Zheng Shishi into the forest to gather some wild fruits. He himself did not eat, instead bounding around energetically in search of more fruit to pick. That he informed Zheng Shishi that the quantity and duration of food consumption for males were dictated by their rank. The higher the beast rank, the fewer times they ate, and the longer the intervals between meals. Beasts without ranks, and those not capable of transformation, ate once a day. After all, the animals here were quite large, capable of digesting food over extended periods. As a fifth-tier beastman, Ashuming could satiate himself for about 2 days with a single meal. However, due to the prolonged absence of females in his clan, they lacked the habit of stockpiling food. They would only hunt when hungry, which is why Ashuming brought Zheng Shishi to the chiefing forest to forage for sustenance. Yet, after a day and a night of hunger, aside from the fruits she had last night, Zheng Shishi had not had a sip of warm water or a bite of hot food. For someone accustomed to 3 hearty meals a day, this was quite unbearable. Ashuming settled Zheng Shishi on a large, low-tree fork and picked several wild fruits for her to eat. Zheng Shishi sighed as she gazed at the fruits in her hand, reluctantly taking a bite. They were tart and sweet, crisp like apples. "Is it not to your liking?" Ashuming inquired, taking the half-eaten fruit from her hand, tasting it himself. "It is a bit sour. I shall find you some sweeter ones." With that, he rose, intent on searching for more fruit. Zheng Shishi quickly grasped his hand, looking at him with pleading eyes. "I wish to eat meat, roasted meat, and drink hot water boiled over a fire." She blinked earnestly, putting on a pitiful expression. Ashuming, somewhat troubled, replied, "Fire is a dangerous thing. We never use it. You truly enjoy roasted food." Sure. He contemplated how he might provide her with fire-roasted sustenance, just as they were both at a loss over how to start a fire for roasting meat. Ashuming suddenly stood up, exclaiming, Sure. When I was a cub, I seem to remember my father roasting meat for my mother. He should have fire-starting tools or methods. I will go ask him. You wait here for me." With that, he eagerly transformed into his Koemu wolf beast form and dashed off, leaving Zheng Shishi alone under the tree. Zheng Shishi mused that the distance to Wolf Fort was still quite considerable. Even with Ashuming's speed, it would take at least 20 minutes for him to return. With that thought, she discarded the sour fruit in her hand and began to look around, realizing she had not yet familiarized herself with the world outside. Even after spending a day and a night here, strolling leisurely deeper into the forest, she admired the robust trees, some so thick they could be embraced by 6 people. She noticed a beautiful red flower and unknowingly wandered further in. Losing track of time and the way back. Oh, what was this? As she arrived at the base of a gigantic tree, she noticed a thin, white fabric hanging down from the dense canopy above. How strange. There shouldn't be fabric in this place. This material was so thin yet opaque, it would make for a lovely garment. She began tugging at the white fabric that hung down. After pulling for a while, it seemed to be caught on something in the treetops, refusing to budge. Unwilling to give up, she exerted more force, swaying left and right, trying to pull it down with sheer strength. Finally, just as her face turned red from effort, a loud thud echoed as a massive white object tumbled down from the branches along with some scattered twigs, landing heavily before her and raising a cloud of dust. Zheng Shishi waved her hands to disperse the dust and inspect the area. She was met with the sight of a serpent as thick as a water bucket, its skin largely shed, revealing its head and upper body. With only a small part still covered in old skin, it dawned on her that what she had assumed was fabric was actually the shedding of this enormous snake. Forgive her. Having grown up in the city, she had never encountered a snake's shed skin before. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been curious enough to pull this large python down from the tree. She could only hope it wouldn't rush at her and coil around her, for that would surely spell her doom. One must understand, the constriction of a python could easily crush bones. With her curiosity waning, Zheng Shishi hastily prepared to flee the scene. However, just as she turned to make her escape, she heard a faint voice say, "Help me." The voice was weak, yet Zheng Shishi heard it clearly. The words were stammered, and at first, she hesitated to believe it. But as the words continued, she confirmed that the voice came from the large white python before her. She thought to herself, if this beastman world harbored various animal beastmen, perhaps this snake was one too. Thus, she steadied her nerves and asked, "Are you the one speaking? Do you need my help?" Cautiously, Zheng Shishi inquired. She then saw the white snake weakly flick its tongue and slightly nod at her. Carefully, she approached to see if this silver serpent was injured and in need of assistance. After a thorough examination, she realized it was not injured, but rather had become stuck in its shed skin. "Oh dear," Zheng Shishi mused, "how foolish can a beast be, getting stuck in its own shed skin at such a size?" She hurriedly went to assist it, gently tugging at the snake's skin. The initial progress was smooth, but as she moved closer to the snake's head, it became increasingly difficult. Finally, with Zheng Shishi's help, the white serpent successfully shed its skin. "Phew, it's done," just as she finished with the snake's skin. Ashuming's urgent voice echoed from afar. Shishi, where are you?" Zheng Shishi quickened her pace, rushing towards Ashuming's voice, completely forgetting the large serpent behind her. "Xiao, I'm here." She emerged from the woods and found herself back at the clearing near the giant tree, where a worried Ashuming awaited her. Before she could catch her breath, Ashuming rushed over and embraced her tightly, his voice tinged with concern and reproach. "I was afraid a wild beast would take you away." Ashuming held her tightly, unwilling to let go, bombarding her with worried questions. Zheng Shishi affectionately ruffled his soft hair, reassuring him, "Silly, how could I run away? Besides, with you here, I won't be taken by any wild beast." Just as her words settled, Ashuming suddenly began sniffing her intently. "What's wrong? What are you smelling?" Zheng Shishi asked, puzzled by his behavior. "Shishi, you smell like a snake beast," Ashuming exclaimed before inspecting her body for injuries. Once he confirmed she was unharmed, he sighed in relief. Holding her face gently, he earnestly warned, "Shishi, snake beasts are very dangerous. They are cold-blooded creatures, driven only by mating urges. They possess no emotions, so steer clear of snake beasts in the future." Ashuming spoke with utmost seriousness. Zheng Shishi looked at Ashuming, playfully blinking her eyes, and replied with a smile, "All right, I'll listen to you. Seeing her obedient demeanor filled Ashuming's heart with sweetness, as if it were stuffed with cotton candy. He thought to himself, how wonderful it is that my Shirshir is so beautiful, so gentle, and says she'll heed my words. Shirshir, let us go home and roast some meat. I asked my father for a fire starter. We can have roasted meat now, Axium Ming excitedly informed her. He exuberantly recounted how he had procured flint from his father and learned the art of roasting meat from him, all while carrying Zheng Shishi towards the wolf fortress. He was completely oblivious to the serpentine beast scent that clung to Zheng Shishi. After all, serpentine beasts often wandered about, leaving traces of their scent in many places. Perhaps Shishi had inadvertently come into contact with it somewhere. At the wolf fortress, the sound of bang, bang resonated as Axium Ming rubbed two black stones, each the size of a chicken egg, together, creating sparks with each collision. Finally, after one such impact, a spark ignited a pile of dry grass. The flames shot up high, startling Axium Ming, who jumped 3 feet into the air, instantly transforming back into his wolf form, his fur standing on end, resembling a frenzied little cat. Oh no, rather a disheveled big wolf dog. Zheng Shishi laughed heartily. Xiao, haha, you're so adorable. It's all right, nothing to worry about. Seeing Zheng Shishi's joyful and animated demeanor, Axium Ming felt a twinge of embarrassment. How could he appear so timid and naive in front of Shishi? He must not be looked down upon. Axium Ming transformed back into his human form. Positioning himself in front of Zheng Shishi as she prepared to grill the meat, he took the skewered meat from her hands and began grilling it with utmost seriousness. His expression akin to that of a warrior facing a formidable foe. The meat, evenly skewered, sizzled as it roasted, releasing droplets of oil that splattered into the flames, causing them to leap higher. Occasionally, small twigs would crackle, sending sparks dancing onto Axium Ming, which made him flustered once again. After all, as a 5th-tier beastman, he still retained the innate fear of fire characteristic of his kind, only shedding this fear upon reaching the 4th tier. Finally, after a moment, the first skewer of roasted meat was ready. Axium Ming handed it to Zheng Shishi, who was staring at him in a daze, causing the shy Axium Ming's face to redden. Although his skin was not particularly fair, when he blushed, his entire face resembled a canvas splashed with crimson ink from the roots of his ears down to his neck. Shishi, the meat is ready. Give it a try to it's my first time grilling. If it's not good, I'll grill again. Axium Ming stammered, his face still flushed as he extended a piece of meat towards Zheng Shishi with his sharp fingertips. Just as Zheng Shishi was about to catch it with her own hand, Axium Ming quickly withdrew, worriedly saying, "Let me feed you. It might be hot." Upon finishing his sentence, his face turned an even deeper shade of red. Zheng Shishi, observing his adorably bashful demeanor, felt a genuine fondness for Axium Ming. If this were modern society, he would likely have been quickly swept away by other girls. Zheng Shishi took the piece of meat Axium Ming offered, letting her tongue wrap around it, and the satisfaction it brought made her heart bloom with joy. After finishing a bite, she opened her mouth wide, resembling a fledgling bird awaiting its next morsel. Though lacking oil and seasoning, the meat from these creatures was surprisingly delectable, exuding its own rich flavor. After a gust of wind had passed, Zheng Shishi leaned against Axium Ming's shoulder, contentedly patting her full belly. "Xiao, your cooking skills are truly remarkable. I'm stuffed. I too am grilling for the first time. If you find it delicious, I'll grill for you every day." Hearing her praise, Axium Ming beamed as he gazed at Zheng Shishi's profile resting against him. Axium Ming mused, the warm, soft sensation of Shirshi's tongue brushing against his fingertips while feeding her. How enchanting it would be if such a tender tongue were to kiss him. Now that Shishi was willingly close to him, did this mean she was beginning to accept him? How wonderful. Axium Ming remained motionless, allowing Zheng Shishi to lean against him, fearing that any movement might shatter this intimate moment. The gentle sound of her breathing filled the air, and Axium Ming soon realized that Zheng Shishi had fallen into a sweet slumber. Cautiously, he lifted her in his arms and exited the wolf fortress, heading towards the flower house. Along the way, he picked a large handful of leaves to shield his beloved from the glaring light outside. Useless ones, given such a wonderful opportunity, you cannot even conquer a single female. "Father, I do not wish to force her." "Humph. Could it be that the little female looks down on you, hence her refusal to accept you? Father, let me go tonight. Brother, take me along. A cacophony of voices disrupted Zheng Shishi's peaceful dreams. Slowly waking, she found herself in the flower house, but Axium Ming was nowhere to be seen. Following the voices, she ventured closer, hearing the conversation outside the flower house. The IT turned out to be Axium Ming's father, Luoluo, along with Axium Ming's three brothers that know Shishi's body is not yet adjusted. Axium Ming exclaimed, standing protectively in front of her. He was determined not to relinquish Shishi to the entire Camus wolf clan, nor allow his morally dubious brothers to harm her. Humph. If you cannot handle it, must you prevent us? She cannot belong to you alone. Step aside. Muktu shoved Axium Ming aside, attempting to advance towards the flower house. Axium Ming quickly returned to block Muktu's path. Just as the two were to stand still, Luoluo spoke up, Axium Ming, I shall grant you 3 more days. If by the end of this period you have not successfully mated with this female, I will send your brothers as well. Regardless of her consent, she must be mated with them. The first litter must be born within our family to secure our standing in the tribe. And there shall be no room for her refusal. With that, Luoluo transformed into a Camus wolf beast and, accompanied by his 3 brothers, retreated into the forest. Axium Ming lingered outside for a long while before finally turning back into the flower house. Zheng Shishi pretended to just awaken, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Axium Ming sat beside her, gently pulling her into his embrace, his voice barely above a whisper. Shishi, shall we bond as mates? Xiao, I'm not quite ready yet. Zheng Shishi replied, a hint of fear in her voice. Then let us leave this place, just the 2 of us. How does that sound? I can live independently now, though life outside the tribe may be perilous. I do not wish for you to bond with so many beastmen that I want you to be mine alone. This time, Axium Ming did not shy away from Zheng Shishi's gaze. Instead, he looked at her with unwavering determination. Holding her close, Zheng Shishi reciprocated his embrace. Contemplating their next steps, 3 days were all they had. They needed to leave the wolf fortress. Despite the dangers that lay outside, it was far better than being trapped within the wolf clan. Serving as a breeding machine for over 50 beastmen. Resolutely, she decided to leave with Axium Ming that if she were to have a beastman boyfriend in this world, Axium Ming would be an excellent choice. At the very least, he would respect her and not force her. Xiao, let us leave together and live outside, Zheng Shishi said, gazing at Axium Ming. The care he had shown her over the past few days had begun to warm her heart. All right, Axium Ming, contrary to Zheng Shishi's expectations of reluctance towards family and kin, bore a hint of anticipation. His youthful visage radiated a brilliant smile, dazzling in its brightness. Having spent the night in wakefulness, Axium Ming ventured outside to procure a catch. Kindling a fire before the flower shop to roast the meat, the evening sky, adorned with countless stars, presented a beauty unseen in the city. The shadows of trees swayed gently in the night breeze, accompanied by a rustling sound from afar, creating a delightful ambience. However, both Zheng Shishi and Axium Ming found little solace in the moment. The desire to stealthily escape from the ever-patrolling territory of the Camus wolf clan required meticulous planning. The destination remained uncertain for her, a human unfamiliar with the ways of the beast world, leaving her to navigate one step at a time. Zheng Shishi, burdened with worries, absent-mindedly raised her head. A sudden loud cooing jolted her from her thoughts. Having only consumed a single meal at noon, the lateness of the hour reminded her of her hunger. Axium Ming lifted Zheng Shishi onto his lap, enveloping her in his warmth, shielding her from the chill of the wind. He tore a piece of meat and held it near her lips, whispering tenderly in her ear, "The night breeze is cold. Allow me to hold you." Zheng Shishi accepted the morsel, savoring it while nestling closer to Axium Ming. Her voice laced with worry. "Xiao, can we truly escape? I've heard you speak of how your brothers are more formidable than you. Do not fret. I have a plan to lead you out. Just focus on eating and resting," Axium Ming reassured her, observing how Zheng Shishi increasingly relied on him. In his heart, he mused, "Shishi is beginning to accept my closeness, even expressing a desire to leave this place with me, to become my soulmate." Compared to the perils of the outside world, most females prefer to remain within the clan, enjoying the comforts provided rather than facing the hardships of wandering. Shishi is indeed unlike the others. "She will be mine alone." we are destined to bond, and I have no desire to share her affections with any other males. We shall establish our own home, living slowly and nurturing many offspring. His feelings towards this home and the Komu wolf clan were minimal. He was certain he could escape. They would never anticipate our choice to leave the clan as long as he remained vigilant. Avoiding the patrolling beasts, his plan would succeed. Yet he was still at the 5th tier, his strength insufficient. The following day, Zheng Shishi awoke in Axium Ming's embrace. Wiping the drool from her lips, she propped herself up. She realized she was lying on the warm, soft form of Axium Ming in his beastly shape. His thick fur sheltered her gently, shielding her from the cool breeze. It was a cozy night devoid of dreams. Upon noticing Zheng Shishi had awakened, Axium Ming transformed into his human form, cradling her in his arms while gently ruffling her hair, asking, "Did you sleep well last night?" Zheng Shishi smiled sweetly at him. "I slept wonderfully, thank you." The sunlight bathed Axium Ming's handsome face, enhancing his already warm demeanor. Like a tea that moment, she noticed a damp patch on his chest, recalling her earlier drooling. Embarrassed, she quickly reached out to wipe it away. This innocent gesture inadvertently elicited a physiological response from Axium Ming, who hurriedly grasped her restless hand. In the ensuing 2 days, they continued to hunt in the woods, grilling meat and gathering fruits, managing to avoid arousing suspicion among the other beasts. Axium Ming deliberately steered clear of the clan's territory while hunting with Zheng Shishi. He refrained from discussing any plans with her, merely assuring her to remain calm when her worries surfaced. The rest he would handle. However, it was evident that Axium Ming was quietly preparing for their escape on the second night. As he held Zheng Shishi close and fed her roasted meat, he lowered his voice. "Tonight, we shall leave this place." Zheng Shishi remained silent, but nodded in agreement, continuing to consume the morsels he offered. She had faith in him. Axium Ming would surely lead her to freedom. Comfortably nestled in his embrace, she allowed herself to dwell on that thought. In the depths of night, a chill swept through. Axium Ming opened his slumbering green eyes and transformed into his beastly form, gently lifting Zheng Shishi onto his back. She pressed herself low against him, hiding within his fur as he sprinted swiftly towards the depths of the southern forest, their pace markedly quicker than usual, racing against time. Under normal circumstances, most of the Komu wolf clan beasts would be asleep at this hour, with only a few on patrol. After traversing a vast expanse of forest, Axium Ming paused, his furry ears perked to capture any sounds. The hearing and scent abilities of the Komu wolves were remarkably keen, and Zheng Shishi dared not make a sound that might disrupt his concentration. Axium Ming treaded lightly, each step taken with utmost care as they navigated through the woods. They had reached the edge of the forest. As long as they remained undetected by the patrols, their escape was near. Axium Ming observed the patrolling group pass by, lowering himself to blend into the darkness of the forest. They succeeded, too easily, in fact. The patrol had not noticed them. Axium Ming and Zheng Shishi managed to breach the guard line and burst forth from the forest. However, just as they emerged, Axium Ming abruptly halted. Zheng Shishi, puzzled, whispered, "Xiao, what's wrong?" "Something is amiss." The patrol lacked a leading beast. It was a trap. We've been deceived. Before he could finish, shadows emerged from the darkness, revealing 4 beastly figures. In the pitch-black clearing, Zheng Shishi could only see the eerie flicker of 8 green eyes shining in the night. "Axium Ming, you have truly disappointed me. I offered you a chance," came the voice of Luoluo, chilling in the dark. "Father, I must leave with Shishi today. She refuses to mate with any other beasts. She is mine, and I must protect her." Axium Ming retreated a few steps, adopting a defensive stance. "Humph. You overestimate your abilities. Do you think you can simply slip away?" "Father anticipated this possibility long ago. We have been waiting here in the shadows. I never imagined you would have the audacity to attempt an escape that... you truly believe you can flee? You cannot even defeat me," came the derisive voice of Luoluo, laced with contempt. "Axium Ming, if you relinquish the female, I will overlook tonight's events and allow you and your 3 brothers to mate with her." Though Zheng Shishi lacked the night vision of the beasts, she was not deaf. Hearing Luoluo's repugnant words, she could not help but exclaim, "Why should your words dictate my fate? My destiny lies in my own hands. I would rather die fighting alongside Xiao than become your breeding machine, as Ashuming bared his fangs. He contemplated the notion that Shishi was willing to die alongside him. In that case, his life would hold no regrets. Alas, he lamented the fact that he and Shishi had not become partners. Ashuming understood that he could not forcibly claim her and could only seek an opportunity to escape. His father and 3 brothers were all at the 4th tier, and he could not best even one of them. He had little hope of finding a chance to flee with Shishi. For a moment, silence enveloped them. In the inky darkness of the night, Zheng Shishi could not discern the expressions of the figures before her, only feeling an overwhelming pressure from the unseen. The midnight breeze, laden with a bone-chilling cold, made her tremble slightly as she sat upon Ashuming's back. Perhaps it was the chill of the night air, or perhaps it was fear that gripped her heart. Unbeknownst to Zheng Shishi, the silence of Luoluo and the others stemmed from their astonishment at encountering a female so fiercely courageous and unafraid of death. One who possessed the audacity to utter such resolute words. If only they could have such a female for themselves, what immense happiness that would bring. A feeling of being chosen with such unwavering conviction. Thus, Mu Tuo and Yu Yang felt an even greater urgency to claim this female. Zheng Shishi must not be allowed to escape. After a protracted silence, Luoluo's abrupt wolf howl signaled the commencement of their attack. Zheng Shishi sensed Ashuming continuously dodging the onslaught from their adversaries. She was unaware of who was launching the attacks, but the speed was formidable, and Ashuming appeared to be struggling to cope. Each time, she could feel the gust of wind as a shadow brushed past Ashuming. Throughout the ordeal, Ashuming refrained from retaliating. He knew that carrying Shishi made it impossible for him to fight back or maneuver effectively. Zheng Shishi could only cling tightly to Ashuming's neck, striving not to be thrown off. After several harrowing exchanges, she noticed Ashuming was gasping heavily, his pace dwindling. With a resounding bang, Ashuming failed to evade an attack and was knocked to the ground. Zheng Shishi was hurled away, tracing an arc through the air. Just as her face was about to meet the ground, Ashuming leaped to catch her, cradling her in his embrace, while he himself crashed down heavily, spilling a copious amount of blood from his wolf maw. "Xiao, are you all right? Don't frighten me," Zheng Shishi cried out, cradling Ashuming's wolf head in her lap, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks, splattering onto his face. It seemed her tears roused Ashuming, who had nearly succumbed to unconsciousness from a fall. In that fleeting moment of clarity, he beheld Zheng Shishi, her eyes brimming with tears, being lifted by a large hand and cast onto the nearby ground. Instantaneously, 3 beastmen, Ashuming's brothers, encircled Zheng Shishi. "What do you want? Stay away from me." "Ah!" she screamed, thrashing wildly. Mu Tuo seized her left ankle, yanking her back to their side. With a powerful grip, he pinned her hands above her head, positioning himself over her with nefarious intentions that in the distance. Ashuming was once again felled by a kick from Luoluo, yet he struggled to rise and draw nearer to Zheng Shishi. Luoluo's massive foot pressed down on Ashuming's back with such force that more blood erupted from his mouth, trickling down his chin. A human. Zheng Shishi's night vision was severely limited. However, having acclimatized to the darkness, she could now perceive Ashuming's dire plight not far away. Reflecting on how Ashuming had protected her all this time, willing to betray the Camus wolf clan and his kin for her sake, and how he had been empathetic to her feelings, she felt a surge of guilt for having schemed to manipulate him for her survival in this beastly realm. With a cry, she declared, "As long as you spare Ashuming and do not trouble him, I will not resist. I will go with you." Mu Tuo, who had initially intended to impose himself upon Zheng Shishi, abruptly halted, a mocking smile crossing his face, as if angered. Pleading for mercy is futile. He has betrayed us. He is incapable of protecting you. Even if we do not take you, you would be seized by another male. He is worthless. With that, Mu Tuo tore apart Zheng Shishi's pink camisole, leaving her clad in nothing but her small undergarment. Despite her utmost efforts, Zheng Shishi could not fend off Mu Tuo, whose salivating tongue caressed her skin with the fervor of a famished beast eager to devour its plump prey. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm her, she felt a sudden, disorienting whirl, her body being yanked backward as if caught in a tempest. And in the blink of an eye, she found herself enveloped in a cool embrace. The three brothers, Luda and Mu Tuo, had yet to comprehend what had transpired by the time they grasped the situation. Zheng Shishi had vanished. Amid the chaos, Ashuming seized the opportunity to flee deeper into the forest. "Xiao, and Xiao, please save him." Zheng Shishi urgently called out to the one holding her that a cool hand covered her mouth, and a calm voice, smooth and alluring, whispered in her ear, "He has already escaped amidst the turmoil. There is no need to worry about him." Bathed in the dim glow of the moonlight, soft beams filtered through the branches, allowing Zheng Shishi to finally see her rescuer. He was an ethereally beautiful figure. With red lips and white teeth, his elongated eyes resembling settings of rubies, his silvery hair cascaded, dancing gently in the wind. Were it not for his voice, one might easily mistake him for a stunning woman. Yet, Zheng Shishi realized she did not recognize this person. Why would he save her? Beastmen typically exhibited their ears and tails. Perhaps she could deduce his origins. Yes, she leaned forward to glimpse his tail. She was nearly struck dumb by the sight. Below his waist, he bore shimmering white scales, resembling a serpent's body. His massive serpent tail swayed rhythmically, propelling him forward. Suddenly, a memory flashed through her mind. A few days prior, she had rescued a gigantic silver python. Could it be that this beastman was that very python? Curiosity compelled her to gaze up at his face. Noticing her bewilderment, he chuckled softly. "Do you not remember me?" Little female, hearing his response, Zheng Shishi exhaled in relief. If it had been some unfamiliar beastman who had rescued her, she would have feared being seized again to serve as a breeding machine in this world where females were scarce. However, since it was this python who had come to her aid, she felt assured that he was merely repaying her life-saving kindness, sparing her from the anxiety of being forced to bear offspring by a stranger. After what felt like an eternity, they finally halted in a cave, seeking refuge from their journey. As they stepped inside, a gentle rain began to fall outside. The handsome serpent placed Zheng Shishi upon a bed of dry grass. The mountain night's chill was particularly biting, causing her to shudder as she wrapped her arms around herself. The pitch-black cave revealed no glimmers of light, and Zheng Shishi, who had always feared the dark, timidly called out, "Hey, where are you? I'm scared of the dark. Could you come a little closer?" "I am here," came the gentle voice, startling her with its proximity. He was so close that Zheng Shishi had not even realized he was beside her. The breath of his words brushing against her ear. "Thank you for saving me," she ventured, attempting to dispel the awkwardness. "You have saved me as well. Unfortunately, my abilities are insufficient to confront them. I could only choose to ambush and lead you to safety." The handsome serpent explained, "Soon, daybreak will arrive, and I shall procure a beast skin for you." As he spoke, Zheng Shishi felt a flush of embarrassment, recalling that she had been carried by him all this way without clothes. "I still don't know your name." "I'm Zheng Shishi," she introduced herself. Upon the conclusion of Zheng Shishi's words, she extended her right hand in a friendly gesture, wavering in the darkness. "My name is Bai Lin." The dawn gradually painted the sky with a pale hues. The light brightened enough for Zheng Shishi to perceive her surroundings. The exquisite serpent man, Bai Lin, who had been seated beside her, finally stirred, lifting her into his arms and striding towards the cave's entrance. Reflecting on the moments prior, Zheng Shishi had intended to break the awkwardness and amicably introduce herself to the second friend she had encountered in this beastly realm. Just as she extended her right hand, prepared to shake hands with the handsome serpent man Bai Lin, he mimicked the earlier encounter she had with Ashuming, grasping her hand and placing a chilling kiss upon her palm. She observed the intricacies of the four serpentine patterns entwined around the wrist of the serpent beast, a testament to his being a fourth-tier beastman, surpassing Ashuming in prowess. Bai Lin cradled Zheng Shishi within his embrace, swiftly ascending a robust tree with his serpent form lower half, carefully setting her upon a sturdy branch. He gestured for her to wait, then transformed into a grand white python, gliding into the depths of the nearby forest. To her surprise, he returned in less than 10 minutes, dragging along a colossal white-furred rabbit. This spectacle evoked a sense of wonder in Zheng Shishi. The creatures of this realm often dwarf their modern counterparts. Bai Lin shifted into a half-man, half-snake form, deftly using his sharp claws to skin and dismember the giant rabbit, before washing the meat in a nearby stream. The clean morsels were arranged upon a large leaf, while the pelts were torn into assorted sizes and neatly laid out on the riverbank to bask in the sun. Next, Bai Lin gathered a pile of dry twigs. Having completed these tasks, he returned to the tree, gently lowering Zheng Shishi to the riverbank. Noticing her curled up and self-consciously shielding herself, he pondered for a moment before fetching a large leaf, washing it clean, and wrapping it around her form. At last, Zheng Shishi was liberated to use her hands. Bai Lin produced 2 small black stones, striking them together to create sparks that ignited the dry twigs, skillfully skewering the cleaned meat on a freshly gathered branches to roast. Zheng Shishi marveled as she queried, "Bai Lin, where did you acquire the firestones? You are not only unafraid of fire, but can also roast meat. You are quite impressive." Upon hearing her praise, Bai Lin could not suppress the charming curve of his lips. That day, while I was shedding my skin, I transformed into my human form and ascended 2 tiers to the 4th tier, resulting in a rapid increase in size that caused me to become stuck during the shedding process. Had it not been for your timely assistance, I might have perished from exhaustion. I and our serpent kin, many succumb during shedding, for it is often our most vulnerable moment. As he spoke, Bai Lin offered her a skewer of roasted meat. Zheng Shishi eagerly gnawed on the skewer, listening to him while glancing up. Observing her relish the meal, with grease adorning the corners of her mouth, Bai Lin found her increasingly endearing. Zheng Shishi, captivated by Bai Lin's smile, which radiated warmth like spring, was so enchanted that she momentarily forgot to chew her food. Bai Lin continued, "After you departed that day, I lingered near the wolf tribe, occasionally sneaking in to watch you live alongside that Kumu wolf beastman from a distance. I emulated his care for you, hunting and preparing the game, learning to tear the meat into pieces for roasting. Although we beastmen possess a profound fear of fire, those of higher tiers can overcome this trepidation. Now that I am at the 4th tier, I am largely unafraid of fire. Previously, while hunting nearby, I stumbled upon a cave containing firestones akin to those held by the Kumu wolf. The firestones I had used for roasting meat were left with the Kumu wolf tribe. And when I went hunting for you, I took a detour back to the cave and retrieved 2 stones that I also gathered a wooden stake and some floral thread from the Yala king flower. Intending to craft you a leather garment once the pelt has dried, that as they conversed, Bai Lin meticulously arranged the grilled skewers of meat on a pristine leaf. He then produced a thicker wooden splinter from his pocket, resembling a needle. Threading a yellow string through the hole at the end of the splinter, he picked up a piece of sun-dried animal hide and began to sew garments. The sunlight cascaded down, illuminating the silver-haired youth before her, radiating brilliance. Zheng Shishi, seated nearby, savored the roasted meat while gazing at the clear sky, where the sun hung high and the azure expanse leisurely hosted a few drifting white clouds, creating a scene of utmost contentment. Just as Zheng Shishi was about to doze off, nestled within the warmth of the leaves, she was suddenly enveloped in Bai Lin's serpentine tail. Without hesitation, Bai Lin tore apart the leaves that shielded her modesty. Zheng Shishi attempted to resist, as Bai Lin insisted on dressing her in the animal hide he had fashioned. But this assertive creature simply coiled his tail around her hands and lifted them above her head. Personally adorning her with the completed attire, it consisted of a strapless top and a short skirt. The white rabbit fur was plush and soft, with the straps woven from pale yellow floral thread, and a small yellow flower intricately crafted at the junction to conceal any imperfections. The top fit snugly, perfectly accommodating her ample bosom, rivaling modern undergarments in allure. The skirt, playfully cut to mid-thigh, lent her an air of youthful charm. Zheng Shishi found herself enamored with the garment, twirling in delight. Perhaps overwhelmed with joy, she lost herself in the spinning and inadvertently stepped on a small stone, although it did not pierce her foot. The pain caused her to plop down on the ground, clutching her foot and crying out in distress. Observing her reaction, Bai Lin felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction at her enjoyment of his handiwork. He yearned to bring her even more joy. When Zheng Shishi suddenly twisted her ankle, Bai Lin swiftly wrapped his tail around her, cradling her little foot and gently caressing it. He berated himself for allowing her delicate foot to touch the ground, fearing it might be injured, lamenting his oversight in not crafting a pair of shoes. Promptly, he embraced the fragile female and set to work stitching together a pair of shoes. before Zheng Shishi's pain had fully subsided. Bai Fun had rapidly completed a pair of soft rabbit fur shoes. The exterior was adorned with beautiful fur, and the interior was equally plush, making them not only soft and comfortable, but also a perfect complement to her animal hide ensemble. At last, Zheng Shishi could walk freely. Having spent nearly 7 days in this beastly realm, she had been mostly carried by Ashuming, hardly walking at all, and felt as if she were on the verge of forgetting how to walk entirely. She mused, Bai Fun is truly considerate, not only teaching her to start a fire and roast meat, but also crafting beautiful garments. He is nothing short of a genius. These thoughts crossed her mind. She found herself voicing her admiration aloud, spinning in delight while holding Bai Fun's hand. Unbeknownst to her, she had effortlessly captured the heart of a handsome serpent. Zheng Shishi and Bai Fun frolicked for quite some time. Playing amidst the nearby wildflowers where clusters of small white and yellow blossoms, reminiscent of chamomile, bloomed abundantly. Under the afternoon sun, they danced in the gentle breeze, the temperature pleasantly mild. Zheng Shishi inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh air unmarred by gasoline. Feeling as exuberant as a little rabbit bounding through the grass. When weariness set in, she reclined among the blossoms, gazing up at the cerulean sky, her mind swirling with thoughts, back in the modern world. She often read novels where the female protagonist experienced love and heartache. She had once yearned for a chance to traverse into such a tale, dreaming of encountering a heroic figure worthy of her devotion. Yet, as time passed, the burdens of work and unfulfilling relationships rendered her numb, like a robot devoid of security. Now, having unexpectedly awoken in this beastly realm, she reflected upon the past week. She had met Ashuming and Bai Fun, experiencing both delightful and troubling events. Thankfully, every challenge had been surmounted, as if she were cloaked in the aura of a protagonist. She pondered Ashuming's whereabouts and his well-being, recalling how events had unfolded too swiftly, leaving them separated, uncertain if his injuries had healed. While Zheng Shishi was lost in her thoughts, Bai Fun silently lay opposite her, propped on his side, observing her pensive expression as it shifted from melancholy to worry. Unable to resist, he reached out with his long, slender fingers, yearning to smooth away her furrowed brow, but a sudden chill jolted Zheng Shishi back to reality. She smiled at Bai Fun, about to ask if they could search for Ashuming. When he preemptively spoke, "At dawn tomorrow, I will accompany you to find that Kuei Mu wolf beastman." Such a harmonious connection made Zheng Shishi's feelings for the beastman swell. Bai Fun emanated an aura of freedom, warmth, and understanding, as if he could read her thoughts. "Thank you, Bai Fun. You are truly kind to me," she expressed sincerely. This comforting sensation was something she had never experienced with Ashuming. She found herself unguarded around this serpent beast. Zheng Shishi basked in the warm sunlight, feeling the gentle breeze, and soon she drifted into slumber amidst the blossoms. The next day at dawn, Bai Fun and Zheng Shishi set forth on their quest to locate Ashuming. They had rested for a day and a night in a cave. If Ashuming were nearby, he should be able to track their scent. Zheng Shishi recalled that the Kuei Mu wolf beast possessed a keen sense of smell. Since Ashuming had yet to arrive, he may have ventured elsewhere in search of her or faced some misfortune. A nagging unease settled in her heart as she worried. They planned to investigate the nearest tribe for information. Conveniently heading south, aligning with the route Zheng Shishi had intended to escape with Ashuming. Perhaps he too would think to search in that direction. Human strides, after all, could not match the swiftness of beastmen, nor their endurance. Zheng Shishi felt fatigued, despite believing she was walking briskly, yet she had scarcely covered any distance that, in contrast, Bai Fun ambled leisurely beside her, his serpentine lower body swaying rhythmically. Curiosity got the better of Zheng Shishi, and she asked Bai Fun, "Can you transform into a bipedal beastman like Ashuming?" "Of course, but it is uncomfortable and inconvenient," Bai Fun replied, tousling his silk-like silver hair, which was utterly captivating, almost a temptation. Zheng Shishi couldn't help but internally lament how the heavens could allow such a serpent beastman to be so unfairly attractive. Noticing her enchanted gaze, Bai Fun smiled playfully. "Are you tired? Let me carry you. It will be faster, and we can reach our destination by evening." Without waiting for her consent, he swept her into his embrace and quickened the pace of his serpentine tail. Thus, they hastened toward the nearest tribe. Zheng Shishi nestled comfortably in Bai Fun's arms, akin to a small rabbit. Closing her eyes in blissful repose, as night fell, they arrived at the tribe of the Red Tiger. The beastmen of the Red Tiger tribe took the form of massive, short-haired orange tigers, adorned with evenly spaced swirling cloud patterns along their limbs, their muscular backs boasting smooth, robust lines, and their fur gleaming. Their faces appeared even more formidable than modern-day tigers, with broad jaws and sharp teeth protruding from their upper mandibles. Zheng Shishi could not suppress her astonishment, exclaiming, "Wow, is that not a saber-toothed tiger from the Quaternary Ice Age?" Her exclamation drew the attention of several tiger beastmen, their collective gaze causing her legs to weaken. She quickly ducked behind Bai Fun, peeking out shyly. "Who are you? What brings you to the Red Tiger tribe?" A voice, imbued with an imposing authority, approached them, a tiger beastman whose resonant tones reverberated like the tolling of a great bell. Zheng Shishi felt as though her ears might succumb to deafness. This beastman appeared remarkably robust, with 8 well-defined abdominal muscles, and the muscular contours of his arms and thighs bespoke immense power. A slender, elongated tiger tail swayed behind him. His piercing tiger eyes exuded an innate intimidation. Gazing down upon Bai Lin with a regal disdain, his countenance and the aura he radiated creating an atmosphere that kept others at bay. His strikingly handsome visage was marred by an austere demeanor, evoking a sense of fear and trepidation. "Red Tiger King," Bai Lin calmly acknowledged, offering a respectful nod. "We have come seeking information regarding a Kuei Mu Wolf Beastman." "Yes, a Kuei Mu Wolf Beastman named Ashuming." Zheng Shishi leaned forward, addressing the Red Tiger King from a short distance away. It was at this moment that the Red Tiger King took note of Zheng Shishi standing behind Bai Lin. His surprise evident as he exclaimed, "A female? Can a snake beastman truly have a female companion?" His astonishment was not unwarranted. In the eyes of most beastmen, snake beastmen rarely garnered the acceptance of warm-blooded females. Companionship was a rarity, and even the status of a guardian beast was often unattainable. The cold-blooded nature and eccentricity of snake beastmen made integration into the warm-blooded communities exceedingly challenging, even when reproduction was necessary. Snake beastmen typically mated with their own kind, with their females being comparatively scarce. However, the female in question did not appear to belong to the snake clan. Her scent was peculiar, indistinguishable from any beast tribe, yet unmistakably warm-blooded. Zheng Shishi, observing the Red Tiger King's bewildered expression, summoned her courage and interjected, "Well, the snake beastman, are we not entitled to companionship? He is my guardian beast." Her declaration was laced with ulterior motives. On one hand, she sought to defend Bai Lin against the condescending tone of the Red Tiger King, wishing to elevate Bai Lin's stature. On the other, by proclaiming Bai Lin as her guardian beast, she ensured his protection while warding off the advances of other beastmen. Upon hearing her words, both Bai Lin and the Red Tiger King were momentarily taken aback. Bai Lin's heart surged with excitement. Zheng Shishi had acknowledged him as her guardian beast. Did this signify a chance for him to become her mate? Zheng Shishi had yet to claim a guardian beast or a partner. He could potentially be the first. Was it truly possible for a female to harbor affection for a snake beast man? He had never heard of such a thing occurring. That a tumult of emotions surged within him, joy spilling forth inexpressibly, his expression as sweet as if he had tasted sugar. Meanwhile, the Red Tiger King mused, "This female, clearly intimidated by me, yet daring to step forward to defend the snake beast man and converse boldly. There was something intriguing about her. It was indeed rare to encounter a female willing to accept a cold-blooded beast man." "The Kuei Mu Wolf Beastman you seek has not visited the Red Tiger tribe," the Red Tiger King remarked, his tone softening as he regarded Zheng Shishi. Upon hearing that Ashuming had not arrived, disappointment washed over Zheng Shishi. How could it be? Had Ashuming not come this way? Was he perhaps too gravely injured? Might he have succumbed to his wounds? As these thoughts spiraled, tears threatened to spill from her eyes, and she grasped Bai Lin's hand, preparing to depart from the territory of the Red Tiger tribe. Bai Lin gently pulled her into his embrace, whispering soothingly in her ear, "Do not fret. his injuries are not life-threatening. The vitality and recuperative abilities of male beastmen are remarkably swift. He may simply be hiding somewhere to recover. Moving at a slower pace than us, he tenderly brushed away the tears that had begun to flow from Zheng Shishi's eyes. The night had fallen, and it was unsafe for a female to remain outdoors. "Let us stay within the Red Tiger tribe for tonight. We shall depart at dawn," the Red Tiger King suggested. Observing Zheng Shishi's distressed state, perhaps it was simply the instinctual nature of male beastmen to feel empathy for females, a responsibility woven into their very being. Bai Lin offered a respectful nod of gratitude to the Red Tiger King. Accepting his proposal to stay the night, Bai Lin and Zheng Shishi followed the Red Tiger King into the heart of the tribe. The surrounding Red Tiger beastmen parted to grant them passage. Bai Lin cradled Zheng Shishi as they traversed a small forest, pushing aside the dense, drooping vines that concealed the entrance to a cave. Before them lay a spacious cavern, leading into a dark and intricate network of tunnels. Flanked by numerous chambers of varying sizes, many beastmen resided within, and several caves housed pairs of male and female beastmen companions. They halted at the entrance of one such cave. The Red Tiger King gestured toward it, stating, "This cave shall serve as your temporary abode. I will reside in the cave adjacent to yours. Should you require anything, simply call for me." With that, he departed, retreating into his own cave to rest. Bai Lin and Zheng Shishi stepped into the cave, which was starkly empty. "Little Shishi, wait here while I gather some dry grass to make a bed for you," Bai Lin said, gently placing her on a clean patch of ground before venturing out to gather the necessary materials. Moments later, Bai Lin returned with a bundle of dry grass. Crafting a makeshift bed, he also brought back a few sweet peaches before heading out again to hunt for meat. Zheng Shishi lay upon the bed of grass, feeling an uncomfortable itch begin to spread across her skin. Soon, small welts erupted on her arms, likely an allergic reaction. Just as she began to scratch at her irritated skin, Bai Lin returned, carrying a large handful of leaves piled with roasted meat. Noticing the redness on Zheng Shishi's arms from her scratching, he set down his burden and embraced her. Inspecting her condition with concern, seeing the multitude of welts, Bai Lin's heart ached, and he gently stroked her arms. Without hesitation, Bai Lin carried Zheng Shishi to the cave of the Red Tiger King and inquired, "Is there a healer among you?" The Red Tiger King stepped forward, noticing the welts on Zheng Shishi's arms, and asked with genuine concern how it had happened. "I developed this from sleeping on the grass," Zheng Shishi replied. The Red Tiger King quickly led Bai Lin and Zheng Shishi to another cave, where an elderly male healer resided, stooped with age, his hair a mix of red and white. After examining Zheng Shishi's arms, the healer said, "It is nothing serious. I will provide you with some herbs. Have your companion chew them and apply them to your skin. Your skin is too delicate. Avoid sleeping on grass and use animal skins instead." Having obtained the herbs from the healer, the Red Tiger King also retrieved a piece of animal hide from his own cave, offering it to Zheng Shishi and Bai Lin. Bai Lin hesitated momentarily before accepting the animal hide. "I shall return it to you upon our departure tomorrow. Thank you." The Red Tiger King smiled dismissively and took his leave. Bai Lin spread the animal hide over the dry grass. Lifting Zheng Shishi to sit upon the makeshift bedding, he chewed the herbs in his mouth and applied them to her arms, a soothing coolness enveloping her skin, alleviating the itch. Zheng Shishi nestled comfortably in Bai Lin's embrace, feeling a tinge of shyness as she asked, "Little Bai, may I call you that? Back there, I spoke of you as my guardian beast without your consent. Would you be angry with me?" She buried her head into his chest, unable to meet his gaze. Bai Lin gently cupped her chin, lifting her face to meet his gaze. "Little Bai is a lovely name. I quite like it when you call me that. How about I call you Little Shir? Do you like that?" "I do," Zheng Shishi murmured, wrapping her arms around Bai Lin's waist. Bai Lin tenderly cradled her face, his eyes brimming with affection as he declared, "From the day you saved me, my life has belonged to you. Without you, I may not have survived to see this day. That I am truly overjoyed to be your guardian beast. I feared you might disdain me. As a cold-blooded beast man, it is rare for any female outside of the Snake clan to accept us. Your acceptance brings me immense happiness." Bai Lin lowered his head and bestowed a gentle, cool kiss upon Zheng Shishi's forehead. Observing Bai Lin's adorable demeanor, Zheng Shishi felt a surge of emotion within her and reciprocated with a large kiss on his forehead. With a smile, she remarked, "What of a cold-blooded beastman? Emotions transcend species." Zheng Shishi gazed earnestly at Bai Lin, articulating her thoughts with conviction. After all, she was a person of the 21st century. How could she possibly harbor any form of racial discrimination? It is indeed curious. When she first met Ashium Ming, Zheng Shishi had not allowed herself such indulgence in her feelings. Their interactions have been limited to embraces, devoid of any other intimate gestures. Yet Bai Lin made her feel particularly comfortable, igniting a desire for closeness with him. Last night, after enjoying roasted meat and fruit, Zheng Shishi and Bai Lin had succumbed to fatigue and fallen asleep in each other's arms. Bai Lin wrapped her in animal hides, holding her as they slept. Given Bai Lin's notably low body temperature, he refrained from directly enveloping Zheng Shishi in his embrace, fearful of chilling her on the following morning. Bai Lin offered her warmed water to drink. Once she had finished, he informed her, "The Red Tiger King has gone out early to patrol with the tribe, claiming he would search for any trace of Ashium Ming nearby. I shall take you out for barbecued meat while we await their news." Although the red tiger's sense of smell is not as keen as that of the Kimu wolf, it is still significantly sharper than mine. Bai Lin carried Zheng Shishi out of the cave and into a clearing in the forest, beside which flowed a small, babbling brook. Several male beastmen were gathered around their female companions, using the stream's water to groom their fur. Bai Lin set Zheng Shishi down on the shore, intending to comb her hair, but she preferred to wash instead. She requested Bai Lin to carry her to a secluded pond away from the beastmen. This pond was not very large nor deep. Standing in it, the water reached Zheng Shishi's waist. She shed her animal hide clothing and stepped into the water to bathe and wash her hair. Previously, during her time with the Kimu wolf tribe, Ashuming had accompanied her to bathe by the river. However, it had been 3 days since her last wash, which had occurred the day before her escape with Ashuming. Even without much perspiration, she felt unbearably dirty. Zheng Shishi asked Bai Lin to wait for her on the shore, but when she turned around, he had vanished from sight. Upon regaining her awareness, she found herself enveloped in his embrace. In his half-serpent form, Bai Lin held her closely against his bare body, causing Zheng Shishi to freeze in surprise. Quickly, she pushed against his chest and exclaimed, "You rogue serpent! What are you doing here while I bathe?" Her attempts to shove him away only splashed water around, obscuring her vision with droplets. "Be still. I shall wash your hair," Bai Lin soothed, gently patting her back as he positioned her to sit on his submerged serpent tail. Tenderly tending to her hair, he meticulously separated each strand, contrasting the luster and smoothness of her hair with that of the beastman's fur. Her mid-length black hair was fraught with split ends. Bai Lin embraced her from behind, resting his chin on her left shoulder, inhaling deeply and sighing, "How fragrant! Little Shur, allow me to hold you for a moment." Zheng Shishi believed Bai Lin had dozed off while holding her. An irritating sensation tickled her ear. Turning her head, she found Bai Lin gazing at her with eyes full of desire. His long, slender serpent tongue playfully danced towards her ear. Zheng Shishi pushed against his chin, leaning against his chest while playfully saying, "Oh, stop it, little Bai, that tickles." As she squirmed to escape the teasing of his serpent tongue, Bai Lin only tightened his embrace. "Little Shur, shall we bond as mates?" Before Zheng Shishi could respond, Bai Lin, seemingly fearful of her rejection, pulled her closer and kissed her lips. The silky touch of his serpent tongue caused her to emit soft whimpers. Bai Lin's hands roamed over her body, eliciting a swift reaction from her. Just as Zheng Shishi felt herself on the brink of breathlessness, Bai Lin finally ceased the deep kiss. The connection between their tongues left behind a delicate strand of saliva. Reminiscent of a severed lotus root, a distant tiger roar snapped them back to the present. Zheng Shishi gently pushed Bai Lin away, gasping for breath, her voice sweetly imploring, "Could it be that the Red Tiger King has returned? Let us see if there is any news regarding Ashu." Bai Lin smiled and embraced her. "Very well. I shall heed little Shur's wishes." Upon reaching the cave's entrance, they found the Red Tiger King gnawing on a large piece of raw meat. Spotting them, he generously tossed a chunk of meat their way. Bai Lin skillfully ignited a fire on the adjacent ground to roast the meat. Many nearby beastmen, frightened, retreated to a safe distance to eat, their low beast rank rendering them unable to quell their fear of fire. The Red Tiger King remained unfazed, merely glancing at them without comment. From this, one could surmise that the Red Tiger King was certainly not of a lower beast rank than Bai Lin. As the king of the Red Tiger tribe, his prowess was undoubtedly formidable. During today's patrol, we expanded our search for the Kimu wolf beastman you mentioned, but found no traces that I have dispatched others to search further afield. They will likely return by tomorrow. You may wish to stay a few more days, the Red Tiger King said between bites. Thank you, Zheng Shishi replied, somewhat disheartened as she sat to the side. Nevertheless, she sincerely expressed her gratitude to the Red Tiger King. After all, they were strangers, yet he had kindly taken her in and assisted in the search for Ashuming. Just as Zheng Shishi was about to rise and approach Bai Lin's roasting fire, she heard the Red Tiger King's warning. Be careful. By the time Zheng Shishi reacted, she felt something heavy pressing down on her. The Red Tiger King had shielded her head, positioning himself in front of her. A few brown, spiky fruits had fallen at her feet. It turned out they had been conversing beneath a spiky fruit tree, and the ripe fruits, loosened by a gust of wind, had fallen toward her. The suddenness of the incident left Bai Lin, several meters away, momentarily stunned. The Red Tiger King firmly protected Zheng Shishi, blocking the falling fruits with his body. Bai Lin hurried over to check if Zheng Shishi was unharmed. She reassured him, I'm fine, then turned to examine the Red Tiger King's arm. That a small red spot of blood had appeared below his shoulder, oozing slightly to... I'm fine, the Red Tiger King stammered, feeling his face flush and his heart race. Even bleeding and still claiming to be fine, he thought, surely a thorn must be lodged within. It must be removed. Without further ado, Zheng Shishi grasped the Red Tiger King's arm and led him into the cave. Despite his imposing size, the Red Tiger King obediently followed her into the cave. Zheng Shishi instructed him to sit on an animal hide while she retrieved a wooden thorn that Bai Lin had used for stitching. She leaned over the Red Tiger King's shoulder, carefully extracting the thorn. Unbeknownst to her, the Red Tiger King displayed no outward emotion, yet internally he was utterly enraptured. Thoughts raced through his mind. She is holding my arm. Her touch is so warm and soft. I long to envelop her delicate hand within my own. This female was so gentle, unlike the fierce temperament typically associated with females of his tribe. Her tender concern as she helped him remove the thorn left him flustered, his heart racing as if it might leap from his chest. Little did he know that this solitary king of the Red Tiger tribe had never before interacted with a female. He had never been particularly concerned with matters of mating, focused solely on strengthening the Red Tiger tribe. Yet now, receiving such gentle care and attention from a female stirred feelings within him that he had never experienced before. Like a stone cast into still waters, creating ripples of excitement. All done. For the next few days, be cautious not to dirty the wound and avoid water, or it may become infected. Zheng Shishi massaged her sore neck. Addressing Qi Huang. Noticing that Qi Huang was lost in thought, she called out to him several times. Qi Huang. Qi Huang. It was only after she repeated his name twice that he snapped back to reality, saying, Do not call me Qi Huang anymore. I am Qi Luoluo. Qi Luoluo. Upon hearing this name, Zheng Shishi could not help but laugh. It was rather amusing that someone would be called Qi Luoluo. As she laughed until she could hardly breathe, Bai Lin returned. Bai Lin tossed some herbs he had collected from the old shaman to Qi Huang, Qi Luoluo, and upon seeing Zheng Shishi's joyous demeanor, he inquired about the reason for her laughter. Feeling somewhat embarrassed to explain, knowing they might not comprehend, she suppressed her mirth and said to Qi Luoluo, Hee, I am Zheng Shishi. Thus, Bai Lin, Zheng Shishi, and Qi Luoluo officially became good friends. After Zheng Shishi helped Qi Luoluo tend to his wounds, she urged Bai Lin to take her back to the tree where the incident had occurred. Qi Luoluo followed along. Zheng Shishi recalled that when she had caught a glimpse of the prickly fruit earlier, it resembled modern-day chestnuts. Since this place had watermelons and peaches, it was possible that chestnuts could also be found. Crouching beneath the tree, she used a stick to prod at the prickly fruit on the ground. Bai Lin and Qi Luoluo alternated between watching her and glancing up at the prickly fruit tree, cautious of any falling fruits. It seems like it is, yet it also seems like it is not. Zheng Shishi mumbled to herself. Hearing this, Bai Lin and Qi Luoluo crouched down beside her. They marveled as they collectively poked open a few prickly fruits with the stick, revealing the brown, hard-shelled, edible parts inside. How did you discover that there would be fruit inside? Bai Lin asked, his eyes filled with curiosity. This peculiar item was ubiquitous, and he typically used it to scratch the scales of his kind. If it were to fall on him, he certainly wouldn't have been injured like Qi Huang. Zheng Shishi replied cheerfully. Where I used to live, there were similar trees and fruits, though not as large as these. However, the fruits are delicious whether eaten raw or cooked. As she spoke. Zheng Shishi picked one up, preparing to peel off the skin to taste the flesh inside. Luoluo snatched the fruit from her hand before she could pop it in her mouth. Allow me to taste it first. If it is not poisonous, you may eat it. He then chewed it thoroughly and swallowed. Observing Luoluo nearly choke, his face reddening, Zheng Shishi quickly patted his back to help him breathe. Amused, she remarked, you need to peel off another layer of skin before eating this. The three of them spent a considerable amount of time beneath the tree, engaging in casual conversation. After Luoluo had finished eating without any adverse effects, Zheng Shishi called on Bai Lin to help her pick more prickly fruits from the tree. Luoluo watched Zheng Shishi, directing Bai Lin in this task, feeling a strong desire to impress her. The moment when Zheng Shishi had helped him remove the thorns had already melted his heart, and he realized he had developed feelings for her, but he believed that if the serpent beast could be accepted, then as a second-tier orc he was undoubtedly more qualified to be Zheng Shishi's partner. Moreover, the serpent beast was merely a guardian beast at present. With newfound confidence, Luoluo swiftly leaped up the prickly fruit tree. In no time, the ground was littered with the prickly fruits picked by Bai Lin and Luoluo. However, without Bai Lin's scaly protection, Luoluo ended up with numerous pricks on his hands and arms. The trio then spent a long time at the base of the tree peeling away the prickly exteriors, filling several large leaves with the hard brown fruits. Zheng Shishi inquired if Luoluo had a container to hold water for boiling the fruits. But he shook his head in confusion. After contemplating for a moment, she asked, can you hollow out a stone? Luoluo thought for a while and nodded, yet he still looked perplexed. Take me to find a stone, about this size, and help me hollow out the center. Zheng Shishi gestured as she spoke. Luoluo signaled for her to follow him to search for the type of large stone she described. Bai Lin set down the prickly fruits he was holding and decided to join them. After all, as a guardian beast, his primary duty was to protect Zheng Shishi. Moreover, he was concerned about leaving her alone with Qi Huang. He could sense that Qi Huang harbored feelings for Zheng Shishi. Otherwise, why would he put in so much effort to assist her? I can take her. My beast rank is higher than yours, and I can protect her well. You stay here and await news. The orcs I dispatch will be returning shortly. Luoluo asserted to Bai Lin. In truth, he had his own ulterior motives, as this would provide him an opportunity to spend time alone with Zheng Shishi. After considering this, Zheng Shishi agreed, realizing that news about Ashium Ming was of utmost importance. She turned to Bai Lin and said, Little Bai, please wait here for news about Ashium Ming. We will return shortly. Bai Lin dared not refuse. Even though he wished to decline, he understood that if he did not remain to await news, Zheng Shishi would not feel at ease and might perceive his refusal as a negative gesture. If Zheng Shishi were to dislike him, it would be quite unfortunate. After a moment's reflection, Bai Lin continued to squat beneath the tree, silently peeling the prickly fruits to vent his frustration. Zheng Shishi followed Qi Huang for quite a distance. Entering a primitive forest, suddenly she stumbled, losing her balance and nearly colliding with Luoluo's back. Upon hearing Zheng Shishi's cry, Luoluo swiftly turned around and caught her, preventing her from falling. Instinctively, Zheng Shishi wrapped her arms around Luoluo's waist to maintain her balance. Her face pressed against his chiseled abdomen, her chest brushing against the fur around his waist. Then she felt something hard press against her, and she awkwardly froze, too embarrassed to move. Realizing what had happened, Chivo lifted Zheng Shishi onto his shoulder, saying, The path is treacherous. Let us return before nightfall. Zheng Shishi made no objections, obediently sitting on his shoulder, her heart racing. With his powerful strides, Luoluo swiftly arrived at a rocky mountain range. The sun was setting, casting a warm glow over the rocks, which sparkled with reflected light, creating a stunning vista. Bathed in the last rays of sunlight, surrounded by gently swaying trees and vibrant red clouds. The scene resembled a beautiful oil painting that I end this picturesque tableau. The towering figure of the Qi Hu beastman carried a girl clad in a white fur skirt, her long hair flowing gracefully. An enchanting sight. Zheng Shishi requested Luoluo to set her down, explaining that she needed a larger stone without cracks. In response, Luoluo transformed his hand into a beastly claw, producing a sound akin to tearing fabric as a large stone, as she had described, appeared before her. His claws were sharper than any blade, far more effective. As Zheng Shishi marveled at Luoluo's prowess, she instructed him to hollow out a circular shape in the stone, ensuring that the base and surrounding thickness remained as thin as possible without breaking. Luoluo diligently followed her gestures, and together they crafted a large stone pot just before nightfall. Zheng Shishi beamed at Luoluo, giving him a thumbs up. Seeing this gesture, a puzzled Luoluo asked, "What does this mean?" He imitated her by raising his own thumb. Zheng Shishi explained that it signified something remarkable and impressive. Hearing this, Luoluo's smile broadened, thinking that the female acknowledged him as the greatest. The strongest males would always be favored by females. Did this mean he could now become Zheng Shishi's guardian beast? Determined, Luoluo gathered a handful of small flowers nearby and presented them to Zheng Shishi with a serious expression, asking, "May I be your guardian beast and become your partner?" Zheng Shishi was rendered speechless by Luoluo's confession. This enchanting scene, infused with the essence of love confession, echoed her long-held desire for a romantic gesture from her former partner, a yearning now fulfilled in the beastly realm. However, she found herself preoccupied with the need to locate Axium Ming before addressing anything else. While Zheng Shishi held no animosity towards Luoluo, her affections did not extend particularly far either, compelling her to decline his advances with gentle reluctance. In contrast, Luoluo exuded a certain masculine allure that was impossible to ignore. Zheng Shishi recognized that her words might sting, yet her thoughts were still clouded by her unresolved feelings for Axium Ming, and the unexpected emergence of Bai Lin only added to her turmoil. The prospect of juggling the affections of two suitors was already overwhelming. The thought of a third contender was simply vexing. Nevertheless, she accepted the bouquet with a sweet thank you, seeking to sidestep any further awkwardness. Luoluo, respecting her wishes, fell silent and transformed into a red tiger, escorting Zheng Shishi back to the Red Tiger tribe. Upon their return, Zheng Shishi and Luoluo were greeted by a throng of beastmen gathered at the cave entrance. They hastily set down the large stone pot and rushed inside, where they spotted a weary red tiger beastman carrying another beastman on his back. It was Axium Ming, as he was laid gently on the ground. Zheng Shishi rushed over, embracing Axium Ming and calling out, "Xiao, what happened to you?" Her heart sank as she beheld the injuries marring Axium Ming's beastly form, with countless gashes resembling blade marks crisscrossing his chest and back. There were also several gruesome bite wounds, the vivid red impressions stark against his fur. Yet despite his pain, Axium Ming clutched a piece of pink fabric tightly in his hand. The sight only deepened her sorrow, and tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. She tenderly patted his face, calling his name in hopes of rousing him from unconsciousness. The fear of losing him, of him never waking again, gnawed at her insides. Axium Ming had been the first to meet her in this beastly world, always caring for her and aiding her. As her tears fell upon his face, Axium Ming stirred slightly, his eyes fluttering open to meet Zheng Shishi's tear-streaked visage. With great effort, he lifted a hand to caress her face, his voice filled with regret as he murmured, "Shishi, I'm sorry for making you cry." With that, he succumbed to unconsciousness once more. "Shao Bai, please help me carry him into the cave." Qi summoned the shaman to the cave immediately. Zheng Shishi implored, her panic evident in a way that none of them had witnessed before, hastily following her orders. "It's all right. He just needs to rest, and he'll recover." The shaman reassured her. He must have been ambushed by the Komu wolf pack. Those bite marks are characteristic of wolf beasts. I will come daily to change his bandages. His physique is robust, being a fourth-tier beastman. All beastmen of that rank possess the ability to heal from injuries, and the higher the rank, the swifter the recovery. With his wounds, he should be back to full health in about 10 days. Zheng Shishi expressed her gratitude to the shaman, gazing at Axium Ming, whose body was smeared with black herbal ointment. her heart aching for him. What trials had he endured, bearing such scars? Luoluo stood at the cave entrance, and Zheng Shishi quickly invited him in, inquiring, "What did the person you dispatched report?" Earlier, she had asked Luoluo to inquire about the beastman who had been sent to rescue Axium Ming. My kin found him not far from the Camu wolf tribe's territory. In a forest, he was engaged in battle with two Camu wolf beasts that it seems he was attempting to retrieve this pink object when he was discovered and surrounded. My kin were uncertain if he was the one you were searching for and merely observed the fight. They overheard the two Camu wolf beasts calling him Axium Ming, which confirmed his identity. By the time they intervened, he was gravely injured, nearly unable to fend off the attacks. Taking advantage of the wolves' momentary lapse, my kin managed to launch a surprise attack and rescue him. Luoluo's account was delivered in a matter-of-fact manner, yet Zheng Shishi understood the perilous situation Axium Ming had faced. Those two Camu wolf beasts must have been among the formidable Ruda brothers. At the time, Axium Ming had only been a 5th-tier beastman, significantly outmatched by the two 4th-tier beasts. To return alive after battling two opponents was a remarkable feat, and he had even managed to ascend to the 4th tier amid such life-threatening circumstances. For the next 4 days, Axium Ming remained in a deep slumber, showing no signs of awakening. The cave contained only a single bee-skin bed for him to rest upon, as the weather grew increasingly warm. Zheng Shishi found solace in snuggling with Bai Lin, the temperature just right. Since their candid exchange at the waterhole, their bond had deepened significantly. During these days, Zheng Shishi taught Luoluo and Bai Lin how to utilize the stone pot for cooking, as well as how to boil water for drinking. However, it seemed most beastmen were disinterested, having been raised on raw food and without the need for hot beverages. Zheng Shishi also discovered that when the thorny fruit was boiled and its tough brown shell removed, it had a texture reminiscent of potatoes and sweet potatoes, but not quite like chestnuts. Nonetheless, it was a welcome addition to her diet, alleviating her reliance on roasted meat alone. Luoluo shared the preparation method with his tribe, offering samples of the cooked thorny fruit, which were met with approval from many of the females, prompting their beastmen to venture out and gather more. This, however, proved to be a challenge for the males, who faced either the risk of thorns or the dangers of fire. On the 5th night, Axium Ming finally stirred, as the deep night enveloped them. Zheng Shishi remained nestled in Bai Lin's arms, sleeping soundly. Blissfully unaware of Axium Ming's awakening, he sat up on the bee-skin bed, his luminous green eyes scanning the surroundings. Initially, he believed he had been captured by his two brothers and imprisoned within the Camu wolf tribe. Upon noticing the large white snake curled around the person he longed for, he feared that Shishi had been seized by the serpent beast. But as he approached, he realized that Shishi and the serpent beastman were entwined in slumber. Axium Ming felt as though his heart were fracturing, the suffocating pain eclipsing even his physical wounds. Leaving him breathless, he yearned to possess Shishi entirely, refusing to allow any other male to touch his beloved female. Such intense possessiveness had been a struggle for him to suppress, fearing that it might frighten Zheng Shishi. Yet when he heard her express her willingness to gradually accept him, an unprecedented sense of fulfillment washed over him. He had been prepared to face death on the day of his escape, willing to perish alongside Shishi if necessary. But now, as he gazed upon her entwined with the snake beastman, he couldn't help but wonder if they had already mated during his absence. This thought increasingly entrenched itself in the mind of Ashuming. As they became separated, he was consumed by the fear of never seeing Zheng Shishi again, terrified that she might be subjected to torment. He searched diligently for an extended period, yet he could not locate her. Ultimately, he resolved to return to the site of the incident, hoping to gather fragments of Zheng Shishi's clothing to alleviate his yearning. However, he was discovered by his two elder brothers, narrowly escaping death. Ashuming's mind was a cacophony of turmoil, enduring waves of pain in his heart. Transforming into his wolf beast form, he burst forth from a cave, racing madly through the forest until exhaustion overcame him as dawn approached. Thoughts of Zheng Shishi lingered in his mind, and he yearned to hear her explanation. He returned to the cave's entrance, curling up and sorrowfully gazing at the sky. By the time Zheng Shishi awoke, the day had brightened considerably. In the beast realm, time was nebulous. Typically, beings were active during the day and rested at night, eating when hunger struck. Upon discovering Ashuming's absence from the bed, Zheng Shishi joyfully called out for him. Finding no trace of him within the cave, she hurriedly instructed Bai Lin to carry her out in search of Ashuming. As they reached the cave's mouth, they spotted Ashuming in his beast form, lost in thought, staring blankly at the sky. Zheng Shishi gestured for Bai Lin to set her down nearby, asking him to prepare some meat soup. She then quietly approached Ashuming and sat beside him, gently stroking his head as one might with a beloved pet. Ashuming merely glanced at Zheng Shishi before returning to his stupor. Zheng Shishi continued to caress his fur, accompanying him in silence. His coat no longer shimmered with its previous luster, appearing somewhat disheveled and lacking in vitality. It was likely a consequence of his injuries, and Zheng Shishi felt a renewed pang of sympathy for him, resolving that he should be well fed in the days to come. "What are you thinking about, Xiao?" Ashuming did not respond, merely emitting a whimper before lapsing back into silence. This continued until Bai Lin arrived with a stone bowl brimming with meat soup. Yet Ashuming remained unresponsive. Zheng Shishi, feeling helpless, accepted the bowl and placed it before him, urging him to eat in order to recover swiftly. However, Ashuming did not even glance at it, leaving her perplexed about his state. Initially, she had felt immense joy upon discovering Ashuming awake. Yet witnessing his current demeanor weighed heavily on her heart, prompting her to sit silently beside him. In truth, Zheng Shishi was at a loss for what to do, ultimately choosing to remain with Ashuming. She pondered various reasons for his behavior. Was it the loss of his family and kin, or some other form of distress? They sat in quietude for much of the day, and Bai Lin, observing their plight, discreetly withdrew. It hurts. After sitting in one position for too long, Zheng Shishi's leg cramped painfully, prompting her startled exclamation. This brought Ashuming's awareness back to her, observing her contorted features. He immediately reverted to his human form, enveloping her in his embrace and using his warm hands to massage her cramped calf. Seeing Ashuming finally react lifted Zheng Shishi's spirits, and she turned to him, expressing her grievances. "It's all your fault. You ignored me, and I didn't know what to do but sit here with you, which led to my cramp." Humph. Pouting, she gazed up at Ashuming, her eyes filled with a sense of injustice. Ashuming ceased his ministrations, tenderly caressing her cheek, his eyes brimming with affection. Zheng Shishi wrapped her arms around his neck, planting a soft kiss on his lips. Since her time with Bai Lin, Zheng Shishi had gradually come to appreciate the beastmen, recognizing their emotions and way of life were akin to those of humans. Perhaps she would remain in the beast realm for her entire life. Was she destined to be alone forever? Such a notion seemed unrealistic, as she knew she could not survive on her own. Additionally, her arrival in the beast realm must signify that she was meant to experience something significant, serving as the primary reason for her transmigration. With this realization, Zheng Shishi felt a sense of acceptance wash over her. She resolved to embrace both Ashuming and Bai Lin, acknowledging her affection for Ashuming. She gazed at Ashuming. However, she noted the serious expression on his face, which was not the joyful or bashful reaction she had anticipated. Instead, she felt that his gaze was piercing, that a sense of trepidation gripped her as she swallowed hard, attempting to discreetly slip away from him. But the moment she moved, Ashuming pulled her back into his embrace, leaning down to kiss her. The kiss was long and fervent, Ashuming's agile tongue probing her mouth, entangling with hers as if he wished to consume her entirely. As the kiss intensified, the air in Zheng Shishi's lungs dwindled, causing her head to spin from lack of oxygen. She gently pushed against Ashuming, hoping he would notice and release her for a breath. Yet, to her dismay, he seemed oblivious, tightening his hold and kissing her with even greater fervor, almost painfully so. Zheng Shishi began to push harder against his chest, emitting muffled sounds in an attempt to alert him to her predicament. Strangely, the more she struggled, the more fervently he kissed her. Ashuming even grasped her hands, while the other hand tightened around her neck. Zheng Shishi felt the last remnants of air and breath being mercilessly stripped from her. As Ashuming's grip on her neck gradually tightened, her face flushed, her eyes fluttering closed, and her surroundings faded away. She could neither hear nor perceive her environment, her voice silenced, her body growing weak and limp, as if she were on the verge of death. Why? Why was Ashuming trying to suffocate her? In the moments before losing consciousness, Zheng Shishi pondered these questions, Was she to perish in this gentle embrace? How ironic, she thought, to have traversed realms only to die so swiftly. This manner of demise felt utterly disgraceful. "Release her." A thunderous voice accompanied a flash of crimson light, sending Ashuming hurtling away, crashing against a large tree at the cave's entrance, where he fell to the ground, spewing a copious amount of blood. Ashuming was certain that this beastman before him was far superior in strength. Had he wished, that blow could have easily resulted in Ashuming's immediate demise rather than merely causing him to bleed. "Isn't this female your mate? Do you intend to kill her?" Ashuming cast a glance at Zheng Shishi, who had already succumbed to unconsciousness in Luoluo's arms, offering a bitter smile. He had intended to leave Shishi behind. But he was consumed by hatred. He could not let go. He loathed Zheng Shishi for her perceived callousness, for turning to embrace another beastman so readily. He longed to possess her entirely. Yet he understood that in the beast realm, a female typically had only one male partner, which seemed nearly impossible. He did not wish for Zheng Shishi to belong solely to him, but he yearned to be her first male, the one she favored, the one she cherished. This thought alone provided him with a semblance of solace. He fantasized about having Zheng Shishi die in his arms, allowing him to devour every inch of her skin and flesh, ensuring she would forever reside within him, belonging solely to him, never to be taken away. Then he would meet his end, accompanying Shishi into oblivion. Alas, his plans had been thwarted. This Chi-Hu beastman had ruined everything. Ashuming remained silent in response to Luoluo's inquiries, sitting beneath the tree with his head bowed, lost in thought. Luoluo, witnessing Zheng Shishi's continued unconsciousness, felt a surge of concern and hurried off in search of a shaman. Along the way, he swiftly dispatched clan members to summon Bai Lin, while also sending others to apprehend Ashuming in the beast realm. Regardless of the tribe or clan, females were regarded as the most cherished existence. To harbor intentions of harming a female was considered the gravest of offenses, punishable by death. This Kumu wolf beastman, despite being Shishi's mate, had severely harmed her and thus lost the right to protect her. When Zheng Shishi finally awoke, her eyes met the concerned faces of Bai Lin and Luoluo, causing her to recoil in fright and cry out, retreating while waving her hands. "Don't come closer! Don't come closer!" She had been startled, but upon awakening, she was unharmed. The shaman, aged and frail, spoke slowly of Zheng Shishi's condition. Bai Lin and Luoluo believed that Zheng Shishi's fear and cries were a result of the trauma she experienced when nearly being killed. In a fit of anger, Luoluo stormed out in search of Ashuming. Bai Lin embraced Zheng Shishi, gently patting her back in a soothing manner. "Do not fear. Do not fear. It is my fault. I did not protect you well enough. That it is over now. It is over." Bai Lin's words were always so reassuring, as if imbued with magic, instantly calming Zheng Shishi. Regaining her composure, Zheng Shishi clung to Bai Lin, sobbing uncontrollably. Her sadness was not born of fear, but of grief over Ashuming's sudden transformation. It was truly terrifying. She had only wished to accept him. Bang! Just as Zheng Shishi's cries had exhausted her, a tremendous noise erupted from outside the cave. She stopped crying, her mind racing back to the image of Luoluo shaking his fist before he left. A sense of dread filled her. Could Luoluo be seeking out Ashuming? Knowing the rules of the beast world, she urgently implored Bai Lin to carry her outside for a glimpse. Upon exiting the cave, they beheld Ashuming lying motionless on the ground, his body marred with fresh wounds mingled with old, unhealed scars, appearing on the brink of death. Zheng Shishi's heart sank in shock. And no matter how poorly Ashuming had treated her, it was her responsibility to resolve their issues. She could not allow anyone else to harm him. After all, Ashuming was someone she cared for deeply in this beastly realm. Do not strike him," Zheng Shishi called out from the safety of Bai Lin's embrace, causing Luoluo to halt his foot mid-kick. Ashuming had been beaten back into his beast form. Zheng Shishi quickly descended from Bai Lin's arms and rushed to Ashuming's side to assess his condition. Yet, as she drew near, Ashuming lunged at her, attempting to bite. Luoluo delivered a powerful kick, sending Ashuming sprawling several meters away. Zheng Shishi stood frozen in shock, utterly bewildered by Ashuming's intent to harm her. Bai Lin, though not as powerful as Luoluo, hurried to Zheng Shishi's side, holding her tightly in fear of the unfolding chaos. This Kuamu wolf beast has gone mad. He must be slain, Luoluo growled, clenching his fists in anger. He had witnessed Zheng Shishi and Ashuming in a tender embrace. And although he had felt a pang of sadness, he had been unable to move, realizing only too late that he needed to intervene. Ashuming, bloodied and battered, struggled to rise, transforming back into his beastman form. When he lifted his head, tears streamed down his face as he rasped, "You never accepted me from the beginning. Why pretend to care for me?" Before Zheng Shishi could respond, Bai Lin, who had remained uninvolved in their relationship, was overtaken by fury. He entrusted Zheng Shishi to Luoluo and stepped boldly before Ashuming. "You have gone too far. You have harmed Shishi, a Esser guardian beast. I have every right to teach you a lesson." Bai Lin's serpentine tail lashed out with the speed of a whip, striking Ashuming's body. Though Ashuming was of the same beast rank as Bai Lin, his injuries rendered him vulnerable. He could not evade the swift strikes of Bai Lin's tail, sustaining further injuries that forced blood from his mouth. Zheng Shishi watched in horror, fearing that Bai Lin might inadvertently kill Ashuming, and urgently called for him to stop. Bai Lin ceased his assault. So it is true," Ashuming sneered, wiping the blood from his lips. Bai Lin's cold words followed. "Indeed, I am her guardian beast. Just days ago, by the waterhole, she confided to me her wish to await your return. She longed for the day we could all live together harmoniously. Were it not for her plea to the Beast King to seek you out, do you truly believe you would have lived to see her again?" Bai Lin had been reluctant to reveal this, but silence would only lead to misunderstandings. He could not bear to see Shishi suffer. His words detonated like a bombshell. Ashuming froze, then broke into a haunting laugh that grew louder and more desperate. "Three of us, ha ha ha." Ashuming knelt, trembling as he buried his face in his hands, tears streaming through his fingers onto the parched earth below. Bai Lin ignored Ashuming's turmoil and stood at a distance, recounting in detail Zheng Shishi's desperate journey to find him, the sadness etched on her face upon discovering his injuries. Each moment of concern for him was vividly etched in Bai Lin's memory. Sometimes he even envied Ashuming for being so cherished by Shishi. After a lengthy pause, Bai Lin's narrative drew to a close. Ashuming bowed his head, recalling the moment he nearly strangled Shishi and her relentless wait for him. He remembered her plea for assistance in locating him. A whirlwind of emotions surged within him. Pain mingled with joy, as his heart, once hollow, felt as if filled with cotton candy. His feelings soared and plummeted like a roller coaster. It dawned on him that Shishi's kiss had been her way of accepting him as her partner. She had been searching for him all along, never giving up. She genuinely cared for his well-being. Regret washed over him. He had ruined everything. Ashuming staggered toward Zheng Shishi, reaching out to embrace her. But Luoluo stepped back protectively, shielding her in his arms and forbidding Ashuming from coming closer. Ashuming withdrew his hand, gazing softly into Zheng Shishi's eyes as he apologized. "I am sorry. It was my fault. I should not have harmed you. I misunderstood you. Please grant me a chance to atone. Do not forsake me, for you are all I have." Zheng Shishi nestled deeper into Luoluo's embrace, feeling a twinge of fear. She had never imagined Ashuming harbored such lethal intent toward her, and now she dared not approach him. She feared that he might suddenly shift again, ready to strike. Her fear pierced Ashuming's heart deeply. His gaze grew increasingly sorrowful as he looked at her, while she felt only discomfort. Bai Lin stepped forward, placing himself firmly between Zheng Shishi and Ashuming, casting a cold glare at the latter. Zheng Shishi tugged at Bai Lin's arm from behind. He turned to face her, and she extended her hand, silently requesting him to hold her. Luoluo was reluctant to relinquish her, but ultimately passed Zheng Shishi to Bai Lin. The coolness of Bai Lin's embrace offered Zheng Shishi a sense of comfort and security that she desperately needed. "Shao Bai, let us return. I am wearied. We shall handle our family matters ourselves. Let him follow us into the cave." Her heart softened at the sight of Ashuming's wounded expression, and she could not bear it any longer. Inside the cave, Bai Lin settled Zheng Shishi onto a fur mat, while Ashuming stood silently nearby, watching. "I will not abandon you," Zheng Shishi declared, igniting a spark of hope in Ashuming's eyes. "You must tend to your injuries." With that, she fell silent, closing her eyes and turning away to sleep. She slumbered deeply, not awakening until midday the following day. Upon seeing Ashuming, in his beast form, sleeping in a nearby grass nest, she sighed. Bai Lin had been awake when Zheng Shishi stirred, gently stroking her hair. "Are you hungry? What would you like to eat?" Since the incident with Ashuming yesterday, Zheng Shishi had not eaten anything. When Bai Lin inquired, she suddenly felt a strong pang of hunger. She whimsically expressed her desire for meat soup, roasted meat, fruits, and boiled prickly fruits. Bai Lin affectionately kissed Zheng Shishi's forehead. "All right, I will prepare everything for you." The moment they stepped outside, Ashuming opened his eyes, a flicker of sadness and jealousy flashing within them. Bai Lin's culinary skills were undoubtedly becoming faster and more exquisite. Zheng Shishi devoured a large bowl of meat soup, several prickly fruits, a piece of roasted ribs, and 2 peaches, feeling so full that she leaned against a tree trunk, rubbing her round belly and burping. Clearly, she had been so starved that she ate too quickly and overindulged. Bai Lin extended his hand to help Zheng Shishi ease her digestion. After a while, he said, "Little Shishi, I will go hunting soon and I haven't consumed anything for several days. This food is insufficient for me." Zheng Shishi nodded and pondered for a moment before speaking. "Could you possibly bring back a prey for Ashuming?" "Of course." Bai Lin had never denied Zheng Shishi's request. "I will go eat. When I return, I'll accompany you to the watering hole for a bath." After Bai Lin departed, Zheng Shishi turned to head back to the cave for a little more rest. Just as she stood up, she noticed Ashuming silently watching her from a short distance away. Zheng Shishi's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Ashuming had just seen her with Bai Lin and was upset? Contemplating harming her, terrified, she took 2 steps back, preparing to flee before Ashuming could attack her. After a few awkward minutes of standing in opposition, Ashuming approached her. Upon seeing him walk her way, Zheng Shishi's heart raced with fear, and she bolted. She felt as though she were exerting every ounce of strength to escape, gasping for breath. Once she had put some distance between them, she stopped to lean against a tree, panting heavily. Just as she was about to rejoice that Ashuming hadn't pursued her, he tapped her shoulder from behind. Startled, she covered her face and shouted, "Don't kill me, please." Witnessing Zheng Shishi's fear, Ashuming felt as though he had been stabbed in the heart, a pain emanating from deep within. Has Shishi become so terrified of him? Back in the Camus wolf tribe, she had relied on him so much. "I won't harm you. I merely wish to carry you back to rest." Suppressing the sorrow in his heart, Ashuming spoke in a soft, coaxing tone. Only then did Zheng Shishi quiet down, afraid to move. Ashuming carried her back to the cave, sitting on the animal hide, longing to hold her and fall asleep as they once did. However, Zheng Shishi dared not do so now. She chuckled awkwardly and said, I'm not tired right now. I think I'll take a walk outside, to be honest." Without Bai Lin around, she no longer felt comfortable being alone with Ashuming and merely wished to breathe some fresh air outside. Ashuming did not press Zheng Shishi further and released her. She dashed out of the cave. Days later, Zheng Shishi had spent over half a month in the beast realm. She was uncertain if time had passed similarly in the modern world. Would anyone notice her absence and seek her out, feeling sorrowful for her? While lost in thought, Bai Lin returned, carrying a large prey. Seeing her sitting in the shade outside the cave, he approached and embraced her, asking, "Isn't it hot outside? Why not go in and rest for a while?" Zheng Shishi lazily leaned against Bai Lin, feeling aggrieved as she replied, "I'm a bit scared." Bai Lin gently stroked her hair. Instantly sensing her unease from her words, he comforted her by whispering in her ear, "Although Ashuming nearly harmed you, it's because he cares for you deeply. As a male, I can understand him. Males often desire to monopolize the affection of the females they cherish, hoping that the females they adore will equally care for them. He remains loyal to you. Perhaps you could give him another chance." Zheng Shishi was taken aback, looking up at Bai Lin in surprise. She had not expected him to speak in Ashuming's defense, nor to accept the presence of another male. "You can accept Ashuming?" she asked, somewhat astonished. "I am willing to accept other males to protect you for your sake. In the past, I didn't take care when I was alone, but now that I have you, I don't want to be incapable of protecting you and let you come a harm. I don't want a repeat of what happened in the Camus wolf tribe." Bai Lin held Zheng Shishi tenderly in his arms, gazing at her with deep affection. "Stop hiding. Little Shishi, I caught a prey for you as well. You must heal quickly to protect yourself. Our strength alone is far from sufficient." Bai Lin turned his head towards Ashuming, who was lurking in the shadows. Zheng Shishi then realized that Ashuming had been hiding in the corner, and he must have overheard their conversation. Ashuming turned his head away, unwilling to accept Bai Lin's goodwill, stubbornly stating, "I can do it. I will grow stronger." With that, he left, transforming into his beast form and sprinting into the forest. Bai Lin took Zheng Shishi to a small pond. The weather was becoming increasingly warm, but fortunately, the environment of the Red Tiger tribe was still quite pleasant. Zheng Shishi asked Bai Lin to take her to the small pond for a bath every day. While soaking in the pond, Bai Lin gently massaged Zheng Shishi, creating a sense of bliss. As he continued, his hands began to wander. Zheng Shishi feigned anger, swatting Bai Lin's hand away and scolding, "Rogue snake." Bai Lin grinned, his smile enchanting. Zheng Shishi reached out to caress Bai Lin's fair face, kissing his red lips as they shared a passionate embrace. Bai Lin wrapped his arms around Zheng Shishi, pulling her close as their bodies melded together. Bai Lin's delicate hands traversed every inch of Zheng Shishi's skin, sending waves of shivers through her. His touch was expertly measured, eliciting a response from her body. Bai Lin's serpent tail coiled around her lower waist, binding them together. Zheng Shishi felt something pressing against her abdomen, radiating warmth. "Little Shishi, is it all right?" Bai Lin's voice was laced with temptation. After an extended kiss, her throat felt slightly dry, yet it only added to his allure. Zheng Shishi's face rested against Bai Lin's chest, listening to the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat. In truth, having someone who cherishes her deeply is more precious than crossing species. Since he had arrived in the beast realm, she might as well embrace the circumstances that in the distance. A tiger's roar echoed, carrying an ominous undertone. Both Zheng Shishi and Bai Lin paused, realizing something may have occurred, and hurriedly began to gather their things. Bai Lin picked up a piece of animal hide to dry Zheng Shishi's damp hair and handed her a white dress. This dress was perfectly tailored, accentuating Zheng Shishi's curves beautifully. The hem was adorned with bright yellow floral embroidery, making it appear refreshingly lively. Upon wearing it, Zheng Shishi discovered the fabric was incredibly breathable and soft, slightly sheer and smooth to the touch. Curiously, she asked Bai Lin, "Shao Bai, did you make this dress from your shed skin? It feels wonderful." Zheng Shishi gave Bai Lin a thumbs up in praise. Bai Lin cradled her as they made their way towards the stone cave. "I used the last shed skin to make you 2 outfits. The shed skin is breathable, keeping you warm in winter and cool in summer. Knowing you prefer cleanliness, I started making it early to ensure you had something suitable for the hot season. Modeled after your pink dress." Zheng Shishi had not anticipated that Bai Lin was not only skilled but also exceptionally thoughtful, making her increasingly fond of him. This feeling of being cared for with such meticulous affection had never been experienced in her modern life. As they spoke, they arrived at the cave entrance, where they found a crowd of beastmen whispering among themselves, seemingly discussing some recent event. Zheng Shishi and Bai Lin pushed through the throng to see a red tiger beastman leading Ashuming forward. "Hand over Ashuming. He is one of our Kuemu wolf tribe's beastmen. He has stolen our female. He stands outside the cave, demanding the release of the female from your Chihu tribe. The voice belongs to none other than Mu Ta, the eldest prince of the Kuemu wolf tribe. Behind him stand dozens of male Kuemu wolf beastmen, including Yu Yang and Shuang. While the affairs of your Kuemu wolf tribe are of no concern to us, the presence of so many beastmen in the territory of the Chihu tribe is a blatant threat." Luoluo crossed her arms defiantly, the pressure from the second-tier beastmen rendering Mu Tuo and his companions too intimidated to speak, their legs trembling in fear. Yet, as the eldest prince of the Kuemu wolf tribe, Mu Tuo steeled himself and pressed on, saying, "It is our Kuemu wolf tribe that has intruded upon your territory in haste. I hope the Chihu king will not hold this against us. However, we implore you to hand over Ashium Ming and Zheng Shishi bowed apologetically to Luoluo, yet continued to demand their surrender. The Kuemu wolf tribe has but this one female. Other tribes and clans are unwilling to come, and the Kuemu wolf tribe is too few in number to contend with others. I will not return. Shishi will not either." Ashium Ming stepped forward. "You have betrayed the Kuemu wolf tribe. Fleeing with a female is a death sentence. If you surrender her now, I will plead for mercy for my father and spare your life. Mu Tuo had no intention of allowing Ashium Ming to return alive. He merely planned to deceive his incompetent younger brother. But his poor acting was evident to all. At that moment, a Kuei Mu wolf beastman spotted Zheng Shishi among a group of Chi Hu beastmen and shouted, "The female is over there." As Mu Tuo and the other Kuei Mu wolf beastmen turned to look at Zheng Shishi, Luoluo instinctively placed herself in front of her. Ashuming Ming transformed into his beast form and lunged forward. Mu Tuo, caught off guard, felt Ashium Ming's teeth sink into his side, blood gushing forth. Now, Ashium Ming stood the same beast rank as Mu Tuo, both being 4th-tier beastmen. However, facing multiple opponents. It was impossible for Ashium Ming to prevail. By the time the other Kuei Mu wolf beastmen reacted, Ashium Ming had nimbly evaded the ensuing attacks, holding his ground against them. The conflict on the brink of erupting. After a brief standoff, the other beastmen began to encircle him in their beast forms. Before long, Ashium Ming found himself surrounded, with no escape in sight. Wounded, Mu Tuo howled in a frenzy, his eyes bloodshot as he charged at Ashium Ming. Initially, Ashium Ming held the upper hand, but unexpectedly, Yang seized the opportunity to ambush him from behind. Ashium Ming was tackled by Yang, who bit into his shoulder. Having already been injured, Ashium Ming prepared to retaliate, but Mu Tuo was already before him, one claw pressing down on Ashium Ming's head. The other brandishing sharp claws aimed at his throat. Seeing the dire situation, Zheng Shishi disregarded everything else. Saving Ashium Ming was of utmost importance, and she sprinted toward him. Perhaps all the beastmen underestimated the female's willingness to put herself at risk for a male. As Bai Lin failed to react in time to seize Zheng Shishi dashed forward, shoving aside Mu Tuo and Yang, who were standing over Ashium Ming. They seemed momentarily stunned. Caught off guard by the strength of this seemingly fragile female, Zheng Shishi spread her arms protectively in front of Ashium Ming, glaring fiercely at Mu Tuo and the others. Perhaps they had never encountered a female so fearless and fierce. Zheng Shishi's terrifying gaze rendered them momentarily speechless, and Mu Tuo quickly changed his demeanor, attempting to placate Zheng Shishi, saying, "If you obediently return with us from mating, we might consider sparing him. I will not return with you," Zheng Shishi declared firmly. "Shishi, you must go." Ashium Ming strained to revert to his human form, barely clinging to consciousness. Yet he still wished to stand in front of Zheng Shishi. "Shielding her from Mu Tuo? Humph. Then we shall take you both back," and Mu Tuo scoffed derisively. In that instant, a white figure flashed by Bai Lin appearing beside Zheng Shishi. With a sweeping motion, Bai Lin took down several unsuspecting lower-tier Kuei Mu wolf beastmen. However, Mu Tuo and his brothers easily evaded Bai Lin's attack. Bai Lin spread his arms, protecting Zheng Shishi behind him. "Capture her first, kill me instead." Bai Lin's crimson eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a murderous intent. Zheng Shishi understood that the three of them were still outmatched. The three brothers of Mu Tuo were not only all 4th-tier beastmen, but they also had several 5th-tier Kuei Mu wolf beastmen among them. In terms of both numbers and combat power, they were vastly outnumbered at that moment. Zheng Shishi recalled that if they could seek assistance from a powerful beastman and clan like Luoluo, it would be entirely feasible. However, from Mu Tuo's earlier conversation with Luoluo, it was clear that the Chi-Hu tribe did not wish to involve themselves in the affairs of the Kuei Mu wolf tribe. Nevertheless, Zheng Shishi felt compelled to attempt to seek help. She raised her voice and called out to Luoluo, "Chi, please help us." Upon hearing Zheng Shishi's plea, Luoluo was about to step forward when numerous tribe members nearby restrained him, urging, "My king, you cannot go. The Kuei Mu wolves are treacherous. If we assist, we may face endless harassment in the future. My king, according to the law of all beasts, we cannot interfere in the internal matters of other tribes." A continuous stream of objections weighed down on Luoluo. The mission to protect his tribe reminded him that these concerns were valid, that if he aided Zheng Shishi, it would undoubtedly provoke the ire of the Kuei Mu wolf tribe. Although the Chi-Hu tribe was larger, with over 500 beastmen, their collective strength surpassed that of the Kuei Mu wolf tribe. They were still vulnerable to the cunning and treachery of the Kuei Mu wolves. It was indeed not a worthy endeavor. Furthermore, the Chihu tribe had never engaged in disputes between various tribes, a strategy that had allowed them to maintain neutrality and foster peaceful development. Yet, what significance does strength hold if one cannot protect their loved ones? Luoluo broke free from one tribe member's grasp, only to be seized by several others. Just as Luoluo was surrounded and persuaded by his kin, Tuo and Bai Lin had already engaged in battle. Bai Lin transformed into a massive silver-white python, his imposing form seemingly advantageous. However, Bai Lin had only recently attained 4th-tier status, and his abilities were still unstable. The three brothers of Tuo had been 4th tier for many years. And with their numerical superiority, Bai Lin was at a distinct disadvantage, and Tuo launched the first attack, baring his sharp teeth and lunging at Bai Lin's waist. Bai Lin, being large yet agile, easily evaded the attack and countered with a powerful tail strike that sent Tuo crashing into a tree. Had Tuo not been injured, Bai Lin would not have been able to inflict such rapid damage. Tuo fell heavily against the trunk, blood pouring from his waist. Clearly, Bai Lin's recent strike had exacerbated Tuo's wound, causing him to collapse unconscious onto the ground. Seeing their brother falter, Yang and Shuang transformed into their beast forms and pounced. Bai Lin was besieged from both sides, but managed to evade their attacks. After several exchanges, Bai Lin's stamina began to wane, and his speed faltered. In yet another onslaught, Bai Lin was struck by Yang's claws. In that fleeting moment, Shuang's relentless assaults left Bai Lin's massive serpentine body marred with deep, long gashes. After several exhausting rounds, Bai Lin was hurled back to Zheng Shishi, spitting out a pool of blood. Bai Lin reverted to his half-beast form, weakly addressing Zheng Shishi. Little Shi, Ashium Ming and I are too low in beast rank. Their numbers are overwhelming. We cannot defeat them, that we will hold them off. You must flee quickly. Bai Lin, with blood at the corner of his mouth, struggled to maintain his stance, still shielding Zheng Shishi. Zheng Shishi fought back tears and shouted, I want you both. I will not abandon you. Zheng Shishi comprehended that the orc of the Kumu wolf tribe had come here with the intention of capturing her, seeking to ensure her as a vessel for their progeny. Thus, her existence would only hold value if she remained alive. Her demise would render her utterly useless. Grasping a sharp branch nearby, she pressed it against her neck, positioning herself defiantly in front of Bai Lin and Ashuming. Observing Zheng Shishi's impulsiveness, Yang hurriedly approached, urging, Tuo speaks coarsely. Do not let his threats intimidate you. Come back with us. We shall not harm you, nor will we lay a finger on them. Yang's expression was tinged with concern as he noted the wound inflicted by the branch on Zheng Shishi's neck. Their mission was to reclaim a female. Should anything happen to her, the hopes of revitalizing the Kumu wolf clan would be extinguished. Then let them go first. If they are safe, I will come with you. Zheng Shishi, realizing Yang was attempting to placate her, resorted to a desperate measure. She feigned agreement to allow Ashium Ming and Bai Lin to be released, planning to seize an opportunity to escape afterward. Perhaps this was the best chance for survival. Yang, not as ruthless as Tuo, took charge as Tuo had succumbed to his injuries and lapsed into unconsciousness. Very well, I will heed your words. Please do not harm yourself. Yang signaled the other orcs to step aside. Zheng Shishi turned to Bai Lin and Ashuming, saying, Only if you both remain safe will I feel at ease. You must come to rescue me. Bai Lin and Ashuming wished to rise and stop Zheng Shishi, but their grievous injuries rendered them incapable of pursuing her. The orcs of the Kumu wolf tribe stood between them and Zheng Shishi. Following Yang and the others, Zheng Shishi vanished into the woods. Yang transformed into his beast form, carrying Zheng Shishi as they sped back to the Kumu wolf tribe. Zheng Shishi understood that once she returned to the Kumu wolf tribe, devoid of Ashuming's protection, she would inevitably become a mere vessel for their carnal desires and endless reproduction, a fate utterly unacceptable to a modern woman. Though she had an affinity for handsome men, she could not simply acquiesce to the advances of so many orcs and endure their indignities. At that moment, they passed a cliff. Zheng Shishi observed the Kumu wolf orcs, weary from their previous battle, continuing to run without pause. She feigned distress, addressing the rushing Yang. Yang, let us take a moment to rest. I feel quite fatigued and am on the verge of vomiting. Yang, not suspecting anything amiss. After all, Zheng Shishi was the only delicate female amongst them, naturally frail and defenseless, glanced at the injured members of his tribe and decided to halt for a brief respite. He set Zheng Shishi down, who then requested to stand by the edge of the cliff to catch her breath, claiming the journey had unsettled her. Yang followed closely but did not deter her from approaching the precipice. A gust of wind swept through, tousling Zheng Shishi's disheveled hair. She offered Yang a bittersweet smile, tinged with resignation and despair, as she approached the edge of the cliff, gazing up at the sun rapidly descending on the horizon. It was then she realized that in this beastly world there were not one, but two suns, each far larger than those visible from Earth, revolving around one another in a celestial dance. Lowering her gaze to the abyss below, she pondered whether a leap from this height would lead to her demise. Perhaps, she mused, if she died, she might return to her modern life. Thoughts surged within her, a torrent of possibilities. Finally, Zheng Shishi resolved to jump, wagering that her journey through time had not been so easily concluded. She gambled that if she perished, she might indeed find herself back in her own era, banking on the notion of a protagonist's fate. Casting a glance around, she feigned astonishment and exclaimed to Yang, "Look, what's over there?" As Yang turned to follow her gesture, he saw nothing amiss. When he turned back to Zheng Shishi, she had already leaped from the cliff. Before he could react, she plummeted into the void, leaving Yang reaching out in a futile attempt to grasp her, his face a mask of shock and dread. As Zheng Shishi fell, her heart raced, the sensation of weightlessness enveloping her, her nerves taut, eyes squeezed shut, surrendering to gravity's pull. Above, the Khmu wolf orcs stood frozen in disbelief, while in the distance, a fiery orange-furred Chihu beast darted through the jungle. As the king of the Chihu tribe, he proclaimed, "I must adhere to the sacred covenant of the beast world and cannot assist you. However, I shall dispatch my kin to follow closely. Shishi is clever and may find a way to escape." Luoluo seemed to offer solace to Bai Lin and Ashuming, perhaps trying to reassure himself for failing to save Zheng Shishi. As anxiety over Zheng Shishi's fate consumed them, Bai Lin and Ashium Ming struggled to rise. The moment they exerted themselves, their injuries surged with pain. Just then, the orcs sent to track their movements returned in haste. Bursting into the cave with the alarming news, "Your Majesty, that female has jumped off the cliff." Upon hearing this, Bai Lin and Ashuming could no longer hold on. They both fainted. Meanwhile, another orc with large white wings pointed skyward, exclaiming, "Look at the heavens!" Following his gesture, they saw a female rapidly descending. The orc addressed as King instantly unfurled a pair of fiery red wings from his back, shimmering with brilliance. With a swift motion, he propelled himself towards the falling female. Zheng Shishi, feeling her body suddenly caught mid-fall, was relieved of weightlessness. Her eyes, previously tightly shut in fear, opened to meet a pair of elongated, phoenix-like eyes. The fiery red pupils burned like flames. Framed by a sharp nose and adorned in a flowing, resplendent robe, complemented by waist-length dark red hair, he appeared as a celestial being from a painting. He gently lifted Zheng Shishi and set her down upon a high platform covered in animal skins. Regaining her senses, Zheng Shishi hurriedly bowed in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you for saving my life." The words evoked a stunned silence from the orcs below, followed by an uproar of laughter that rang out boisterously. The orc being thanked wore an expression akin to one who had just ingested something foul. "Enough," a low, commanding voice emanated from the beautiful figure, silencing the orcs immediately. It was clear that this stunning individual was not just beautiful, but also the king of the winged orcs. Zheng Shishi, from the brevity of his words, discerned that the beautiful figure was, in fact, male and quickly apologized. "Ah, I'm sorry. I thought you were female. Given your beauty, I apologize. Seeing the gentle expression on the king's face reassured Zheng Shishi, alleviating her worries. "It matters not. I do not blame you. Welcome to the Wing tribe. I am Cang Heng, the king of the Wing tribe." Cang Heng approached Zheng Shishi, kneeling on one knee to lift a right hand, kissing her ring finger. Rising, he retrieved a magnificent garment from a beautifully crafted box atop the platform, an ethereal gown that mirrored his own attire. The dress sparkled brilliantly as it caught the sunlight, and Cang Heng deftly draped it over Zheng Shishi of the gathered orcs below. Cang Heng proclaimed, "The beast god has blessed me with a female for the winged tribe. We shall usher in new life. I, Cang Heng, as the king of the winged tribe, will dedicate everything to the will of the beast god." Upon concluding his declaration, he clasped Zheng Shishi's right hand and raised it high for all to see. The orcs erupted in cheers, their voices resounding powerfully. When the gathering dispersed, Zheng Shishi remained in a state of bewilderment, struggling to comprehend the events that had transpired. Today marks the centennial worship of the beast god for our winged tribe. Each time we honor the beast god, he bestows upon us his divine will. You are the female granted to us by the beast god, signifying the arrival of new life for our tribe. I have kissed your hand. The act of kissing a female's hand serves as a profound expression of mutual affection between us beastmen and the females, signifying your consent for me to be your partner. A ring-like mark, adorned with feathers, now encircles your finger. This serves as a testament to our bond as partners. Thus, you are now my female. While Zheng Shishi was still processing this revelation from Cang Heng, he had already swept her up in his arms, leaving her with no chance to refuse. With a swift motion, a pair of enormous crimson wings unfurled from Cang Heng's back, lifting him into the air. He flew at a leisurely pace, simultaneously introducing Zheng Shishi to the ways of the winged tribe. Essentially, the winged beastmen inhabit the vast forest beneath the cliffs, a land abundant in resources and devoid of other beastmen's interference. Except for a distant area shrouded in ominous clouds, which is considered a forbidden zone in every other location, they are free to roam. The winged tribe is not bound by many rules. They simply select a tree they favor, carve out a hollow within it, and rest. The winged beastmen have the innate ability to transform into human form, naturally belonging to the fourth tier of beastmen. However, even in human form, they retain a pair of majestic wings. Akin to the half-beast form of the serpent beastman, Bai Lin, this is a state unattainable by ordinary beastmen. 5 centuries ago, an invisible barrier suddenly materialized in the skies above the winged tribe, obstructing their attempts to fly beyond it. Consequently, they have never again appeared before other races atop the cliffs, becoming a legend spoken of in hushed tones among other beastmen. Cang Heng descended beside a broad river, its waters crystalline and shimmering. Nearby stood towering, peculiar trees, each boasting 10 sturdy branches. When two trees grow independently to a height of approximately 10 meters, they sprout thick branches that intertwine, merging into a single entity. The winged beastmen refer to these as fusong trees, symbolizing the bond between male and female, originally independent, who upon falling in love support one another. This sacred tree is unique to the winged tribe. Cang Heng chose a fusong tree located about 10 meters from the riverbank. He spread his fiery red wings and enveloped himself, spinning rapidly that a powerful gust of wind surged past Zheng Shishi, nearly lifting her off her feet. She crouched down, seeking refuge behind another tree to shield herself from the whirlwind Cang Heng had created. Straining against the fierce wind, she peered out and beheld Cang Heng resembling a high-speed drill, whirling around the colossal tree in a dizzying display. The swirling dust and wood shavings blinded her, rendering her unable to open her eyes. After approximately 20 minutes, the tempest subsided, restoring tranquility to the surroundings. When Zheng Shishi lifted her gaze towards Cang Heng once more, he was smiling and beckoning her to come closer. She hurried over to the magnificent fusong tree. Gazing upwards, beneath the tree trunk, 2 hollows had been carved, large enough for a person to enter. Curiosity piqued, she approached one of the openings to take a look. The hollow was hollowed out, its walls impeccably smooth. Each 5-meter height was divided into a spacious area of over 50 square meters, with staircases leading up between the levels. Zheng Shishi was so astonished her mouth fell agape, exclaiming in wonder. This was nothing short of a luxurious wooden villa in the beast world. Oh my! She marveled at Cang Heng's exquisite craftsmanship and his advanced thinking, surpassing that of modern humans. Cang Heng was quite pleased with Zheng Shishi's reaction. Even feeling a twinge of pride, he took her inside the hollow, explaining, "In truth, our winged tribe does not require tree hollows for rest. However, I once came across records in our ancestral bee skin scrolls that indicated females prefer to reside in sheltered spaces, as it provides a sense of security. The scroll depicted my forebears forming partnerships with females and crafting tree hollows for their dwellings. That I took note of this in my heart, drawing inspiration from various tree hollow designs. I created this for you, infused with my own ideas, hoping you would appreciate it. Cang Heng gazed at Zheng Shishi, his voice gentle and tender. The ancestors of the Wing tribe were indeed wise. This is truly remarkable. Could it be a gift for me? I adore it. Zheng Shishi joyfully ventured into the hollow, ascending the levels with excitement. In her previous life, she had been a lowly working woman, unable to afford such a grand and beautiful villa. Every day after work, she squeezed into a small room of just over 10 square meters, where she ate, drank, and slept. The environment was dismal, with unwelcome encounters with cockroaches. The rundown old apartments in the magical city charged her over $2,000 for rent each month. Sigh. Little did she expect that in this beast world, she would have the chance to experience the luxury of a villa. And the more she thought about it, the happier she became. Each tree possessed 4 rooms. And in the third-level room, a corridor had been carved through the thick branches of the intertwined trees, linking the internal spaces of both trees, mirroring the arrangement on the other side. Goo-goo-goo. Amidst her elation, Zheng Shishi's stomach chimed in, unceremoniously growling. It occurred to her that she hadn't eaten for quite some time and was indeed hungry. Cang Heng smirked, a knowing smile playing on his lips, laughing. I am hungry. Zheng Shishi pouted playfully. Cang Heng, taken by her slightly stubborn demeanor, felt ripples of affection in his heart. Having lived for 300 years, he had only ever encountered this one female, even though he had seen images of females in the bee skin scrolls. The real thing was petite, soft, and exuded a faint, captivating fragrance. Her slightly willful attitude only added to her charm in his eyes. Cang Heng found himself momentarily entranced by her presence. It was not until Zheng Shishi called his name several times that he snapped back to reality. By the riverbank, Cang Heng gathered an assortment of fruits for Zheng Shishi from the forest. Not only were there familiar fruits such as watermelons, peaches, and grapes, but there were also peculiar, unknown fruits, each one bursting with sweetness and juice. As they feasted, Zheng Shishi suddenly spotted a cluster of small red berries nestled amidst the low bushes beneath a nearby tree. Curiously, she munched on the fruit in her hand while approaching to investigate. Seeing her move closer, Cang Heng followed suit. Zheng Shishi plucked a small, curved red fruit, inhaling its scent and inspecting it. Just as she was about to pop it into her mouth, Cang Heng intervened, exclaiming, "That one is not tasty." I was curious about it as a child too, and it felt as if my mouth was set ablaze. We call it the fire fruit. He pretended to toss the small red fruit away. Zheng Shishi quickly grasped his arm, insisting, "Let me try it. Perhaps I know how to eat it." Cang Heng ventured off to hunt, while Zheng Shishi sat on the grassy riverbank, gazing up at the sky. The temperature here felt cooler than that atop the cliffs, and summer did not seem so oppressive, as if perpetually in a state of comfortable warmth. The night sky was a canvas of deep ink, adorned with twinkling stars, each appearing brighter and slightly larger than those of the modern world. 2 crescent moons hung in the night sky, their mirrored reflections creating an eerie yet mystical ambience. A gentle breeze tousled Zheng Shishi's hair, sending her into a reverie. She wondered how Ashuming and Bai Lin were faring, whether their grave injuries had healed or if they would come to know of her leap from the cliff in search of them. Fate truly has a knack for playing tricks on people. Zheng Shishi mused that she indeed possessed the halo of a female protagonist. Who would have imagined that a simple leap from a cliff would lead her to this secluded paradise, only to inexplicably become the mate of the Winged King? Unbeknownst to her, she had already formed a bond with Cang Heng through the kiss on her hand, becoming his partner. How cliché this plot was, she thought to herself, rolling her eyes at the predictability of it all. Zheng Shishi recalled that Ashuming had mentioned the bond would only manifest after mating and a meeting of hearts. But what was this? A mere kiss on the hand resulted in a bond. Was there perhaps another method of forming a partnership? It appears that I must consult Cang Heng. Until now, she has only just realized that in the beast realm, it is a customary expression of mutual affection for males to kiss the palms of females. No wonder, when she encountered Ashuming and Bai Lin, she extended her hand for a handshake. only to have them both kiss her palm instead. At the time, she thought it was merely a peculiar greeting, never suspecting it to be anything more that it is likely that when she offered her hand, they assumed she harbored feelings for them and wished to invite them as partners. Contemplating this, she covered her face and lay on the grass, gazing at the twinkling stars through the gaps between her fingers, letting out a long sigh. Zheng bent down, bringing his head close to Zheng Shishi's. Startled by the sight of Cang Heng's enormous face peering at her through her fingers, Zheng Shishi abruptly sat up, resulting in a collision of their heads. Cang Heng merely grumbled, "You, this female, seem delicate. How can you hit someone so painfully?" While rubbing his own head, he reached out to pull Zheng Shishi closer. He gently removed her hand from her forehead and blew on it to soothe her. Zheng Shishi brushed his hand aside, saying, "Please do not refer to me as female repeatedly. It is quite impolite. I have a name. You know that I am Zheng Shishi." She lifted her face to speak to Cang Heng. Upon witnessing her demeanor, Cang Heng's heart skipped a beat. Zheng Shishi's proud expression, coupled with her hair dancing in the night breeze, rendered her particularly charming and adorable. Zheng Shishi couldn't help but drool at the sight of the impressive prey Cang Heng had captured. Yet her heart sank at the thought of her inability to start a fire. With eager eyes, she looked at Cang Heng and, in a tone dripping with flattery, pleaded, "Hey there, amazing Cang Heng. Could you please help me process this prey? And could you also assist me in starting a fire?" Such compliments pleased Cang Heng immensely. He dragged the catch to the riverbank and, in no time, prepared the ingredients in manageable pieces as per Zheng Shishi's requirements. The two gathered some fire fruits and foraged for wild vegetables in the thickets. After returning to the riverbank to clean everything, Zheng Shishi eagerly urged Cang Heng to retrieve the flint and start fire. Cang Heng shrugged, indicating that he did not possess any flint. Zheng Shishi, upon hearing this, became quite agitated. Everything was ready, but without fire, what could they eat? She deflated like a punctured balloon, with a sharp snap of her fingers. Zheng Shishi looked up. A small flame suddenly ignited at Cang Heng's fingertips, flickering with a gentle light. He deftly flicked the tiny flame onto a pile of dry twigs on the ground. Instantly, the twigs blazed into a roaring fire. Zheng Shishi gazed in astonishment at the flames, then back at Cang Heng, shaking her head and giving him a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Impressive!" Clearly, Cang Heng did not understand the meaning of impressive and stood there waiting for an explanation. Zheng Shishi informed him that impressive meant something extraordinary. Sitting together, Cang Heng felt quite pleased with this term. He mimicked Zheng Shishi, skewering the clean twigs with pieces of meat and vegetables. Zheng Shishi retrieved a clean stone slab she had previously asked Cang Heng to prepare and balanced it atop two similarly sized stones. Creating a makeshift grill, she tucked burning twigs underneath the slab, and soon it was heated. First, she placed the fire fruits on the slab to dry and grind into powder. Then she laid fatty pieces of meat on the slab to render their oils. Next, she arranged the skewered meat pieces neatly on top, sprinkling them with chili powder as they cooked. She even reserved some skewers without chili for Cang Heng. Surprisingly, Cang Heng's fire seemed to burn hotter and more consistently than usual. Within mere minutes, the aroma of grilled meat wafted through the air. Zheng Shishi eagerly picked up a skewer and took a bite, then offered a skewer without spice to Cang Heng, mumbling through her chews, "Here, try this one. It's not spicy." Cang Heng accepted the skewer and ate it with remarkable decorum. Although beastmen typically do not consume cooked food, he found this preparation surprisingly delightful and ended up sampling several more skewers. Seeing Cang Heng enjoy the food, Zheng Shishi remarked, "Back in my homeland, we can add salt, cumin, and various spices to grilled meat, making it exceptionally delicious. Moreover, many foods can be grilled, and they taste divine." She spoke with palpable excitement. Cang Heng listened quietly. Watching her savor the spiced skewers, he picked up one with chili, hesitated briefly, and took a bite, only to cough violently. After recovering slightly, he tried another bite, and though his mouth felt ablaze, he found it rather enjoyable and began to add a hint of chili to his skewers as well. To be frank, beastmen in this realm seem to possess a remarkable intellect. Not only are they strikingly handsome, but they also excel in household tasks. In modern times, they would surely captivate countless young women. Female. "No, sure, what does salt taste like?" Cang Heng inquired, noticing Zheng Shishi mumbling to herself as she ate. Zheng Shishi explained. Salt has a savory taste, a bit salty, and, realizing she could not articulate it well, she fell silent, continuing to grill meat and vegetables in frustration. Although she could not clarify, Cang Heng silently noted her words, pondering what flavor she yearned for. This meal left Zheng Shishi feeling extraordinarily full. Afterward, she and Cang Heng strolled along the riverbank, engaging in casual conversation. Suddenly, she recalled a question that had been on her mind and asked Cang Heng. Cang Heng, today you kissed my hand, and then a mark appeared on my finger. I assent that mark supposed to come after mating and forming a bond. Why did it appear even though we have not mated? Ordinary beastmen indeed require mating to create a mark, for they are of a lower beast rank and lack the nobility and strength of our winged kin. I am the king of the winged tribe. Not only the mightiest, but also the most noble being a first-tier beastman. I do not require such cumbersome bonding methods, of course. Mating is still necessary, as the will of the beast god is for us to produce many offspring, preferably numerous female young. Cang Heng regarded Zheng Shishi, initially speaking with haughty pride about his nobility, then softening his gaze when discussing the need for mating. Zheng Shishi observed Cang Heng, feeling as though she were witnessing a dramatic transformation, more rapid than the changing summer weather or a woman's mood. There is something I wish to tell you. In truth, I already have 2 male beastmen. Before Zheng Shishi could finish her sentence, Cang Heng seized her wrist and pulled her close, pinching her chin with his slender fingers, his eyes narrowing with a sharp gaze. Standing at over 6 feet tall, he compelled Zheng Shishi, with her shorter stature, to tiptoe to alleviate the discomfort of his grip. Cang Heng's expression was frosty, and if looks could kill, Zheng Shishi would have been reduced to mere sashimi. You have already formed a bond? Cang Heng's eyes rapidly scanned Zheng Shishi's exposed skin. Not seeing a mark, he attempted to tug at her feathered attire to inspect further. Ouch! Let me finish speaking. It hurts. Please let go. Zheng Shishi protested, struggling to free her pained wrist from his grasp. However, Cang Heng's strength was overwhelming, and she could not break free. Have you ever mated? Cang Heng's cold inquiry pierced the air once more. No, I have not mated. It hurts. They are merely my guardian beasts, Zheng Shishi managed to say through the pain. Upon hearing this, Cang Heng's expression softened, and with a hint of joy, he responded, That is good to hear. I am the king of the winged tribe and will never share a female with another male. From now on, do not associate with them. Be content to be Cang Heng's sole female, and I shall protect you well, Cang Heng earnestly declared to Zheng Shishi. She shook her head in defiance, saying, Thank you for saving me and for your kindness. However, I have already promised them and am willing to mate and become their partner. I cannot abandon them. They fought enemies to protect me and were gravely injured. Reluctantly, I leapt from the precipice, unwilling to succumb to the desires of other orcs or become a mere vessel for procreation. Zheng Shishi spoke resolutely to Cang Heng, her words imbued with strength and conviction. She adjusted her disheveled garments, reflecting on the crude nature of the beastly world where her dignity was often stripped away. Zheng Shishi recounted the tale of her encounters with Ashuming and Bai Lin, as well as the events leading to her leap from a cliff. Upon hearing her narrative, Cang Heng merely issued a cold snort from his nose, scoffing, That is because they are too weak. If it were me, you would not have faced such peril. I would never allow you to encounter such danger. Such feeble males are unworthy of possessing a female. I forbid you to speak of them in that manner. They are the most benevolent orcs I have encountered since my arrival. Their capabilities may be lacking, but they shall one day grow to be as strong as you, perhaps even stronger. Do not underestimate the youth, Zheng Shishi countered, casting a disdainful glance at the arrogant Cang Heng, stung by her retort. Cang Heng found himself momentarily speechless, his expression sour as he departed in silence. Zheng Shishi turned away, wandering alone under the evening breeze, gazing at the stars for a long while before returning to the tree hollow to rest. Ascending to the 3rd level of the tree hollow, she found the height just right to draw back the bee-skin curtain and behold the river and the starry sky. In this beastly realm, it seemed there were no bothersome insects like mosquitoes to disrupt her rest. The spacious interior of the tree hollow was sparsely furnished with only a solid wooden bed, devoid of even a layer of beast skin. making it rather unyielding. Zheng Shishi sat upon the bed in dismay, contemplating whether to beseech Cang Heng for help in acquiring some beast skin. Just then, Cang Heng entered the third-floor room. "I shall sleep here." "You go find another place," Zheng Shishi retorted irritably. While the treehouse was pleasant, it lacked a secure door, allowing anyone to enter at will, leaving her with no semblance of privacy, ignoring her command. Cang Heng climbed onto the wooden bed and transformed into a magnificent, fiery red bird. Its crimson feathers shimmered, reflecting a faint halo of light. Each long feather on its tail extended 2 meters, with the tips displaying varying hues. Zheng Shishi's intuition whispered that this was the legendary phoenix. A phoenix? She gasped in astonishment. Yet Cang Heng denied being the creature she described, explaining that the winged orcs bore different colors in their beast forms, some white, others black, and an array of colors. Drawn closer, Zheng Shishi could not resist the allure of the splendid feathers and reached out to caress them, momentarily forgetting her earlier disagreement with Cang Heng. He, too, relished the sensation of her soft touch, closing his eyes in enjoyment. As night fell, Cang Heng enveloped Zheng Shishi in his enormous wings, cradling her as they slept through the night. Initially resistant, she eventually nestled beneath his feathery warmth, finding comfort that made her sweat. The following morning, as Zheng Shishi slept soundly, an unsettling feeling crept upon her, as if someone were watching intently. Suddenly awakening, her gaze locked onto Cang Heng's crimson eyes, nearly causing her spirit to flee in fright. With the sun already high in the sky, the two made their way to the river once more. Cang Heng busied himself with cleaning game he had hunted, preparing a meal for Zheng Shishi. Bored, she scoured the nearby thickets for edible treasures. Having discovered fire fruits and wild vegetables the previous day, she hoped to unearth further delights deep within the forest. She not only found an abundance of fire fruits, but also an array of wild greens and mushrooms, red, white, yellow, and black in myriad shapes. Her excitement grew with each find, and she became increasingly engrossed, filling a makeshift basket of slender vines to the brim with her harvest before happily returning to the riverbank to wash her bounty. By the time she finished cleaning the vegetables, Cang Heng had completed the roasted meat. The moment she took her first bite, she sensed something was amiss. It bore a salty flavor. Surprised and excited, she looked up at Cang Heng and exclaimed, "This is salty. Where did you find salt?" Observing her delight, Cang Heng handed her a translucent crystalline stone, roughly the size of her clenched fist. Upon seeing the salt rock, Zheng Shishi's eyes sparkled. This was coarse salt. She eagerly extended her tongue to taste it, confirming its saltiness. "Where did you find this?" she exclaimed, giving Cang Heng a thumbs up in admiration. Pleased by her praise, Cang Heng straightened with pride. He then presented her with a generous portion of roasted meat, seasoned with salt and chili, glistening with succulent juices, appearing utterly delectable. "Having been in this beastly realm for over half a month, I've grown weary of tasteless roasted meat. Yesterday, when you spoke of flavors, I remembered reading about a cave to the north that contained flavorful stones, and I thought I would test it for toxicity and bring it to you. To my surprise, it turned out to be just as you described," Cang Heng explained. After enjoying the roasted meat, Zheng Shishi decided to take advantage of the warm sun and wash herself and her hair in the river. As she walked towards the water, savoring the warmth beneath her feet, Cang Heng suddenly pulled her back, dragging her onto the shore. "The water can drown you. Do not go in," he urged, his eyes filled with concern. Confused yet obedient, she followed him back to the bank. Hearing his worried words, she smiled playfully and splashed water at him. Seeing Cang Heng drenched, she erupted into laughter. However, Cang Heng's furrowed brows and the fear evident in his eyes told a different story as he held onto her hand tightly. It dawned on Zheng Shishi that, being a bird-like orc, he must have an innate fear of water. Therefore, she ceased her playful splashing and comforted him, explaining her intention to bathe and promising to stay in the shallows, asking him to turn his back to avoid peeking. With some hesitation, Cang Heng released her hand but remained visibly anxious, reminding her to stay safe and to call for him if she needed anything. Just as Zheng Shishi had managed to reassure Cang Heng, she slipped on the riverbed, tumbling into the water and swallowing a mouthful. Upon hearing the splash, Cang Heng, disregarding his fear of water, dove in without hesitation to pull her back to the surface. Once steadied, they realized the water only reached Zheng Shishi's waist. Their gazes met, both soaked and disheveled, and they burst into laughter, further deepening their bond. After resting for 2 days among the Wing tribe, Cang Heng led Zheng Shishi on leisurely excursions, foraging for food and crafting bee skin mats. Drawing from her modern experiences, she vividly described various pieces of furniture, sketching them in the dirt for Cang Heng to create. In just 2 days, the tree hollow was adorned with an array of furniture and cooking utensils. Zheng Shishi and Cang Heng exhibited remarkable synergy. His intelligence allowed him to grasp her ideas with ease, leading him to innovate and produce even more practical items. Her admiration for him grew, bordering on reverence on the 3rd day. While simmering meat soup on the riverbank, Zheng Shishi could no longer contain her thoughts and broached the subject of wanting to visit the cliff in search of Ashuming and Bai Lin. Expressing her desire to leave the Wing tribe. No. Cang Heng halted his cooking, his fingers digging into the wooden spoon's handle as he resolutely rejected her request. His tone was laced with anger. Yet he continued to earnestly prepare the soup for her. If you will not assist me, then I shall find a way on my own. Humph. After Zheng Shishi finished speaking, she turned around, preparing to leave. First, eat the meat soup, said Cang Heng, his tone softening slightly as he grasped Zheng Shishi's hand. Zheng Shishi did not refuse the meat soup placed before her, even if she had to find a way to escape. She needed to fill her stomach first to have the strength to do so. She abruptly lifted the bowl of hot soup to her lips, but the first sip scalded her mouth, causing tears to well up in her eyes. Slow down. Once you finish, I will accompany you, Cang Heng said. Noticing Zheng Shishi's tear-filled eyes from the burn, he gently cupped her chin with one hand, and with the other, he delicately inserted his finger into her mouth, massaging her scorching tongue. His heart softened, and he relaxed his demeanor. Zheng Shishi felt a mixture of embarrassment and warmth from Cang Heng's tender, yet flirtatious gesture. Not only was her mouth burning, but her cheeks flushed as well. She lowered her gaze, unable to meet Cang Heng's eyes directly. The meal unfolded in a somewhat silent atmosphere. After finishing their meal, they found themselves standing at the edge of the cliff where Zheng Shishi had previously fallen. It dawned on her just how difficult it was to ascend. She had initially thought that perhaps if she crafted an exceptionally long vine to climb, it might suffice. Now, she realized that such a feat was utterly impossible. Looking up, she saw only swirling clouds, the summit obscured from view. Remembering that Cang Heng could fly, she urged him to carry her up. However, as they soared into the mist, they were thwarted by an invisible barrier, a transparent wall that obstructed their path. Undeterred, she insisted that Cang Heng attempt to fly in various directions, yet they were continually met with the same obstruction. After an afternoon of fruitless attempts, she concluded that the Wing tribe was enveloped by a colossal, transparent dome. Though the distance seemed short, it felt insurmountable. As twilight descended by the riverbank, Zheng Shishi inquired if Cang Heng had ever tried to escape during the past few centuries, or if any beastmen had ventured out. Cang Heng replied that when she had fallen from above, others had believed the barrier had vanished and had come to investigate, but it had not. He recounted how, in his youth, he had often attempted to fly beyond the forest, only to be met with the same invisible obstruction. Since the emergence of this barrier, no beastman had managed to leave in 500 years. As the population of the Wing tribe dwindled with age and illness, only a few hundred remained 0.5 centuries ago. However, they had thrived with thousands of beastmen at that time. Many females would come to the Wing tribe. Pairing with the males, the tribe flourished, and their innate advantages meant that few other tribes dared to encroach upon their territory, leading to a life of abundance and ease. After the barrier appeared, females began to fall ill and die one after another. Now, Zheng Shishi was the only female left in the Wing tribe. For 500 years, the tribe had annually paid homage to the beast god, hoping for guidance. Yet before Zheng Shishi arrived, the beast god had never bestowed any decrees. Lying on the grassy riverbank beneath a canopy of stars, they conversed. Curiously, Zheng Shishi pressed Cang Heng about his desire to venture outside. Given that he had never left the forest beneath the cliff since birth, I once longed to see the beastmen of other tribes mentioned in the ancestral scrolls. But now I have no desire to leave. If the barrier were to vanish, you would depart. We have already forged a bond as partners, and I intend to remain by your side. Should I leave, I would have to accept your 2 male partners. I do not wish to share you with other males. I want you to be mine alone. They are unworthy of having you alongside me, that I am the king of the winged tribe. A first-tier beastman, capable of protecting you. For now, as long as we cannot leave, you will be with me, and I find that quite agreeable. After all, we cannot escape for 500 years. You should relinquish that hope. Cang Heng expressed his innermost thoughts. Zheng Shishi, unsure of how to respond, fell into silence alongside him. Gradually, the rhythmic sound of Cang Heng's breathing filled the air, lulling him to sleep. It was no wonder he had succumbed to slumber. The past few days had been filled with crafting furniture and exploring with her, culminating in an afternoon of flying. Observing the peacefully sleeping Cang Heng, Zheng Shishi felt a wave of fatigue wash over her. Unable to lift the tall, sturdy beastman, she returned to the hollow tree to fetch a heavy hide to cover him. She then nestled in beside him for warmth, drifting off to sleep under the starlit sky. With no immediate means or clues for leaving the cliff base, Zheng Shishi chose to make herself at home. Cang Heng remained by her side, never leaving, diligently washing her clothes, preparing meals, hunting, and tidying their tree shelter, truly embodying the image of a perfect homemaker. Zheng Shishi relished in the luxury of leisure, and before long, 5 days had passed, just as she began to feel hopeless about ever escaping, fearing she would end up like the former females of the winged tribe, aging and dying in this place. She recalled Cang Heng's mention of the ancestral scroll. Perhaps examining it might reveal the root of their predicament and offer a solution to the barrier. She shared her thoughts with Cang Heng, who readily agreed, swiftly retrieving the ancient hide inscribed with various information left by the ancestors of the winged tribe. It was a vast, smooth hide, one side intricately etched with numerous details, depictions of flora and fauna, records of various food sources, and the history of the winged tribe. Among these illustrations was a scene depicting a night 500 years prior, when the winged tribe witnessed a colossal star streak across the sky, exploding above their forest. Shortly thereafter, the barrier emerged, coinciding with the appearance of a dark, mist-shrouded forest in the northern corner of the woodland. The Winged King had dispatched many beastmen to explore the depths of this dark forest, but none returned. Thus, that shadowy expanse became a forbidden realm, a land of death. After spending the better part of the day poring over the immense hide, Zheng Shishi gleaned a semblance of understanding regarding the origin of their plight. Yet, the information proved insufficient for her to devise a solution. The only course of action that came to mind was the possibility of venturing into the forbidden dark forest. However, according to the records, those who had entered had never returned alive. A small human girl like her embarking on such a perilous expedition seemed ill-advised. Consequently, Zheng Shishi fell into a deep sense of helplessness, her thoughts stagnating. In moments of boredom, she would often take the hide to familiarize herself with the plants and food of the forest, discovering richer resources that allowed her to live somewhat comfortably in this beastly world. Shishi, look what I have brought you, Cang Heng called excitedly from the treehouse. Zheng Shishi peered out from the 3rd floor, spotting Cang Heng holding an animal resembling a chicken. She hurried downstairs to inspect it. Her spirits lifted. The creature, larger than an ordinary chicken, was tightly grasped in Cang Heng's hand. This is a yellow bird. Its flavor is exquisite. Should we make bird soup or roast the bird today? Cang Heng suggested, preparing to pluck its feathers by the riverbank. Zheng Shishi quickly interjected, asking Cang Heng, will this bird lay eggs? Realizing her intention, Cang Heng playfully flicked her forehead. Ah, Shishi, you are quite clever. You wish to keep it so that it can lay more eggs, don't you? Zheng Shishi nodded eagerly, adding her own thoughts. I also wanted to hatch more little yellow birds, so we can have an endless supply of eggs and yellow birds in the future. That is an excellent idea. No beastman has ever attempted to domesticate and hatch birds before. Shishi, you are truly brilliant, Cang Heng, with a smile, set about constructing a shelter beside the treehouse. In no time, a pen for livestock was completed. Subsequently, Cang Heng would occasionally catch 1 or 2 yellow birds. Before long, the yellow birds began to lay eggs. Zheng Shishi collected all the eggs, and once she had gathered 10, she allowed the large yellow bird to incubate them. During moments of leisure, Cang Heng informed Zheng Shishi that a yellow bird only needed to mate once in its lifetime to lay eggs perpetually that it could produce an egg daily, with a hatching period of merely 10 days. After hatching, the young yellow birds would be capable of laying eggs again within 3 months. Thus, an abundance of bird eggs and meat would soon be at their disposal. The only drawback was the short lifespan of the yellow birds. From hatching to natural death, they could live no more than 3 years. 1 day, Zheng Shishi accompanied Cang Heng on a hunting expedition. Previously, Cang Heng had never taken her along, and after a while, she grew bored in the treehouse, pleading with him to let her join. After much coaxing, Cang Heng finally agreed to take her hunting. They intended to hunt small game, as larger prey could not be consumed entirely and was often tough. Small game, on the other hand, was tender and easy to prepare, suitable for grilling, boiling, frying, or even hot pot. An enticing prospect indeed. Cang Heng carried Zheng Shishi to a verdant grove, placing her on a sturdy branch of a grand tree, cautioning her to sit steady and not fall. After imparting his advice, he flew to another tree to survey the surroundings from a distance. Zheng Shishi noticed Cang Heng had spotted a nest of wild boars, each roughly the size of a human. In a flash, Cang Heng was beside the boars. Before they could react, his feet transformed into claws, and with a series of swift kicks and fierce tearing, he dispatched them all in an instant. This spectacle left Zheng Shishi, observing from afar, utterly astonished. Zheng Shishi recognized that Cang Heng, being a higher-tier beastman, was undoubtedly more formidable than Ashuming and Bai Lin. However, she recalled that when Ashuming and Bai Lin captured such large prey, it often required a struggle or a sneak attack, leaving them with numerous injuries. The larger the quarry, the more time and effort they needed to expend. Zheng Shishi was taken aback by the stark contrast between a 4th-tier beastman and a 1st-tier one. Cang Heng could eliminate an entire nest of animals in under a minute, and this was a group of 7. It was clear that if Cang Heng were to venture outside, he would be a fearsome presence, rendering the threat of the Kuitian wolf clan trivial. Perhaps Cang Heng's abilities could even lead to the annihilation of an entire tribe. That moment, Zheng Shishi finally understood why Cang Heng had deemed Ashuming and Bai Lin's capabilities insufficient. As dusk fell, the two set about preparing dinner by the riverbank. Cang Heng handled the necessary ingredients while Zheng Shishi added food and seasonings to a large stone pot. The slanting rays of the setting sun cast beautiful shadows along the riverbank. A gentle light illuminated Zheng Shishi's face, causing Cang Heng, who was assisting nearby, to pause in admiration. The sunset's glow resembled a delicate layer of rouge, enhancing Zheng Shishi's complexion to a flawless rosy hue. Cang Heng found it difficult to look away until the light faded with the rapidly descending sun, bringing him back to reality. As twilight descended, Zheng Shishi prepared a hearty pot of hot pot, adding some chili peppers and herbs she had identified from the bee skin scrolls, along with salt. Although it lacked some of the modern hot pot seasonings that enhanced flavor, it was still a delightful and wholesome green meal. After their meal, Zheng Shishi took the initiative to tidy the dishes and went to the riverside to wash them. Having been cared for by Cang Heng lately, she felt it was only right to contribute to the household chores. Perhaps due to the growing darkness, she inadvertently cut her finger, blood oozing forth and dripping into the river. Unbeknownst to her, the blood did not dissipate in the water, but was drawn into the depths by an undercurrent. Zheng Shishi winced in pain. With just a faint cry, Cang Heng swiftly arrived by her side. Upon seeing her injured hand, he immediately took it in his mouth. His warm, moist tongue enveloped her finger, making Zheng Shishi feel embarrassed and wish to withdraw her hand, insisting she was fine. Yet, Cang Heng held her hand firmly, and when she attempted to pull away, she discovered her wound had healed as if it had never existed. Next time, don't wash the dishes, just leave them here. I'll take care of it. You only need to be happy, Cang Heng said tenderly, brushing Zheng Shishi's hair, which had been tousled by the evening breeze, behind her ear. A fortnight later, Zheng Shishi and Cang Heng enjoyed a tranquil and stable existence. As time passed, she gradually acclimatized to this lifestyle. After all, here she was cared for and cherished, with ample food and drink, compared to her solitary existence in modern society, where no one noticed her struggles. This simple life felt like a blessing. Seated by the window of the 3rd floor of the treehouse, Zheng Shishi found herself lost in thought. Unbeknownst to her, she drifted into slumber. When she awoke, the outside world was in chaos. Calling out to Cang Heng yielded no response. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she stood at the window and drew back the bee-skin curtain to gaze outside. What she beheld was no longer the familiar warm sun and gentle breeze, but rather a scene reminiscent of hell on earth. The river was surrounded by massive ice formations, towering skyward, while some trees were engulfed in flames, smoke billowing from the inferno, and others lay toppled, frozen solid. Many beastmen were fleeing in all directions, some with injured wings, others with wounded legs, and a few engaged in aerial combat, weaving through gusts of wind and the acrid scent of charred flesh. The foe in this battle was a colossal insect protruding from the river, radiating a soft white light, its body plump and layered with flesh. Beneath its white exterior, one could faintly see the green liquid coursing through its being. Possessing a potent corrosive quality, this liquid erupted from its gaping maw, resembling a chrysanthemum in bloom. Upon contact, it swiftly corroded the flesh of the beastman's wings, leaving gaping holes, causing them to lose balance and plummet to the ground with a thunderous crash. The corrosive liquid splattered onto the surrounding trees and soil, emitting hissing fumes and a foul stench. I could see that moment. The gigantic insect seemed to sense something amidst the fray, writhing its massive form as it endeavored to extract the remaining portion of its body from the river. It now presented the appearance of a teetering, rotund maggot, twisting towards the treehouse, heading straight for Zheng Shishi. The beastmen behind it launched a frenzied assault, yet despite their fiery blasts and gusts from flapping wings, they could not inflict any damage upon the monstrous creature. They merely slowed its advance toward Zheng Shishi. As the giant insect drew near, the treehouse, already precariously close to the riverbank, was now merely a meter away from the looming threat. The rush of wind whipped past her ears when Cang Heng swooped in, lifting her into the sky, where numerous beastmen soared about, forming a protective barrier around them. Realizing its target had vanished, the giant insect emitted a piercing cry, and with a series of shrill wails, it unleashed a barrage of corrosive ice spikes from its maw, resembling a rain of arrows. The wings of the beastmen shielding them began to emit thick smoke, the acrid scent mingling with the smell of burning flesh. Cang Heng hastily commanded, "Everyone, retreat into the forest." The remaining capable beastmen scrambled into the depths of the woods. After a frantic escape, Cang Heng finally set Zheng Shishi down on a sturdy branch of a large tree to rest, allowing her to regain her composure from the fright. As she surveyed her surroundings, she noted that despite the sun now being directly overhead, however, deep within the forest, the lush foliage and verdant underbrush shielded the sunlight from the blazing sun quite effectively. Only slender beams of light managed to pierce through the gaps in the leaves, barely illuminating the surroundings enough to discern objects. All around, winged orcish beings, with wings injured and unable to soar, continued to escape in a scattered manner. When she turned to glance at the gasping Cang Heng, who leaned against the tree trunk, she noted that although he bore no severe injuries, his exposed skin was marred with patches resembling burns. Corroded in various sizes, that a pang of sorrow struck her heart. Even someone as formidable as Cang Heng could not withstand the might of that colossal insect. Leaving him in such a state, she could not fathom the intensity of the battle that had just transpired. Zheng Shishi hurriedly climbed to Cang Heng's side, frantically tugging at his tattered feathered garment. Yet, Cang Heng firmly grasped her hand, his voice tinged with exhaustion as he cautioned, "Do not touch. Its venom has corroded my skin. If your hand comes into contact with my poisoned wounds, you too shall be harmed. Even the slightest injury, I cannot bear to see you suffer." Cang Heng smiled gently at Zheng Shishi, striving to maintain his tenderness before her despite his condition. Zheng Shishi, however, paid little heed to his words, struggling to free herself from his grip, her voice trembling with the threat of tears and laced with frustration as she exclaimed, "You're hurt so badly, and yet you smile. Let me help you." As she spoke, large droplets of tears cascaded down her cheeks, poised to fall from her chin. Upon seeing her weep, Cang Heng hastily cradled her face in his hands, soothingly whispering, "Look, I am here, unharmed before you. These are but minor wounds. In a few days, I shall recover. Please do not cry. Your tears tighten my heart." Cang Heng's words only served to exacerbate Zheng Shishi's tears, the thought that there were so many other orcs injured or even dead. Alongside Cang Heng, weighed heavily on her compassionate heart, which lacked even the slightest ability to protect itself. Her tears flowed freely, like a deluge breaking through a dam, and Cang Heng's hands could not keep pace to wipe away her falling tears. In a flurry of concern, he enveloped her in his embrace. Zheng Shishi sobbed against Cang Heng's chest, her weeping finally subsiding after what felt like an eternity. Raising her head from Cang Heng's embrace, she looked up at him with swollen, red-rimmed eyes and asked, "Cang Heng, what is that creature? How could it be so powerful, even overpowering you?" She voiced the question that gnawed at her mind, for how could their home have been destroyed overnight? 3 centuries ago, it appeared once before, and it was my father, brother, and several esteemed elders who managed to repel it. Since then, we believed the giant insect to be a thing of the past, never imagining it lay hidden beneath the riverbed. Cang Heng's weak explanation prompted Zheng Shishi to ponder the mysterious resurgence of this colossal insect. Just as she was lost in thought, she heard Cang Heng exclaim in surprise. Looking up, she saw him touching his wounded area, astonished as he said, "Shishi, my wounds are healing." Zheng Shishi reached out to touch him, and indeed the areas on his chest and back, once riddled with injuries, had returned to their original state, showing no signs of past wounds. Zheng Shishi's immediate reaction was one of awe. "Wow, Cang Heng, you are incredible. You mentioned your wounds would heal, but I didn't expect it to be so swift." "I worried for nothing," she marveled, recalling how quickly Cang Heng had healed her own injured fingers not long ago. However, before she could continue her admiration, Cang Heng interrupted, Sure, it is not as it seems, according to my healing abilities. It should take more than 5 days for me to recover." Initially, Zheng Shishi thought Cang Heng was merely being modest, but upon reflection, she realized he had always been somewhat proud and self-assured, never doubting his capabilities. Thus, what could account for this sudden healing? Suddenly, an idea struck her, reminiscent of the melodramatic television drama she had watched, where the protagonist's tears could save lives in critical moments. Could such a glitch plot twist manifest in her own life? She voiced her thought to Cang Heng. "Cang Heng, in my tribe, I have seen companions who were injured or even died. Yet the tears of a female can revive a partner or possess healing properties. Might it be?" Cang Heng contemplated her words and decided to test the theory. Transforming his right hand into a claw, he slashed a gash across his left arm before Zheng Shishi could utter a word of protest. With one swift motion, he inflicted 5 bloody wounds upon himself. "Da-da! Why would you do something so foolish? You just healed," Zheng Shishi exclaimed, exasperated. Even if they were to experiment, it was reckless to toy with his own body. Cang Heng, however, was not angered by her response. Instead, he laughed joyously, a broad smile illuminating his face. Sure, you finally care for me. Your way of addressing me has changed." Annoyed, Zheng Shishi playfully swatted Cang Heng's left arm, causing him to wince. It was then that she remembered his injury was also on that arm, and she quickly checked to ensure her playful gesture had not worsened his condition. Seeing him shake his head with a smile put her at ease. Since he had already inflicted the wound, they might as well proceed with the experiment. Zheng Shishi thought of Cang Heng's previous injuries and the wounded orcs beneath the tree, and her tears, which had just begun to dry, flowed anew. She let a few drops fall onto the wound. Together, they waited in silence. 1 minute passed, then 3, 5, 10. It became evident that her tears alone could not heal the wounds. Feeling deflated, Zheng Shishi looked at Cang Heng, who noticed her discontented expression and pulled her into his embrace once more, reassuring her, "It's all right. I know my limits. This wound will heal in a couple of days. It doesn't hurt." As Cang Heng's right hand brushed away her tears, Zheng Shishi caught sight of the mark on his ring finger. Suddenly, she recalled what Ashuming had told her when she first entered the beast realm, that the partner mark could endow a female with certain abilities, depending on the strength of her beast partner. Since she was bonded with Cang Heng, did that mean his formidable power could bestow her with some abilities as well? She shared this possibility with Cang Heng, who brightened at the thought, but then shook his head. "No, our winged kin primarily possess powers related to flight and fire. If such abilities were transferred to a female partner, you would likely gain speed." leaping, and fire control, not healing abilities. When Zheng Shishi lifted her right hand to inspect the mark, she discovered that the once golden feather imprint had transformed into a verdant green one that instinctively, she placed her hand over Cang Heng's injured arm, closing her eyes and wishing for his wounds to heal. When she opened her eyes again, the injuries on his arm had vanished without a trace of scar. Shishi, you are remarkable. You possess healing abilities. How did you do that? Cang Heng marveled. I don't know, I just noticed the mark turned green, and instinctively I acted, Zheng Shishi replied, raising her right hand to show him. Her ring finger bore the now golden feather mark once more. Cang Heng grasped her hand, examining the mark on his own finger for a long moment before shaking his head, still puzzled by the phenomenon. My king, the giant insect has been impeded by the forest, slowing its advance. We have at least 5 days to rest. The orc with white wings, whom Zheng Shishi had seen before, reported to Cang Heng. Zheng Shishi observed that on the left wing of the orc, a gaping, bloodied hole bore testament to the corrosive venom of the giant insect. Despite his severe injury, he showed no signs of fatigue, continuing to assist other wounded orcs and organizing those capable of fighting into patrols. That orc with the white wings is gravely injured. He cannot continue without resting. If this continues, his wing will become infected and fail. Zheng Shishi expressed her concern at Cang Heng. Cang Heng replied nonchalantly, his name is Yala. He grew up alongside me. He is the strongest guardian of the winged kin and one of the highest-ranking second-tier orcs. His mission is to protect the safety of our tribe. Therefore, he cannot rest, unless he falls. He shall not cease. As Zheng Shishi listened to Cang Heng's introduction, her gaze fell upon Yala's imposing figure beneath the tree. His skin was a deep bronze, and his facial features were sharply defined and profound. His piercing blue eyes radiated a wild, formidable aura, complemented by a mane of deep brown, medium-length curls, resembling a valiant knight from Greek mythology. Yala, standing under the tree, was preparing to lead a few orcs on their patrol when Zheng Shishi called out to him from above. Yala, wait a moment. She turned to Cang Heng, indicating that he should take her down with him. As they landed beside Yala, she eagerly dashed forward. However, in her haste, she neglected the forest floor's tangled vines, tripping and stumbling forward, which caused her to lurch several steps ahead. Before anyone could react, she instinctively reached out to steady herself by grabbing Yala's body, inadvertently tugging down his thin bee-skin skirt. She ended up clutching his calf and fell on her backside, the sharp edges of the vines on the ground painfully jabbing her, prompting a yelp of distress as she covered her rear with one hand and held onto Yala's skirt with the other, hopping in place. This series of antics elicited uproarious laughter from the previously somber orcs, each one doubled over in mirth, nearly laughing themselves into oblivion. Embarrassed, Zheng Shishi buried her face in her hands, pleading, "Please stop laughing." Yala snatched the bee-skin skirt from Zheng Shishi's hands, turned his back to her to put it on, then faced her and inquired, "What is it that you needed?" "You have a large, corroded hole in your wing that if left untreated, it may lead to infection, and if it becomes severe, your wing could be rendered useless." Zheng Shishi, hailing from the 21st century, was unfamiliar with the myriad of customs in this beastly realm. And as she spoke, she moved closer to Yala, reaching out to examine his drooping left wing, revealing the gaping wound. She extended her hand, attempting to will the wound to heal. Yet, when she opened her eyes again, the injury remained grotesquely bloody. Skeptical, she tried once more, only to meet with failure again. Disheartened, she turned to Cang Heng, expressing her bewilderment. "Why isn't it working?" As she caressed Yala's wing, she noted its pristine, white feathers full and broad, each plume untouched by a speck of dust, exuding an aura of purity and beauty, and her heart ached for Yala. Cang Heng pulled Zheng Shishi back beside him, seizing her hands and whispering in her ear, "Do not touch the wings of other orcs indiscriminately." Before Zheng Shishi could inquire further, Cang Heng straightened up and addressed Yala. "When I was injured earlier, Shishi helped me heal. She wanted to see if she could assist you as well." "Oh, it's nothing," Yala replied, a bit dazed. Yet murmurs of astonishment spread through the onlookers as they realized she possessed healing abilities, a rarity not seen since over 5 centuries ago. Indeed, the last one with such powers was our previous king. "I've never heard of a female possessing such abilities." Zheng Shishi catching snippets of their conversation, suddenly seized upon the phrase the former king possessed healing abilities. Her eyes brightened as she grasped Cang Heng's hand. Urging him closer to Yala, quickly, Cang Heng tried to heal him, just as I did. Understanding her intent, Cang Heng closed his eyes and placed his hand over Yala's wound. The golden feather ring on his ring finger began to emit a soft green glow, transforming the companion mark from red to green. In that moment, Yala's injury healed at an astonishing rate, visible to all. The orcs erupted in cheers, praising their king's miraculous gift. However, when Zheng Shishi turned, she noticed Cang Heng's pallor, his complexion unnaturally pale. Rushing to support him, she asked, "What's wrong? Why do you look so unwell?" Furrowing his brow, Cang Heng unfurled his hidden wings, revealing a massive wound on his left wing, identical to the one Yala bore. Zheng Shishi, distressed, touched Cang Heng's wing, her eyes brimming with tears. "How could this happen? You were able to heal the king," Yala reminded her. Zheng Shishi nodded, quickly realizing Yala's implication, and closed her eyes, reaching out to heal Cang Heng's injury. Indeed, within half a minute, Cang Heng's wound returned to its pristine state. Joy surged through her as she stifled her tears, embracing Cang Heng's wing, laughing like a fool, having discovered the method to wield the healing power share between her and Cang Heng. He took on the responsibility of healing the injured orcs, transferring their wounds to himself, and Zheng Shishi would then heal him. While she felt increasingly fatigued, she experienced no adverse reactions or backlash, managing to assist Cang Heng in healing the existing 60 or so orcs. But of course, injuries such as severed wings or legs were beyond her capability to mend. Their labors stretched from noon until midnight. And when Zheng Shishi and Cang Heng finally returned to rest atop a large tree, she fell on the verge of fainting from exhaustion. Yet Cang Heng still sought out fruits to sustain her, mindful that lighting a fire at night might attract giant insects and hasten their approach. The orcs, being beasts themselves, possessed adequate night vision, allowing them to see objects clearly within a meter, even if not as keenly as the night vision capable of Ashuming. They were robust creatures, accustomed to consuming raw meat, and could endure days without food without succumbing to starvation, merely feeling somewhat weak and lethargic. Zheng Shishi, however, found herself in darkness, unable to see anything when she extended her hand. She would starve if she did not eat, relying on Cang Heng to feed her small pieces of fruit that he had deftly sliced with his sharp claws after a long day of labor. She felt genuinely exhausted, and within 3 minutes, she drifted into a drowsy stupor in Cang Heng's embrace, her mouth too weary to consume any more fruit. She could hear Cang Heng's soft laughter and murmuring beside her. "So adorable, the beast god has truly been kind to me, sending you into my life and granting us healing abilities. What tribe do you belong to, little female? You seem so peculiar, your eyesight is astonishingly poor." Unlike the descriptions of females on the beast skin scrolls, in her dazed state, Zheng Shishi half-dreamily replied, "I am not a female of any beast tribe. I am human, and I do not know how to return to my world." Though her words were mumbled and incoherent, Cang Heng heard her clearly. While he did not understand what human meant, he grasped her desire to return where? To the cliff. The mere thought stirred a profound sense of loss within him, prompting him to hold her even closer. After a night of rest, many of the orcs regained much of their strength, though Zheng Shishi remained deep in slumber. Cang Heng, reluctant to disturb her, entrusted her to Yala, who had been on patrol all night, while he went to discuss strategies with the other winged orc leaders not far away. Zheng Shishi lay upon a broad branch, asleep, while Yala kept watch beside her. Remembering how this little female had tugged down his skirt the previous day, he felt a stirring in his heart at the memory of her soft hands around his calf and the tingling sensation of her touch on his wings. Curiosity and longing for that gentle sensation compelled Yala to reach out and gently caress Zheng Shishi's face, but the warmth and softness startled him, causing him to retract his hand as if shocked. Reason reminded him that she was the partner of their king, a being bestowed upon them by the beast god, and thus untouchable. Shaking his head, he attempted to rid himself of these unwarranted thoughts and laid down to feign sleep. When Cang Heng returned after making arrangements with the others, he found Zheng Shishi still fast asleep, and he felt a twinge of concern. While she often enjoyed her slumber, It was already midday, and she should have awakened by now, clamoring for food and water. Why was there no sign of her stirring? Was yesterday's healing too taxing for her? Although puzzled, Cang Heng brushed aside his worries, resolving to prevent her from overexerting her healing abilities in the future. With the dawn brightening the sky, he decided to prepare some meat soup for their meal. Knowing that a fire would not attract the giant insects, he pondered for a moment before resuming his tasks, still relying on Yala to care for Zheng Shishi. However, by the time Cang Heng returned after completing all his chores, twilight was approaching, and Zheng Shishi had yet to awaken. It was then that Cang Heng sensed something was amiss. In a flurry, he cradled her in his arms, repeatedly calling her name in hopes of rousing her from her slumber. Yet, regardless of the methods he employed, she remained utterly unresponsive. With a formidable giant insect looming ahead and the treacherous black fog of the deathly, forbidden forest behind, he found no respite to investigate the cause of Zheng Shishi's deep sleep, which only heightened his unease up by the following day. Upon witnessing Zheng Shishi's continued unconsciousness, Cang Heng's anxiety escalated. Though her vital signs appeared normal, resembling a peaceful slumber, he felt as restless as an ant on a hot pan, pacing beneath the tree and contemplating his next course of action. That moment, a frantic voice broke through. "My king! My king! The giant insect is drawing near. It may reach us before dawn. What shall we do?" Although the giant insect moved slowly, it had closed the distance over the past 3 days, leaving no avenue for retreat. With a roar, Cang Heng summoned the remaining beastmen of the Wing clan to gather beneath the tree, reassuring himself that Zheng Shishi, sleeping alone, would be safe, especially with him nearby. If anything were to occur, he would be the first to react. With this thought, he called down Yala, the leader of the Wing clan's guard and the second strongest beastman. His absence would significantly diminish their combat capabilities. Yala glanced back at the slumbering Zheng Shishi, hesitating for a moment before descending to join the others in discussion beneath the tree, where a cacophony of voices filled the air. And one anticipated that a silver serpent's head would emerge from the leaves, its eyes glimmering red as if it had discovered a treasure. In the blink of an eye, the Zheng Shishi who should have been peacefully napping among the branches vanished without a trace. When Cang Heng realized she was missing, his eyes turned crimson with desperation, searching frantically yet finding no sign of her. When Zheng Shishi awoke to a chilling sensation, she found herself in a cave, the source of the cold being the strikingly handsome figure before her, Bai Lin. Upon recognizing his face, her first reaction was not one of joy, but rather a grumbling reproach. "You wretched Bai Lin, I dream of you all too often, yet you never come to find me." As she spoke, a wave of annoyance compelled her to strike him, but the force of her blow only served to hurt her own hand, eliciting a yelp as she withdrew it, staring at Bai Lin in bewilderment. Moments later, she burst into tears. "Why did you take so long to come for me? I wanted to find you, but I was blocked from returning. I thought I would never see you again." Bai Lin, gazing at the person he had yearned for over the past 2 months, felt a surge of joy upon realizing that she still thought of him. Dispelling his earlier fears that she might have moved on with another flying beast man, he had been gravely injured when he heard of her leap from the cliff, nearly succumbing to his own bloodlust. Yet the strength of his longing had pulled him back from the brink of death. In the days that followed, as he recovered, he had sought news of her, only to learn that after her fall, there had been no word. Staring into the abyss of the cliff, he felt despondent. Little Shishi was so delicate and fragile, and how many male beastmen had survived such a leap? What chance did a defenseless female have? Yet, the thought of losing her was unbearable. After 30 years of wandering alone, estranged from his clan, he had finally found someone he cherished. With this determination, Bai Lin resolved to venture over the cliff, willing to risk his life in pursuit of her. Just as he was about to leap, Ashuming arrived to stop him, engaging him in a conversation that failed to dissuade Bai Lin from seeking vengeance against the Camus wolf clan. Bai Lin feared for Shishi's safety if he left her alone, his singular focus being to locate her, alive or dead. Thus Bai Lin jumped, and instead of meeting his demise, he awoke in a forest shrouded in black mist, spending days searching for an escape. Fortunately, as a beast man of toxic origin, the poisonous fog could not harm him, though it did obscure his vision. Upon emerging from the black forest, he heard the voices of numerous beastmen and decided to ascend a tree for a better view. To his astonishment, he found the sleeping Zheng Shishi and, unaware of the circumstances, quietly carried her back to the cave. Embracing the one he had longed for, Bai Lin was overwhelmed with joy at their reunion. Unable to bear the incessant chatter of the weeping Zheng Shishi, he swiftly laid her on the ground and silenced her tears with a kiss. Sensing her initial surprise, she soon responded passionately, prompting Bai Lin to cast aside all restraint, exploring her form and removing her ornate feather dress as he transformed into his beastman form. The sounds of their union echoed far and wide, marking a pivotal moment in Zheng Shishi's understanding of interspecies relations and her new life in this primal world. Bai Lin, he murmured, "We are now bonded as partners. With this mark, I shall always find you." No matter the distance, he spoke. He lifted his right hand to reveal the golden feather imprint on Zheng Shishi's ring finger. It was then that she realized he had been aware of their connection long before. In a flurry, she recounted her cliffside encounter with Cang Heng and the significance of the mark, fearing Bai Lin's anger. Bai Lin enveloped her in his arms, tenderly assuring her, "I bear no resentment, as long as you are well. That is sufficient. However, I wish to possess what he has." There was a hint of frustration in his voice, a lingering annoyance that he was not the first to bear her partner's mark. Even if she had not truly mated with Cang Heng, "Isn't all up to you, Zheng Shishi?" She cooed sweetly, which brought a smile to Bai Lin's face. She caressed the silver serpent imprint on his chest, and then her own, marveling at how delicate and beautiful they appeared. "Our foremost concern now is to find a way out of this misty forest. Lingering here may jeopardize your health," Bai Lin advised. Zheng Shishi, reminded of their surroundings, turned to him, realizing in her blissful distraction she had forgotten all about Cang Heng and the Wing clan. We are likely within the Wing clan's forbidden territory, where rumors say that no beastman has ever returned alive." She explained, "Cang Heng saved me. I cannot abandon him, especially now that we share this bond." She hesitated to express that she had begun to feel a connection to Cang Heng. Bai Lin wrapped his arms around her from behind, burying his face in her hair, reluctant to concede. "If only I could possess you entirely, I would not wish to share you with anyone." With a deep sigh, he continued, "Yet, I desire your happiness above all else. I do not wish to pressure you that I know my limitations, but from the moment I met you, I wish to protect you, that I am grateful that the beast god has allowed us to bond. That alone brings me great satisfaction, that I fear I may not be able to safeguard you as Ashuming can. Having multiple partners to protect you would be a blessing." Hearing Bai Lin's self-deprecating words, Zheng Shishi felt a pang of compassion. Turning to embrace him, she whispered, "Fool, you are my only true partner. You are remarkable, and in time, you will grow stronger, capable of protecting me." Zheng Shishi, with a smile, gently pressed a kiss upon Bai Lin's lips, dispelling the latter's feelings of inadequacy and bringing forth a joyful smile in return. "I know the way out. Allow me to guide you to them," she declared. Bai Lin transformed into a half-serpent, cradling Zheng Shishi as they glided away, during which Cang Heng recounted his experiences following her leap from the cliff. With a speed twice that of a human, Bai Lin swiftly traversed the terrain, and before long, they arrived near the forest where Bai Lin had previously found Zheng Shishi. However, after searching for a while, they could not locate Cang Heng or the other beastmen at the original spot. Instead, Zheng Shishi inadvertently locked eyes with a colossal insect hidden among the trees. In that moment, a chill coursed through her, stinging her cheeks. Zheng Shishi cried out, "Shao Bai, run! The giant insect is coming!" Bai Lin responded with remarkable agility, narrowly evading the corrosive liquid spewed by the insect, which was still some distance away. Zheng Shishi tumbled from Bai Lin's embrace, fortuitously landing on Bai Lin's serpentine form, which acted as a cushion. Without pausing, Bai Lin lifted her once more and began to maneuver in serpentine patterns, barely evading each attack. Fortunately, the cover of trees provided some protection. Had they been in an open area, they would likely have been reduced to mere remnants. Trees around them were struck one by one, some instantly developing gaping holes, while others were encased in ice from the chilling aura emanating from the passing giant insect. After being pursued for quite some time, Bai Lin's stamina waned, and his speed diminished slightly. This brief deceleration granted the insect an opportunity. Once again, it unleashed a stream of venom from its multitude of grotesque teeth, striking Bai Lin in the back. The force of the blow sent him flying over 3 meters, while Zheng Shishi was flung from his grasp as he lost balance. Noticing the protruding tree roots below her, Zheng Shishi braced for impact, fearing a face full of scratches or a serious injury to her body. Just before she hit the ground, she was caught in a broad embrace. She was gently placed on a sturdy branch. She recognized the figure before her. Is it really you? How wonderful! Zheng Shishi exclaimed with delight. Observing her joy, Yala felt a warmth in his heart, silently reflecting on how fortunate he was to have arrived just in time to prevent her from harm. Now that I've saved her, does this mean I have a chance to pursue her according to the rules? He pondered. The sound of the giant insect crashing through the trees jolted Zheng Shishi back to reality. She quickly glanced over, seeing Bai Lin sprawled on the ground nearby, coughing up blood. The giant insect drew nearer, and with no time to lose, she shouted for Bai Lin to flee. In a flash, a massive, pure white bird soared through the air, its powerful talons seizing Bai Lin and lifting him high into the sky, circling above the treetops. Immediately after, the spot where Bai Lin had been lying was engulfed in corrosive liquid, billowing with smoke and bubbles. The giant insect, enraged by the sight of Bai Lin and Yala in the air, emitted a series of piercing cries, its frustration palpable as it unleashed another torrent of liquid toward them. Fortunately, Yala had ascended high enough to evade the onslaught, while the liquid fell harmlessly to the ground, with some splattering near Zheng Shishi's tree. Branches splintered under the corrosive substance, sizzling ominously, nearly burning her as she pressed against the trunk. Frozen in fear. Yet, this slight movement attracted the giant insect's attention. It twisted its massive body toward Zheng Shishi, forcing aside countless trees. In mere moments, the insect's colossal, tooth-filled visage loomed before her. Zheng Shishi, paralyzed against the trunk, prayed that it would not unleash its venom upon her. Otherwise, she would surely be reduced to mere pulp. Despite the tense stalemate, neither Zheng Shishi nor the insect made a move that moment. Yala flew closer, but before he could reach her, the insect redirected its attack toward him, forcing him to retreat. In its panic, the insect turned back to Zheng Shishi, unleashing its venom in a sudden onslaught. The unexpected assault left her with little time to react, and her feet slipped beneath her, sending her tumbling from the tree, narrowly avoiding the attack. Just before she hit the ground, Bai Lin, hidden in the nearby trees, deftly swung his long tail, ensnaring her and pulling her back into his embrace. Don't be afraid. I am here, he whispered softly in her ear. Sure, came a familiar voice from afar. It was Cang Heng. He hurried toward her, but was intercepted mid-flight by Yala's warning. Your Highness, it's dangerous. The giant insect, frustrated by its failure to strike either of them, began to thrash about wildly, unleashing corrosive green liquid in all directions. Yala and Cang Heng utilized their altitude to dodge the insect's attacks, while the enraged creature redirected its fury toward the non-flying Bai Lin and Zheng Shishi. In the face of such a formidable foe, Bai Lin struggled to evade, nearly struck multiple times. Although he managed to avoid the most direct hits, the splattered liquid still rained down upon them. Bai Lin shielded Zheng Shishi with his own body, fearing even the slightest harm would befall her. Meanwhile, his own form was riddled with small, corrosive wounds, emitting a faint stench of burnt flesh. Continuous assaults and the vast disparity in power took their toll. After several evasive maneuvers, Bai Lin, exhausted and slow, could not evade the next attack. The corrosive liquid struck him, instantly enveloping his back in white smoke as it began to eat away at his scales and muscles. Within mere seconds, a gaping hole formed in his back. Zheng Shishi, nestled in Bai Lin's embrace, hastily looked up to see his face pale and blood-red eyes losing their luster. With his last ounce of strength, Bai Lin pushed her away, collapsing backward. Zheng Shishi, witnessing Bai Lin's form recede, tumbled to the ground. She scrambled toward him, her heart sinking as she beheld the immense wound in his abdomen, larger than her arm. The edges, scorched from corrosion, emitted wisps of white smoke with scarcely any blood seeping from the gash. In disbelief, Zheng Shishi cradled Bai Lin, tears cascading down her cheeks. "Shao Bai, wake up! Don't jest with me, or I shall be furious. Shao Bai, open your eyes and see me. We have just become mates. You cannot abandon me. I've already been forsaken far too many times." Her voice, hoarse and desperate, cried out for Bai Lin. Her heart racing as if it might cease, struggling to breathe, unwilling to accept such a fate. Anger surged within her, feeling as though she had been cherished only to have that love snatched away before it truly began. With a fierce resolve, Zheng Shishi set Bai Lin down and strode purposefully toward the still furious giant insect, her gown of iridescent feathers made from Cang Heng's plumes now ablaze with a fierce intensity. Embodying her thirst for vengeance, the small serpent mark on her chest, symbolizing her bond with Bai Lin, slowly opened a single eye, glimmering like a ruby. Simultaneously, her own eyes transformed from black to a mesmerizing red. Radiating an eerie glow, she picked up a broken branch from the ground, sharp thorns jutting from it, and raised her gaze to the colossal insect. Initially, when the giant creature had attacked, she had been quite close. And after moving forward a short distance, the space between Zheng Shishi and the beast had dwindled to less than a meter. That very moment, as Zheng Shishi locked her eyes onto the giant insect, she suddenly vanished and reappeared several meters above the ground, directly in front of the creature. With a powerful thrust, she drove the sharp branch deep into one of the insect's eyes. The sudden onslaught caught the cumbersome beast off guard, and the branch impaled in its eye elicited a roar of pain as it thrashed wildly. Grasping the branch, Zheng Shishi was flung far into the air by the giant insect's frantic movements. But fortunately, Cang Heng, with swift reflexes, caught her securely mid-flight. "Put me down. I want to kill it," Zheng Shishi shouted, her voice a blend of fury and desperation, incessantly pounding on Cang Heng's chest to be released. "Shishi, don't panic. You've injured the giant insect. We have a chance to defeat it," Cang Heng said soothingly, grasping her hand in an attempt to calm her down. As they spoke, the enraged giant insect, blinded in one eye by Zheng Shishi's strike, suddenly collapsed, uprooting a swath of trees as it writhed on the ground. Above, more and more beastmen appeared, quickly forming a sky battalion of 50, casting a dark shadow over the giant insect, with Yala at the helm. "Everyone, listen up, split into 4 teams and attack the target, the other eye of the giant insect," Yala commanded decisively, and his comrades swiftly organized into 4 formations, encircling the creature and targeting its remaining eye. With the beastmen launching a barrage of attacks, fireballs, razor-like feathers, and swift claws rained down upon the giant insect's body and remaining eye. After several minutes of relentless assault, the giant insect bore new wounds, its body marred with numerous injuries from the attacks, oozing a thick, greenish-white ichor. Yet the beast's other eye remained unscathed, while some of the weaker beastmen succumbed to exhaustion, a few even injured by the rolling giant creature. As the situation began to spiral out of control, Cang Heng safely returned Zheng Shishi to the ground, saying, "Stay here, Shishi. I'm going to assist Yala." With that, he unfurled his fiery red wings and soared into the sky. Yala, seemingly in sync, exchanged a knowing glance with Cang Heng, and they nodded in silent agreement to attack the giant insect from different angles. Yala was the first to strike, unfurling his pristine wings and flapping vigorously, creating a powerful gust that lifted debris from the ground and stirred a whirlwind of dust and sand, obscuring the vision of the giant insect, with only one eye barely able to see. The creature was further disoriented by Yala's stormy assault, presenting Cang Heng with an opportune moment. Seizing the chance, Cang Heng dove towards the insect's unguarded eye with claws extended. The giant insect howled in agony, akin to a wounded beast, signaling Cang Heng's successful ambush. Zheng Shishi, her vision obscured by the swirling sand, failed to witness their triumph, only hearing the creature's desperate cries. As the dust began to settle, she looked up just in time to see the giant insect, its eyes gouged out, open its many-toothed maw above Cang Heng, attempting to bite him before he could escape. Realizing the imminent danger, she watched in horror as the giant insect's mouth loomed over Cang Heng, threatening to swallow him whole. In a split second before the creature could close its jaws, a shadowy figure pushed Cang Heng aside, and he stumbled out of harm's way. Caught by Cang Heng turned back in haste, but the giant insect jaws had already snapped shut, engulfing the figure that had saved him. In that instant, he felt his body tremble, a suffocating sensation spreading through him. He did not want to admit it, but he recognized the scent of the person who had pushed him away. Zheng Shishi. No. Shishi. Cang Heng cried out helplessly, instinctively trying to rush forward, but Yala held him back firmly. Zheng Shishi, witnessing Cang Heng's peril, felt a surge of urgency. Her eyes glowed with determination as she utilized the bond of her white phosphor mark to amplify her abilities, flashing to Cang Heng's side to push him away. Sacrificing herself to the giant insect, she had already lost one white phosphor. She could not bear to lose Cang Heng as well. Fortunately, as she was swallowed, she avoided being crushed by the creature's teeth, suffering only minor abrasions. Slipping down the giant insect's throat into its belly, she found the interior not filled with the corrosive gastric acid she had anticipated. Instead, it was slippery and suffocating as she was squeezed within, akin to being submerged in a mire. The noxious odor and dwindling oxygen began to sap her strength and consciousness. Just as Zheng Shishi thought she was about to perish, she noticed a faint glimmer above her. Instinctively, she reached out, attempting to grasp the luminous object, but her arm fell just short. After several futile attempts, she found herself gasping for air, growing weaker with each movement. Suddenly, the giant insect collapsed and rolled over, causing her to tumble closer to the glowing object within its belly. It was a small, round crystal ball radiating a soft blue light. With great effort, she clawed at it, and, after several tries, managed to pry it free from the creature's abdominal wall. Just as she intended to bring the crystal closer for a better look, the giant insect's violent rolling sent her careening around its insides. Clutching the crystal tightly, she rolled along with the creature's tumultuous movements, until quite suddenly she was greeted by a rush of fresh air and blinding light. Shishi, where are you? Cang Heng's urgent voice called out, filled with familiar concern. Zheng Shishi tried to respond, opening her mouth to answer, but only managed to emit faint sounds. Yet, even these weak utterances caught Cang Heng's keen attention, and he soon found her amidst the pool of the creature's ichor. Shishi, you're okay, you're alive. Thank goodness, Cang Heng exclaimed, rushing over to embrace her, the disgusting residue of the beast's insides coating them both. Overwhelmed with joy, he held her tightly, tears of relief streaming down his face. As Zheng Shishi inhaled the fresh air, her strength and awareness gradually returned. She wrapped her arms around Cang Heng. Her voice barely above a whisper, she said, I'm fine, cough cough. Really, I'm alive. Could you loosen your grip a bit? I can hardly breathe, her words. Cang Heng immediately released her, allowing her to survey her surroundings. She found herself in a viscous, pale green liquid, her own body equally soiled. Shishi, you mustn't do anything so perilous again. Do you understand? Cang Heng said gently, cupping her chin to turn her face towards him, his eyes filled with affection as he wiped the muck from her cheeks. After you were swallowed by the giant insect, the city went into a frenzy, with everyone attacking the creature recklessly. After it was severely injured and toppled, we barely had a moment to strike before it suddenly exploded. Yala interjected, providing a brief overview of the battle's aftermath. Zheng Shishi nodded, suddenly recalling Bai Lin's grievous condition, and hurriedly crawled to find her. Lying not far away, Bai Lin gasped for breath, her already pale face appearing even more ashen, her once vibrant lips now tinged with a bluish hue. Her pupils dilating. Bai Lin's abdomen bore a large wound, narrowly missing her vital organs, yet she clung to life. Little Bai, we avenged you, Zheng Shishi cried out in sorrow. Wait. In her moment of grief, a thought struck Zheng Shishi, and she anxiously turned to Cang Heng, asking, Cang Heng, can you heal Bai Lin? Please, use your healing magic. Her voice trembled with uncertainty, fearing that Cang Heng might refuse. Bai Lin's injuries were severe and life-threatening. Using healing magic now could not only prove ineffective but might also deplete Cang Heng's energy and risk backlash. It's not that the king does not wish to save her, but her injuries are too severe. Healing magic cannot restore her body. Cang Heng replied solemnly, that moment. The wound on my wings could be healed, as it was not life-threatening. At worst, it would result in a broken wing. Therefore, it was possible to heal. Do you understand? Yala explained to Cang Heng, who truly hesitated to voice his thoughts, fearing it might hurt or unsettle Zheng Shishi. If he were misunderstood, would it lead her to believe that he was unwilling to use his abilities? Sacrificing Bai Lin instead? Such a misunderstanding could jeopardize the bond between him and Zheng Shishi, making reconciliation exceedingly difficult. Upon hearing Ayala's explanation, Zheng Shishi lowered her head and ceased her pleas, tears cascading down like pearls scattered from a broken string. She reached out, longing to touch the face of Bai Lin, her first companion in the beast realm and her most cherished beastman. He had always been so gentle and considerate towards her, often putting her needs above all else, even risking his life to find her, descending into the depths of despair, all for the sake of their shared existence. It was only because he had come to her rescue that he had ended up in this state. She blamed herself, feeling like a harbinger of misfortune, bringing calamity wherever she went. Just as Zheng Shishi extended her hand, she remembered she was still holding the crystal ball. Unfolding her palm, she saw the crystal glowing with a soft radiance. Suddenly, the brightness intensified, and the crystal slowly ascended from her palm, gracefully moving towards the hollow of Bai Lin's abdomen, gently descending into it. After a dazzling display of pale blue light, the crystal was embedded within Bai Lin's body, vanishing at a visible speed, while the hollow in his abdomen began to close, restoring his form to its normal state. When she looked back at Bai Lin, who had initially appeared ghostly pale, weak, and in disarray, he now radiated vitality, his cheeks bearing a hint of rosy color, his breathing steady and strong, and all his wounds and grime had vanished completely. Bai Lin, Xiao Bai, do you feel better? Zheng Shishi exclaimed, joyfully cradling Bai Lin's head, repeatedly caressing his cheeks. Yes, she called out to him. Bai Lin slowly opened his eyes, revealing his unique serpentine gaze, the white membranes retracting to unveil his brilliant ruby-like pupils. Xiao Shi, he responded. Wang, there's a massive chrysalis over here, a voice from a distance echoed. The sound jolted the onlookers back to attention, and Zheng Shishi collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Zheng Shishi, Bai Lin, and Cang Heng, along with the other members of the Wing tribe, returned to the clearing in the forest at the base of their former cliff dwelling. Fortunately, Zheng Shishi was not gravely harmed. Her fainting was merely a result of her first use of Bai Lin's partner mark ability, leading to excessive physical exhaustion, compounded by 2 consecutive uses that had depleted her mental energy. Cang Heng directed the beastmen to orderly clear the battlefield, while Zheng Shishi took Bai Lin, who had just regained consciousness, to the treehouse that Cang Heng had crafted for her. Along with them was the massive chrysalis, placed on the first floor while Zheng Shishi and Bai Lin occupied the 3rd floor. The chrysalis was exceedingly filthy, covered in a viscous green liquid that was quite repulsive as the sun set. Cang Heng returned, visibly exhausted and dirty, prompting Zheng Shishi to urge him to clean himself first. However, Cang Heng replied that the water level in the river at the entrance had dropped significantly. In the deepest part, the water barely reached his knees, making it impossible to bathe. Moreover, his fear of water served as a convenient excuse. Zheng Shishi rushed to the window to look outside, confirming the river was indeed nearly dry, its exposed bed revealing a network of cracked lines, with most trees along the banks broken and toppled. Even after cleaning, it still bore a desolate appearance. She returned to her wooden bed, sighing in disappointment. I was hoping to wash up and get a good night's sleep. Noticing her distress, Bai Lin, aware of her aversion to dirt, offered, I can fetch some water from the river. You can wash up inside? Zheng Shishi gazed at Bai Lin, recalling how he had narrowly escaped earlier. Though he was now well, her heart ached for him, and she shook her head in refusal. Just then, her stomach grumbled, having gone without a proper meal for the past 5 days while being chased by the giant insect. I'll go roast some meat, said Cang. I'll go roast some meat, echoed Bai Lin. The 2 exchanged glances before quickly diverting their eyes. Zheng Shishi found their unspoken understanding amusing, but soon both men turned to stare at her, making her feel increasingly awkward, prompting her to lower her head and avoid their gaze. The scene felt akin to being caught in a compromising situation, creating a palpable tension. She feigned exhaustion, requesting they leave her be to rest, and promptly lay down, ignoring them both. Seeing her stubbornness, the two men sighed and stepped outside by the riverbank. Cang Heng cut the clean game into pieces, while Bai Lin skillfully skewered the meat onto wooden sticks. They worked in silence, yet their synergy was apparent, and soon the air was filled with the enticing aroma of roasted meat. Zheng Shishi, pretending to be asleep in the treehouse, was drawn out by the delicious scent, and she grabbed a skewer, ready to eat. Cang Heng snatched it away, returning it to the grill, saying, "It's not ready yet. I haven't added the seasoning." Seeing Zheng Shishi's eager gaze and the drool nearly spilling from her mouth, Cang Heng was both amused and exasperated, remarking, "Your snake beastman partner has returned from hunting." Zheng Shishi looked toward the distance, spotting Bai Lin dragging the lower half of the snake as he approached. Upon seeing her, he cheerfully came over and embraced her, sitting beside the grill. Smelling something delicious, Bai Lin picked up a skewer, preparing to feed Zheng Shishi, only to have it snatched away again by Cang Heng. Zheng Shishi pouted, displeased, casting a reproachful look at Cang Heng, who retorted, "Aren't you going to say something to him? Don't you want to introduce me?" Zheng Shishi let out a nervous laugh, stammering as she introduced them. "Bai Lin, this is Cang Heng, the king of the Wing tribe, a first-tier beastman, very powerful. He saved me. Cang Heng, this is Bai Lin, my partner," she added, stumbling over her words. It was not her lack of courage. Rather, she feared Cang Heng's formidable presence. She worried that if Cang Heng were to get angry, he might harm Bai Lin. Cang Heng had been a stable first-tier beastman for over 100 years, while Bai Lin was merely an unstable fourth-tier beastman. The disparity was immense. "All right, eat up," Cang Heng said, handing Zheng Shishi a piece of seasoned grilled meat. Surprisingly, Cang Heng remained calm, contrary to Zheng Shishi's expectations of a confrontation between him and Bai Lin. Feeling a bit flustered, Zheng Shishi accepted the meat and sat down to eat, stealing glances at the two men, her expression akin to that of a thief. Bai Lin playfully flicked her forehead, causing her to feign pain while pouting. "Eat in peace. There won't be any fighting," Cang Heng reassured, offering her another generous helping of grilled meat. Zheng Shishi, enjoying her meal, cheerfully responded, "That's good. I was worried you'd get angry and hit Shao Bai." Cang Heng chuckled, shaking his head. Bai Lin sat beside her, feeding her vegetable soup. "If you wanted to fight me, we would have already clashed when you weren't around, that we wouldn't be cooking meat and making soup together. Silly, he can also smell the scent left on me from our mating. Beastmen are very sensitive to the scent of females." Zheng Shishi listened closely as she savored the soup Bai Lin fed her. After finishing their meal and returning to the treehouse, another dilemma arose. Who would sleep where tonight? As Zheng Shishi lay on the bed, Bai Lin and Cang Heng began to debate over who would share the bed with her. One insisted, "You're too cold. Sleeping with Shishi will make her catch a cold." The other countered, "The weather is still quite warm. Sleeping with me will be more comfortable. She'll be too hot with you." The two beastmen argued, looking to Zheng Shishi for her decision. Stunned, she found herself at a loss, caught in the middle of this domestic dispute. Seeing her bewilderment, they each lay down on either side of her. The once spacious wooden bed became cramped, leaving her squished between them. "Hey, with you two sleeping like this, what am I supposed to do?" Zheng Shishi exclaimed, struggling to find space as they pressed her into a pancake shape. The two men reluctantly shifted slightly to give her some space, but she was still displeased, kicking each of them off the bed in frustration. Realizing this impasse was unworkable, she proposed, "How about we take turns? One day each." "No way. It's too hot with you. I need to keep you warm, especially with the cold season approaching when I won't be able to cuddle with you." Cang Heng had yet to utter a word when Bai Fun, with a look of grievance, turned to Zheng Shishi and began to speak. Observing Bai Fun's pitiful demeanor, Zheng Shishi felt a pang of sympathy. Bai Fun was usually so compliant and considerate of her, embodying the archetype of a gentle and accommodating companion. Acknowledging the reason in Bai Fun's words, she agreed, saying, "I believe Shao Bai has a point. During the heat, it should be Bai Fun, and when it's cold, Cang Heng. How does that sound? If you mate with me today, I shall consent." Cang Heng, displeased, responded, "You've already mated with the snake beast. I'm not angry about that I can accept you seeking another male, but you must mate with me. Whatever he possesses, I want as well. I do not wish to remain in a state of mere appearance. Cang Heng persistently tugged at Zheng Shishi's hand, vying for his rights, just as Zheng Shishi was about to become entangled in this matter. The heavens seemed to intervene, and a loud clap of thunder startled the three who were engrossed in their quarrel. Moments later, they heard the torrential rain pouring outside. Zheng Shishi suddenly recalled her desire for a bath that evening, but lacked water. So she hurriedly urged Bai Lin and Cang Heng to collect rainwater to heat for a bath. The two ceased their squabbling and busied themselves with the large wooden barrels Bai Lin had crafted during his furniture research. Fetching water and preparing a fire in a nearby tree hollow to heat tea that moment. Zheng Shishi stood by the window and observed numerous beastmen soaring through the rain. She called out to Bai Lin and Cang Heng on the lower level of the treehouse. Shao Bai Heng, look at them enjoying a bath. You should join them. I refuse to sleep with a filthy male. Upon hearing Zheng Shishi's words, Cang Heng, despite his aversion to bathing and fear of deep water, resolved to brave the rain in order to sleep beside Shishi and prevent the snake beast from claiming her. Thankfully, bathing in the rain did not evoke the terror of deep water within him. Cang Heng promptly dashed outside, transforming into a large red bird, and began preening his feathers by the riverbank not far away. The heavy rain blurred Zheng Shishi's view from the window, reducing Cang Heng to a mere red silhouette. Seizing the opportunity while Cang Heng was occupied, Bai Lin quickly finished washing and brought hot water to cleanse Zheng Shishi's body. This was Zheng Shishi's first experience of a warm bath in the beast world. She luxuriated in the large wooden tub, her muscles relaxing as she allowed Bai Lin to attend to her. Having crossed the threshold of being a couple in this world with Bai Lin, she felt no embarrassment, though she still hesitated with Cang Heng, mindful of the need for discretion. Just as Zheng Shishi leaned over the tub to expose her back for Bai Lin to wash, Cang Heng returned and was immediately struck by the alluring scene before him. The soft, glistening body of Zheng Shishi. He was momentarily stunned, unable to tear his gaze away, his eyes burning with desire, feeling a pair of eyes fixed intently upon her. Zheng Shishi swiftly turned around, only to reveal her ample bosom to Cang Heng. Realizing it was Cang Heng, she gasped and quickly covered herself, chiding, "Ah, Cang Heng, you lecherous bird, don't you know to knock before entering?" After uttering this, she lamented the absence of doors in their treehouse, recognizing that beastmen were unfamiliar with such concepts, and let out a resigned sigh. Cang Heng's face flushed, his breath quickening as if he were engulfed in heat. A sheen of sweat glistening on his brow as his ardent gaze fixed upon Zheng Shishi, as if he could scarcely contain his eagerness to claim her as his prey. Zheng Shishi thought to herself that it was likely she would be thoroughly consumed that night. Had Bai Lin truly sold her out, how could she withstand such fervor twice in one day? Shishi, let us mate, Cang Heng declared, lifting Zheng Shishi from the water and wrapping her in animal skins. Carrying her to the wooden bed, before she could utter a word, Cang Heng's tentative kiss invaded her mouth, claiming her with a fervor that sent shivers through her body as his warm hands traversed her form, igniting waves of tremors. What followed was a night of unbroken passion, culminating only at dawn. Exhausted, Zheng Shishi succumbed to sleep, while Cang Heng, invigorated, emerged from the treehouse to attend to the remaining affairs of the Wing clan. Meanwhile, Bai Lin, sleepless throughout the night, listened to the fervent sound from above, not due to a lack of desire to intervene, but because Cang Heng was indeed a formidable male. Only by allowing Shishi and Cang Heng to truly become partners could her safety be assured henceforth. He loved Shishi and wished to protect her from any harm. Unwilling to endure the loss of her again, he recognized that the absence of mating would lead to complications, and the safest approach remained to solidify their bond through consummation. With these thoughts in mind, Bai Lin rose to attend to his own tasks, hoping to prepare a romantic surprise for Shishi upon her awakening. When Zheng Shishi finally roused, it was already dusk. After mating with both Bai Lin and Cang Heng the previous day, her body felt as though it had run a marathon, aching all over. She stretched her back and stepped outside the tree hollow. Cang Heng had yet to return, while Bai Lin busied himself preparing dinner. "Shao Bai, has Cang Heng not returned yet?" Zheng Shishi asked, snuggling into Bai Lin's embrace. "A beastman has hatched from the pupae, and now Cang Heng and the other beastmen are deliberating at the Wing clan altar. Bai Fun replied, gently tousling Zheng Shishi hair, whispering sweetly in her ear. Feeling Bai Fun's tender touch, Zheng Shishi relaxed as his long, fair fingers massaged her scalp, alleviating her morning discomfort. I've prepared food for you. Once you've eaten, shall I take you to see the altar? Bai Fun knew Zheng Shishi's curious nature would delight in witnessing the unusual. Bai Fun lifted Zheng Shishi onto his shoulder as they made their way to the altar. And from a distance, she called out to Cang Heng, the surrounding beastmen parting to create a path for them. Why not sleep a bit longer? Cang Heng descended from the altar and approached Zheng Shishi, taking her from Bai Fun's shoulder and cradling her in his arms. Giggle, I just woke up. I heard from Shao Bai that a beastman has hatched from the pupae, and I was curious to see. Zheng Shishi said, tilting her face upwards and smiling brightly at the radiant Cang Heng. Previously, although Cang Heng had seemed dazzling, he had felt somewhat distant. Yet now, after their intimate encounter, Zheng Shishi perceived that Cang Heng was not only beautiful, but had also developed a certain masculinity, distinguishing him from the androgynous beauty of before. Perhaps this was the difference between a boy and a man. Your Majesty, your brother has returned. According to the customs of the Wing clan, the throne should be held by the most capable and eldest. One of the elder beastmen, who appeared somewhat aged, stated. Several beastmen behind him echoed in agreement, their tone tinged with discontent towards Cang Heng. Cang Heng has been the king of the Wing clan for nearly 300 years. How can one simply suggest a change? Moreover, our king is presently at the first rank of beast level, blessed with a female by the beast god. This is a recognition even the beast god acknowledges. Another elder rebutted, while others voiced their agreement, resulting in a cacophony of argument among the elders. As the dispute escalated, tempers flared, and the scene threatened to devolve into chaos, resembling a group of bickering women. Enough, Cang Heng interjected, returning Zheng Shishi to Bai Fun's embrace before striding forward to disperse the bickering crowd with a powerful flap of his wings that, why dear brother has indeed changed. It is no wonder he was the favored one among us. A voice, melodious and soft as a woman's, echoed from afar. When the beastman descended before the crowd, it became clear that he was the one who had hatched from the pupae, possessing long, dark red hair, identical to Cang Heng's, and a pair of fiery red feathered wings, adorned in a dress crafted from the iridescent feathers of the Wing clan. Naxi, it truly is Naxi, exclaimed one of the elders who had previously clamored for a duel to determine the rightful king, now weeping as he prostrated himself at Naxi's feet. You are the firstborn of the late king. Had it not been for your battle with the colossal insect, which led to your consumption, the throne would undoubtedly be yours today. Now that you have returned, Cang Heng clings to the throne without allowing you to challenge him, harboring ulterior motives. You do not seek fairness. You merely wish for Naxi to become king to restore your family's former glory and indulge in the finest privileges. The elder who had previously challenged him once again voiced his dissent. The two elders engaged in a heated exchange, each taking turns to argue, as if they were on the verge of violence. Very well, I shall compete with Naxi. Naxi, who had once rescued the Wing clan alongside his father, was indeed a formidable contender. The words of Cang Heng seemed devoid of deep emotion, suggesting a tenuous relationship with his brother. Yet, his commanding presence quelled the cacophony of voices around them. Dear brother, I have just emerged from the belly of the giant worm and have yet to recover. Allow me a month to regain my strength before we compete. For now, I must rest. As Naxi turned to leave, he paused and returned to scrutinize Zheng Shishi. Is this the female bestowed upon you by the beast god? She is passably attractive, though she pales in comparison to the females of the Wing clan from your. However, the scent of her blood is exquisite. I caught a whiff of it while I was in the worm's belly. Naxi approached Zheng Shishi, inhaling her scent with an oddly effeminate demeanor that, rather than repulsive, merely sent chills down one's spine. Observing Naxi's intrusive gaze upon Zheng Shishi, Bai Lin instinctively stepped back, while Cang Heng swiftly positioned himself in front of her. Do not entertain any thoughts of her. Cang Heng whispered menacingly into Naxi's ear. How about this? You gift me this female, and I shall relinquish my claim to the throne. Naxi said, casting a meaningful glance at Zheng Shishi, who stood behind Cang Heng. Impossible! Cang Heng firmly rejected the notion. Naxi, with a knowing smile, took a few steps back and spread his wings, taking flight away from the scene. The sycophantic elder and several other beastmen departed with disgruntled murmurs. After the Wing clan assembly concluded, Zheng Shishi, Bai Lin, and Cang Heng walked back to their treehouse. The sun blazed overhead, prompting Bai Lin to lift Zheng Shishi into his arms to shield her from the heat, while Cang Heng extended a wing to block the sunlight. Curiosity gnawed at Zheng Shishi, who was brimming with questions about the relationship between Cang Heng and Naxi. However, she knew Cang Heng would eventually share, so she patiently awaited his revelation. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Cang Heng spoke. Naxi is the first offspring of my parents. From the moment of his birth, he possessed a third-tier beast rank, making him the most gifted among us. Even before reaching adulthood, he could hunt giant beasts and acquire crystal stones. He was the most handsome male in the Wing clan and was pursued by many females by the time he reached maturity. He had become a first-tier beastman at that time. My parents had just welcomed me, and I was still in the egg when the Wing clan faced the calamity of the giant worm. All beastmen above the third tier went to battle, and my father sustained grave injuries while protecting my mother, ultimately succumbing to his wounds. Naxi, along with many others, fought valiantly against the threat. He was inadvertently swallowed by the giant worm during an assault, and it vanished into the river until its recent awakening. This is what Naxi recounted to me upon his return. Zheng Shishi listened, perplexed, and asked he survived for over 300 years inside the giant worm. Cang Heng replied. Naxi indicated that during those 3 centuries, he and the giant worm existed in a state of hibernation. It was only when they detected an unusual fragrance in the river that they gradually awakened. Following the scent, Cang Heng cast a knowing glance at Zheng Shishi, who grasped the implication. Upon reaching their treehouse, Zheng Shishi led them to the 3rd floor and voiced her suspicions that, do you mean to say that Naxi awakened because he caught the scent of my blood that dripped into the river when I cut my finger while washing dishes? Is that why he kept mentioning how fragrant I am? Cang Heng nodded in affirmation. Zheng Shishi continued, if that is the case, it suggests that the unique aroma of my blood triggered the giant worm's awakening, leading it to relentlessly pursue me, ultimately resulting in Naxi's rescue from its belly. It seems Naxi harbors some resentment towards you, perhaps feeling that his fate is unjust in comparison to yours. Cang Heng nodded again, silently observing Zheng Shishi. All right then, Zheng Shishi conceded, by the way, I forgot to mention that I have evolved. When I was gravely injured, I felt the crystal ball calling to me, as you. Shao Shi presented it. Now, it has fused with me, allowing me to manipulate water and create ice. Bai Lin gently kissed Zheng Shishi's hand, and she noticed that his kiss felt colder than usual. She observed that he could control the color of his pupils, shifting between red and blue. The bond between Bai Lin and the crystal ball was unexpected for everyone. However, regarding the peculiar fragrance of Zheng Shishi's blood, she began to suspect some underlying reasons. Zheng Shishi had always feared revealing that she was not from this world, dreading the possibility of being harmed for being different. Yet now, with Bai Lin and Cang Heng by her side, she felt that even if her safety was at stake, she should be honest and prepare them for what lay ahead, that if she remained silent, it might endanger both herself and those around her. Conversely, revealing the truth might enable them to be cautious. Resolving herself, Zheng Shishi took Bai Lin and Cang Heng's hands, gathering her courage to disclose her secrets. That night, as torrential rain poured outside, the temperature noticeably dropped, bringing a refreshing coolness. Zheng Shishi sat at the entrance of the tree hollow, watching the rain strike the river, creating ripples as the water level rose. The forest appeared shrouded in mist, its beauty intensified by the heavy downpour, which seemed more intense than the rains of her former world. Contemplating her lineage, she wondered how her revelation would affect them. Shishi, why are you lost in thought? Cang Heng asked as he approached her with freshly cleaned ingredients, igniting a fire with dry twigs to boil water in a stone pot. Are we having hot pot today? Zheng Shishi inquired, noting the limited culinary options in the beast realm, which typically consisted of meat broth, hot pot, or roasted meat. Indeed, I am preparing fish head hot pot for you, Cang Heng replied before Bai Lin entered with a large fish head in hand. Chiming in, Bai Lin expertly tended to the boiling fish head, while Cang Heng assisted him. Zheng Shishi sat nearby, warmed by the fire's glow, feeling a swell of warmth in her heart as she observed these two remarkable men working for her. In that moment, she felt profoundly loved. How wonderful it would be to live like this forever, she exclaimed, laughing to herself. As long as you wish, we shall continue this way of life, both Cang Heng and Bai Lin affectionately assured her. You two are quite in sync, often saying the same things and doing the same tasks, Zheng Shishi teased, before her expression shifted to one of seriousness. Heng, Shao Bai, I need to discuss something important with you, she said, her demeanor betraying her hesitation. Noticing her troubled expression, both men paused their activities and turned their attention to her. Taking a deep breath, Zheng Shishi spoke. I understand that what I am about to say may be hard for you to believe and perhaps difficult to comprehend. But it is the truth that I feel that recent events are connected to this revelation. After making her statement, she lifted her gaze to meet their eyes and continued, I am not from this world. To be precise, I am neither a beastman nor a product of this beast realm, that I hail from another world, a place devoid of beastmen and everything related to the beast realm. There, towering stone houses abound, and many humans like myself, men and women in equal measure, live in safety. The beast realm is populated by numerous races, whereas my world comprises different nations that I arrived here unknowingly, having fallen asleep, and initially thought it was merely a dream. However, I soon realized that this dream felt too real to be false, and my first appearance in the beast realm was in the Camus wolf clan, where I was discovered by Axium and brought back to be their sole female. At that time, I was filled with fear, but later, it was Ashuming who defied the Kuitian tribe and helped me escape. The subsequent events unfolded as they did. Zheng Shishi finished speaking in one breath, then glanced anxiously at the two of them. Observing their expressions shift from confusion to contemplation, she realized they likely understood little of what she had conveyed. After a long pause, Bai Lin was the first to speak. Shao Shi, I have often wondered about your lineage. However, I have come to understand that regardless of your tribe, you will always remain my partner. Therefore, whether you belong to the beast world or not, since you are here and have accepted me, I shall follow you unwaveringly. Wherever you go, I shall be there, and I will protect you with all my might. This will never change, for from this moment onward, I live for you, as he spoke. Bai Lin approached and embraced Zheng Shishi, conveying a sentiment that, though he did not fully grasp her words, he was resolutely devoted to her. Cang Heng contemplated for a moment before expressing his thoughts. Shishi, do not share this with others. It is enough for us to know that in fact, on the night of the giant worm attack, when you were talking in your sleep, I realized you were not one of us. It may also be that your constitution differs from ours in the beast world, which could explain the fragrance noted by Naxi. The scent of your blood might attract more attention, similar to what happened with the giant worm. This could be a blessing, as you have acquired the crystal ball and assisted Bai Lin in evolving. However, it could also pose a grave danger. Apart from us, the only other being who has noticed your peculiarity is Naxi. You must not let more beastmen learn of your difference, lest they covet you and bring you harm. Cang Heng's thorough analysis instilled a sense of pressure in them. Zheng Shishi was terrified of being discovered by more beastmen, fearing they would seek to seize her and compel her to attract monstrous beings like the giant worm to obtain the crystal for evolution. Cang Heng and Bai Lin felt the weight of responsibility, relying on their meager strength to protect their beloved, uncertain of their ability to succeed. After finishing the fish head hot pot, Bai Lin and Cang Heng routinely prepared water for Zheng Shishi to bathe. That night, it was Bai Lin who kept her company as the temperature began to drop with the continuous rain outside. Before long, winter would arrive. Zheng Shishi was astonished to realize she had been in the beast world for over 3 months. Shao Shi, let us sleep, Bai Lin suggested. Each night, he would venture out to cleanse himself before returning, knowing how much Zheng Shishi cherished cleanliness. Bai Lin coiled his serpentine tail around Zheng Shishi, who was lost in thought by the window. As she absent-mindedly played with the scales of his tail, she soon felt a pressure against her. Pretending to be annoyed, she glared at Bai Lin and exclaimed, "Oh, you lecher!" Bai Lin tightened his embrace, shifting their positions as he replied, "You provoked me first. If you touch my tail, you must take responsibility, and I am not a wolf. I am a serpent." With that, The evening's activities ensued, continuing for quite some time until Zheng Shishi's voice grew hoarse from calling out. Afterward, as Zheng Shishi lay breathless in Bai Lin's arms, she suddenly remembered something. Shao Bai, I've been in the beast world for over 3 months, and I haven't had my period once. Did your mother come? Bai Lin looked at Zheng Shishi, bewildered. The period is not the mother. It refers to the days when females experience bleeding periodically, Zheng Shishi explained irritably. After a moment of confusion, Bai Lin finally understood. Are you saying the heat cycle? In the beast world, the mating cycles of females vary by species. For serpentine females, it occurs once a year that I am supposed to have one every month, yet I have not had a single one thus far. Why is that? Zheng Shishi asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. Bai Lin shook his head, unsure. Well, I don't know why you haven't had your cycle at all, if you were to experience it monthly. You might be able to bear more offspring than others. Perhaps the 3 of us could even establish a new tribe, Bai Lin joked. Zheng Shishi quickly shook her head vigorously, saying, I don't want to have so many. I would age too quickly, and my figure would suffer. Bai Lin nodded in agreement. Indeed, having too many would be troublesome, noisy, and would steal away your time that could be spent with me. Outside, the sound of insects chirping mingled with the gentle patter of rain, accompanied by the softening voices of Zheng Shishi and Bai Lin. The next morning, Bai Lin still held Zheng Shishi in his arms. Having covered her with animal skin, as Zheng Shishi awoke, Bai Lin stirred as well. Awake? He asked softly. Zheng Shishi rubbed her eyes and yawned, still appearing drowsy, her voice sleepy as she replied, Yes, I'm awake. She turned, resting on Bai Lin's tail, the cool sensation of the scales effectively banishing her lingering sleepiness. Sitting up, she stretched and gazed at Bai Lin, who lounged languidly on the bed, his exquisite features sharply defined. In the dim light, he appeared even more alluring, and Zheng Shishi couldn't shake the feeling that since Bai Lin had acquired the power of the blue crystal ball, he had become increasingly captivating. Enchanted, Zheng Shishi slowly crawled along Bai Lin's serpentine body to his front, wishing to observe him more closely. As they faced each other, they could feel each other's breaths. Zheng Shishi gazed at Bai Lin's slightly parted lips, which were as red as cherries and irresistibly enticing. Unable to resist, she leaned in to kiss Bai Lin's lips. This ignited Bai Lin's desire, as his tail transformed into legs, flipping over to pin Zheng Shishi beneath him. Taking the lead in their kiss, advancing step by step, until Cang Heng shouted from below the treehouse, Lunch is ready. Aren't you going to get up? Bring Shishi down to eat. You've exhausted her with all your antics. Afterward, the still-dazed Zheng Shishi was carried down by Bai Lin, who handed her over to Cang Heng, who cradled her like a pile of mush and seated her at the table. He scooped a spoonful of soup and offered it to her lips. Leaning against Cang Heng's warm chest, Zheng Shishi sipped the meat soup he fed her, and the exhaustion that had drained her energy dissipated, leaving her feeling warm and drowsy in his embrace. Before long, she fell into a deep, sweet slumber. Shao Shi, Bai Lin's gentle voice called to her in her dreams, causing Zheng Shishi to drowsily open her eyes to see his face before her. Shao Shi, look! At the sound of Bai Lin's voice, Zheng Shishi instinctively followed his pointing finger. Wow, it's beautiful, she exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration as she leaped from Bai Lin's embrace and dashed toward the sea of flowers. Before her lay a vast expanse of yellow and white flowers, clusters pressing closely together, stretching endlessly across the valley. As the gentle breeze whispered through the valley, the flowers swayed like waves in the ocean, one layer cascading over another, each bringing forth a refreshing floral fragrance. Taking a deep breath of the scent and exhaling, she felt instantly rejuvenated. In recent days, the rain had diminished the flowers somewhat, but thankfully, many remained. Bai Lin draped a piece of animal skin over Zheng Shishi and carried her into the flower sea. I wanted to bring you here days ago, though it may be late. It's not too late now. However, the temperature is dropping. We mustn't linger too long, or the evening breeze might make you ill. As they spoke, they arrived at a small clearing in the flower sea. Bai Lin set Zheng Shishi down, took her hand, and knelt before her, gazing at her with starry eyes as he slowly declared, Shao Shi, since our fateful encounter in the Chiefing Forest, I have been deeply enamored with you. At that moment, I was in the throes of shedding my skin, facing peril, Had it not been for your assistance, I might have perished from that day forth. I wish to remain by your side. To be your guardian beast, your partner, I am overjoyed that my wish is now coming true. Shao Shi, I vow before the beast god that I shall protect and cherish you with my life. Faced with Bai Lin's heartfelt confession, Zheng Shishi found herself at a loss for words. Before arriving in the beast world, she had never experienced such love. Since her arrival, all the beastmen had sought to possess her. Even Cang Heng had forced her into a partnership without consulting her desires. Only Bai Lin had consistently thought of her, caring for her feelings and preferences. Bai Lin kissed Zheng Shishi's lips. Their fingers interlocking, the coolness of his serpentine tongue delved into her mouth, refreshing yet devoid of discomfort. As in their passionate kiss, they lost themselves amidst the blooming flowers that night. Within the treehouse, Zheng Shishi moaned softly. My head hurts. The frailty of a female's body made her susceptible to illness, leading her to exclaim, I must find a shaman immediately to examine Shishi. Cang Heng, upon completing his words, immediately spread his wings and soared into the sky. Before long, he had summoned the elder shaman of the Wing clan, who, after a prolonged examination, expressed his irritation, saying, Did you take her out for a breeze? Upon hearing such a question from the shaman, Cang Heng realized that it was undoubtedly due to Bai Lin taking Zheng Shishi out for leisure, exposing her to the cold wind. Although winter had not yet set in, the deep autumn had passed, and with each passing rain, the temperature was plummeting rapidly, making it a time when neglecting warmth could lead to illness. Contemplating this, the usually composed Cang Heng, in a fit of anger, rushed forward and snatched Zheng Shishi from Bai Lin's embrace, delivering a resounding slap with one of his large wings. Heng, why did you hit Xiao Bai? Zheng Shishi exclaimed in shock, rushing to check on Bai Lin, but Cang Heng firmly held her in his arms. Refusing to let her move, if it weren't for you taking her out in the cold, she wouldn't have a headache. Cang Heng glared discontentedly at Bai Lin. The shaman promptly interjected, Wang is correct. Indeed, her headache is due to the chill. But it is nothing serious. There is no need for excessive worry. Just be mindful of warmth in the coming days. His timely words somewhat alleviated the tense atmosphere. Ever since Zheng Shishi fell ill from the cold wind, Cang Heng no longer allowed Bai Lin to hold her while sleeping. Instead, he wrapped her snugly in his own wings each night. It was undeniably warmer than sleeping with Bai Lin, and her headache soon subsided. Bai Lin, instead of feeling anger, comforted Zheng Shishi, stating that she indeed should not have held her so tightly, and expressed her self-reproach for not being attentive enough to prevent her illness. The weather in the beast world was markedly changeable, with the 4 seasons distinctly defined. Although winter had not yet arrived, the temperature had significantly dropped following several rainfalls, imparting a profound sense of late autumn. Standing by the small river at her doorstep, Zheng Shishi relished the rare sunny weather, the rising sun warming her skin, prompting her to stretch languidly. A gentle breeze swept by, causing her to shiver slightly. It was still rather chilly. Pondering this, she turned to head back inside. The trees around her were not as lush as the Fusan trees where she resided. The stout trunks bore few leaves, and the scattered foliage rustled down in gusts, creating a soft sound. Once back in her treehouse, Zheng Shishi lay idly at the 3rd-floor window, gazing at the scenery outside, wondering when Bai Lin and Cang Heng would return. She truly found it difficult to adjust to being alone. It was exceedingly dull. Earlier that morning, Bai Lin and Cang Heng had informed her that due to the impending winter, many large prey would retreat to hibernation, leaving only a few smaller creatures to forage. However, the meat available was scant, barely sufficient for Zheng Shishi to have a modest meal, consisting of small game such as rabbits and wild chickens. Thus, they needed to hunt enough before winter arrived to store for the cold months ahead, advising her to remain safe at home and refrain from wandering. Breakfast and lunch had already been prepared for her, and she could eat whenever hunger struck. They would return in the evening to accompany her and prepare a delightful dinner. Originally, Cang Heng intended to have Yala assist in keeping an eye on Zheng Shishi. However, on one hand, Yala had expended considerable energy during the battle against the giant insects and required ample rest and food for winter. He would likely lack the extra stamina to watch over Shishi. On the other hand, Cang Heng discerned that Yala seemed to regard Zheng Shishi with a different demeanor and attitude. Although they had grown up together as close brothers, Cang Heng was unwilling to share his partner with anyone else. To avoid such complications from the root, he abandoned the idea of asking Yala to guard Zheng Shishi, ultimately leaving her alone at home, trusting that no beast would dare to encroach upon his female. Meanwhile, in a dense thicket nearby, a sizable silver-white python lay concealed, its keen gaze fixed intently on a hefty wild boar not far away. This wild boar possessed a tusk resembling that of an elephant, protruding skyward like a pair of horns. One could easily imagine that a mere bite or strike from such a creature could leave a regular person either dead or severely maimed. For Bai Lin, his scales were robust, and under the enhancement of the crystal ball, he remained undaunted by the boar's tusks. However, to secure a kill would require considerable time and effort. After all, he was merely a newly stabilized 4th-tier snake beastman that if he were not cautious and were to be struck by the boar in a vulnerable spot, he risked severe injury. Moreover, he could not afford to be injured, for he did not wish for his little Shishi to worry and shed tears for him. If he were to suffer grave wounds before hibernation, he might not awaken, and he could not bear the thought of leaving his little Shishi behind. He yearned to see her smile, to remain by her side. They had only just become partners, and they had not yet had the chance to start a nest of snake eggs, having been away from Shishi for only a short while. Bai Lin found himself missing her dearly, shaking his head to refocus on the prey before him. The wild boar remained oblivious to any danger, continuing to munch on the rotten fruit that had fallen from the trees into the thicket. Before long, the boar turned its back to Bai Lin, resuming its feast. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Lin, in his serpentine form, lunged forward with great force, swiftly constricting the boar's body before it could react, avoiding the sharp, needle-like bristles. After a mere 10 minutes, the boar lay lifeless. Elated, Bai Lin transformed into a half-human, half-snake form, hoisting the boar onto his shoulder, preparing to return to find Zheng Shishi. He mused to himself that consuming the crystal had indeed made a difference. Not only had it solidified his 4th-tier beast strength, but it also enhanced his physical prowess, allowing him to hunt more swiftly than before. Shishi, I'm back. Zheng Shishi heard Bai Lin's joyful call from the treehouse and hurriedly rushed downstairs. Bai Lin placed the wild boar on the clearing in front of the treehouse, and Zheng Shishi, upon spotting the plump boar that was several sizes larger than herself, exclaimed in delight, "Wow, Xiao Bai, you're amazing. You caught such a large wild boar." She clapped her hands in excitement, even rising on tiptoes to plant a kiss on Bai Lin's cheek as a reward. Bai Lin, equally thrilled, reciprocated with a gentle kiss on her cheek. Just as the two were indulging in their affectionate exchange at the door of the treehouse, a loud thud echoed as Cang Heng unceremoniously dropped his own catch onto the ground, proudly lifting his head and coolly declaring, "After so long, I managed to catch just a small wild boar. TSK, Shishi, come look. I brought back a plethora of prey." Cang Heng displayed his bounty before Zheng Shishi, featuring a wild boar even larger than Bai Lin's. Several sizable hares, a few yellow birds, and even a creature with striking red fur. Zheng Shishi applauded and praised Cang Heng enthusiastically. Just as he anticipated a kiss of gratitude from Shishi, he noticed her crouching down, curiously inspecting the red-furred creature. Showing no inclination to reward him, the pang of disappointment surged within him as he mused, wondering if he would always be overshadowed by the snake beast in her eyes. However, Cang Heng was reluctant to demand a kiss from Zheng Shishi. After all, he had lived for over 300 years. How could he possibly compete with a mere 30-year-old snake beast for affection? If other beastmen were to find out, they would surely mock him. He concluded that perhaps he hadn't treated Shishi well enough. That time had not yet been sufficient. Once the snake beast hibernated, he would have the chance to be alone with Shishi, and then he would ensure she bore his offspring. He imagined the sight of Shishi surrounded by a gaggle of little beastmen upon Bai Lin's awakening, which would undoubtedly infuriate him. Understanding Zheng Shishi's curiosity about the red-furred creature, Bai Lin spoke up, "I will clean and prepare these prey, and tonight I will make you some warm clothing from their hides." She replied enthusiastically. "You truly understand me the best, huh?" Zheng Shishi cast a flirtatious glance at Bai Lin, causing his little heart to flutter wildly. As night approached, Zheng Shishi and Cang Heng busily constructed a wooden frame in a nearby tree hollow, hanging neatly prepared strips of meat to dry. They eagerly anticipated the following day, when they would venture into the mountain crevice behind to excavate more salt mines, enabling them to create cured meats. Just the thought of it made her mouth water. Alas, the food in this beastly world was rather limited, lacking the vibrant variety found in human society. Zheng Shishi and Cang Heng busily toiled away in the tree hollow, while Bai Lin diligently tended to the simmering bone broth, pouring his heart into crafting a fur coat for Zheng Shishi. With winter hibernation looming in less than a month, he was pressed for time to ensure Shishi had sufficient supplies. When Zheng Shishi and Cang Heng finally finished their tasks and approached Bai Lin for dinner, they were astonished to discover that he had completed a thick, red fur cloak. The cloak was plush on both sides. The exterior was adorned with fiery red fur, which felt incredibly soft to the touch and appeared like a cluster of flames, evoking a sense of warmth. The inner side was stitched with white rabbit fur, thick and impenetrable to the wind. The cloak's perimeter was embellished with long, soft white hairs, making it not only a protective garment against the cold, but also exquisitely beautiful, featuring two charming little flowers crafted from yawang flower cores at the collar. Bai Lin's sewing skills were undeniably exceptional, and Zheng Shishi felt that she could hardly survive without him. Just the thought of lacking clothing was mortifying. With that in mind, she rushed over to give Bai Lin a big hug and kiss on the cheek, leaving Cang Heng seething with jealousy. So full. Not only does Xiao Bai make beautiful clothes, but his cooking is also delicious. Zheng Shishi lay nearby, rubbing her pleasantly full belly, panting with delight. Bai Lin merely gazed at her with tender affection, smiling softly as he continued his sewing. Shishi, I've heated some water for you. I'll help you bathe tonight, Cang Heng said, wrapping his arms around her from behind, gently stroking her belly to aid her digestion. The trio shared a warm and harmonious evening in their treehouse, with most of the conversation revolving around Cang Heng and Bai Lin's curious inquiries about what Zheng Shishi's world was like. The following morning, Zheng Shishi was roused from her slumber by Cang Heng, who lifted her from bed to wash her face and rinse her mouth. After a simple breakfast, they set off to search for salt stones in the mountain crevice. Bai Lin carried a large fur bag yet prepared to collect the salt, while Cang Heng cradled Zheng Shishi, flying low and steady. The weather was splendid, shrouded in mist, although visibility was low. The sight of the undulating mountains and forest through the fog was enchanting, almost ethereal. They continued onward until the sun's rays dispersed the mist, transforming it into wisps of vapor floating in the air. The trio arrived at the mountain crevice Cang Heng had mentioned. It was a narrow fissure in a cliff face, deep and seemingly endless, with only a small opening 5 meters high that could barely accommodate a sturdy man. Any passing beastman who failed to look up would likely never notice such a place, let alone feel the boredom that would compel them to explore it. It was a discovery Cang Heng had made during his childhood escapades, unaware of the white stone's potential uses, having dismissed them as unpalatable. Cradling Zheng Shishi, Cang Heng called down to Bai Lin, I'll take Shishi in first. You'll have to figure out on your own. With that, he mischievously entered the crevice, leaving Bai Lin alone at the cliff's base, gazing up at the high opening. Hey, stinky Cang Heng, why did you leave Bai Lin down there all alone? How's he supposed to get up there? You could easily help him with those claws of yours, Zheng Shishi exclaimed, angrily patting Cang Heng's shoulder, her displeasure evident as she jumped out of his embrace. Oomph. If you can't even solve such a simple problem, how can you protect me? My duty is to be your male protector, not his. Cang Heng, too, felt a pang of frustration. You care so much for him. Don't you ever spare a thought for me? Sure, you're so biased. You've mated with the serpent beast several times, while I've only had one encounter with you, and I haven't even complained. You're always clinging to that serpent beast. If it weren't for the chilly weather, I doubt I'd even have the chance to hold you while sleeping. Cang Heng's tone was laced with dissatisfaction and a hint of grievance. Zheng Shishi found herself at a loss for words. Realizing he had a point, she indeed harbored a fondness for Bai Lin, relishing his warmth and thoughtfulness that made her feel secure. As long as Bai Lin was around, she felt content and at ease. She loved Bai Lin, and he loved her in return. Conversely, her feelings for Cang Heng were not as profound, at least not at this moment. Though they had shared experiences, she found her affection for Cang Heng to be merely fondness compared to the deeper connection she felt with Bai Lin. As for their previous mating, it had occurred unexpectedly and almost reluctantly. If given a choice, she might not have hastened into such a commitment, let alone felt inclined to engage with Cang Heng again. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, she fell into a contemplative silence. Cang Heng sensed her demeanor and understood her reasons for remaining quiet, despite being the esteemed king of the Wing clan with first-tier abilities. He felt overshadowed in Zheng Shishi's presence. Had it not been for the unexpected bond formed through their mating and the ensuing circumstances, perhaps they would not have developed any relationship at all. He often questioned his own capabilities and appearance, yet he couldn't fathom what made Bai Lin more appealing to her, just as Zheng Shishi and Cang Heng sat in their silent standoff. Bai Lin leapt through the narrow opening, standing confidently before them. "Shao Bai!" Zheng Shishi exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy at Bai Lin's successful entrance. This only deepened Cang Heng's displeasure towards Bai Lin, prompting him to huff and turn away, leading the way forward. Bai Lin seemed to understand the unfolding dynamics. He reached out to gently pat Zheng Shishi's head, smiling as he took her small hand, guiding her to follow Cang Heng. The trio ventured into the dimly lit cavern, the entrance initially narrow, just right for Zheng Shishi, but rather cramped for the two towering men. Both Cang Heng and Bai Lin, towering at nearly 2 meters, had to stoop slightly as they progressed. However, as they delved deeper, the passage widened, allowing them to walk upright comfortably. Within the depths of the cave, darkness enveloped them, rendering visibility nearly impossible. Zheng Shishi, feeling a twinge of fear, clutched Bai Lin's arm tightly, even leaning her body against him for reassurance. Although Bai Lin's night vision was not as sharp as that of other beasts, he could still make out shapes, albeit only in shades of black and white within a meter's reach. Cang Heng, being a birdman, faced similar challenges in the absence of light, his vision slightly worse than Bai Lin's. Suddenly, a soft crackling sound of flames reached their ears, followed by a flicker of dim light. Though the illumination was faint, it was enough to catch their attention, and they instinctively shielded their eyes. As Zheng Shishi adjusted to the glow, she saw that it emanated from Cang Heng's palm, where he held a small flame alight. "Heng, you're so clever. We never thought of using fire to light our way. How impressive!" she exclaimed, her admiration evident. Upon hearing her praise, Cang Heng's lips curled into a subtle smile, revealing his delight at her words. With the newfound light, the trio ventured deeper into the cavern, Zheng Shishi now able to discern her surroundings. The cave was dry, its walls adorned with small, transparent or semi-transparent salt stones embedded in the rock. Aside from that, there was nothing particularly remarkable to note. It was far cleaner than she had envisioned, devoid of the dampness and filth depicted in dramas, which eased her tension, allowing her to relax her grip on Bai Lin's hand. After a short distance, they reached a vast chamber filled with enormous salt stone pillars. Approximately 10 minutes later, the trio arrived at the location described by Cang Heng, where enormous salt stone pillars stood majestically. Indeed, before their eyes rose columns of varying heights, some reaching a person's stature, while others towered several meters high. Predominantly composed of entirely transparent salt stones, unlike the murky, semi-transparent small salt stones encountered outside the cave. These transparent salt pillars were edible and harmless, whereas the semi-transparent ones were toxic. I had sampled them first before seeking salt stones for you, Cang Heng remarked nonchalantly, seemingly oblivious to the concern his actions might evoke in Zheng Shishi. "What? You fed me salt stones only after testing them for poison. Are you all right? How could you be so foolish?" Zheng Shishi exclaimed, a mix of concern and anger washing over her. How could Cang Heng be so reckless, endangering himself for the sake of experimentation? Isn't this a perfectly normal behavior for a male? Cang Heng replied, somewhat puzzled by Zheng Shishi's reaction, and continued, "The semi-transparent salt stones taste bitter and astringent, causing stomachaches afterward. However, the transparent ones are painless and do not possess that unpleasant flavor. Our Wing clan's beastmen can detect poisonous reactions from food quite swiftly. Tasting is the most straightforward method to discern edibility." Cang Heng assumed Zheng Shishi, as a human, was unaware of such practices and thus felt compelled to elaborate. Zheng Shishi felt helpless. She had forgotten that for beastmen, this was a common method of determining food safety. Unable to restrain herself, she approached Cang Heng, tiptoeing to plant a kiss on his cheek as a token of gratitude. Since Cang Heng was now her partner, she believed it was essential not to impose too much on him and to foster a closer bond. However, it must be said that Cang Heng was rather oblivious. Despite Zheng Shishi's clear intentions as she leaned in, he merely stared at her in confusion. After a prolonged silence, Cang Heng finally looked down, and Zheng Shishi opened her eyes, only to find him gazing at her with a bemused expression. "Are you tired? Why are your eyes closed? Would you like me to hold you while you sleep?" Cang Heng inquired as he reached out to embrace her. Zheng Shishi was nearly exasperated to the point of laughter. With a firm tug on Cang Heng's collar, she pulled him down and planted a resounding kiss on his cheek, the sound reverberating throughout the cavern, followed by several echoes. After kissing him, Zheng Shishi shot Cang Heng a glance of disdain before turning to Bai Lin. Directing him to assist in collecting the salt stones, Cang Heng, still in a daze from the kiss, touched his cheek. A few seconds passing before he comprehended what had transpired, he grinned widely, his joy surpassing that of someone winning 5 million. And his steps became notably lighter as he approached to help. With a series of clattering sounds, Cang Heng and Bai Lin worked in tandem. Bai Lin used his resilient, scaly tail to shatter large blocks of saltstone, while Cang Heng employed his razor-sharp claws to slice them into smaller portions for storage, placing the salt chunks into leather bags. Zheng Shishi, however, was set aside by the two men to prevent any accidental harm. Outside the treehouse, the trio had returned to the clearing, where Cang Heng began grinding a large bag of salt stones into finer powder using a stone mortar that Zheng Shishi had instructed him to make. Bai Lin placed the fresh meat strips, which had been washed and air-dried the previous night, onto a clean leather mat on the ground. Zheng Shishi then demonstrated how to cure the meat. She first washed her hands by the river, then took a handful of fine salt and began rubbing it onto the meat, layer by layer, ensuring the salt adhered to the surface, after thoroughly salting each piece. She arranged them in a large stone jar that Cang Heng had crafted long ago, sealing the jar's opening with clean leather and instructing them to cure the meat for a while before drying it in favorable weather, so it could be consumed once some moisture had evaporated. Cang Heng and Bai Lin, though puzzled about how tasty this cured meat would be, could see that Shishi was quite fond of it. They resolved to gather more salt stones and game over the next few days to ensure Shishi had a delightful winter, also planning to collect firewood for warmth. The next day, rain began to pour again, and the temperature noticeably dropped. Zheng Shishi found herself alone at home, wrapped in animal hide, gazing blankly out the third-floor window at the distant river. As before, Cang Heng and Bai Lin had set out early to hunt. It was at this moment that Zheng Shishi comprehended why females in the outside world often had multiple male partners. Many male beastmen, being of lower beast rank, found hunting challenging. It was common for several beastmen to unite for this purpose. Moreover, they needed to procure enough food and supplies for both female partners and offspring before winter, while also catering to the appetites of numerous male beastmen, which proved to be quite a daunting task. Zheng Shishi had only 2 partners, and even though Cang Heng held a high beast rank, hunting still required significant time. It took him several days of relentless hunting just to gather enough food for her winter needs. And he also had to consider his own sustenance, making the task incredibly time-consuming. Fortunately, Bai Lin, needing to prepare for winter as well, required only a bit more food, alleviating some of the burden. Additionally, Bai Lin could hunt individually, albeit his catch was significantly less than that of Cang Heng. Nevertheless, every little bit helped, easing Cang Heng's arduous task of making leather clothing and other items, as he was not particularly skilled at it. And Zheng Shishi would be displeased with his handiwork. The IT was far more efficient for him to focus on hunting and foraging for storable fruits and vegetables. In the following days, the relentless rain continued, and the river near the treehouse rose dramatically, nearly overflowing its banks. Bai Lin and Cang Heng tirelessly ventured out day after day to hunt, gather salt stones, foraging for wild fruits and vegetables, fish and firewood, as well as curing meat and vegetables. Zheng Shishi spent her days in a stupor, sleeping, as the spring lethargy and autumn fatigue weighed heavily upon her, allowing her to savor the unique tranquility and fresh air of the beast world. Unbeknownst to her, Zheng Shishi had been in the beast world for 6 months. Inside the dimly lit 3-story treehouse, silence reigned, devoid of any sound. Bai Lin, in his serpentine form, slept closely beside Zheng Shishi. And since the weather had turned cooler, the wooden bed was layered with thick straw and animal hides. Cang Heng, in his avian form, rested above her, enveloping Zheng Shishi in his large wings, providing warmth. However, during the day, the house felt quite cold when empty. Perhaps due to an excess of daytime sleep, Zheng Shishi found herself wide awake in the middle of the night, her thoughts wandering to the curious matter of her absence of menstruation since arriving in the beast world. For reasons unknown, her period had yet to make an appearance. While it was common for females in the beast world to menstruate only once to 4 times a year, Zheng Shishi, as a normal human female, had been accustomed to a monthly cycle in the modern world, often accompanied by excruciating pain. As she pondered this dilemma, Zheng Shishi suddenly felt a familiar sharp pain in her lower abdomen. Her period had arrived, just as she had been contemplating it. However, it was dark, and everyone was asleep, leaving her uncertain of how to manage this unexpected situation. Zheng Shishi silently lamented why her period could not choose a more convenient time to arrive. Particularly in the dead of night, as the pain intensified, Zheng Shishi instinctively curled up, clutching her abdomen, striving to endure without making a sound. Yet, she had overestimated her pain tolerance and underestimated the force of her long-overdue period, which was akin to a surging fountain. What should have been a light flow on the first day became uncontrollable, staining an entire piece of animal hide. The strong scent of blood quickly permeated the air, rousing the 2 beastmen who had been sleeping in the darkness. Their keen sense of smell, far superior to that of humans, detected the scent of blood emanating from their partner, which was an enticing and stimulating aroma to them. While humans typically find the smell of blood repugnant, for beastmen, it retained the primal allure of a predator's affinity for blood, and the scent of a female's menstrual blood signified estrus, an irresistible attraction for males, especially when it emanated from their own partner. Thus, the moment Zheng Shishi began to bleed, both Cang Heng and Bai Lin awakened from their slumber, instinctively attuned to her condition. Cang Heng transformed into his human form, gently placing his palm over Zheng Shishi's eyes. With a mere snap of the fingers, flames erupted, leaping into the nearby fire pit and illuminating the entire room. Once Zheng Shishi's eyes adjusted to the warm glow, Cang Heng finally withdrew his hand. Both of them approached to comfort Zheng Shishi, sensing her pain through their bond of companionship. Although such discomfort was trivial for powerful male beastmen, it was excruciating for Zheng Shishi. Cang Heng enveloped her in his embrace, and as she felt his warm body against her back, the coldness that accompanied her menstrual discomfort slightly dissipated, allowing her to press tightly against his chest for a semblance of solace. In the modern world, she would alleviate her menstrual pains with painkillers, which, while not entirely effective, at least enabled her to go to work. However, in this beastly realm, there were no painkillers, and she had to endure the suffering. Bai Fun, having prepared a clean hide mat, watched as Cang Heng laid Zheng Shishi on the bed, wrapping her frail form snugly in warmth akin to an electric blanket. Zheng Shishi, nearly blinded by pain, felt drowsy and only registered the warmth as she grasped Cang Heng's large hand. One of his hands rested gently on her lower abdomen, while her cold fingers clutched his hand tightly. At that moment, Bai Fun could only stand by helplessly, feeling the chill radiating from him. While Zheng Shishi yearned solely for Cang Heng's warmth, Bai Fun wished to smooth the furrowed brow of Zheng Shishi. But upon making contact with her skin, he was pushed away as she murmured, "I'm so cold. Don't touch me with your cold hands. It feels unbearable." Bai Fun, withdrawing his hand, stood silently beside her, wishing he could offer her warmth like Cang Heng did, so he wouldn't have to hibernate and could see Shishi every day. Observing Bai Fun's expression, Cang Heng felt a flicker of joy. Usually, Shishi clung to Bai Fun, delighting in the presence of the snake beast, often leaving Cang Heng as a mere spectator. Now, he felt fortunate not to be a snake beast, as his warm body could provide comfort to Shishi in her most vulnerable moments. He didn't need to hibernate, enabling him to see his partner daily. Gazing at the fragile female in his arms, Cang Heng's heart swelled with sweetness. At that moment, she needed only him, and the sensation of being needed filled him with immense happiness. If Shishi continued to rely on him, he might very well become a foolish beastman, entirely absorbed in his partner. Yet he mused, perhaps that wasn't so bad, if Shishi were to belong solely to him. It would be even better. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a smile involuntarily graced his lips. Thanks to Cang Heng's fiery warmth, Zheng Shishi gradually found relief from her pain and fell into a deep slumber. When she awoke once more, it was to the enticing aroma wafting through the as she began to rise. An unusual sensation in her lower body caught her attention. Bewildered, she lifted the covers only to discover she was wearing undergarments fashioned from snake shed, with something soft, akin to cotton, placed inside. Before she could fully process this, Bai Lin approached with a large bowl of steaming, fragrant soup. Sure, I made you a nourishing yellow bird soup. It's great for your body. Bai Lin blew gently on the soup before presenting it to her lips. Attracted by the rich aroma, Zheng Shishi, exhausted from a night of cramping, eagerly accepted the soup, needing to replenish her energy. Forgetting to inquire about the cotton padding, once she finished the hearty bowl of soup, she sighed in relief, comfortably reclining against the soft bedding, and remembered to ask Bai Lin, "Xiao Bai, how did you manage to get cotton for me?" "Cotton? Oh, you mean the white cotton? It's used to absorb the blood you expelled," Bai Lin replied, beaming as he presented a large wooden box filled with pristine white cotton. "Wow, so much cotton. Where did you find it?" "Xiao Bai, you're so clever to think of using it to soak up the blood." Zheng Shishi praised him. Upon hearing her words, Bai Lin felt a renewed sense of purpose and his spirits lifted. "When I was wandering, I noticed that in other tribes, when females were in heat, their male partners would gather this white material for them to use. I stayed up last night, hoping to find some for you here. And fortunately, I managed to gather quite a bit." Bai Lin's eyes were filled with tenderness as he spoke, making Zheng Shishi feel as if she might drown in sweetness. "Huh, now I have cotton to use." "Bai Lin, you're wonderful." "Thank you, darling," Zheng Shishi exclaimed, momentarily caught up in joy, calling Bai Lin darling, to which he sweetly replied, "You are my treasure too." With the cotton, Zheng Shishi applied her modern ingenuity to create a makeshift sanitary pad. As the season for gathering supplies drew to a close, their home was filled to the brim with provisions sufficient for her to last an entire year, let alone through the winter. However, Cang Heng and Bai Lin set out to collect more cotton for Zheng Shishi, ensuring she would have plenty for her menstrual needs throughout the winter. Given her monthly cycle, which lasted 5 days, the cotton consumption would be significant, comparable to the needs of several beastman females. It seemed Cang Heng and Bai Lin would have to scour the entire forest at the base of the cliff to gather enough. She pondered the possibility of acquiring cotton and seeds for vegetables to cultivate, which would not only be convenient but also enhance yield. Harnessing her Chinese heritage, she envisioned expanding farmland in this beastly realm, establishing agriculture and animal husbandry. Gradually, her thoughts began to map out potential plans, brimming with idealism. Yet, reality posed significant challenges. The male beastmen lacked awareness and necessity, making cooperation difficult, unless there were females involved. However, the source of females required addressing the barrier issue first. With a sigh, Zheng Shishi rested her chin on the window ledge. Lost in thought, for a long while, she grappled with unanswered questions before releasing a deep sigh. Every movement, every smile of Zheng Shishi was being watched with interest by a pair of eyes not far from the treehouse. Another pair of eyes lurked behind the trees, secretly observing everything transpiring between the two. This boredom began to creep back into her life. Zheng Shishi, now free from menstrual pain, felt her vitality returning. After several days of confinement, she longed to step outside. Wandering aimlessly in the nearby forest, she stretched and engaged in light exercise to loosen her muscles. Suddenly, a soft, melodious laugh echoed above her, reminiscent of a charming maiden. "Isn't that my little brother's female? What is she doing out here alone? Doesn't she fear the beasts?" Zheng Shishi looked up but could not locate the source of the voice. "Are you looking for me?" A voice suddenly called out from behind Zheng Shishi, startling her. She turned to see a figure who forcefully grasped her chin, lifting it painfully, causing her to instinctively rise on her toes to alleviate the discomfort. Before Zheng Shishi could fully comprehend who this person was, she was silenced by a cool, thin lip pressing against hers. Only after the kiss did she recognize the individual before her. It was Naxi, the beastman discovered within the giant bug's belly a month prior. "You pervert! Cang Heng will skin you alive." Zheng Shishi managed to articulate through clenched teeth, causing Naxi to erupt into hearty laughter. "And what if Cang Heng comes? Once I become the king of the winged tribe, you will be my little female." Naxi released his grip on Zheng Shishi's chin, the moment she regained her freedom. Zheng Shishi's sole instinct was to flee. Yet before she could take a step, Naxi caught her again, lifting her into his arms and soaring up a tall tree. "You smell delightful. Are you in heat? Who do you think will father your first litter of cubs? Perhaps it will be me," Naxi teased, holding her tightly while whispering in her ear, occasionally licking it, leaving her feeling both embarrassed and angry. Yet utterly helpless. "Shishi, where are you?" A voice called from afar. It was Cang Heng returning. Zheng Shishi, filled with joy, called out in response, "Cang Heng, I'm here. Hurry, come quickly." Before Zheng Shishi could finish her sentence, Naxi seized her chin with a large hand, twisting her head back slightly, and kissed her from behind, silencing her words. The moment Naxi released her, he had already leaped far away, leaving her pitifully dangling from a slender branch of a large tree. Swaying precariously in the heights, not question why she did not employ the flash snake imprint ability of white phosphorus, since the last time she had used it twice in succession, which caused an energy imbalance. She had entered the cooldown period for the mate imprint ability as instructed by white phosphorus, rendering her unable to use it for at least 3 months. She had just attempted it but felt nothing, unable to summon even a hint of her skill. When Cang Heng arrived upon hearing the commotion, he found Zheng Shishi hanging high in the tree, devoid of hope. That evening, the three of them gathered around the stove, enjoying a steaming pot of fish head stew with vegetables. White phosphorus and Cang Heng observed Zheng Shishi poking at the fish's eyes with her chopsticks. Mumbling something with a gloomy expression, Cang Heng and white phosphorus dared not utter a word, silently continuing their meal. "Cang Heng, what have you done to Shishi?" "Naxi, I have done nothing to your little female. I merely kissed her a couple of times and gave her a hug. Cang Heng, if you desire the throne, come directly to me for a duel. Do not lay a finger on my Shishi." "Naxi, oh my dear brother, you are so petty. Are you truly unwilling to let me touch your little female? Cang Heng, if you genuinely wish to strengthen the Wing clan, I can relinquish the throne to you. But do not harbor intentions against Shishi, or I shall fight you to the death. Naxi, I can claim the throne myself. I do not require your concession. Once I defeat you, the throne shall naturally be mine. When the king of the Wing clan is me, the female bestowed upon the king by the beast god, Zheng Shishi, will also belong to me. If I am pleased, I might even allow Zheng Shishi to keep you as a companion. But if I am displeased, how about I slay you and serve you as roasted meat for Zheng Shishi?" "Ha ha, Cang Heng, do not go too far. Currently, we are both at the first level, but do not forget, I have been steadily developing for the past 300 years, while you are merely a relic of power from over 300 years ago. Even if you recover, it does not guarantee your stability at the beast level, nor that you can defeat me." For 3 centuries, Cang Heng had believed his life was dedicated to the revival of the Wing clan. However, upon encountering the gift of Shishi from the beast god, he realized that his life was not solely for the clan, but to meet her. Previously, he had been tormented by Shishi's reluctance to stay and his obligation to protect the Wing clan. Feeling trapped between 2 worlds, but with Naxi's arrival, it seemed he could consider setting aside the burden of the clan's revival and accompany Shishi to the ends of the earth, which might be the best outcome. Yet this detestable Naxi not only sought to usurp the throne, but also dared to covet his Shishi. It was utterly intolerable. Cang Heng resolved to confront Naxi for a duel the following day, as it had been nearly a month, and no matter how the tribe might criticize him for taking advantage of Naxi's unpreparedness, he intended to initiate a battle to the death. He could not allow Naxi's hands to touch his Shishi any longer. The next day dawned exceptionally bright and warm. Early in the morning, white phosphorus diligently took the cured meat outside to dry in the open space by the door. Zheng Shishi gazed at the array of cured meats and dried fresh meat, along with some pickled vegetables, marveling at how exceptional her 2 men were. If this were the modern era, each would undoubtedly be a paragon of excellence, adept in both the halls and kitchens. Zheng Shishi gazed dreamily at the hard-working figures in the yard, her face radiating pride and infatuation. As she continued to watch, she suddenly realized that Cang Heng was not home and promptly inquired of White Phosphorus regarding his whereabouts. White Phosphorus hesitated, appearing somewhat evasive, and a sense of foreboding washed over her. They were clearly hiding something from her. Her expression turned serious as she fixed her gaze on White Phosphorus in silence. After a few minutes, unable to withstand her piercing stare, White Phosphorus finally confessed, "Cang Heng has gone to duel with Naxi. Right at the altar. He did not want you to worry, so he specifically asked me not to tell you." Upon hearing that Cang Heng had gone to confront Naxi, she recalled that it had indeed been a month. The time for their duel had arrived. She quickly insisted that White Phosphorus carry her to the altar to assess the situation. She was deeply concerned for Cang Heng. What if a fight broke out, and Cang Heng was unable to hold his own? Duels among beastmen were merciless. At the altar, the battle between Cang Heng and Naxi, both winged beastmen, had already commenced, the intensity escalating. The two remained in their half-beast forms, relentlessly attacking one another, their figures intertwining on the altar, moving at such speed that it was nearly impossible for the naked eye to distinguish one from the other. After all, their heights and appearances were strikingly similar. Below the altar, many winged beastmen gathered, cheering and rallying for their king, their voices resounding through the cliffs. The two combatants had been entangled for nearly half an hour. Yet there was still no clear victor. The prolonged rapid exchanges began to take their toll, and both fighters instinctively withdrew, each standing on opposite sides of the altar, breathing heavily. All the beastmen below held their breath. Fixated on the two males atop the altar, Cang Heng was the first to move, and everyone expected him to launch the first attack to seize the initiative. Unexpectedly, Cang Heng merely clutched his stomach, his brow furrowed deeply, as if he were enduring some discomfort. This subtle movement did not escape the notice of a beastman below and Naxi above. The beastman, hiding among the crowd, was unable to suppress a chuckle. This individual was none other than the elder who had nearly been beaten for clinging to Naxi upon his return. Naxi's peripheral vision caught sight of the elder sneering at Cang Heng, and he instantly grasped the situation. It was likely that, according to the tribal customs prior to their battle, both sides were required to drink water served in leaves, symbolizing fairness. Cang Heng's water must have been tampered with by the elder, causing him unbearable stomach pain and leading to his impending defeat. Once Naxi secured the throne, this elder could once again rely on him to reclaim his former esteemed position and enjoy the tributes of the Wing clan, perhaps even becoming a shaman of the tribe. Although Naxi doubted his ability to completely overpower Cang Heng, he harbored a strong disdain for those who would resort to underhanded tactics against his own brother. He desired a fair fight. Resolving to pause the duel, he called out, "Good brother, I see you are unwell. I do not wish to take advantage of your plight, lest the tribe accuse me of usurping the throne unjustly. Let us wait until you feel better to continue." Naxi assumed Cang Heng would agree to his proposal, believing that the throne held immense significance for him, as no beastman would wish to be anything less than the king of their kind. However, he underestimated Zheng Shishi's standing in Cang Heng's heart. Should they cease fighting now, Shishi would remain vulnerable to Naxi's advances, which left Cang Heng feeling utterly powerless. That he realized that defeating Naxi swiftly was the only way to protect Shishi from his harassment. "No, you have only just recovered as well, right? Our duels require fairness. At this moment, it is truly equitable," Cang Heng retorted, resuming his offensive stance and charging toward Naxi with a hammering blow. Naxi chuckled lightly, deftly evading Cang Heng's punch. Encountered with a kick, his foot transforming into a claw as Cang Heng, having pulled back his punch, turned to defend himself. Yet the pain in his abdomen dulled his focus, slowing his reaction, and he was struck in the back by Naxi's kick. When White Phosphorus arrived with Zheng Shishi at the altar, they witnessed Naxi's sharp claws landing solidly on Cang Heng's back, leaving 5 deep, long gashes, exposing bloodied flesh. Cang Heng, though in pain from the blow, instinctively knew he could not allow his injured back to remain vulnerable to Naxi. He quickly turned to face him head-on, but the severity of his injury forced him to kneel on one knee, struggling to keep himself upright. Naxi showed no mercy, relentlessly attacking Cang Heng, each strike aimed at vital points. In just a few exchanges, Cang Heng's clothing lay in tatters, his wings' feathers disheveled and torn, his body marred with numerous wounds of varying sizes. Fortunately, Cang Heng's desperate counterattacks inflicted some pain on Naxi as well, leaving him with several deep claw marks and scratches from Cang Heng's feathered projectiles. Naxi had not anticipated that Cang Heng had already mastered a second skill, flying feathers at present. He can only utilize his speed advantage to transform into a whirlwind of wind and launch attacks. A skill that Cang Heng has long mastered. It is worth noting that even his father, once the most illustrious of the first rank, possessed merely 3 skills. Thus, Cang Heng's current strength is indeed not inferior to his. If Cang Heng continues to fight recklessly in this manner, it is likely that even with all his might, the outcome would be a mutual destruction. In such a scenario, neither of the brothers would benefit, and the throne would fall into the hands of another, which is something Naxi is unwilling to see happen. After all, they are brothers, and having the throne in the hands of his younger sibling is far more reassuring than it being seized by outsiders. The audience of beastmen erupted in cheers, rallying in support of Naxi, who held a slight advantage. In contrast, those who remained silent were filled with concern for their favored Cang Heng. Zheng Shishi watched in terror, utterly stunned. This was her first time witnessing a conflict among beastmen, and even more so, a battle involving her handsome partner. She felt powerless to intervene and lacked the authority to halt the fight. It was a duel between their kin, their brothers of the Wing clan. All she could do was anxiously bite her lower lip, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at Cang Heng, who was bloodied and battered, just as Cang Heng prepared to strike once more. Naxi suddenly spoke, halting the ongoing duel. "The throne is mine. She is yours. What do you say?" "I promise that." Naxi's lips moved slightly, uttering these words just loud enough for the two to hear, while the spectators remained oblivious to the exchange. Cang Heng was initially taken aback, then regarded Naxi with a skeptical gaze, attempting to discern any deceit in Naxi's expression. Was he being tricked, or was there some ulterior motive at play? Seeing the doubt reflected in Cang Heng's eyes, Naxi burst into laughter. Approaching Cang Heng, he firmly patted his shoulder and leaned in to whisper, "More than a female, I desire the throne. I have no intention of sharing a mate with other beastmen. Not even with my brother." Cang Heng fell silent for several moments, seemingly contemplating whether to trust Naxi's words, uncertain if Naxi would renege on his promise once he ascended to the throne. Ultimately, he chose to place his faith in Naxi, for the beastmen held promises in high regard, viewing the fulfillment of vows as a matter of honor. He believed Naxi would not act contrary to his word. The beastmen below murmured among themselves, puzzled and unaware of the conversation transpiring on stage. With a resounding thud that drew everyone's attention, Cang Heng knelt on one knee, his right hand pressed to his heart, proclaiming loudly, "Congratulations to the new king, Naxi." Thus, the duel concluded with Cang Heng's surrender. Naxi was crowned the new king of the Wing clan, basking in the reverence of the beastmen, while Zheng Shishi stood quietly in the distance alongside Bai Lin, observing the unfolding events with a detached demeanor. Zheng Shishi did not believe that Cang Heng's concession stemmed from an inability to best Naxi. She sensed there were deeper reasons behind his decision. However, as long as Cang Heng remained alive and well, that was the best outcome she could hope for. Bai Lin, carrying the severely injured Cang Heng, who had reverted to his avian form, held Zheng Shishi's hand as they made their way back. Eager to tend to Cang Heng's wounds, they paid no heed to the loyal beastmen behind them, who wept in sorrow for their fallen champion. From the altar, Naxi watched the retreating figures of the trio. Feeling a strange sense of dissatisfaction, he had anticipated that becoming the king of the Wing clan would bring him joy, yet he found himself oddly unfulfilled. Naxi brushed his fingers against his lips, still tinged with the soft, sweet sensation of the kiss he had shared with Zheng Shishi. "King, look at me." The elder, who had been scheming alongside Naxi, approached him with a servile demeanor, eager to regain some measure of status. "I was just looking for you. It seems you have come to me first. Come, let us go." Naxi cast a sidelong glance at the elder, clasping his hands behind his back as he descended from the altar. The elder followed closely behind, unable to conceal his smug expression as he cast triumphant looks at the elders who had supported Cang Heng. In the days that followed, Bai Lin busied himself crafting garments and sanitary supplies for Zheng Shishi. Meanwhile, Zheng Shishi anxiously cared for Cang Heng, who lay in a deep, unresponsive slumber reminiscent of a hibernating bird. For the past 30 days since bringing Cang Heng home, he had not awakened even once, were it not for the gradual healing of his injuries. She might have feared he would never regain consciousness. Naxi did not disturb Zheng Shishi again, and Bai Lin shared his insights regarding the pact between Cang Heng and Naxi. Zheng Shishi felt a pang of guilt, believing that if her presence had led Cang Heng to relinquish the throne for her peace, he had suffered an unjust fate on the 12th day. The previously clear skies began to darken, the brightness of day and night becoming nearly indistinguishable. Bai Lin remarked that winter had arrived, heralding the onset of snowfall. Without Cang Heng's assistance, Bai Lin struggled daily to kindle a fire using the last of their small firestones. Days passed without Cang Heng waking, and all supplies for the winter had been prepared. The warmth from the fire barely sustained Bai Lin's alertness. If heavy snowfall were to arrive, temperatures would plunge further, and if Cang Heng remained unresponsive, Bai Lin would face the threat of enforced hibernation. Alone, Zheng Shishi would be left in perilous circumstances. Desperate, Zheng Shishi whispered fervently into Cang Heng's ear, urging him to awaken soon, so that Bai Lin could rest easy for the winter. Finally, on the eve of the impending snowfall, Cang Heng opened his eyes, appearing significantly more alert, though somewhat emaciated, which stirred a sense of concern within Zheng Shishi. Bai Lin prepared a hearty soup, laden with vegetables and dried mushrooms, and the three gathered around the steaming pot on the third floor, enjoying the warmth of the meal. The steam rising from the pot enveloped Zheng Shishi, whose face glowed with a healthy flush, radiating satisfaction, while the humid warmth brushed against Bai Lin's cheeks, dispelling the lethargy brought on by the winter chill. Cang Heng, meanwhile, lowered his head and devoured his food as though he had been starved for ages. This scene epitomized the warmth of a cozy family, a moment that would remain etched in Zheng Shishi's memory for years to come, marking her first experience of familial warmth. Cang Heng, I am about to hibernate, and will sleep in the other room on the third floor. I entrust Shishi to your care, Bai Lin said earnestly after their meal, resembling a father reluctantly giving away his daughter. Rest assured, my beast rank surpasses yours. I will protect Shishi without fail. You can hibernate in peace. Shishi has repeated this countless times, so much so that my ears have grown calloused. Cang Heng retorted with a pout. You could hear me while you were recovering from your injuries, Cang Heng? I thought you were completely oblivious, Zheng Shishi exclaimed, relieved to see Cang Heng in good spirits that of course I could hear. I merely needed rest to recuperate from my severe wounds. Initially, when my injuries were at their worst, I truly could not hear anything. However, as I healed, I was completely aware, but was simply too fatigued to awaken, Cang Heng explained. Zheng Shishi nodded in understanding, marveling at the resilience of the beastman. Finding it remarkable, I must go hunt. I need to fill my belly before winter settles in, Bai Lin declared as he lifted the animal hide curtain, allowing a gust of frigid wind to sweep into the treehouse. Zheng Shishi shivered involuntarily, and Bai Lin glanced back at her, noticing her shuddering from the cold. He gently secured the animal hide curtain and departed down the trunk of the parasol tree. It was not until midnight that Bai Lin returned, slithering in snake form through the window. Occupying a third of the space, he kissed Zheng Shishi gently on the lips, his eyes reflecting reluctance before coiling onto a large animal hide mat in the adjoining room. Zheng Shishi followed Bai Lin, affectionately kissing the snake's head, saying, "Hibernate peacefully. Do not worry about me. I will wait with Cang Heng for your awakening." White Phosphorus peacefully closed his eyes and drifted into slumber, while Cang Heng diligently blocked the entrance with hay. The following day, when Zheng Shishi awoke and drew aside the bee skin curtain, she was greeted by the sight of heavy snowflakes cascading from the sky, larger than any she had ever witnessed in the modern world. In contemporary terms, goose-feather snow is merely an adjective, yet in this primal realm, it serves as a vivid description that a thick blanket of snow had already accumulated on the ground. The river lay frozen, and the trees were adorned in a silvery shroud, creating a scene of pure whiteness. The snow continued to fall incessantly, as Cang Heng secured the tree hollow entrances with straw and firewood branches. Inside their abode, a stone basin warmed the air with burning wood, providing a comfortable warmth. Cang Heng cradled Zheng Shishi in his arms, feeling a warmth in his heart. It was just the two of them now, free from the interference of the foul snake beast. Ever since his injury, he had noticed a marked improvement in Shishi's demeanor towards him. As she seemed less distant, he resolved to make the most of the winter to nurture their bond. Hoping that when white phosphorus awoke once more, both he and Shishi might be blessed with a brood of little beastmen. In recent days, Cang Heng had devoted himself wholeheartedly to attending to Zheng Shishi, who appreciated his efforts. Each day, he kept her company at home, washing clothes and preparing meals, even braving the winter chill to chisel ice from the river to clean their beast skins. Whenever Shishi felt bored, Cang Heng would hold her close, sharing stories of their experiences to pass the time. From his words, she learned of various happenings within the tribe. After Cang Heng's duel with Naxi, the latter ascended to kingship, and his first decree was to execute the treacherous elder who had conspired against Cang Heng. This elder had poisoned Cang Heng's pre-battle water, causing him debilitating stomach pain that hindered his focus during combat. In a moment of desperation, Cang Heng had pledged to Naxi that he would trade the throne for the chance to be with Zheng Shishi. Although Naxi harbored no affection for his brother, he could not tolerate such vile actions that tarnished the honor of their winged tribe. Ensuring the execution serve as a warning to any who might harbor malicious intentions. In truth, Naxi might have been more suited to reign as the king of the winged tribe than Cang Heng, possessing superior cunning and abilities that commanded the respect of the beastmen. Within just half a month, Naxi had established order among the winged tribe, organizing patrols and employing astute beastmen to address the aerial barriers, as well as repairing the forest damaged by giant insects. As Zheng Shishi listened to Cang Heng's tales, a flicker of admiration for his brother flickered within her. Heng. She murmured, nestled in Cang Heng's embrace. "What is it?" he replied, resting his chin atop her head. "Will you regret it in the future, trading the throne for me?" White Phosphorus had mentioned that night when you and Naxi negotiated. "Being with you is the greatest blessing of my life." "I will never regret it," Cang Heng said, affectionately stroking her hair. Zheng Shishi said nothing more, simply turning to embrace Cang Heng and kissing his lips. In that moment, her heart brimmed with Cang Heng's love, melting away any thoughts of indifference towards his presence and kindness. Cang Heng fervently reciprocated her kiss, feeling the genuine acceptance from his partner. But a month had swiftly passed, the snow falling intermittently, and at last, it ceased entirely, with snow accumulating to the level of the second-story treehouse. To an unknowing observer, it would appear as though Zheng Shishi and Cang Heng resided on the first floor. The day was no longer shrouded in the oppressive darkness of a snowstorm, but rather illuminated by radiant sunshine, the light reflecting off the pristine snow, creating a dazzling spectacle. Zheng Shishi longed to venture outside, for the month-long snowfall had stifled her spirit. Her only activity during this time had been the intimate moments shared with Cang Heng, a thought that caused her to question her life. Moreover, her menstrual cycle had been delayed for over 10 days. Could it possibly mean? Shishi, Cang Heng's voice broke her reverie as he called to her from the window. He held a platter of roasted meat and a bowl of vegetable soup, steam wafting from the dishes. As Zheng Shishi took a bite of the meat, she suddenly felt nauseous, as if the meat bore the foul smell of rotten fish, prompting her to spit it out immediately. Shishi, what's wrong? Is it not tasty? Or is it spoiled? Cang Heng exclaimed, snatching the meat from her hand and tasting it himself. It's not spoiled. It tastes just as it always has. It's not bad at all. Are you feeling unwell? With concern, Cang Heng gathered her in his arms, resting his forehead against hers to gauge her temperature. You feel normal. There's no fever. Are you ill in some other way? No. I'll take you to see the shaman. With a hint of worry, Cang Heng hurriedly carried Zheng Shishi to the shaman of the winged tribe, to the shaman's abode. Cang Heng kicked open the rickety wooden door, awakening the slumbering shaman. Quickly, help me look at Shishi. She seems to be ill and feels nauseous after eating meat. He laid Zheng Shishi on the shaman's straw bed. The shaman ambled over, inspecting her, then took her wrist to check her pulse, a practice that surprised Zheng Shishi. You can feel the pulse too? She asked curiously, wondering if the healing methods of this world resembled those of her homeland as traditional medicine. With a smile, the shaman replied, "The wrist is where blood flows, and it has little flesh, allowing us to feel the bones and meridians directly. It is the most common method we shamans use to diagnose ailments." "Have you been feeling sleepy often lately?" "Yes," Cang Heng interjected before Zheng Shishi could respond. "She has been sleeping more than usual. Then it's settled. I'm sure of it." "Huh." The shaman suddenly burst into laughter, rising to prepare to leave the hut. Seeing the shaman's peculiar reaction, Cang Heng anxiously asked for more details about Zheng Shishi's condition. Meanwhile, Zheng Shishi had already deduced the truth. As a modern woman, she recognized the implications of a doctor's reaction like that. She was pregnant. Without waiting for the shaman to answer, she declared, "I'm pregnant with your child." At this revelation, Cang Heng was left dumbfounded. While the shaman chuckled heartily, making his way outside, he was eager to share this joyous news with the king, announcing to the Wing tribe that after 300 years, new life had finally emerged among them. Once the shaman had departed, Cang Heng snapped back to reality, his joy erupting like a child who had just received a coveted toy, his delight evident on his face. He approached Zheng Shishi, wanting to embrace her, yet hesitated as if afraid to harm her. "Fool! I'm merely pregnant, not made of glass," Zheng Shishi teased, affectionately taking Cang Heng's hand and placing on her still flat belly. On their way home, Cang Heng cradled Zheng Shishi delicately, as though he were carrying a precious treasure. Her laughter echoed at his comically cautious demeanor, a sight she had never seen on his handsome, serious face before. Yet, the thought of becoming a mother left Zheng Shishi feeling somewhat unsettled. After all, she knew nothing about it. Before long, Cang Heng gently landed at the window of the third-floor study, carefully setting her down on the soft bed and covering her with a bee skin blanket, urging her to rest well. Zheng Shishi obediently nodded, closing her eyes to rest, while Cang Heng nestled beside her, warming the bed, fearful of letting this little pregnant woman catch a chill. In no time, the soothing sound of Zheng Shishi's even breathing filled the air. After confirming she had fallen into a deep slumber, Cang Heng slowly rose from the bed to leave. Not far from the treehouse, perched on a branch of a large tree, Naxi sat in a contemplative mood, dressed in his thin, winged attire, his bare feet slightly reddened from the cold. His dark red hair flowed loosely, strands tousled by the wind, obscuring part of his face. He sat there against the trunk, seemingly lost in thought, his gaze distant. When Cang Heng approached the tree, he witnessed this scene. Having noticed Naxi hiding behind the tree during his flight back with Shishi, they had already struck a deal. He would take the throne, and Shishi would be his. Naxi would no longer intrude upon their lives. Was he having second thoughts? No. Shishi has already conceived her own eggs, and he cannot act against her at this moment. Cang Heng unfurled his crimson wings and soared to the branch where Naxi sat, gazing coldly at him and asking, "What brings you here?" Cang Heng's tone was laced with palpable hostility and defensiveness, prompting Naxi, who had been lost in thought, to refocus his gaze and look up at his standing brother. "You've come, then," Naxi replied with a nonchalant tone, as if merely greeting Cang Heng. "Do not worry. I'm not here to seek your little female, but rather to find you." Naxi rose to face Cang Heng if one did not observe closely. The two bore identical heights, builds, hair colors, and attire, as well as the same pair of crimson wings behind them. "What do you want with me?" Cang Heng retorted, a hint of impatience evident in his voice. "The barrier above the Wing clan has vanished, and it did so unexpectedly today, just as the shaman came to report your little female's pregnancy," Naxi articulated clearly, punctuating his words with intent. Upon hearing Naxi mention the disappearance of the barrier, Cang Heng's eyes widened in disbelief. This turn of events caught him off guard, arriving so swiftly and unexpectedly. They had initially planned to wait until the next warming spring to accompany Zheng Shishi in finding a way out after the snake beast emerged from hibernation. But now it seemed unnecessary. Naxi's mention of the barrier's disappearance coinciding with the news of Shishi's pregnancy. Could this merely be a coincidence? From Naxi's tone, it seemed to suggest a connection to Shishi. However, Cang Heng had no intention of acknowledging any potential link between this matter and Shishi. To admit her uniqueness would undoubtedly invite greater danger, and he would not allow such a thing to transpire. The disappearance of the barrier was a blessing, for it ensured the continuation of the Wing clan's lineage. Your governance would achieve unprecedented success, and your kin would hold you in even greater esteem. As for the connection you suggest between Shirshi's pregnancy and the barrier's disappearance, I believe it to be nothing more than coincidence. Cang Heng turned away, unwilling to give Naxi even the slightest opportunity to glimpse his concerned expression. Let us hope so. I merely came to inform you, Naxi replied, casting a deep glance at the distant treehouse. With the keen vision unique to birds during the day, he stood far enough away to see through the windows of the third floor. Clearly observing the sleeping visage of the female within, how unappealing, with drool escaping her lips. Naxi chuckled inwardly, closed his eyes, and took flight. Cang Heng understood that Naxi's visit was not merely to deliver news, but rather to find an opportunity to gaze at Shishi. After all, Naxi could have easily summoned any beastman to convey such information. It seemed he must remain cautious of Naxi in the future, for he could not fully trust this so-called brother. When Zheng Shishi awakened, it was already evening. Just as she attempted to rise and stretch her numb legs, Cang Heng pressed her back onto the bed, claiming it was to spare her from fatigue or chill. Insisting she must not even walk, this left Zheng Shishi utterly speechless. Her belly had not yet begun to swell, so such excessive protection was unnecessary. However, Cang Heng was resolute in ignoring her protests, and she had no choice but to comply and lie back. She allowed Cang Heng to feed her soup made from yellow birds, consume the roasted meat without spice, and massage her body. She complained for quite some time, but upon hearing Cang Heng state it was for the well-being of the egg within her, she relented, adopting a sulky expression, clearly displeased. Indeed, you heard correctly. Zheng Shishi was carrying bird eggs. She had even insisted Cang Heng take her to consult the shaman for detailed inquiries. The shaman explained, although our Wing clan is powerful, birthing a fourth-tier beastman requires a process. Thus, regardless of the tribe, any female that mates with our male beastmen will conceive in the most primitive form. An EGG'd IT takes 15 to 20 days to produce the egg, and once laid, the male must incubate it for 15 days before the hatchling emerges. For the first 3 days, the hatchling remains in beast form, after which it will naturally transition into juvenile beastman form, at which point rearing can commence. If it is a male hatchling, it can freely shift its form. However, a female can only retain its beastman form and will not change thereafter. Moreover, while the Wing clan is innately powerful, the birth of female offspring is exceedingly rare compared to other races. The last female beastman born in our clan was over 1,000 years ago, but she did not survive long after birth. The shaman sighed with regret, pausing to catch his breath before continuing his chat with Zheng Shishi. As for raising the hatchlings, the survival rate for males is exceptionally high. They can thrive under various conditions. However, females are delicate and remain juvenile until the age of 15, requiring meticulous care. The shaman smiled, glancing at Zheng Shishi's yet-to-swell belly, recognizing it as the hope of their Wing clan. He himself was aging, and without the life-extending crystal, he would not have long to live. He hoped that before his time came, he could witness the birth of a little prince or princess, leaving no regrets, even though Cang Heng was no longer their king. In the subsequent 10 days, Zheng Shishi found herself perpetually drowsy, often sleeping throughout the day, waking only to eat, and even then, she would fall back into a deep slumber. Cang Heng observed this all, realizing for the first time how arduous pregnancy could be for a female. Shirshi's figure grew increasingly gaunt. Despite her constant slumber, her complexion remained poor, marked by fatigue and pallor, her hair dry and yellowed, resembling malnourishment. Concurrently, Zheng Shishi's belly visibly expanded day by day, and by the 15th day, it was as round as if she had overeaten. Her movements became increasingly cumbersome, requiring Cang Heng's assistance even for the simplest of tasks like using the restroom. By the 20th day, her belly had taken on the shape of a small football. Cang Heng no longer dared to carry Zheng Shishi to the shaman for examinations, fearful of harming her or the egg within her. Instead, he invited the shaman into his treehouse. After the examination, the shaman's smile was broader than when he first learned of Zheng Shishi's pregnancy, continuously congratulating Cang Heng, informing him that there were 2 eggs within her, one larger and one smaller, possibly one male and one female. The shaman cautioned Cang Heng that carrying twins would demand significant energy from a mother, and her drowsiness was entirely normal. She was nearing the time of delivery, and he advised Cang Heng to monitor her closely. If contractions began, it would indicate that she was going into labor. The Wing clan had never witnessed a female bear twins. It was typically one egg per birth, and the occurrence of two eggs was not only rare, but could lead to complications during delivery, potentially jeopardizing their lives. The shaman urged Cang Heng to seek him out promptly if the birthing process appeared to deviate from the norm. After bidding farewell to the shaman, Cang Heng found himself alone at Zheng Shishi's bedside, gazing vacantly at her sleeping form. While he was elated by the prospect of her carrying twins, the associated risks were burdens he could not bear. He desperately wished for Shishi to cease her pregnancy, yet fate had already sealed their course. All he could do was pray to the beast god for her safe delivery. Cang Heng climbed into bed, wrapping his arms around Zheng Shishi to keep her warm, tenderly stroking her face. Consumed by fear, in the following 5 days, Zheng Shishi spent most of her time in deep sleep, awakening only once a day to eat. Her appetite having returned to normal levels, Cang Heng did not mind the trouble. He prepared her meals daily, keeping them warm and ready for whenever she stirred. He also attempted to engage her in conversation as much as possible, hoping to extend her waking hours. However, shortly after finishing her meal, Zheng Shishi would inevitably succumb to sleep once more on the 24th day. Upon awakening, Zheng Shishi surprisingly did not drift off immediately. Instead, she appeared quite spirited. It was not until just before dawn on the 25th day of her pregnancy that Zheng Shishi began to experience contractions, initially akin to the discomfort felt during menstruation. Cang Heng realized that labor was imminent and hurriedly prepared warm water, using a warm beast skin soaked in hot water to gently wipe her face, attempting to alleviate her pain. Yet, Zheng Shishi's agony not only persisted but intensified over time. She felt drenched in cold sweat, as if something were about to burst forth from her lower body. Ahong, hold me. I feel so cold, Zheng Shishi murmured in a pleading tone. Without hesitation, Cang Heng wrapped his arms around her from behind, channeling his body's warmth in an effort to elevate her temperature and bring her some comfort. Indeed, as the soothing warmth enveloped her, the contractions became somewhat bearable. However, the commotion below intensified, and thick, viscous blood mixed with amniotic fluid stained the inner thighs of Zheng Shishi, soaking the beast's skin beneath her. With a furrowed brow, she gradually exerted herself, drawing upon the scant experience gleaned from watching dramas in the modern world to attempt a self-delivery, observing the pained and pallid expression on her face. Cang Heng cautiously inquired, "Shall I fetch a shaman?" If Zheng Shishi were truly facing a difficult labor, he would ensure the shaman guaranteed her safety and devised a means to assist in delivering the two eggs. "No, I can manage on my own. I do not wish for anyone else to see," Zheng Shishi insisted, indicating her reluctance for a male shaman to examine her. Even though modern sensibilities have evolved, many women remain uncomfortable with male doctors, even in obstetrics. However, Cang Heng interpreted her words as a concern for her appearance being marred in front of other males, fearing it would tarnish her beauty, which is why she resisted summoning the shaman. Just as Cang Heng was about to further persuade Zheng Shishi, she let out a piercing scream. Alarmed, Cang Heng feared she was in peril and cried out, "Shishi, do not scare me. You must not die. I was wrong. I do not want you to suffer for my sake. I only want you to be safe." Zheng Shishi found his frantic demeanor both infuriating and amusing. The irony was that he held her so tightly that her already labored breathing became even more constricted, making it feel as though she might suffocate, forcing her to repress the egg that was half delivered. With a determined push against Cang Heng, she steadied herself and, with a cry, successfully birthed the larger egg. The force with which it emerged caused it to roll several times before coming to a halt beside Cang Heng, leaving him bewildered. Shortly thereafter, the smaller egg emerged with little effort. Also rolling to Cang Heng's side, it dawned on him that these two were the egg Zheng Shishi had carried for him. His beloved Shishi had delivered safely. She had not perished in childbirth. Overjoyed, Cang Heng sat on the ground, grinning like a child, and placed the two eggs beside Zheng Shishi for her to see. As the eggs were born, dawn broke, heralded by the melodious chirping of birds and the excited chatter of the gathered beastmen. Cang Heng tended to Zheng Shishi, bathing her and providing her with warm soup. Allowing her to rest peacefully, he then placed the 2 eggs within a nearby beast skin and ventured outdoors. The sounds of Zheng Shishi's labor had been quite loud, and the surrounding winged beastmen had heard her cries, each one feeling a pang of concern. Though they could not fathom the pain of female childbirth, the heart-wrenching screams were enough to fill them with worry. After all, this was the labor of the former king's mate, heralding the arrival of the first new life for the winged tribe in centuries. A gift from the beast god, it was said that she had given birth to a pair of twins, 1 male and 1 female. How could the other males not feel a surge of excitement? If a female survived, it would mark the first female in a millennium for their tribe, who could one day choose a mate from among them. They were eager to extend their congratulations and secure their chances. Cang Heng emerged from the treehouse into the open space, greeted by a throng of expectant winged males. His spirits lifted, he boldly declared, "A pair of twins, 1 male and 1 female." No sooner had he spoken than cheers and congratulations erupted all around. Alarmed, Cang Heng quickly urged the crowd to be quiet, fearing they would disturb Zheng Shishi's rest. He informed them that he would commence the incubation of the twin eggs for a period of 15 days, during which he could not attend to Zheng Shishi's safety and well-being. He entrusted the task of guarding her to Yala, requesting that everyone ensure the safety of the treehouse during this time. The beastmen readily agreed, nodding in affirmation. Once the crowd dispersed, Cang Heng returned to the treehouse to continue caring for Zheng Shishi, preparing food for her when she awoke. During their meal, Cang Heng recounted the details of the incubation to Zheng Shishi, who reassured him not to worry about her. That night, Cang Heng embraced Zheng Shishi and fell into a deep sleep, dreaming of his 2 cubs pursuing him for food. The following day, Cang Heng bid farewell to Zheng Shishi and took the 2 eggs outside for incubation, not revealing to her the specific location of the process. After he departed, Yala arrived, politely calling out to Zheng Shishi from below the treehouse to greet her. Zheng Shishi understood that Cang Heng had sent Yala to briefly care for her, as he was concerned for her well-being while he was away incubating the eggs, particularly since Bai Lin was hibernating and she would be alone without protection. Leaning out of the window to respond to Yala's greeting, she waved her hand. "Hi, Yala. I am on the 3rd floor. I just laid eggs and cannot go out in the wind, so please come up." Apologetically, she added, "I'm sorry, please don't mind." Maintaining her modern sensibilities, she was unaware that Yala, as a beastman, was unaccustomed to such courteous treatment, especially from a female. It was said that females were typically boorish and never expressed gratitude or offered apologies to males. Though he recognized that Zheng Shishi was different from other females, he cherished the respect she afforded him. Yala acknowledged her and ascended to the treehouse, while the other male beastmen stationed around the treehouse observed with envy, as the former king had specifically requested Yala to care for Zheng Shishi and permitted him to enter her private space. They speculated whether Cang Heng intended to accept Yala as a partner for Zheng Shishi, or at the very least, as a guardian to look after her. In the future, Yala would likely have a significant chance of becoming Zheng Shishi's mate. Their eyes were filled with longing, for many of them had been single for decades, if not centuries, and with the beautiful Zheng Shishi before them, who could resist? As for the little female, still in the egg, they would see what happened once she hatched and survived. Yala arrived at the entrance of the 3rd floor treehouse, but did not dare step inside, standing silently at the threshold, curious about Yala's slow ascent. Zheng Shishi peered out the door and noticed him standing there silently. "Yala, why don't you come in?" she inquired, intrigued. "Can I come in?" Yala asked, unable to believe the invitation. "Of course," Zheng Shishi replied, moving to the door to invite Yala inside. He was a guest in her home. It was only proper to welcome him. Once Yala entered the room, he beheld the female he had been thinking of. She seemed a bit thinner, somewhat haggard, and he had heard her cries during childbirth, standing on a nearby tree. Yet, she remained beautiful, her delicate skin and the fullness brought on by childbirth complemented by her exquisite red and white bee skin attire, enhancing her charm. Upon observing the disorder within the room, he did not dwell on it, instead asking Zheng Shishi for a bee skin cloth to begin tidying up, wiping away the remnants of blood from her delivery. Though Zheng Shishi felt embarrassed and urged Yala not to engage in such a messy task, he continued without a hint of hesitation. perhaps due to his lack of conversational prowess as the orc commander of the Guardian Wing tribe. He found himself largely engaged in the monotonous routine of daily patrols and executing the king's orders. Zheng Shishi, unable to dissuade Yala, resigned herself to letting him undertake household chores, having recently given birth. She was not in a position to overexert herself and decided it best to rest and recover her strength. Zheng Shishi observed Yala as he busily cleaned the floor, washed animal hides, and heated water to prepare meals, effortlessly performing tasks as if he had always done, so to be by the end of the day. The treehouse was immaculate, with floors gleaming brightly, while the outdoor stove emitted wisps of white smoke, accompanied by enticing aromas wafting into Zheng Shishi's nostrils. The snow in the surrounding area had been cleared away, revealing patches of bare earth, the melting snow water seeping into the soil, creating a slightly muddy terrain. A wooden drying rack stood in the open space, laden with freshly cleaned animal hide mats and garments. Zheng Shishi marveled at Yala's meticulousness, comparable to that of Bai Lin. Although Cang Heng was also capable of caring for her, he lacked the delicate tenderness that Bai Lin possessed, often displaying the king's commanding presence with minimal practical skills. His culinary prowess extended only to preparing slightly more complex meals. The tidiness of the environment lifted her spirits, combined with the sunny weather and successful deliveries, causing Zheng Shishi to gaze out of the window, her smile radiating innocence. Just as Yala prepared to ask Zheng Shishi if she wanted to eat, he caught sight of her by the third-floor window, bathed in sunlight, her black hair framing her cheeks. Her smile was truly enchanting, reminiscent of sunlight dancing on clear waters. Yala stared entranced until Zheng Shishi sensed his gaze, prompting him to hurriedly lower his head to conceal his actions. He still hesitated to express his feelings, not due to Cang Heng's presence, but because he believed he was unworthy of such a beautiful female. He perceived her evident preference for the snake beast over him. Inside the treehouse, Yala brought in a warm pot, placing it beside Zheng Shishi's bed, having thoughtfully prepared clean utensils for her. The pot simmered with steaming water and vegetables, enveloped in a gentle white mist, an improvised hot pot invented by Zheng Shishi in the beast world. During her pregnancy, Cang Heng had refrained from letting her consume spicy foods, claiming they would affect the offspring. Now liberated, she could finally indulge her cravings. Zheng Shishi eagerly grasped her chopsticks, savoring a cooked mushroom, exclaiming, "This is absolutely delicious." She suddenly realized that the joy of life lay in enjoying her favorite foods. Hastily grabbing more ingredients, occasionally yelping from the heat, watching Zheng Shishi relish the meal he had prepared, Yala felt a sense of happiness. She truly enjoyed this dish called hot pot. Noticing her eagerness, he quickly offered her warm water to alleviate the heat, displaying remarkable attentiveness. These gestures stemmed from Yala's observations during his patrols around the treehouse, having secretly learned the hot pot's preparation by watching Bai Lin from a distance. He had even added a fragrant licorice to enhance the dish's flavor. Offering Zheng Shishi water was inspired by Bai Lin's habit of preparing it for her during meals, preventing her from burning her tongue or being overwhelmed by spiciness. After several bites, Zheng Shishi noticed Yala had yet to pick up his chopsticks and promptly urged him to join her, thrusting a pair into his hands. Yala hesitated, lost in the moment, transfixed by the sensation of her hand brushing against his when she handed him the chopsticks. That soft touch sent shivers through his body, awakening every pore to its essence. "Hurry and eat. Don't daydream. If you don't, I might finish it all," Zheng Shishi called, unconcerned as she added some vegetables to Yala's bowl while continuing to feast. In her mind, she pondered which ingredient to savor next, affirming that Yala's cooking was indeed fragrant and delightful. For 5 consecutive days, Yala prepared a variety of delectable meals for Zheng Shishi, including roasted yellow birds, skewered meats, and vegetable meat soups, all simply exquisite. After each meal, he would thoughtfully present her with peeled and pitted fruits. Occasionally, he would return with unfamiliar wild berries that were delightfully sweet. This nurturing care visibly restored Zheng Shishi, who had been slightly malnourished due to her pregnancy and childbirth, rejuvenating her health at a remarkable pace. Her complexion became rosy, her lips regained color, and her vitality noticeably improved. Zheng Shishi was curious about Yala's attentiveness and culinary skills, inquiring about his remarkable cooking. Yala simply replied that he had heard Zheng Shishi liked such dishes and had endeavored to recreate them. She found this hard to believe. Bai Lin's initial efforts had not been nearly as impressive. Regardless of how many times Zheng Shishi asked, Yala remained tight-lipped, leaving her with no choice but to let the matter rest. Enjoying Yala's care, Zheng Shishi found her life to be leisurely and filled with joy. Even taking time to engage in simple exercises within the treehouse to restore her figure. I discovered this while gathering fruits for you outside, Yala announced, presenting a robust, soil-coated tree root. Zheng Shishi's first reaction was indifference, dismissing it as an ordinary root. This root is edible. Many beasts resort to it during winter when food is scarce, Yala explained, peeling away the rough exterior and offering her a piece to taste. Upon sampling the root, Zheng Shishi found it somewhat firm yet crisp, with a subtle essence of tree sap and a hint of sweetness. The more she chewed, the more starchy it felt. Suddenly, an epiphany struck her. It was reminiscent of sweet potatoes. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "I know what this is. Quickly, wash it and boil it. I believe I know what it is." Impressed by her enthusiasm and knowledge of something unknown even to the males, promptly followed her instructions to cook the root that, as the freshly boiled root was still steaming. Zheng Shishi eagerly reached for it, inadvertently burning her finger. Yala swiftly took her hand to check, relieved to find no serious burn, only a slight redness. Their seamless interaction resembled that of a couple, naturally intertwined. When Zheng Shishi shyly withdrew her hand, expressing gratitude for Yala's concern, he realized he had become overly attentive, almost forgetting he was not her partner, lacking even the qualifications of a guardian beast. Yala carefully blew on a piece of the root until it was cool enough to offer to Zheng Shishi. Without hesitation, she took a generous bite. And indeed, her guess was correct. It was sweet potato, a familiar taste that brought her joy. Overcome with excitement, she hugged Yala tightly, exclaiming, "Wow, sweet potatoes are here too. Now we have even more delicious food." Thrilled, Zheng Shishi eagerly took Yala's hand, urging him to lead her to gather more sweet potatoes. However, Yala gently restrained her, saying, "Stay inside and rest. The wind is strong and cold outside and I'll go and dig them up." With that, he dashed off. Yala's hasty departure was not merely due to excitement over the sweet potatoes, but rather the warmth and softness he had felt when Zheng Shishi embraced him and held his hand. He could acutely sense her warmth against him, especially the way her chest pressed against him. These sensations nearly overwhelmed him, igniting a primal urge to possess and truly embrace her, had he not fought to control his trembling hands. He feared they might have torn her clothes apart. Thus, he chose to flee, seeking solace and clarity. Not wishing to harm her, the group of patrolling orcs watched from a distance, whispering among themselves, "What is he doing? Why is he digging up so many roots? Is there a food shortage this winter? That can't be. Food is still relatively abundant. Such a quantity is utterly excessive. Look at him, he appears as if he has gone mad." The patrolling orcs speak of Yala, who is frantically excavating sweet potatoes everywhere. Yala resembles a frenzied dog, her hands transformed into claws as she zealously digs into the earth for the tubers. Pits are scattered all around, each surrounded by small mounds of sweet potatoes, varying in size. These orcs, of course, have no knowledge that the roots Yala is unearthing are called sweet potatoes, which can be crafted into many delectable dishes, and will soon become their favored winter sustenance. After a considerable time had passed, Zheng Shishi felt a pang of hunger and wondered why Yala had not yet returned. Could it be that sweet potatoes grow far away or are particularly difficult to unearth? The mere thought of having sweet potatoes in the harsh winter of the beast realm piqued her curiosity. Yet, the anticipation of crafting delicious meals kept her spirits high. After all, the variety of food in the beast realm is exceedingly limited, making it quite a struggle for someone from the modern world like her to endure without culinary delights. Just as Zheng Shishi was contemplating how to prepare the sweet potatoes into delightful dishes such as spicy and sour noodles, or perhaps sweet potato vermicelli soup, Yala returned. Yala returned bearing 2 large sacks of sweet potatoes, leaving Zheng Shishi utterly astonished. She was aware that the male orcs of the beast realm were quite capable, but witnessing Yala excavate such an impressive haul in just half a day was truly astonishing. Looking at Yala, whose face and body were caked in mud, with hands also smeared with filth. It was evident that Yala had dug with her bare hands, for orcs do not craft or utilize agricultural tools. Zheng Shishi promptly urged Yala to wash off the grime, and without hesitation, Yala turned and leaped into the nearby river, splashing into the water with a resounding plunge. Zheng Shishi could only sigh in exasperation at Yala's blunt demeanor. Utilizing her modern knowledge, Zheng Shishi directed Yala on how to process the sweet potatoes. A portion was to be boiled, cut into strips, and dried to create sweet potato chips, while a larger portion was to be crushed to extract juice, yielding sweet potato flour. To her delight, Yala's claws proved remarkably efficient. He easily crushed the sweet potatoes by hand and sliced them into perfect strips with his sharp claws. Showcasing both speed and effectiveness, under their coordinated efforts, they swiftly processed the 2 large sacks of sweet potatoes before nightfall. All that remained was to wait until the sweet potato water settled overnight, allowing them to filter out the excess liquid and dry the sedimented flour, ultimately leading to the creation of delightful dishes. After sharing a dinner, Yala prepared to sleep outside, but Zheng Shishi felt a pang of guilt for having him toil all day while she contributed nothing. She thought it best to invite Yala to sleep inside, considering the biting cold. "Yala, why don't you stay in the room? It's warm here, and it's far too cold outside." Yala was taken aback by Zheng Shishi's invitation to remain in her room. Gazing at her in surprise, Zheng Shishi felt a flush of embarrassment and offered an awkward smile to alleviate the tension, subsequently collapsing into bed. Yala did not refuse her kindness, though he was aware that she cared for him. He also thought she likely did not realize that male orcs were not particularly sensitive to the cold, except for those in need of hibernation. Furthermore, allowing a male orc to care for a female and reside within her territory was viewed as the female accepting the male as a companion or guardian beast. He felt a surge of joy. Regardless of the circumstances, he was elated, for this was his chance to stay close to her, even if it meant remaining her guardian beast for life. The following morning, Zheng Shishi eagerly set about making vermicelli with Yala. Through numerous attempts and failures, they finally discovered the ideal ratio for mixing the flour, successfully producing the long-desired vermicelli, when a bowl of spicy and sour noodles and a bowl of chicken soup noodles were placed before them. The long-lost aroma wafted through the air. Slurp, slurp. As the two indulged in their meal, their faces radiated satisfaction. Zheng Shishi shared this newfound technique with Yala, encouraging him to inform the other orcs to develop winter foods and teach them the methods of cultivating sweet potatoes for greater yield. Thus, Zheng Shishi's reputation once again resonated through the Wing clan, no longer solely recognized as the lone female or the one who bore twin eggs in this culinary adventure. Yala and Zheng Shishi spent 10 days together, their acquaintance blossoming into a genuine friendship, with no perilous incidents occurring. Until one fateful night, they heard shouts, "Quick, capture him!" The surrounding chaos jolted Zheng Shishi from her slumber. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she groggily peered out the window to observe the scene outside. Numerous winged orc warriors were soaring into the sky, pursuing a direction towards the altar. However, the night was too dark, and, as the winged orcs dispersed, the light emitted from their fiery sources faded into the vast darkness. "Yala, do you want to take a look?" Zheng Shishi called to Yala, who stood behind her. "I don't need that. My duty is to protect you. The king will dispatch someone to handle the situation outside," Yala replied assuredly. Indeed, the male orcs of the Wing clan possessed considerable abilities and should have no trouble dealing with most beasts or other threats. After all, the sky was shrouded by a barrier, preventing any other orcs from intruding. Zheng Shishi reassured herself, not pondering further, and returned to her slumber. The next morning, before dawn had fully broken, the distant sound of urgent bird calls echoed, signaling a summons from the Wing clan's king. Naxi, there must be significant matters at hand. Zheng Shishi, in the midst of a deep sleep, was abruptly awakened, her irritation boiling over. "Oh, what on earth is going on? Am I to be deprived of sleep forever?" Zheng Shishi sat up abruptly, tugging at her disheveled hair in a frenzy. "It is the king's summoning. Last night's events must be serious." Yala approached Zheng Shishi, intending to offer comfort, but his hand halted mid-air, for he felt unworthy to touch her. "Let us go. I want to see what significant matter could disturb my sleep." Zheng Shishi exclaimed, standing up in fury, her attire hastily thrown on, hair in disarray. A sight difficult to behold. Her irritable demeanor reflected the quintessential modern woman. Yet, to Yala, this genuine and unpretentious female captivated him, her intelligence and passion enthralling. He would give anything to have such a mate. Contemplating this, he instinctively reached for Zheng Shishi's hand, saying, "Your hair is untidy. Allow me to help you tidy it, and then I will take you along." Zheng Shishi, feeling agitated, tugged at her hair, realizing that going out in such a state was indeed unseemly, and decided to allow Yala to assist her in grooming. Once Zheng Shishi was presentable, the day had fully dawned. Yala returned with a large bee skin cloak. "You have only recently given birth, and the outside air is chilly. Wrap yourself in this cloak while I carry you." Zheng Shishi considered this. After all, it was said that failing to rest properly post-childbirth could lead to lasting ailments. Yala enveloped the petite Zheng Shishi in the oversized bee skin cloak, resembling a large dumpling with only her eyes visible, and swiftly took to the skies. Not a hint of wind or cold air managed to penetrate the cloak. In fact, being cradled by Yala, she could feel the warmth radiating from him, akin to being wrapped in an electric blanket. Upon arriving at the altar, Naxi was already addressing the assembly. Zheng Shishi caught the tail end of Naxi's words. "The barrier indeed vanished over 20 days ago, but as we have a female in our clan nurturing new life, this matter was only known to a select few elders. Our initial plan was to send out 2 groups of 5 to investigate before making further plans. We had no intention of keeping this from everyone, especially as we have been isolated from the outside world for over 3 centuries. To rush out recklessly would undoubtedly lead to calamity." Naxi took a breath before continuing. "However, today a winged orc has ventured out without our knowledge, and we were unable to retrieve them in time. Now we face the dilemma of whether other clans will attack us if they learn of this. I recognize that you all are warriors, but we have a female blessed by the beast god who requires protection, and unborn young in need of safeguarding. During this period, we must not allow any mishaps. I hope that in the days to come, everyone will exert their utmost effort to safeguard our homeland. As for the disappearance of the barrier and the development of our clan, I will discuss it with the elders and inform you all in due course." The utterance of Naxi incited jubilant cheers among the orcs gathered beneath the altar. The celestial barrier had vanished, granting them the long-awaited opportunity to bask in the light of day and explore the vast world beyond. To seek their companions, liberating them from the fate of solitude that many elders had endured throughout their waning years. "Yara, did the barrier truly dissipate over 20 days ago? Why was I not informed by Cang Heng?" Zheng Shishi pondered, perplexed. If Cang Heng had been aware of the barrier's disappearance for so long, why had he not mentioned it to her? Yet, deep down, she was certain he was privy to the information. After all, he had specifically summoned Yara to safeguard her during his absence, ensuring that a patrol was established near his dwelling for her protection. If he had been ignorant, there would have been no need to assemble such a contingent for her safety when the barrier was intact. The only threats to her security were beasts, and Yara alone would suffice for her defense. Clearly, this was a deliberate act on Cang Heng's part. Indeed, Yara's words confirmed Zheng Shishi's suspicions. Cang Heng was indeed aware. "I assumed he had shared this with you," Yara replied straightforwardly. With 5 days remaining until Cang Heng's egg hatching arrived, it was improbable that any other orcs or tribes would pose a threat to the Wing tribe during this time. Moreover, the prowess of the Wing tribe orcs was formidable. An isolated or small group of orcs would hardly warrant concern, as they could be easily dealt with. Furthermore, it was still the cold of winter, and most orcs were likely huddled in their caves to endure the season. The Wing tribe boasted abundant resources, and with handsome, valiant male orcs, it was certain that many females would be drawn here to reproduce. In due time, this place would surely evolve into a vast orc tribe. In the following 3 days, no unexpected occurrences transpired, though the patrolling orcs became increasingly vigilant. It was not until the evening of the 14th day of Cang Heng's egg hatching that Zheng Shishi, peering out from the window, muttered to herself, "Where is Yara? He has been gone for quite some time. I wonder how Cang Heng is faring and whether Yara has located him." After Yara had attended to Zheng Shishi's midday meal, she had entrusted him with the task of searching for Cang Heng, who had been absent for 14 days without a trace. Initially, Yara had been reluctant to leave her side, but Zheng Shishi's pitiful gaze proved irresistible, and he ultimately agreed to seek out Cang Heng. Suddenly, a few rustling sounds caught Zheng Shishi's attention as she gazed absent-mindedly from the window. As twilight descended, her vision was not as sharp in the dim light. She discerned a flicker of movement among the trees and bushes just beyond the treehouse. Initially, she assumed it was another winged tribe orc on patrol. However, after several minutes of watching without anyone passing by, it appeared that someone was concealed behind the trees. A sense of unease crept into Zheng Shishi's heart, prompting her to don her attire and cautiously descend the stairs to peek outside. Zheng Shishi, a voice called out from behind her, filled with confusion. Upon hearing her name, Zheng Shishi instinctively turned around, only to be startled into a panicked flight. Humph! The voice behind her let out a cold snort before she felt a hand seize her throat. The sudden loss of breath rendered Zheng Shishi powerless, her body growing weak as she futilely attempted to pry away the hand constricting her neck, but the disparity in strength was overwhelming. The person behind her gradually leaned closer, and the last rays of the setting sun illuminated a face that Zheng Shishi found both memorable and loathsome. Muta. He inhaled deeply near her ear, exhaling slowly, his warm breath sending a shiver down her spine, igniting a profound fear within her. This scenario had played out before when she had been ensnared by the Khmu wolf tribe. Had it not been for Bai Lin's timely intervention, she might have faced a tragic fate. Zheng Shishi dared not dwell on such thoughts, for while her modern sensibilities would not allow her to succumb to death at the hands of such a fiend, the revulsion would haunt her for a lifetime. Bang! Mutua thrust Zheng Shishi against the tree trunk, pressing against her back as he complained, "Humph! I never expected you to survive such a high fall. You truly have 9 lives. You're unaware, are you? That lunatic, Ashuming, thought you were dead and single-handedly stormed the Khmu wolf tribe, orchestrating the murder of his own father, taking vengeance on the orcs who had abducted you, and injuring my 3 brothers in the process. You must be curious how he became so formidable. It's all thanks to you. Your supposed demise spurred him into a frenzy, and had we not banded together to escape, I might never have had the chance to see you again. Ha ha ha." As he became increasingly agitated, Mutuo's fervent words led him to cough violently, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth as he regained his composure. A sinister gleam flickered in his eyes as he proclaimed, Ashuming never anticipated that the female he so desperately desires is right here in my grasp. What he cannot possess, I shall claim today." With a forceful shove, he cast Zheng Shishi aside, and after being deprived of air for so long, she gasped like a fish out of water, desperately trying to restore her breath and cry for help. Yet, Mutua showed no mercy. A powerful hand clamped around her throat once more, forcing her down onto the ground, while another hand swiftly ripped away her fur garments, leaving her exposed before his lustful gaze. The cold night air caressed every inch of Zheng Shishi's skin, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. This scene felt eerily familiar, evoking a sense of despair. Bai Lin was still in hibernation. This time, no one would come to her aid in the nick of time. As these thoughts raced through her mind, she helplessly watched as Mutua discarded his tattered, blood-stained fur attire, revealing his dark, filthy, naked form before her. The triumphant laugh echoed in her ears, and Zheng Shishi dared not look any longer. She turned her head away, closed her eyes, and silently reassured herself that it was akin to being bitten by a dog. She would endure, and it would soon pass. I want you to witness how I claim you. Zheng Shishi felt a sharp pain in her shoulder as Mutua gripped her tightly, prompting her to whimper helplessly against his hold. Mutua raised his head, reveling in the sight of Zheng Shishi's wide, terrified eyes, a wicked smile gracing his lips as he extended his tongue to lick the blood that stained his mouth, blood that belonged to Zheng Shishi. The taste of blood filled his mouth, a rich, metallic flavor that bore a sweetness and aroma, igniting a frenzy within him, akin to the ecstasy of a drug-induced high. In that moment, he resolved that he would not only possess this female, but also consume her. Such tender skin would surely yield succulent meat. Your sweet dreams end here. A chilling voice came from behind Muta. Still lost in his own thoughts, he widened his eyes, slowly raising his hand to brush against his cooling neck, then lowering it to examine the protruding eyes before him. He opened his mouth to scream, but before he could utter a sound, his head had already rolled away, landing beside Zheng Shishi. The body that had been atop her collapsed to the ground, blood gushing forth like a fountain, splattering Zheng Shishi's face and body. Zheng Shishi stared in horror at the scene unfolding before her. She was truly terrified, having never witnessed death before, let alone such a gruesome demise. Yet a minute after the initial shock, a surge of exhilaration coursed through her. She had emerged unscathed. A shadow moved through the darkness, approaching Zheng Shishi, draping his own garments over her, lifting her from the frigid ground. As she was cradled in his arms, Zheng Shishi discerned the figure of her savior under the pale moonlight, which rendered him even more ethereal and frigid, the pair of blood-red wings unfurled. And with a single leap, he had already returned to the third floor of the treehouse, that a crisp sound echoed as flames erupted from the fire pit, illuminating the entire room. Naxi gently placed Zheng Shishi upon the bed, covering her with a thick hide from beside her, and turned to depart. "Thank you," Zheng Shishi spoke, prompting Naxi to pause momentarily. He responded with a soft "hm" before taking flight. Naxi did not venture far, instead choosing to remain nearby, silently guarding against any further incursions by malevolent beastmen. Before rushing to save Zheng Shishi, Naxi had been contemplating how to pacify the winged tribe's male beastmen, urging them not to wander recklessly. Suddenly, a captivating fragrance drew him to this very spot, a scent he recognized all too well. It emanated from Zheng Shishi. Yet the other beastmen he encountered along the way seemed oblivious, continuing their listless patrols. A sense of foreboding washed over Naxi. This could signify that Zheng Shishi was in peril. Only if she were injured and bleeding would this scent bewitch him. After all, when he had shared a drop of her blood while trapped within the belly of the giant insect, it had roused him from his slumber. Indeed, upon his arrival, he witnessed the male beastman inflicting harm upon Zheng Shishi. It was evident he was not of the winged tribe. Upon seeing the terror and despair etched upon Zheng Shishi's face as she lay exposed beneath the filthy male, his heart ignited with an uncontrollable fury. With a mere flick of his finger, he effortlessly severed the head of that irredeemable beastman, for only the blood of that wretched creature could cleanse the stain of his vile actions. After a considerable time, Zheng Shishi slowly rose, grasping a clean hide to wipe away the blood that marred her skin. However, as she attempted to cleanse herself, she discovered the dried blood would not yield. Contemplating whether to venture downstairs to heat some water for a proper wash, she turned only to find Yala, transfixed and bleeding from his nose, staring at her in shock. A scream erupted from the third floor of the treehouse, akin to a pig being slaughtered, startling Naxi, who was keeping watch nearby, into believing another invasion had commenced. Yet upon closer inspection, he beheld the sight of Zheng Shishi standing naked in the light. Though the beastmen possessed mediocre night vision, they could perceive clearly within a few meters of the light source, and he even discerned the flush upon Zheng Shishi's cheeks and Yala's nosebleed. "What? Yala? Nosebleed, I should have killed this guy." In an instant, Naxi felt an overwhelming urge to gouge out Yala's eyes. Zheng Shishi's cry had attracted numerous other winged beastmen, all hastening towards her treehouse to uncover the source of the commotion, only to be met with King Quan's abrupt reprimand. Later, Yala prepared warm water for Zheng Shishi to wash herself out of course. Yala stood guard outside the treehouse, while Naxi kept a watchful eye on Yala, ensuring he did not sneak a glance at Zheng Shishi while she bathed. Zheng Shishi briefly recounted the events, omitting many details. She did not wish for Yala to dwell on the matter, fearing he would blame himself, as she understood his temperament all too well. Yet, that night, Zheng Shishi struggled to find rest, haunted by nightmares of tumultuous violation and the sight of blood splattering. The following morning, Yala accompanied Zheng Shishi for their final meal together. He prepared a plethora of her favorite dishes, filling the table as though it were a festive occasion. "Yala, why have you made so much food this morning?" Zheng Shishi inquired, unaware that the 15th day had arrived, heralding the return of Cang Heng and Yala's impending departure. Ayala wished to provide her with a feast of her favorite foods one last time. Perhaps knowing that such opportunities would be scarce in the future. Cang Heng should be returning swiftly today. Upon his arrival, I must prepare to leave, as Wang has summoned me to guard the altar, the sole entrance to the winged tribe. Ayala spoke as he passed a steaming bowl of fragrant steamed yellow bird eggs to Zheng Shishi. Really? Cang Heng is coming back today? How wonderful! Clearly, Zheng Shishi was more concerned about Cang Heng's return than Ayala's departure. Ayala paused momentarily in his task of serving Zheng Shishi, then naturally smiled and nodded, placing a piece of roasted meat into her bowl. Hearing Ayala's affirmation, Zheng Shishi felt elated, indulging heartily in breakfast. After their sumptuous meal, Ayala tidied the room once more. Once everything was in order, he bid farewell to Zheng Shishi and departed. Shortly after Ayala left the treehouse, Cang Heng returned, weary and burdened, carrying heavy hides back home. After a mere 15 days apart, Cang Heng appeared haggard, as though he had not rested at all. Dark circles under his eyes and a pallor that rendered him waxen, his hair tousled and lacking its usual luster. One might presume he had been enduring a famine. Heng, what has happened to you? Zheng Shishi approached him, tenderly caressing Cang Heng's face, which bore no resemblance to her handsome and fair Heng. I'm fine. I merely haven't rested well. Look. Cang Heng dismissed his condition, joyfully unveiling the hides he carried, revealing 2 eggs, their surfaces marked with distinct cracks, as if something within was stirring. Are they about to hatch? Zheng Shishi felt a mix of excitement and anxiety upon seeing the 2 soon-to-be-emerged creatures. Cang Heng seated Zheng Shishi on the bed, placing the twin eggs before them. As time passed, the little beings within commenced their vigorous pecking at the shells. Zheng Shishi watched as a tiny red beak emerged from the female egg, followed by a determined little head, revealing a small bird adorned with dense golden-red feathers, resembling Cang Heng's beast form, albeit much smaller and with damp, disheveled plumage. The other egg soon followed suit, yielding a male bird, larger than the female, with feathers of vibrant red akin to Cang Heng's. The male bird was particularly spirited, squawking loudly, its voice melodious like that of a lark. Zheng Shishi was perplexed by the raucousness of the little bird, glancing at Cang Heng in confusion. Cang Heng, meanwhile, retrieved a piece of raw meat from his supplies, chewing it before shifting into his beast form and using his sharp beak to feed the 2 hatchlings one by one. After a while, the 2 little ones ceased their cacophony, waddling toward the pair with distended bellies. The female bird nestled against Cang Heng, closing her eyes in slumber, while the male bird snuggled into Zheng Shishi's embrace, prompting her to gently caress its feathers with a tender expression, resembling a loving mother. Yet, within her heart, Zheng Shishi felt no maternal instinct. Instead, she perceived it as a pet she was nurturing. Perhaps she was not yet ready to embrace motherhood, or perhaps it was simply because the creatures were birds and not wailing human infants. Cang Heng took the 2 little ones to rest, leaving Zheng Shishi in a daze, grappling with the surreal nature of this newfound family. The domestic life she had long yearned for lay before her, yet she hesitated to believe it was real. Cang Heng slept until midday of the following day, roused by the incessant chirping of the 2 little ones, compelling him to assume the role of a model father, tending to their needs. Fortunately, Ayala had prepared ample food the previous morning, ensuring Zheng Shishi was well fed. That evening, she merely snacked on some fruit and nestled into Cang Heng's embrace for a peaceful slumber. Having scarcely slept the night prior due to her nightmares, when Zheng Shishi awoke, Cang Heng had already fed the 2 little ones, who were now fast asleep once more in just a single night. They had grown to twice their hatchling size. Observing Zheng Shishi's astonished expression, Cang Heng chuckled, pulling her into his lap. Beastmen grow rapidly in the 3 days following hatching. They will increase from the size of your palm to knee height, and by the 4th day, they will transform into human form, capable of learning to speak. Is it truly that remarkable? Zheng Shishi marveled at the beastmen's astonishing growth rate. Then let us name them. Zheng Shishi grasped Cang Heng's hand, gesturing animatedly within his broad palm. Call them whatever you wish. I shall defer to you. For the orcs, names hold little significance. They remain indifferent to such matters while you orcs lack surnames. We do have them in our realm. Since you are called Cang Heng, Let us adopt Song as your family name. The male bird shall be named Tsang Sheng, while the female will be Tsang Shui. For they were born on a snowy day. Thus, they shall be known as Tsang Shui and Tsang Sheng. Cang Heng affectionately pinched Zheng Shishi's nose in agreement. 3 days have passed, and today marks the moment when Tsang Shui and Tsang Sheng might successfully transform into their human forms. The Wing clan has convened a grand assembly, with all gathering at the altar, awaiting the birth of new beings. Zheng Shishi remains swaddled like a zongzi, placed to the side, while at the center of the altar lie the two drowsy little ones, Tsang Shui and Tsang Sheng, under the watchful gaze of all. Upon awakening, the two little ones trembled as they unfurled their tiny wings, gradually enveloping themselves within. After several minutes, they spread their wings once more, revealing two curious children, no more than 2 or 3 years of age, their eyes darting around in wonder. Instantly, the orc crowd erupted in joyous cheers, proclaiming, "We have females! We finally have our own females!" As anticipated by Zheng Shishi, Tsang Shui was the object of everyone's hopes. In this world where females are scarce compared to males, they are indeed a treasured rarity. Tsang Sheng swiftly learned to soar with his wings and clumsily launched himself into Zheng Shishi's embrace, burrowing into her clothing to continue his peaceful slumber. For a mother's scent always offers a child a profound sense of security. In contrast, Tsang Shui unexpectedly did not approach Zheng Shishi or Cang Heng, but instead, bare and barefoot, shivered in the cold wind, taking cautious steps toward Naxi. With outstretched hands and innocent, blinking eyes, she gazed up at Naxi, silently pleading to be held. This act ignited a wave of jealousy among the other male orcs. The little female was strikingly beautiful, with black hair and eyes, her delicate features heralding the promise of surpassing her mother's beauty in adulthood. Naxi regarded the soft little creature before him with disdain. Uncertain of how to respond, he had no desire to hold her, fearing that such a fragile being might easily be harmed by his touch, and he retreated a few steps, seeing Naxi's reluctance to embrace her. Tsang Shui stomped her small foot in frustration and took 2 more steps toward him. Thus, the two engaged in a playful game of chase, until ultimately, Cang Heng stepped forward to lift Tsang Shui into his arms. Unwilling to relent, Tsang Shui sprawled across Cang Heng's shoulder, gnawing on her fingers while casting a defiant stare at Naxi. As the surrounding orcs dispersed, Zheng Shishi, Cang Heng, and the 2 little ones prepared to return home, only to awkwardly realize that Cang Heng, while holding one child, had no free hands left to carry Zheng Shishi. Currently, Zheng Shishi was still in her confinement period, having been bundled up like a zongzi by Cang Heng, with her feet transformed into claws, clinging to a fledgling bird as they approached the altar. Now that the 2 little ones were transitioning from bird to human, this method was no longer applicable. As the two pondered their predicament, Yala spoke from behind Zheng Shishi. "Let me carry you back." Upon seeing Yala, Zheng Shishi smiled and nodded in agreement, and Cang Heng did not object, merely pouting that eye in the sky. 2 winged beings soared, one with fiery red wings cradling a chubby child, and the other with pristine white wings, holding the bundled Zheng Shishi. Throughout the journey, Cang Heng remained silent, his displeasure evident as he occasionally cast glances at Yala, who was infatuated with his wife. Yala understood that he held no rightful place beside Zheng Shishi and dared not express his affections as brazenly as other males, fearing that any excessive display might drive her away. And he could not bear to lose such chances. Due to his failure to protect Zheng Shishi from an invader's bite, Naxi had punished Yala by forbidding him food or rest for 5 days, compelling him to guard the cliff that he had just been stationed beside the altar at the cliff's base. The moment he laid eyes on Zheng Shishi, his heart, which had been suppressed for 3 days, began to race anew. He was not interested in witnessing Tsang Shui and Tsang Sheng's transformation. He simply wanted to focus solely on Zheng Shishi. To his astonishment, he found an opportunity to embrace his beloved female once more and held her tightly. "Hey, Yala, could you fly a bit faster?" Cang Heng could no longer tolerate the sight of Yala's fervent affection for Zheng Shishi. He could not accept sharing her love with another orc. Cohabiting with a serpent beast was already his limit. Who would want Zheng Shishi to be with a serpent beast? Initially, he had entrusted Yala with guarding Zheng Shishi merely because he was more wary of Naxi and other lesser orcs, unwilling to gamble with her life. Flying too fast means the wind will be strong. She cannot be exposed to it, Yala replied calmly, continuing to fly at his own pace, tightening his embrace around Zheng Shishi to shield her from the wind with his broad body and arms. Seeing Yala so close to Zheng Shishi, who showed no signs of reluctance, Cang Heng felt an overwhelming surge of jealousy. "Could you not hold my Shishi so closely? Why the tight grip?" Cang Heng grumbled. "Keeping her close ensures she won't be cold," Yala replied, refusing to even glance at Cang Heng. "Yala, do you dare to disregard my wishes?" Cang Heng's voice lowered menacingly, reminding Yala that he was once his king. "All right, we're almost there. Stop the fuss. When you weren't around, Yala held me like this, so what's the big deal?" Zheng Shishi interjected, unable to bear Cang Heng's treatment of Yala. After all, Yala had dedicated himself to caring for her over the past 15 days. She felt it was improper not to express gratitude and quickly intervened. Cang Heng, oblivious to Zheng Shishi's thoughts, only concluded that her defense of Yala indicated her affection for him. Had he known, he would not have allowed Shishi to lay eggs, thereby preventing Yala from having any opportunity. Hearing Zheng Shishi speak in his defense filled Yala with a sweetness akin to honey. A female defending a male surely meant she harbored feelings for him. Although Cang Heng had once been his king, that was no longer the case, and he felt no obligation to obey him. Yet, as a guardian of the Wing clan, he would still adhere to what was right. However, since Zheng Shishi's arrival, his priorities had shifted. He no longer cared solely for the safety of the Wing clan or executing the king's orders. Instead, he sought every opportunity to be near Zheng Shishi. For it was only in her presence that he felt truly alive. The thought of each passing day without her had become intolerable. He could hardly recall how he had endured the loneliness of over 300 years. Despite holding her tightly, the journey must eventually come to an end. Soon, they arrived at the treehouse, and Yala reluctantly set Zheng Shishi down, tucking the animal skin around her head to shield her from the wind before turning to leave. As he flew in the sky, Yala opened his palm, which not only held her scent but also a small tuft of her hair, secretly snipped with his sharp nails, a keepsake for his thoughts of her. Upon returning to the treehouse, Cang Heng, still displeased, unceremoniously tossed Cang Sheng and Cang Shui onto the second floor, then pressed Zheng Shishi down onto the bed with a passionate kiss. "Woo, what are you doing? It's unsafe to leave them alone," Zheng Shishi protested, breaking free from Cang Heng's fervent kiss, eager to check on Cang Sheng and Cang Shui. "What danger could there be? With me here, it is perfectly safe," Cang Heng insisted, pushing Zheng Shishi back down. Perhaps it was the long absence from each other, or perhaps Cang Heng's jealousy towards Yala, but this time he was more forceful, leaving Zheng Shishi's waist and legs sore. Even when she tried to decline, claiming she had yet to recover, her words fell on deaf ears. Afterward, as Cang Heng gazed at Zheng Shishi in his arms, his anger finally subsided. Reflecting on his earlier roughness and her efforts to accommodate him, he felt a twinge of guilt. In the following days, Cang Heng diligently attended to Zheng Shishi's needs while also caring for the two little ones. Giving birth had not altered Zheng Shishi's figure, nor had it affected her milk supply, leading her to doubt whether she had merely experienced an exceptionally painful menstrual cycle. The wounds from the wolf beast were nearly healed, and Zheng Shishi still felt a shiver at the memory of Cang Heng's furious expression upon seeing her scars. Wishing to tear Yala apart, thankfully he had restrained himself and did not seek revenge on Yala. Each day, Zheng Shishi watched Cang Heng bustling about, utterly disheveled, while she occasionally tended to the two little ones. She wished to alleviate the burden on Cang Heng, allowing him a moment of respite. However, Cang Shui did not seem particularly fond of her mother, as Zheng Shishi found herself in tears upon holding her. Whereas Cang Heng managed to hold her without a fuss, Cang Sheng was comparatively obedient, transforming into a bird or a human at will during sleep, needing no supervision. Cang Heng took on the responsibility of feeding him, while Cang Sheng was directly given minced raw meat, and Cang Shui was fed meat soup and meat paste. This left Zheng Shishi, a first-time mother, unable to truly experience the essence of motherhood, prompting her to relinquish her efforts altogether. Bored at home, Zheng Shishi could no longer contain her desire to take a stroll outside. Yet, Cang Heng declined her request to venture out, stating that he could not stretch himself thin to ensure the safety of 3 individuals simultaneously. Thus, in a state of ennui, another month passed, but why now? Cangxing and Cangxue had grown to the size of 4-year-old children and were capable of speech. Today, the weather was delightful. Cang Heng was preoccupied with laundry and cooking, while Zheng Shishi, having completed her confinement, played with the 2 little ones in the open space by the door. Cangxing could now independently transform between bird and human forms, although he consistently appeared lethargic, sleeping excessively and speaking little. "Cangxing, come try flying into mommy's arms," Zheng Shishi called, positioning him at a distance while she opened her arms in greeting. Cangxing, despite his reluctance, complied as it was his mother who asked, transforming into a bird the size of a hen and fluttering into Zheng Shishi's embrace. Once back in human form, he uttered, "Mommy." Hearing Cangxing call her, Zheng Shishi joyfully embraced him, showering him with kisses, her laughter resounding with unrestrained delight. Cang Heng, noticing Cangxing's rare display of speech, approached to hear him call out to him as well. To his surprise, Cangxing turned his head and flew away, retreating to the room for a nap. Zheng Shishi laughed uncontrollably while Cang Heng, unfazed, remarked, "Just like I was as a child," before returning to his tasks. Meanwhile, Cangxue sat on the fur-covered ground, gazing around, picking at her fingers, and tugging at the fur. Zheng Shishi attempted to coax the similarly reticent Cangxue into speaking, but Cangxue merely looked up at her briefly before returning to her play. Seemingly ignoring Zheng Shishi's presence, Shao Shi, a familiar yet hoarse voice, emerged from the treehouse. Zheng Shishi turned in surprise, and indeed, it was Bai Lin, the one she had longed for, finally awakened from his hibernation. She rushed to the base of the treehouse, gazing up at Bai Lin, their eyes filled with unspoken longing. Bai Lin wrapped his long serpentine tail around her, pulling her close, finally relishing the scent of her warmth and softness once more. "Hey, serpent beast, why did you wake from hibernation so soon?" Cang Heng inquired, puzzled. Typically, serpent beasts would remain in hibernation for at least 4 months before gradually awakening. Yet this time it seemed different. Perhaps it was the worry for Shao Shi or the influence of the crystal. Or perhaps it was due to some evolutionary change within himself. Regardless, he now needed only 3 months of hibernation, a fortunate circumstance that allowed him to spend more time with Shao Shi. Perhaps it was the crystal that had led to his evolution, strengthening his physical abilities to endure the harsh cold. Bai Lin glanced at Cang Heng, finding him somewhat bothersome. He carried Zheng Shishi back into the house, casually lowering the fur covering the window, after which a series of moans echoed from within. Cang Heng, feeling a pang of jealousy, busied himself with boiling water to prepare for Zheng Shishi's cleansing. Bai Lin's return infused a spark of joy into Zheng Shishi's life, alleviating her frustrations stemming from Cang Heng's preoccupations. She urged Cang Heng to prepare a feast for Bai Lin, sharing her grievances about the incidents during his hibernation, which left Bai Lin feeling both pained and fearful. Zheng Shishi's pregnancy was inevitable, and Bai Lin bore no ill while regarding it. Even when Cang Heng intentionally brought Cangxing and Cangxue to showcase them to Bai Lin remained unfazed. However, upon hearing about Zheng Shishi's painful experience during childbirth, he held her close, rubbing her belly with concern, his demeanor radiating a readiness to confront Cang Heng in defense of her honor. When she recounted the near violation by Muta, Bai Lin's fists clenched tightly, cracking ominously. Thankfully, all had passed without incident. Had anything happened to Shao Shi, he would never forgive himself. In the days that followed, Bai Lin regained his strength, recovering from the weakness brought on by hibernation. The early spring weather had lost its dreariness. The sun shone brightly upon the branches of trees, and the thick snow had melted to mere remnants. Although the cold wind still pierced, it was far more bearable than the harshness of winter. The 3 of them, after a long winter, finally ventured out to embrace the arrival of spring, walking along the forest path beneath the cliffs. Cangxue and Cangxing remained asleep at home, unlikely to awaken until they had rested for at least 4 hours. A shaman had been invited to periodically check on their health, allowing the 3 to seize this rare opportunity to take a leisurely stroll. "The air is so fresh," Zheng Shishi exclaimed, inhaling deeply while nestled in Cang Heng's embrace. reflecting on the unpleasant mixture of exhaust and odors that filled the modern air. The atmosphere of the beast world was refreshingly pure, imbued with moisture and the scent of licorice, invigorating her spirit and dispelling the lethargy of winter. If you enjoy this, let us make it a habit to walk out together whenever the weather permits. Staying cooped up at home isn't good for you, Cang Heng suggested, garnering Bai Lin's unanimous agreement. While serpents typically favored laziness and did not require outings, being able to accompany Shao Shi was indeed worthwhile. As they approached a steep rock face near the cliff, Zheng Shishi proposed they set up camp and have a picnic while enjoying the revival of nature. She promptly tasked Cang Heng with foraging for wild fruits, while she and Bai Lin busied themselves, finding a patch of ground to lay down some hay and take a rest. Zheng Shishi called Bai Lin over to move a larger stone to serve as a small table. Just as Bai Lin reached to shift the stone, a creature, camouflaged against the dry grass, leaped out from the tangle of withered foliage, startling Zheng Shishi into a loud cry. "Be careful!" Fortunately, Bai Lin, with his serpentine agility, dodged the creature's attack with ease, using his powerful tail to send it flying into the air, disappearing from sight. "You scare me to death!" Zheng Shishi rushed over to check if Bai Lin was injured. He shook his head, assuring her he was fine, but wrapped her in his arms, apologizing. "I'm sorry, Shao Shi, I frightened you." Bai Lin gazed at Zheng Shishi, whose face had paled from the shock, feeling a twinge of guilt. Had Cang Heng been present, he would have detected the danger early on, preventing Zheng Shishi from being frightened. Before they could exchange more words, rustling sounds emerged from the surrounding dry grass. Bai Lin held Zheng Shishi tightly, his serpentine tail poised protectively behind her. 1, then 2, 5, then 10. More and more four-legged beasts emerged from the undergrowth, encircling the two of them. That moment, Zheng Shishi caught sight of the creatures, which bore an uncanny resemblance to giant lizards from Africa. However, these beasts were even larger, the smallest among them overshadowing Zheng Shishi, while the largest resembled small, crawling dinosaurs. Their long, sharp tails whipped behind them as they crawled low to the ground, advancing slowly with their short limbs. Yet the swift ambush of the first beast revealed their formidable, springing capability. Relying solely on their weight to pin down a target, they could easily crush someone as fragile as Zheng Shishi into a pulp. The circle of beasts tightened, and the leader among them expanded its enormous ear flaps, fanning them out like a peacock displaying its feathers. Simultaneously, the other beasts followed suit, emitting low growls as they prepared to attack. One beast lunged forward, propelling itself towards Zheng Shishi. Indeed, they seemed to have chosen the weakest target, identifying the slender figure of Zheng Shishi in Bai Lin's embrace as the most vulnerable prey. Bai Lin would not allow such an affront. Though he was only at the 4th tier, he was not intimidated by these ordinary beasts. However, with Shao Shi by his side, he could not afford to leave her unguarded, nor allow any harm to befall her. The ferocious beasts were numerous, and if they launched an all-out assault together, he could not guarantee that he could block every single one of them. In an instant, Bai Fin used his serpentine tail to swat away a beast that launched a surprise attack. Upon witnessing one of their own fail in its ambush, the surrounding beasts charged forward en masse. Initially, Bai Fin's serpentine tail managed to fend off the approaching beasts, but as they continued to advance, it became increasingly difficult to keep up with their speed. In a moment of desperation, Bai Fin transformed into his beast form, lifting Zheng Shishi high with the tail of the massive python, ensuring that the beasts could not reach her. However, the disadvantage was apparent. Without the sweeping motion of his tail, Bai Fin was left to twist and turn his body to counter the attacks, rendering him quite passive. Every beast that lunged at him would be met with a swift bite followed by a powerful toss. Yet given the sheer size of the beasts, Bai Fin could only manage one at a time, and his speed of attack was wholly insufficient. In no time, several beasts had begun to gnaw at Bai Fin, though the hard scales of his serpentine body provided some protection, preventing them from breaking through his skin. Still, they left him in agony, with crimson lines of blood marring his body and his scales rising painfully. Due to the pain, Bai Fin's tail lowered slightly, and now, the beasts that had previously been out of reach of Zheng Shishi were attempting to bite at her legs, causing her to scream in terror. Just as one beast leapt up, poised to sink its teeth into her foot, Bai Fin exerted himself to lift Zheng Shishi even higher. evading the impending threat. At that very moment, Cang Heng, who was returning with a handful of wild fruits, heard her scream and hastily tossed aside his burden, rushing towards them. With a swift kick, he decapitated the beast that had nearly bitten Zheng Shishi, cradling her in his arms as he soared into the sky, bellowing at Bai Fun, "You useless creature! If Shishi gets hurt, I will end you." Seeing Zheng Shishi safely protected by Cang Heng, Bai Fun no longer hesitated to engage in combat. His crimson eyes ablaze, he roared as he bit down on one beast, sweeping his tail to fell another, dispatching the remaining beasts in a matter of moments. Only one remained, a colossal creature that matched Bai Fun in size. Clearly the king of this pack, which had been watching from the rear. The two faced off against one another, while Zheng Shishi, cradled in Cang Heng's arms high above, felt a swell of concern for Bai Fun's safety. It was clear that he had already exhausted much of his strength and was injured from protecting her. She wondered if he could defeat this giant beast. With a pang of sympathy, she softly implored Cang Heng, "Can you help?" "Absolutely not. He must handle this." Cang Heng decisively rejected her plea before she could finish it. In the world of beasts, males prided themselves on their strength. Even when multiple males cohabited with a female, unity and cooperation were not guaranteed. Each male had to possess sufficient power to protect the female alone, thereby ensuring that anyone could fulfill their responsibility of safeguarding the female and their family. Bai Fun too had to shoulder his own responsibilities. Males who needed to hibernate were seldom favored by females, often delaying matters significantly. If one could not protect the female, their existence was truly rendered unnecessary, akin to that of a useless being. Cang Heng understood Zheng Shishi's unspoken worries, but the growth of male beasts inherently required them to hone their will in perilous environments, accumulating experience through combat to ascend in rank. This was a task Bai Fun had to undertake alone. No one could assist him, nor would Cang Heng lend a hand, for survival of the fittest was the norm in this world. Bai Fun initiated the attack, using his agile body to swing his tail, but the Beast King deftly leaped aside, not only evading Bai Fun's strike, but also launching itself to pounce at Bai Fun's vulnerable midsection, the location of the snake's heart, where the scales had already been breached by previous assaults. If the Beast King's fangs found purchase there, it would be certain death. It seemed the prior assaults had been a prelude to this moment, as the other beasts had likely realized that a direct attack would not suffice to slay Bai Fun. Thus, they had aimed to breach his formidable defenses, paving the way for their king's sudden strike. Zheng Shishi felt a chill run down her spine, astonished that the seemingly clumsy beast, reminiscent of a modern African monitor lizard, could exhibit such cunning. As she witnessed the Beast King lunging for Bai Fun's heart, she instinctively covered her mouth in horror, fear etched across her face. She cried out loudly to warn Bai Fun. Cang Heng, however, covered her eyes with one hand, convinced that Bai Fun would not be able to evade this strike, and even he would struggle to avoid injury. It seemed Bai Fun was doomed, and he wished to shield Shishi from such a bloody scene. He had no desire to assist Bai Fun. The fewer competitors for Shishi's affection, the better it was for him, and it would be a perfectly legitimate outcome. To everyone's surprise, the anticipated carnage did not unfold as Cang Heng had imagined. In truth, the Beast King did indeed sink its fangs into Bai Fun's vulnerable heart. However, what they had all overlooked was that Bai Fun had previously survived a grievous wound during the battle with the giant insects, only to be revived and evolved thanks to a crystal ball that Zheng Shishi had acquired. Bai Fun's body was now enhanced by the crystal's unique properties, rendering him fearless of further assaults to his chest or abdomen. As long as the crystal remained within him, he could repair any damage sustained, and he had even acquired ice elemental abilities that, in an astonishing turn of events, as the Beast King's fangs clamped down on Bai Fun's heart. The color of his eyes shifted from red to blue. His once pristine body began to shimmer with frost, and before the Beast King could retract its jaws, Bai Fun was already encased in ice, transformed into a magnificent sculpture. Witnessing Bai Fun's resounding victory, Zheng Shishi erupted in joyous exclamations. "Bai Fun, you are truly incredible." She eagerly urged Cang Heng to set her down, just as Cang Heng was about to comply. Bai Fun suddenly lost control and lunged toward them. Cang Heng swiftly clutched Zheng Shishi and ascended into the sky to avoid Bai Fun's erratic onslaught, confused by Bai Fun's sudden aggression. Zheng Shishi wondered if he was merely angry. She called out, "Little Bai, I just wanted to help you." Yet before she could finish, Bai Fan rose up on his serpentine form, relentlessly attacking the duo above. With each strike, the trees were transformed into ice blocks that shattered upon impact. Fortunately, Bai Fan's reach was limited, and he could not reach Cang Heng's altitude. "Cang Heng, what's happening with little Bai? He has lost control. What should we do?" Zheng Shishi pleaded, her eyes filled with urgency. Yet Cang Heng had no answers, remaining silent while tightly holding Zheng Shishi, watching the chaos unfold below as Bai Fan rampaged uncontrollably. Minutes slipped by, and at last, the exhausted Bai Fan quieted, returning to his original beast form and collapsing on the ground, unresponsive. Little Bai, Cang Heng, please put me down," Zheng Shishi urged, desperate to check on him. Cang Heng, however, merely set her on a nearby branch before approaching Bai Fan to assess his condition. He nudged Bai Fan with his foot, but receiving no response, he crouched down and gently prodded Bai Fan's eye. The crimson hue had returned, indicating he was unharmed, that if he had perished, his eyes would have turned white, a clear indication of death among all beast folk. Zheng Shishi's insistence. Cang Heng lifted her, and, with his claws grasping Bai Fan's serpentine form, soared back home. Disdainfully, he tossed Bai Fan into the treehouse, drawing an annoyed glance from Zheng Shishi at his roughness. Cang Heng informed her that he would report the incident to Naxi, urging him to enhance defenses in light of recent events, and would also seek a shaman to examine Bai Fan. Zheng Shishi thanked Cang Heng, noticing a peculiar expression in his eyes, and quickly clarified that her gratitude was directed towards Bai Fan. Only then did Cang Heng depart in silence. As she watched him fly away, a tumult of emotions swirled within her. She believed she felt a profound affection for Cang Heng, yet his recent demeanor had been unsettling. Reflecting on a moment when Bai Fan had been on death precipice, she recalled a glimmer of expectation in Cang Heng's gaze, which filled her with trepidation. She feared that Cang Heng might not genuinely wish for a harmonious life together, and that he might harbor intentions to harm Bai Fan. Bai Fan was the person she cherished most since arriving in the beast realm, and she could not bear to see him suffer or be marginalized. Yet paradoxically, she and Cang Heng were also companions, blessed with a pair of children, creating bonds that made her deeply appreciative of him, leaving her unable to make a choice. She must have been momentarily blinded. Cang Heng had always treated Bai Lin with kindness, and his reluctance to assist Bai Lin in confronting the ferocious beast surely stemmed from a desire for her to grow stronger. With a heavy heart, she sighed and turned to tend to Bai Lin, whose beastly form bore shocking wounds that brought tears to her eyes. 2 days later, under the care of the shaman and through Bai Lin's own recovery, she had not only nearly healed, but had also awakened from her frenzied slumber, which relieved Zheng Shishi immensely. Cang Heng had previously discussed the beast invasion with Naxi, leading the Wing clan to convene a council to deliberate on the matter. It seemed that with the disappearance of Tianping, spring had arrived, bringing forth a revival of life, and the ferocious beasts had also awakened, coinciding with their mating season. The Wing clan, relatively warm in their habitat, remained considerably more temperate than the frigid cliffs outside, offering abundant resources. This likely attracted a multitude of ferocious beasts seeking to breed. The invading beast was known as the four-legged lizard dragon, a term used in the beast realm to refer to the giant lizard. They anticipated that further varieties of ferocious beasts may soon emerge, prompting an increase in patrols for defense. Upon returning from the clan meeting, Cang Heng brought back a peculiar object, a transparent crystal adorned with a grass pattern within, reminiscent of the patterned marbles Zheng Shishi had played with as a child. "What is this?" Zheng Shishi inquired, perplexed. This crystal had been excavated from the belly of the colossal four-legged lizard dragon, a longevity crystal capable of extending life. Cang Heng embraced Zheng Shishi and sat with her, bringing the crystal to her lips, urging her to consume it. "Are you asking me to eat this?" "Absolutely not. It seems repulsive, and besides, it was Bai Lin who killed the four-legged lizard dragon. It should be given to him." Zheng Shishi turned away disdainfully and pressed the longevity crystal into Bai Lin's hands. Cang Heng, visibly irritated, exclaimed, "Consuming this would grant you at least 10 more years of life. This is a 10-year longevity crystal. Bai Lin can live for at least 300 more years without it, and I can live for 1,000, but you, as a human, can only live for 100. Do you understand? This is a treasured item sought after by many females, and I secretly retrieved it while the clan was unaware. Cang Heng's anger was palpable, his tone sharp enough to startle Zheng Shishi, who escaped from his embrace and dove into Bai Lin's arms for refuge. Realizing his tone had been overly harsh, Cang Heng apologized softly before leaving the room. He was perplexed by his own escalating temper. Such behavior would only frighten Shishi and cause her to dislike him. All right, he's gone now. Come out, Bai Lin said gently, turning Zheng Shishi's face to meet his gaze. Her expression clearly bore traces of grievance and displeasure. Yet the sight of his handsome face rendered her utterly captivated. Bai Lin smiled softly, leaning down to press his cool lips against his enamored little wife. The chill of his serpentine tongue slipped into Zheng Shishi's mouth, teasingly intertwining with her own. Zheng Shishi felt a rush of warmth enveloping her body, a fervent yearning for Bai Lin's affection igniting within her, a sensation that only arose when facing him. Just as she was lost in this tumult of emotions, she suddenly felt a round object lodged in her throat. She then sensed Bai Lin gently pushing that object deeper with his long, serpentine tongue, sending a wave of coolness coursing through her abdomen. Little Bai, this is yours, Zheng Shishi began to speak, but Bai Lin interrupted. Foolish girl, Cang Heng just mentioned that we as beastmen are capable of living for a millennium, while you cannot. Henceforth, we will strive to procure more longevity crystals for you, that we wish for you to remain by our side forever. He held Zheng Shishi close, his breath cooling her flushed face. The warmth of her earlier excitement dissipating, Zheng Shishi nodded silently, realizing Bai Lin was right. Compared to them, her lifespan of merely a century was fleeting, which explained Cang Heng's urgency in feeding her the longevity crystal. Curiosity piqued, she asked little Bai, how long can other females live? What about other beastmen, like the Camu wolf? Bai Lin patiently explained, both male and female beastmen, much like humans, initially have lifespans of about 100 years. Cang Heng has lived for over 300 years, Zheng Shishi exclaimed, astonished. That is because male beastmen can cultivate their beast rank. For every rank they ascend, from 5 to 2, they gain an additional 200 years of life. And achieving the first rank can extend their lifespan to 1,000 years. Currently, Cang Heng is at the first rank, allowing him to live for at least a millennium. But how has he managed to remain unchanged? Zheng Shishi inquired, her curiosity intensifying. The elevation of beast rank also delays aging, and their appearance becomes increasingly distinguished with each advancement, persisting until death, Bai Lin explained, playfully pinching Zheng Shishi's curious nose. Zheng Shishi realized that, as members of the Wing clan, beastmen were born at the 4th rank, granting them an inherent lifespan of 300 years. The once mighty Wing clan must have been capable of hunting many ferocious beasts to obtain the necessary crystals for their own enhancement or to provide for the females. The crystal you just consumed bore a design of small grass, representing 10 years of life, Bai Lin continued, holding her close and gently stroking her long black hair, a unique color among beastmen, distinct from the others. Wait, now Cang Heng also has black hair, Zheng Shishi noted. Bai Lin's caresses lulled her into comfort. She nestled against his chest, feeling the warmth and softness of his body. Bai Lin's earlier desires surged forth once more, and his hands wandered from her shoulders to her chest. Zheng Shishi stifled a giggle, thinking how Bai Lin truly was a mischievous serpent, always teasing her with such playful gestures. She turned to lie in his embrace, pulling him closer and kissing him eagerly, in broad daylight. Their tender entanglement echoed softly through the rustling beast-hide curtains, while outside, a figure darted past. Yala felt his face flush, a burning sensation coursing through him, desperately seeking a way to cool down. The nearby stream, not far from Zheng Shishi's treehouse, seemed like an ideal solution. Yala flew toward the river, plunging headfirst into the water, surfacing only after several minutes. Gasping for breath. Although spring was still cool, Yala felt it insufficient, as a lingering heat remained within him. His mind replayed the accidental glimpse he had caught of Zheng Shishi unclothed, entwined with her male serpent partner. Her moans echoing in his ears, an unbearable temptation. The heat surged within him once more, compelling him to plunge back into the icy river. seeking relief from his discomfort. Time slipped away, and Zheng Shishi, feeling somewhat fatigued, lay resting in Bai Lin's embrace. After a brief respite, Bai Lin rose, saying, "Little Shishi, I'll fetch some hot water for your bath." "Wait for me a moment." He lifted the beast-hide curtain at the window. His half-human, half-serpent form gracefully descending. In less than a minute, he returned with 2 buckets of steaming water. Zheng Shishi, surprised, asked, "How did you manage to boil the water so quickly today?" She pondered whether Bai Lin had anticipated their intimate moment and prepared the water in advance. "It was Yala who helped me boil the water. He also asked me to give this to you," Bai Lin replied, setting down the buckets and handing her a carefully wrapped item made of large leaves and twigs. Curious, Zheng Shishi opened it to find several transparent crystals, each adorned with unique patterns. She immediately dashed to the window, scanning for Yala, but he was nowhere to be seen. "Where did Yala go? Has he left?" She called to Bai Lin, who was pouring the bathwater. "Oh, he mentioned he had something to attend to and left early. The water has been poured. Shao Shi, come quickly take a bath. The weather is still quite cold. You mustn't catch a chill." While Bai Lin responded to Zheng Shishi's words, he gently pulled her into the tub to assist her in bathing. The crystals contained within the leaves bore different patterns. Zheng Shishi held a few of the crystals in her hands, presenting them to Bai Lin. With a smile, Bai Lin remarked, "These 2 are longevity crystals, each capable of extending your life by 10 years. These 3 with floral patterns are beauty crystals, each preserving your current appearance for 5 years. So 3 would extend it by 15 years. And these 3 deep blue ones are energy crystals, each enhancing your vitality a little." Upon hearing Bai Lin's words, Zheng Shishi sprang up from the tub in a sudden rush, exclaiming her intent to return these precious crystals to Yala, insisting that she could not accept such valuable gifts. Bai Lin, unable to let her leave, gently pushed her back into the water, continuing to wash her while saying, "I believe Yala is quite formidable and attentive towards you. Why not accept him as a partner? He is capable of procuring these treasures for you, expecting nothing in return, a truly admirable male. Zheng Shishi felt as though her jaw might drop in astonishment. After a few moments to collect herself, she puffed up her cheeks and, tugging at Bai Lin's hair in annoyance, demanded, "Do you no longer like me? I didn't hold you accountable when you pushed me toward Cang Heng last time. And now you wish to push me toward Yala." Tears nearly welled up in her eyes. "My dear fool. It is precisely because I care for you so deeply that I feel compelled to let you go to another male. My beast rank is too low to adequately protect you, coupled with my hibernation nature. Only with several capable male beastmen to care for you can I feel at ease, rather than selfishly possessing you while failing to safeguard your happiness. I would prefer to endure the pain of letting you go to ensure your safety." Bai Lin, feeling a pang in his heart, drew Zheng Shishi into his embrace. In truth, he could have chosen to take her away when fleeing the Kui Mu wolf clan. Rather than seeking out Ashium Ming, it was not that he did not wish to. He simply could not bear to see her suffer alongside him, nor could he stand to see her unhappy. "I do not want that. I only want you and Cang Heng. He is strong enough to protect me." Zheng Shishi vehemently rejected, wrapping her arms around Bai Lin. After their bath, Zheng Shishi insisted that Bai Lin accompany her to return the crystals to Yala. In the beast world, accepting a male's gift signified an agreement to become his partner, and she could not accept Yala nor claim the crystals for herself in such a selfish manner. Bai Lin, unable to resist Zheng Shishi's insistence, took his little wife out of their treehouse in search of Yala. Along the way, after inquiring with several beastmen, they learned that Yala had been quite busy patrolling the borders of the Wing clan. Since the appearance of the 4-legged lizard beast, there had been several instances of fierce beast invasions, all of which Yala had bravely confronted with his fellow beastmen, sustaining injuries on multiple occasions. Following the guidance of the beastmen, Bai Lin and Zheng Shishi found Yala on patrol. "Yala!" Zheng Shishi called out to him. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Yala turned in surprise, his heart racing as he beheld the little female he had been yearning for. He hurried forward a few steps to meet her. Just as he reached out to take her hand, he noticed the serpent beast behind her and restrained himself. Shishi, what brings you here? It isn't safe outside lately. You shouldn't wander about." Yala spoke, barely concealing his excitement, his nervousness causing him to stutter. "Yala, I have something I wish to discuss with you. Do you have a moment?" Zheng Shishi felt it best to speak privately to avoid hurting Yala's feelings. Upon hearing her request for a private conversation, Yala quickly assured her he was free, asking the other patrolling beastmen to check elsewhere for a while. Zheng Shishi also signaled for Bai Lin to step aside. "Go ahead," Yala urged. "Yala, you are a wonderful male, thoughtful, caring, and impressive." Zheng Shishi paused, feeling like a villain handing out compliments as she spoke. Yala's face flushed with embarrassment. Feeling shy, Shishi's affirmation led him to believe she intended to become his partner, and he eagerly awaited her next words. "However, these crystals you have given me are far too precious. I cannot accept them back." Zheng Shishi placed the carefully wrapped crystals back into Yala's hands. Continuing, "Thank you for your kindness. I shall do my utmost to assist you in return. With Tian Ping now vanished, you may find an even better female in the future." Yala stared blankly at the crystals returned to him. A sense of disillusionment washing over him, that he had thought Shishi was ready to accept him, only to realize he had been mistaken. She simply did not want to owe him anything. She did not harbor feelings for him, but merely wished to clarify matters. Noticing Yala's silence, Zheng Shishi, worried he might be too distressed, quickly added, "But we shall always remain the best of friends." When Yala continued to remain unresponsive, she felt embarrassed and turned to leave, thinking perhaps he needed some time alone. "Please don't go." As soon as she turned, Yala's weak voice called out behind her, stopping her in her tracks. Before she could fully comprehend, he had pulled her into his strong embrace. "Please don't leave. I like you, I want to be with you, even if it's just once. Just one mating, that's all I asked. I don't require you to bear my offspring. I simply wish to spend these days with you. Those moments alone together were the happiest of my life. Please, allow me to be your partner." Yala's voice was a desperate whisper against her ear. Zheng Shishi was at a loss for how to respond. Yala's strength was overwhelming, making it difficult for her to breathe, and she felt unable to escape. "Yala, I do not intend to become mates anymore. Could you please let me go?" Zheng Shishi attempted to reason with him, struggling against his hold. "Don't reject me. Give me a chance, even if it's just to be your guardian beast. Let me stay by your side to care for you." Yala held on tightly, burying his face in her neck. Greedily inhaling her scent, he longed to see her every day, to breathe in her essence, the ache in his heart threatening to spill over in tears. "Yala, please release me." Zheng Shishi found herself unable to break free from his strong embrace, preparing to call for Bai Lin. Before she could finish, Yala captured her lips in a fervent kiss, their mouths engaging in a passionate struggle. Zheng Shishi fought to resist his invading tongue, refusing to part her lips, while Yala persisted, prying her mouth open. After a fierce tussle, she felt herself on the verge of suffocation, ultimately succumbing to his advances. Yala kissed her hungrily, as if wishing to consume her whole. After what felt like an eternity, he finally released Zheng Shishi, who now lay in his embrace, still holding her tightly, afraid she might flee. "Let go of me," Zheng Shishi gasped, her energy spent, and she ceased to struggle, resigned to the situation. Yala gazed at her flushed face, longing to claim her entirely. Yet he managed to restrain his overwhelming desires, realizing that embracing and kissing her was the most impulsive act he could undertake in response to his fervent feelings. He had prepared himself to protect her and the Wing clan, but upon hearing her refusal, he could no longer contain the pain within him. "Very well. I won't force you. I only wish for your happiness." Yala reluctantly released Zheng Shishi, knowing that this would not keep her by his side. Her entire being resisted him. Seeing Yala let go, Zheng Shishi dashed away without looking back, leaving Yala with a bittersweet smile. Thinking she would likely avoid him in the future, in truth, that became the case, as days passed, and Zheng Shishi seldom ventured outside, doing her best to avoid encounters that a few days ago. Cang Heng returned to inform Zheng Shishi that some supporters of Naxi had suggested they be driven away, as two kings could not coexist in one mountain. They had indeed made a prior agreement, and it was time for them to depart after Bai Lin's hibernation. The Wing clan could not harbor two rulers. "Naxi," Cang Heng called from beneath the treehouse where Naxi resided. "What is it?" Naxi emerged from within, looking down at the three below with curiosity. "Naxi, I have an idea I wish to share with you. Do you have a moment?" Zheng Shishi perched on the shoulder of Bai Phosphorus, calling out to Naxi in the treehouse. Seemingly concerned that he might not hear her, she cupped her hands around her mouth, forming a trumpet shape. Naxi gazed at the long-lost female, who appeared even more enchanting than before. Slowly, he replied, "Come inside the treehouse to speak. We'll leave right after." Cang Heng was reluctant for Shishi to enter the dwelling of another male. "It's still quite cold, and your female might struggle with it," he cautioned, ignoring Cang Heng's objections. Naxi turned and disappeared into the treehouse. With no other option, Cang Heng led Zheng Shishi to join Bai Phosphorus in Naxi's abode. Clarify. Should my idea succeed, I wish to use this to secure residency rights for the three of us within the Wing clan. We acknowledge you as the king of the Wing clan and pledge that Cang Heng shall never contest your throne. Zheng Shishi stated forthrightly. Go on. I'm listening. Naxi nodded, intrigued by the proposition, signaling Zheng Shishi to continue. We intend to recruit some females for the Wing clan. We've devised a plan. Let me know if it's feasible. We will send out 2 small teams, selecting the most handsome male beastmen from the Wing clan. With 5 individuals in each team, they will scale the cliffs and split in opposite directions to seek out other tribes, informing them of the Wing clan's abundant resources and beautiful environment. Wing clan males are born as 4th-tier beings, with many even more formidable males, greatly enhancing living conditions and increasing the chances of acquiring various crystals, as long as the females come to the Wing clan and choose at least one male beastman as a partner. They can reside here. We will provide tree houses, and partnered females may bring their companions to the Wing clan. We can also trade some resources with tribes that have a higher female population in exchange for females and female offspring. Zheng Shishi concluded her proposal, gazing expectantly at Naxi. Agreed. Naxi contemplated for a long moment, his tone elongated and captivating, almost feminine in its allure. Upon hearing Naxi's approval, Zheng Shishi felt a surge of joy. She understood that the beastmen of this realm were unfamiliar with the intricacies of modern commerce. Let us begin preparations for some tree houses. I notice the Wing clan has only a few tree houses. Most individuals simply find a tree to sleep in. However, females are delicate, and I previously observed that the majority of beastmen prefer to sleep in caves, which are damp and chilly. Tree houses offer far more comfort than caves, thus attracting more females to settle here. Zheng Shishi explained regarding the construction of tree houses. I will instruct the others to start this task. It will be swift. We possess architectural blueprints from our ancestors, and I will gather them for a brief lesson. Naxi readily agreed. At that time, I will share with everyone the method for cultivating the roots of the plants used to make vermicelli, along with the recipes for the vermicelli and various furniture. Zheng Shishi continued to advise. Very well. Naxi concurred that I can teach everyone how to craft furniture. Bai Phosphorus can instruct them on making vermicelli. Cang Heng added, "The selection of male beastmen for the promotional teams is yours," Naxi said to Zheng Shishi. He felt a strange yet pleasant delight in knowing that this endeavor brought her happiness. He harbored no worries about failure, as they had little else to occupy their time besides patrolling the Wing clan. If it meant seeing her more often, it seemed rather appealing, and it would also contribute to the development of the Wing clan. Moreover, he held a glimmer of hope that she might choose to remain, despite having previously driven them away in the pursuit of power. Please gather them. I will make the selections. That I have faith in my judgment. Zheng Shishi firmly believed in her ability to choose handsome companions, particularly since her 2 partners were quite attractive. With this thought, she involuntarily glanced at Bai Phosphorus beside her, her eyes betraying the love she felt. An ardent gaze that immediately captivated the 3 males. Bai Phosphorus returned her gaze, brimming with affection. Cang Heng observed them with an unmistakable flicker of jealousy. Naxi, on the other hand, felt a mix of emotions, envy or desire, wondering why his sentiments shifted with this female. Initially, he found the situation amusing, perplexed as to how an ordinary female could draw his brother to forsake the throne, although he later learned that Cang Heng had been birthed after being swallowed by a giant insect. By then, the Wing clan had already been shielded by a celestial barrier. Perhaps Cang Heng's attraction to such a female stemmed from having never encountered a truly beautiful one before. The following day, Naxi summoned all the beastmen of the Wing clan to the altar to announce the plan. with Zheng Shishi selecting 10 handsome males to venture to the cliffs in search of other tribes. Eagerly, the male beastmen jostled to volunteer, eager for the opportunity to venture out and find females, a delightful task that none wished to miss. Zheng Shishi selected 9 strong and handsome male beastmen. And for the 10th, she chose Yala. Upon hearing that Zheng Shishi had chosen him to attract other females, Yala immediately objected, claiming he had many duties to attend to and that his tribe needed him. However, Yala was unaware that Zheng Shishi, having studied broadcasting and law in a modern world and consistently excelling in debate competitions, would easily persuade a beastman of this realm. Your hard work has been commendable. Yala, you should seize this opportunity to find a female and nurture powerful offspring like yourself to continue serving the Wing clan, she argued emotionally. Currently, we have Naxi, our king, who cannot leave, and Cang Heng, your companion, teaching other males how to construct tree houses. There is no one more suitable than you to showcase the prowess of the Wing clan's high-tier beastmen. Yala was left speechless by her articulate reasoning. Her words garnered nods of agreement from those around, and eventually, Yala relented, accepting the task. 3 days later, the two teams set off with unique products of the Wing clan and some vermicelli saved by Zheng Shishi. She proposed that Naxi divide the Wing clan's male beastmen into 3 groups. Cang Heng would lead one group to learn how to build tree houses and furniture. Bai Phosphorus would take another to learn how to roast meat and prepare vermicelli hot pot, while the remaining group would defend the Wing clan. In no time, the Wing clan was bustling with activity and vibrancy. 5 days later, numerous tree houses had sprouted throughout the Wing clan, furnished with various pieces of furniture. Bai Phosphorus had nearly completed his teachings, and they awaited Yala and his group's return. 10 days later, everyone gathered at the altar, eagerly anticipating the day they had agreed to return, regardless of the outcome. Yala's team was the first to arrive, and true to form, Yala efficiently delivered. Every beastman who descended from the cliffs cradled a female in their arms. Among them were 2 giant python females, accompanied by their male partners, who were of prime age and voluptuous, instantly garnering admiration and attention from many Wing clan males. They chose 2 males from the team as their partners, as their own male companions were of 5th-tier strength, making the allure of 3rd-tier flying males impossible to resist. The remaining 2 were slightly older adult females from the Red Tiger clan, accompanied by a female offspring who appeared on the verge of maturity. Looking somewhat timid, she hid behind one of the males who had brought them, reportedly because her 2 male partners had been killed by ferocious beasts while hunting, leaving her without protection. Thus, she sought a new partner to ensure her safety and livelihood. The last was a young female from the antlered deer clan, seemingly of the right age, yet without a partner. It was said that her parents had died young, and other females in her clan often bullied her. Claiming she was unattractive, with nowhere to turn, she had joined Yala's promotional team on their return. Though she was not conventionally beautiful, with a freckled face, slightly dark skin tinged with a Highland blush, and a flat, petite figure, she was still a female, and her presence was welcomed. After all, having one was far better than having none, especially among a group of solitary birdmen who hadn't seen females in 200 or 300 years. After a brief introduction, Yala instructed the other 4 members of the small team to escort the females to their new homes. Yala's successful expedition earned him accolades from all the Wing clan members, including numerous praises from Naxi at the altar. Yet, Yala's failure to secure a female partner for himself left many of the Wing clan males puzzled. However, after those in the know provided their explanations, they all cast knowing glances at Zheng Shishi and then at Yala, leaving with a mischievous grin that a few concerned males approached Yala, urging her not to hang herself on a single tree. Yet, Yala remained silent, merely gazing with a touch of sorrow towards the charming Zheng Shishi, cradled in the arms of the serpent beast, wearing an expression of a wronged husband, prompting the males trying to console her to sigh and disperse. As dusk approached, another team finally returned, appearing weary and battered, their tattered bee-skin garments marred with wounds, as if they had engaged in a brawl. The leader of this group, an unremarkable yet muscular man, lamented, "Not long after we set out, we encountered the Camus wolf clan, and there wasn't a single female among them. Upon learning we came from the cliffside, they surrounded us, inquiring whether we knew of a female named Zheng Shishi. Seeing their hostility, we dared not disclose any information about the females and seize an opportunity to flee. Fortunately, the males of the Khmer wolf clan were notably weak. Had they not outnumbered us, we would not have found ourselves in such disarray. However, the king of the Khmer wolf clan eventually appeared, a formidable first-tier beastman. We fled swiftly and were not pursued. After the muscular man finished recounting his tale with a shake of his head and a sigh, another team member stepped forward to add, "Later, we attempted to seek out other clans, but our pitiful appearance seemed to bar us from entry, and they refused to listen to our pleas, so we returned." Naxi called for them to rest and offered words of encouragement and praise, refraining from any reproach. Turning to Zheng Shishi, who wore a troubled expression, Naxi met her gaze, and in their shared moment, his eyes sparkled with intrigue. Noticing Naxi's gossiping demeanor, Zheng Shishi rolled her eyes in exasperation. Upon returning to the treehouse that evening, Zheng Shishi, still troubled, was met with a worried gaze from Bai Lin, who asked, "Shao Shi, are you concerned that the Khmer wolf clan might discover your whereabouts and come after you?" "Yes, I neglected to instruct them to steer clear of the Khmer wolf clan, and now our trail is exposed. It seems trouble is brewing." With a face full of melancholy and self-reproach, Zheng Shishi collapsed on her bed. "What of it? If they dare come, I shall slay them all." "You need not worry, Shishi," replied Cang Heng calmly. Leaning against the window, sharpening his claws with a lethal glint in his eyes, he had heard Zheng Shishi speak of the Khmer wolf clan and understood her concerns. Yet, they were merely a bunch of low-tier beastmen. A first-tier beastman could easily wipe out an entire clan. There was nothing to fear. That being said, now that I have you, there is no need for excessive trepidation. However, my concern is not the Khmer wolf clan coming to seize me, but rather Ashuming. Last I heard from Luoluo, he killed his own father and severely injured his 3 brothers. The current king of the Khmer wolf clan might be Ashuming that I had considered becoming his mate. But after that incident, I have been haunted by shadows of doubt. As long as I know he is alive and well, that is sufficient for me. With both of you by my side, I wish never to see him again, nor to take a mate." Zheng Shishi openly shared her true feelings. Cang Heng and Bai Lin exchanged glances. Cang Heng felt a surge of joy at Zheng Shishi's declaration, as he wished to avoid competition for her affections. Bai Lin, on the other hand, had once contemplated matchmaking between Shao Shi and Ashuming. However, given Ashuming's capricious nature and the harm he had inflicted upon Shao Shi, there was no longer a need to entangle her with the beastman of the Khmer wolf clan, especially now that the Wing clan boasted numerous strong contenders for her affection. "What are your plans?" Bai Lin asked, pulling Zheng Shishi into an embrace, stroking her hair gently. The delightful scent emanating from Bai Lin and his soothing words eased Zheng Shishi's anxiety. "Tomorrow, we shall inform Naxi and ask him to help conceal my and Bai Lin's presence in the Wing clan. As for the rest, I have yet to decide. We shall take it one step at a time. I will heed your wishes." Cang Heng surprisingly did not contest Zheng Shishi's proposal, eye in her eyes. The Khmer wolf clan was merely an ant that could be crushed with a finger. However, should he rashly harm the beastman named Ashuming, it might incite Zheng Shishi's ire, and he dared not risk such a consequence. Last time he failed to assist Bai Lin, he had caught a glimpse of anger and disdain in Zheng Shishi's eyes. He did not wish to be outdone by Bai Lin in her affections, nor did he want an old flame to jeopardize their relationship. The following day, Zheng Shishi, accompanied by Cang Heng, approached Naxi, requesting his assistance in concealing her and Bai Lin's existence. Naxi, driven by curiosity, inquired about the reason, and Zheng Shishi, having no choice, indulged his gossiping spirit by recounting her tale once more. Fortunately, Naxi agreed to help her, but requested that she owe him a favor for future needs. Cang Heng was incensed at this request, wishing to confront Naxi on the spot. If he had not relinquished the throne, there would have been no need for Shishi to grovel before Naxi for assistance. Even if Naxi refused to help, he could manage on his own. After all, he was once a king. Just as their argument escalated, Zheng Shishi intervened in time to prevent the confrontation from becoming physical, leaving Cang Heng disgruntled for quite some time. Regrettably, he had promised Naxi not to contest the throne in order to remain, and if he were to arrange matters without Naxi's consent, it would stir rumors of a power grab. Moreover, it would lead Naxi to believe that Cang Heng was attempting to usurp authority, exacerbating the situation. Thus, when it was time to bow down, he had to do so to seek assistance, at least to convey their sincerity and assure Naxi of their lack of intent to betray or divide power. Later, Naxi dispatched several small teams, no longer relying solely on appearances and brute strength to attract the rare females outside. Instead, at Zheng Shishi's suggestion, they took along unique resources from the Wing clan, which could be used for trade, purchase, or to attract attention. They even proposed that higher-tier males hunt and capture invading ferocious beasts to obtain various rare crystals, using these crystals as gifts to win over the females' favor, exhausting every possible means at their disposal. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. Zheng Shishi lounged by the window of the treehouse on the 3rd floor, basking in the sun, watching a few females and their male companions frolicking in the water by the riverbank. Since these females arrived, the number of males peering curiously at her door had diminished significantly. They likely realized they could not compete with Cang Heng, the former king, and had redirected their attention towards the newly arrived females. Surrounded by a throng of males, the newly arrived females attracted their undivided attention, their faces flushed and mouths watering, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets as they gazed at the 2 serpent females splashing playfully in the water. With their slender waists, long legs, and alluring figures, even Zheng Shishi found herself entranced, let alone the long-restrained males of the Wing clan. "What are you staring at?" Bai Lin asked, wrapping his arms around the entranced Zheng Shishi from behind, gently whispering in her ear, "Your serpent females are truly enchanting, but none compare to your beauty." Zheng Shishi turned to embrace Bai Lin, her arms draping around his neck as she playfully flattered him. "Is that so? As long as Shao Yin is pleased, that is all that matters. Next time I shed my skin, I shall become even more beautiful," Bai Lin murmured, brushing his lips against Zheng Shishi's, the warm, soft sensation leaving him yearning for more, as he captured her lips fully. Just as their passionate moment was about to deepen, a deliberate cough interrupted them. Cang Heng. Bai Lin slowly withdrew from the kiss. Their lips connected by a delicate, sticky thread, shimmering in the sunlight. Cang Heng witnessed this scene, feeling a mix of bitterness and resentment in his heart, yearning to snatch Zheng Shishi away and kiss her, wishing that the rosy hue on her cheeks was a result of his affection. With the weather warming, Zheng Shishi had taken to clinging to the serpent beast, and he had not shared a bed with her for 3 days. Ever since the serpent beast had awakened from hibernation, Zheng Shishi had grown distant, leaving him feeling overlooked. Had the 2 little ones finished their meal? Zheng Shishi asked awkwardly to break the tension. "They just finished. They've grown quickly. They no longer require feeding and are learning to eat on their own," Cang Heng replied, his voice flat. Since the serpent beast's awakening, Zheng Shishi had hardly devoted any attention to the 2 cubs. With most of the care falling upon him alone, in just over a month, the 2 cubs had learned to feed themselves, far surpassing human infants in growth and learning speed, proving to be as impressive as Cang Heng himself. Zheng Shishi, ever keen to lighten the mood of her surly partner, Cang Heng, showered him with compliments, proclaiming his prowess. Upon hearing Zheng Shishi praise him, the gloom that had settled on his face dissipated. After all, he remembered well that Shishi seldom extolled the merits of Bai Lin. "Shishi, the weather is splendid today. Shall we take Cangxing and Cangxue to the riverside for some fun?" Cang Heng suggested, a proposal that both Bai Lin and Zheng Shishi found agreeable. On this warm spring afternoon, the sun's prolonged embrace brought with it a touch of heat. Zheng Shishi, observing the other females frolicking joyfully by the river, slipped off her beast-hide shoes and stood barefoot at the water's edge, relishing the sensation of the fine, soft sand and mud caressing her delicate soles. "Look, her feet are stunning," came the murmurs from the males who had gathered behind her. It was evident that she was no ordinary female. Bestowed with the grace of the beast gods, her beauty unmatched even in the details of her feet, Zheng Shishi and the 2 little ones engaged in merriment. Cang Heng and Bai Lin reclined comfortably beneath the shade of a nearby tree, watching the playful antics unfold. Cang Heng wore an expression reminiscent of a doting father, while Bai Lin beamed with pride at her charming little wife. Suddenly, a rather unremarkable male serpent beast approached, having vacated the company of one of the serpent females. and cast a shadow over Zheng Shishi. "Hey, Ailey wants to see you," he called out rudely. Startled by the unexpected voice, Zheng Shishi was swiftly tugged toward the serpent female named Ailey. "I must admit, you are somewhat attractive, but you cannot compare to me. Tell me, how do you keep your feet looking so exquisite?" Ailey, perched in the embrace of her male companion, raised her chin in a haughty manner, casting a condescending glance at Zheng Shishi. Zheng Shishi glanced at Ailey and then down at her own feet, slowly absorbing the murmurs around her regarding her beauty, even extending to her feet. Internally, she felt exasperated. She was simply born this way. Females in this world were inherently different, devoid of the animalistic traits such as ears and tails that define their kind. Here, females preferred to go barefoot, donning beast hide, shoes only when the chill demanded it. The diversity in foot shapes and hairiness among the females was stark, yet Zheng Shishi's feet stood out as notably elegant. Previously preoccupied with survival, Zheng Shishi had scarcely noticed the serpent females, and it was only now, in retrospect, that she recognized the uniqueness of her own appearance. Upon examining Ailey's legs, she was struck by their astounding beauty. Long, slender, and devoid of excess flesh or hair, they were truly a marvel. However, beneath those stunning legs lay feet clad in dark, scaly serpent skin, with toes of varying lengths, a stark contrast to her own. "Hey, I'm talking to you. Why are you dazed?" Ailey, emboldened by her perceived superiority, chastised Zheng Shishi for her silence, while her male companion pushed Zheng Shishi in irritation. "I have no secret. It's simply how I was born." Zheng Shishi retorted defiantly, unwilling to be cowed. "What kind of attitude is that?" Ailey grew more arrogant, reaching out to tug on Zheng Shishi's hair. Zheng Shishi cried out in pain. The surrounding male beastmen, taken aback by Ailey's audacity, began to intervene, calling out, "Let her go, and release her." As Ailey realized the tide was turning against her, she intensified her grip on Zheng Shishi's hair, venting her frustration in an involuntary response to the pain. Zheng Shishi leaned closer to Ailey, seeking relief from the tugging, only to be caught off balance as Ailey's male partner used his serpentine tail to sweep her feet out from under her, causing her to fall backward. "How dare you bully her?" came the indignant cries from the crowd. Just as they prepared to rush to Zheng Shishi's aid, Cang Heng arrived in the nick of time, his figure a blur as he swept Zheng Shishi into his strong embrace. My hand! My hand!" Ailey shrieked, clutching her bloodied arm where she had gripped Zheng Shishi's hair, the sight of a severed hand lying on the sand, severed cleanly at the wrist, sent shockwaves through the crowd. Ailey writhed on the ground, howling in agony, while the two males who had previously harassed Zheng Shishi lay defeated, blood pouring from their mouths. "Dare you lay your filthy hands on my female's hair? You shall pay the price. Out of consideration for your gender, I shall spare your life, but those who dare to make my female fall shall meet their end." Cang Heng's voice thundered, and before the male who had tripped Zheng Shishi could rise, a feather from Cang Heng's hand struck him fatally, blood gushing forth like a fountain and splattering Ailey's face, causing her to scream in horror. Ailey's remaining male companion hastily dragged her away, leaving the scene in disarray. Shishi, are you all right?" Cang Heng asked with concern, checking on her as she nodded, reassuring him of her well-being. "Who gave them the audacity?" Cang Heng seethed, his fists clenched. Once a king, he felt a deep sense of indignation at the thought of his female being mistreated. It's fine. Please don't be angry. I'm perfectly well," Zheng Shishi hurriedly soothed. Ignoring the pain radiating from her scalp, the surrounding beastmen dispersed. Zheng Shishi's family lost interest in lingering by the riverbank, and Cang Heng cradled Cang Xue and Cangxing while Bai Lin held Zheng Shishi close. And they all returned to their treehouse to rest, as the sun dipped below the horizon, giving way to a star-dotted sky. The two glowing moons continued their slow, mysterious dance. The next day, Zheng Shishi learned from Cang Heng that Naxi had been informed of the incident by other beastmen present. The very next day, Yala and her male companion were expelled from the Wing clan by Yala, along with two other third-tier males whom Ailey had lured with promises of companionship. Before their expulsion, they had received a thorough beating from Yala's guard. Aside from Ailey, who escaped unscathed, her male companion was left barely alive. The two males departing with Ailey, being of the same clan as Yala, only faced token punishment. As Sangxing and Sangxiue continued to grow, the family's food supply was quickly depleting. One sunny day, with a gentle breeze warming the air and the forest alive with melodious birdsong, Cang Heng set out to hunt, planning to prepare roasted meat for dinner, while asking Bai Lin to stay home and keep an eye on Zheng Shishi. However, Zheng Shishi found the atmosphere at home stifling and, with such splendid weather, naturally yearned to venture outdoors. She implored Bai Lin to accompany her for a stroll in the forest, seeking some vegetables to complement the evening's barbecue, a delightful respite from monotony. Bai Lin, knowing that Zheng Shishi favored vegetarian fare and having realized that fresh wild greens had been scarce throughout the winter, agreed to carry her into the woods in search of wild vegetables. Perhaps due to the seasons still being premature, although spring whispered of warmth, not much in the way of wild plants or fruits had yet emerged. After a fruitless search, Zheng Shishi sighed in disappointment. It had been far too long since she had savored fresh greens, and her skin seemed to reflect her longing. As she muttered to herself, caressing her face, she said, "Shao Shi, you have always been beautiful. It's my lack of ability. I will search once more. If you feel weary, you may rest here for a while." Bai Lin gently placed Zheng Shishi upon a higher tree branch, ensuring she remained safe from potential terrestrial beasts. "All right, you go ahead. I wish to rest for a moment and enjoy the scenery," Zheng Shishi replied obediently. Observing her docile demeanor, Bai Lin pressed a tender kiss upon her forehead before reluctantly departing. Once Bai Lin was gone, Zheng Shishi gazed vacantly at the distant landscape, feeling a twinge of nostalgia for modern cuisine. Sure. It was unclear how long Zheng Shishi had been lost in thought when she was startled by the voice behind her. Forgetting that she was perched on a high branch, in a sudden movement, she stood up abruptly, stepping into thin air and plummeting from the tree. That very instant, a white figure darted behind her, wrapping his arms around her waist and catching her securely. Instinctively, Zheng Shishi clutched the waist of the person before her, burying her face in his embrace to quell the terror of her fall. Only when she felt her feet firmly planted on the ground did she dare to lift her gaze. Her surprise, she found herself nose to nose with a magnified, resolute face belonging to Yala. This unexpected encounter stifled the expletives that had been poised on her lips, and in a flurry, she released her grip on him, attempting to create some distance. Yet, Yala felt an emptiness when she withdrew her embrace, tightening his hold once more, compelling Zheng Shishi to rise on her toes to accommodate him, inadvertently bringing her face even closer to his. Yala was acutely aware of Zheng Shishi's warm, sweet breath brushing against his skin. Their noses touched, and he felt his entire being focus on that fleeting contact, relishing the tingling sensation emanating from her delicate skin. Zheng Shishi, overwhelmed by Yala's strength, could only softly utter, "You can let me go now." She was hesitant to speak too broadly, fearing that any significant movement of her lips might lead to an unintended collision with his. Yala remained silent, maintaining their pose, his eyes swirling with sorrow and desire. "Yala, please release me," Zheng Shishi implored, feeling a twinge of discomfort in her toes. Seemingly roused by her pained expression, he finally loosened his grip, gaining her freedom. Zheng Shishi rubbed her sore body and politely expressed her gratitude before preparing to leave. "Wait," Yala called out, halting her departure. Zheng Shishi turned, puzzled, unsure of what more he could want. "Here for you," he said, unfastening a bundle of leaves tied with vine from his waist and extending it toward her. Zheng Shishi hurriedly waved her hands in rejection. "Yala, I don't want your things. If you don't want it, then toss it away," Yala insisted, shoving the bundle into her arms before turning and taking flight. Zheng Shishi gazed helplessly at the item in her hands, weighing it, suspecting it might be another precious crystal Yala had procured through much effort. Upon unwrapping the tightly bound leaves, she discovered several plump, red fruits, glistening and smooth-skinned. These are cherry tomatoes, also known as sweet tomatoes in the modern world. Zheng Shishi felt her mouth water uncontrollably, disregarding cleanliness as she popped one into her mouth. The taste and texture surpassed that of modern cherry tomatoes, melting in her mouth. Devoid of sourness, and instead incredibly sweet, akin to savoring an entire date in her mouth. It seemed these were not merely similar to cherry tomatoes, but a rare delicacy in this beastly world. She indulged in several, unable to stop, though she saved two, intending for Cang Heng and Bai Lin to try them upon their return, hoping they might also find this treasure. Sure, among your winged tribe. A tall male Kuei Mu wolf youth looked down upon a fourth-tier male of the winged tribe beneath him, his voice as cold as his demeanor. There is no female of which you speak within the winged tribe. The winged tribe male, undaunted, recalled the king's orders and the enchanting female he admired from afar, one among many suitors vying for Zheng Shishi's affection. Yet he had never dared approach her. Speak, will you? A large foot pressed down upon the winged tribe male's hand, crushing it with an audible crack. I told you, there is no female as you say. Just as he uttered this, the winged tribe male was violently kicked away, spitting forth a mouthful of blood. Could it be that the king truly does not reside in the winged tribe? A timid Kuei Mu wolf youth approached the one he referred to as king. Sure is certainly within the winged tribe. The Kuei Mu wolf youth's gaze was resolute. It was Ashium Ming. Ashium Ming recalled the recent visit of 5 third-tier male winged tribe beastmen to the Kuei Mu wolves, from whom he learned that the existence of the winged tribe lay beneath the cliff. When a striking black-haired female suggested they search other tribes for females, he knew instantly that Sure was alive. No other black-haired female existed in this beastly world aside from Zheng Shishi. Unable to contain the fervor in his heart, Ashium Ming remembered the day Sure had leapt from the cliff. Believing he had lost her forever, he had committed numerous wrongs that had hurt her, never having the chance to apologize, to make amends, or to bond with her as a mate. Reflecting on his anger, he had set out alone to seek vengeance against those who had harmed her while still nursing his wounds. Had it not been for their relentless pursuit, perhaps he would have already been with Sure, or they might have had young of their own by now. When Ashium Ming encountered Bai Lin at the cliff's edge, he had intended to join him in avenging Sure, but the serpent beastman was consumed with thoughts of accompanying Sure to death, devoid of any fighting spirit. Thus, Ashium Ming, despite being injured, forced himself to return to the Kuei Mu wolves, seeking an opportunity to confront his father, Ruda, and subsequently deal with the 3 brothers, Mu Tuo and others, ultimately seizing the throne of the Kuei Mu wolf tribe. Yet despite their smaller numbers, the Kuei Mu wolves still had several third-tier males who resisted his rule, nearly ending his life during the heavy snows. He hid beneath the thick blanket of snow, paralyzed with cold, his consciousness fading in and out. When he awoke, he was ravenous, resorting to eating snow, the icy sensation overwhelming him. He believed he was destined to perish in the endless white. But fate had other plans. Why chance? Ashium Ming fell into a deep pit during his flight, discovering numerous 4-legged lizard dragons within. Since it was the dead of winter, the dragons were hibernating and posed no resistance. Even when a few large ones stirred, they were no match for his attacks, falling victim to his jaws. Initially, Ashium Ming had only sought to quell his hunger, but during the feasting he discovered various crystals within some of the lizard dragons. He remembered how his father would often lead hunts deep into the forest, capturing beasts and bringing the precious crystals home for his mother, though such outings often cost several beastmen their lives. Recalling the potential uses of these crystals, Ashium Ming consumed dozens of them in one sitting. Driven by desperation, in any case, at present, he cared for nothing but this life of his. Death was inevitable. Having witnessed his mother consume it, he presumed it was unlikely to be anything poisonous. As soon as he ingested it, he felt an overwhelming surge of energy and strength coursing through him, igniting a growing heat within. As if something were pounding relentlessly in his belly, he felt as though he might succumb to the pain, and ultimately, in the throes of excruciating agony, he closed his eyes and lost consciousness. The several third-tier male beastmen from the Kumu wolf clan who had been pursuing Ashuming assumed he would perish in the vast expanse of snow, deep within the forest, and thus cease their pursuit. After all, he was merely a 4th-tier beast, easily dispatched, and they gave him little thought. Their primary concern lay in determining who would ultimately ascend to the throne. Each harbored their own ambitions as they returned to the Kumu wolf clan to vie for royal power and form alliances. When Ashuming reappeared alive among the Kumu wolf clan, those who had hunted him mocked him, ridiculing his inability to conquer even a female, branding him a coward. despite being born into the royal family of the Kumu wolf clan. He was deemed a worthless wretch unworthy of a female's regard, incapable of safeguarding her, and it was lamented that such a beautiful female had fallen to her death from a cliff because of him. Ashuming stood before them, disheveled and with bowed head, enduring their derision. When a few third-tier male beastmen, displeased by his demeanor, approached to strike him, he lifted his gaze, revealing his hauntingly green eyes, as they closed in on him. He swiftly pierced the chest of one male beastman with a claw, extracting and crushing the still-beating heart. The others either met a swift demise from a powerful kick or suffered from limbs twisted and necks bitten through. Thus, fueled by the various crystals he had consumed, Ashuming ascended to the first tier of beast rank through sheer brutality, eliminating all opposition within the Kumu wolf clan and claiming the throne as the youngest and most formidable male beastman of the clan. However, the rapid elevation of his beast rank bore consequences. During instances of excessive force, he would lose control over the unstable energy within him, succumbing to a berserk state and losing his normal consciousness. Furthermore, every full moon, he would regress into a powerless beast form, vulnerable enough that any wild beast could shred him to pieces. Naturally, he never revealed this vulnerability. After securing his position on the throne of the Kumu wolf clan, Ashuming intended to consolidate the clan's strength before launching an assault on the Chihu clan. This was partly due to his inaction when Zheng Shishi sought refuge from Luoluo, which indirectly led to Zheng Shishi's fatal leap from the cliff. On the other hand, he sought to seize all the females from the Chihu clan to bolster his own clan strength. With revenge as his motive, he struggled to endure the days devoid of Shishi, tormented and determined to inflict suffering upon all who had wronged him in Zheng Shishi. Unexpectedly, during the period of restructuring within the Kumu wolf clan, Ashuming stumbled upon the possibility that Zheng Shishi might still be alive. Filling him with immense joy, he promptly seized a Wing clan beastman, patrolling the borders to interrogate him. He yearned to ascertain whether Zheng Shishi was alive, to learn how she was faring, whether she awaited him, and to know everything about her well-being. "Anka," Ashuming called urgently from his throne. "Your Majesty," a tall, robust third-tier Kumu wolf beastman responded, approaching Ashuming with deference, his exposed skin marred by numerous scars. "Go. Prepare to take the Wing clan beastman to the important figures of the Wing clan at the cliff's base tomorrow." Ashuming's cold command was given, and Anka promptly withdrew. Soon, he would see Shishi, whom he had yearned for day and night. Ashuming felt an overwhelming impatience. Even wishing to depart immediately to find her this time, he would not allow her to slip away from him again. Even if it meant resorting to force, he intended to bond with Shishi as a mate. Even if it required confinement, he would tether her to his side. "What is the status?" Ashuming's sharp gaze fixed on the Kumu wolf beastman, attempting to traverse the cliff from below. The cliff was too steep. Only those with the ability to fly could descend. 1/4 tier Kumu wolf beastman crouched at Ashuming's feet, reporting. "What of Yanlang? Is he unable to assist?" Ashuming, unwilling to wait another moment, bellowed in frustration at the slow progress. "They are coming! They are coming!" Just as Ashuming's roar subsided, a gaunt, skeletal middle-aged Kumu wolf beastman hurriedly approached him. "Your Majesty, look, we can use these vines to lower ourselves down," Yanlang suggested, his narrow eyes glinting with cunning flattery. "Hurry," Ashuming urged, suppressing his inner fury. Yanlang had once been a beastman scorned by his kin for his frail stature, but now he served as the shaman of the Kumu wolf clan. Ashuming understood that such a person would not align with others and possessed value for manipulation. Those around him had, to varying extents, previously followed the former third-tier beastman and his father, lacking unwavering loyalty. Moreover, Yanlang was a competent shaman, more cunning than Ashuming had anticipated, proving invaluable in various matters out of course. As long as Yanlang's suggestions proved useful, Ashuming would reward him accordingly. The morning passed, and under Yanlang's guidance, several Kumu wolf beastmen gathered vines from all directions, tying them securely to lower down the cliff. In no time, numerous vines adorned the cliff face, at least a dozen in total, Ashuming's command. The Kumu wolf beastmen began their descent. Initially, a few lost their grip and fell, but those who followed learned from their experience and proceeded with caution. Meanwhile, Naxi, having overheard the patrol mention that several Camus wolf beastmen had fallen from the altar, speculated that they were searching for Zheng Shishi. He dispatched someone to inform Zheng Shishi and Cang Heng to take refuge in the treehouse and remain hidden. Naxi assembled a contingent of beastmen to defend the altar's cliff against any potential Camus wolf clan incursion. Observing the successful descent of the Camus wolf beastmen, Ashuming stepped closer to the cliff's edge to survey the scene below. The leading Camus wolf beastmen were surrounded by the Wing clan beastmen who had long been stationed there. Ashuming scoffed dismissively and, using the vines for support, swiftly descended, landing with grace. Upon his arrival, a surge of powerful energy erupted forth. The ground beneath his feet caved in, unleashing a forceful wave that toppled the surrounding fourth-tier Wing clan beastmen. As Ashuming emerged slowly from the midst of the Camus wolf beastmen to stand before them. "You dare invade my Wing clan? You are the first." Naxi stepped forward, scrutinizing the seemingly youthful Camus wolf king before him. "I only seek Zheng Shishi." Ashuming articulated each word with precision, his gaze fixed intently on Naxi. "That we do not harbor the person you seek. Leave now with your kin, while I am still in a temper." Naxi's words carried a hint of menace, his previously lowered gaze now wide open, his elongated eyes radiating an aura of hostility, exuding formidable power. The Camus wolf beastmen behind Ashuming instinctively recoiled a few steps. Even if not directly intimidated by the overwhelming force, they felt compelled to retreat under the oppressive presence, akin to mortals facing a Category 12 typhoon. In stark contrast, Ashuming remained unmoved, standing resolute despite the pressure from Naxi. A first-tier beastman, his haunting green eyes reflected his impatience and anger. Why was it that he merely wished to be with Shishi, yet so many obstacles stood in his path? I shall state this once more. "Surrender Zheng Shishi to me. She is mine." Ashuming reiterated, his restrained fury instilling a sense of dread. Yet, the youthful arrogance he bore was evident. If she is not here, then she is not. A newly initiated second-tier beastman beside Naxi retorted hotly. Skeptical that the fourth and fifth-tier Camus wolf beastmen could contend with the numerous third and fourth-tier beastmen of the Wing clan. Moreover, they had 2 first-tier kings and several second-tier beastmen among them. Ashuming lifted his gaze to regard the boisterous beastman before him, a smirk of disdain gracing his lips, signaling Anka to bring forth the captured fourth-tier beastman. Not far away, Bai Lin concealed himself within the dense foliage of a towering tree. Observing the unfolding events, earlier, the 3 of them had been playing in the treehouse with Cang Shui and Cang Heng when they were abruptly informed of the Camus wolf clan's invasion, prompting Naxi to assure them to remain inside. Zheng Shishi, upon hearing this, grew anxious, concerned that Ashuming's obstinacy would not allow Naxi to dissuade him at that juncture, should a battle erupt and lives be lost. Let Bai Lin secretly assess the situation, that if it becomes dire, she should step forward in her stead to inform Ashuming that she has already found 2 companions among the Wing tribe and is content with her life. Expressing her intention not to bond with him, and urging him to depart and seek another female. However, to her astonishment, the current Ashuming is no longer the feeble beastman he once was. The reasons for his rapid ascension in strength remain a mystery, yet he now appears to rival Naxi. The captured 4th-tier Wing tribe beastman is brought before Ashuming, and before Naxi and the others can react, Ashuming seizes the beastman's hair and drags him close, thrusting his hand into the beastman's chest cavity, swiftly extracting and crushing his heart before the eyes of the onlookers. The beastman does not even have a chance to scream before he collapses, his wide eyes staring vacantly before he transforms into his beast form and perishes. Witnessing this scene, many Wing tribe beastmen reveal their ferocity, as this Camus wolf beastman evidently seeks to incite conflict between the 2 tribes. Ashuming provocatively beckons to Naxi, saying, "You are their king, so let us duel. Do not waste any more time." Naxi, without uttering another word, unfurls a pair of fiery red wings and charges towards Ashuming. Transforming his hands into sharp claws, Naxi attempts to slash at Ashuming's chest with the speed and agility afforded by his wings. However, to Ashuming, such an attack appears to move in slow motion. He effortlessly sidesteps and counters with a powerful kick aimed at Naxi's back. Taken aback by Ashuming's evasion of his rapid assault, Naxi is caught off guard and endures a heavy blow. Though fortunately his wings, as sturdy as shields, absorb much of the impact, propelling him a considerable distance before he regains his footing, without granting Naxi a moment to catch his breath or recover from his astonishment. Ashuming leaps and transforms into his Q-Mu wolf form, a towering figure over 2 meters tall, his sleek black-gray fur shimmering, with prominent fangs bared, exuding an aura of imminent destruction. His piercing, emerald eyes glint with menace. And a small horn, seemingly yet to fully emerge, protrudes from his forehead. Ashuming lunges at Naxi with a primal snarl, employing a raw, instinctual hunting technique devoid of finesse. Naxi, leveraging the advantage of his wings, ascends rapidly to evade Ashuming's attack. Yet, unexpectedly, Ashuming's reflexes surpass his own. As Naxi takes flight, Ashuming clamps his jaws around Naxi's ankle, forcefully hurling him to the ground. When Naxi rises, his feathered attire is tattered in several places. Dust covers his face, a trickle of blood stains his lips, and 2 puncture wounds on his ankle bleed profusely, rendering his foot somewhat weak. Nevertheless, the pressing concern is to deal with the formidable Q-Mu wolf before him. Naxi transforms into his beast form, a colossal red bird soaring into the sky with a piercing cry that shatters the AI. As he ascends, he suddenly dives, creating a fierce gust that stirs up dust from the ground, obscuring Ashuming's view. Seizing the opportunity, Naxi inflicts multiple scratches on Ashuming, reclaiming the upper hand. In the moment the dust settles, Naxi seizes one of Ashuming's legs and soars to great heights, intent on using the altitude to smash the Q-Mu wolf to his demise, resolved to eliminate Ashuming. Yet, just as Naxi releases his grip on Ashuming's leg, the latter reacts swiftly, bending low to bite Naxi's wing, and both plummet to the ground with a resounding thud, creating a deep crater upon impact. As dust billows away, both combatants, battered and disheveled, rise unsteadily in their human forms, locking eyes in a tense standoff, neither willing to relent. They are acutely aware of each other's prowess, understanding that any lapse in vigilance could expose a vulnerability. Observing the escalating situation from a distance, Bai Lin senses the gravity of the moment and decides to return to the treehouse, relaying the events to Zheng Shishi. Upon learning that Ashuming's strength has risen to rival Naxi's, perhaps even surpassing it, she becomes increasingly agitated. If Bai Lin's predictions hold true, it is Naxi who now stands in peril. Zheng Shishi can scarcely believe it. The once frail Ashuming, who could scarcely contend with the second-tier Qi Luoluo, is now capable of facing Naxi alone and possibly gaining the upper hand. That I will drive away that troublesome Q-Mu wolf beastman, Cang Heng declares before soaring off alone, despite Zheng Shishi's futile calls to stop him. Cang Heng aims to prevent Shishi from encountering Ashuming, knowing she has resolved to forsake him. He cannot allow any chance of reconciliation to arise. This is problematic, Zheng Shishi exclaims, growing anxious. Shao Bai, quickly, take me to pursue Cang Heng. If he and Naxi join forces, Ashuming will be in danger. Zheng Shishi urges Bai Lin to hasten after the vanishing figure of Cang Heng. Bai Lin had always considered Ashuming unworthy of Shishi, not only for the harm he had caused her, but also for his inability to safeguard her. Yet now, it seems retaining him may not be such a grave misstep. At least he possesses the capability to protect Shishi, and he is willing to do anything beneficial for her, even at the expense of his own interests. In this perilous beast world, a female typically requires 3 or 4 males to ensure her safety, and Ashuming fits that role perfectly. Moreover, he understands Shishi's nature. To expect her to disregard Ashuming's fate is utterly implausible. Furthermore, their past nearly culminated in a bond, and the remnants of their feelings would not permit her to turn a blind eye to his plight. She must still harbor some concern for Ashuming. Bai Lin carries Zheng Shishi swiftly forward, but by the time they arrive, Cang Heng is already embroiled in battle with Ashuming, the scene rife with bloodshed and violence. The battleground is littered with fallen trees. As Cang Heng and Naxi exploit their aerial advantage to repeatedly strike Ashuming, akin to 2 players engaging in a vigorous soccer match, with Ashuming as the ball. The speed of their assaults renders Ashuming's condition nearly indecipherable to Zheng Shishi, who leaps from Bai Lin's grasp and stumbles toward the fray. while Bai Lin reaches out to grasp her, but fails to catch her in time. As Zheng Shishi pushes through the winged tribe beastman. She is abruptly seized by Yala. Shishi, it's dangerous. Do not approach. Yala implores, gripping her wrist, but Zheng Shishi struggles fiercely to break free. In her desperation, she shouts at Yala, "Let go of me. He will die." Yala is taken aback by Zheng Shishi's sudden ferocity. He has always perceived her as gentle and delicate, yet now her eyes blaze with intensity. How could this be? Cang Heng and the king are about to finish off that Q-Mu wolf beastman. Yala attempts to reason with her, assuring her that Cang Heng is in no peril. Yet, Zheng Shishi's fury only intensifies as she barks back, "Let go of me. Who told you to kill him?" Despite her exertions, Yala's grip remains steadfast. In her desperation, Zheng Shishi sinks her teeth into Yala's arm with such force that blood is drawn, forcing him to release her. Finally free from Yala's grasp, Zheng Shishi turns to rush towards the battle, only to witness the colossal wolf, Ashuming, plummeting from the sky, landing before her in a crumpled heap, blood pooling from his mouth, his once vibrant emerald eyes now dimmed. "Shao! Shao!" Zheng Shishi cries, rushing to Ashuming's side. "I'm so sorry. I never anticipated events would unfold this way. I only wanted them to drive you away." She gently strokes Ashuming's wolf head, her trembling hand desperate to ascertain his survival. Shishi, Cang Heng descends swiftly to her side, grasping her hand just as it nears Ashuming, forcibly pulling her into his embrace. Cang Heng, please help him. Your healing magic can save him." Zheng Shishi gazed at the ailing Ashuming before her, her heart in a state of utter turmoil. Although her affections for him had waned, she could not forget that he had once saved her life. His obsessive nature had instilled fear within her. Yet how could she remain indifferent to someone with whom she had shared past emotions? She cared, at the very least hoping for his survival, wishing that he would not depart this world in such a manner. "Why? Has he not always pursued you relentlessly? If I kill him, he will cease his harassment," Cang Heng declared, observing Zheng Shishi's crumbling composure. "Will you save him or not?" Zheng Shishi struggled to maintain her emotions, knowing that now was not the time for sorrow, but rather for urgency in saving Ashuming. "I will not." Cang Heng released his grip on Zheng Shishi's hand, lowering his head slightly to conceal the sorrow in his eyes. "If he dies, I will never forgive you," Zheng Shishi exclaimed indignantly upon witnessing Cang Heng's cold detachment. Upon hearing her words, Cang Heng's head shot up, his eyes wide with disbelief as he regarded the one with whom he had shared months of companionship, who had even borne him offspring. Zheng Shishi turned away from his incredulous expression, kneeling beside Ashuming in his beast form, lifting his wolf head onto her lap, tenderly stroking the bloodied and dust-covered fur. Perhaps it was the essence of Zheng Shishi, the warmth of her touch, that slowly beckoned Ashuming back to consciousness, a sliver of awareness flickering in his eyes. Through the haze of his vision, he discerned a blurred figure before him, feeling as though he beheld the person he had yearned for incessantly. He thought he heard Shishi calling him, and he endeavored to respond. However, as he attempted to speak, blood choked him, plunging him once more into unconsciousness. "Cang Heng, if he dies, you will truly be despised." Bai Lin finally squeezed between Cang Heng and Zheng Shishi. Upon witnessing the dire situation, she could not help but gasp. For Ashuming lay on the ground, teetering on the brink of death without immediate aid. Cang Heng, upon hearing Bai Lin's words, snapped out of his stupor, pain evident in his eyes. He glanced at the fallen Q-Mu wolf beast, then at the sobbing Zheng Shishi, and finally at his own hands, ultimately choosing to save his rival, for he valued Zheng Shishi's affection far more than the prospect of sharing her with another. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had elapsed since Ashuming had been grievously injured by the combined efforts of Naxi and Cang Heng. Under Bai Lin's urging, Cang Heng had employed healing magic to mend many of Ashuming's wounds, temporarily averting the threat to his life. Today marked the 6th day, and the shaman had warned that if he did not awaken within 7 days, his fate would be sealed. "Shao, it is the 6th day. If you do not awaken now, you may never do so. Did you not seek me? I am right before your eyes. Open them and behold me." Zheng Shishi caressed Ashuming's wolf head, feeling a semblance of comfort in his presence at this moment. Little sure, fret not. Ashuming is now a first-tier beastman, and Cang Heng has helped restore many of his injuries that he will awaken. Just wait a little longer and do not exhaust yourself, Bai Lin reassured, lifting Zheng Shishi and placing her on the bed. Offering her a bowl of yellow bird egg custard. Zheng Shishi accepted the custard but lacked appetite or focus, merely stirring the delicate dish with her spoon, just as she was about to take a bite. A faint voice broke through. Shishi. Zheng Shishi's head snapped up, and she beheld Ashuming in his beastman form, pale and leaning against the door, as if he might collapse at any moment. Xiao, you have awakened. Zheng Shishi thrust the bowl of custard back into Bai Lin's hands, disregarding her shoes as she rushed to Ashuming's side, her bare, fair feet padding against the floor as she approached. Ashuming, as if unable to hold himself upright, suddenly fell into her embrace. He inhaled the familiar and comforting scent that belonged solely to Zheng Shishi, so delightful and subtly fragrant. The tangible warmth of her embrace made him long to drift back into slumber. Zheng Shishi caught the collapsing Ashuming, settling on the floor as she gently cradled him in her lap, her hands soothingly stroking him. Xiao, you have finally awakened. How wonderful! A profound sigh of relief escaped Zheng Shishi as she realized Ashuming was conscious once more. Alleviating her worries, Ashuming did not respond in words, but laboriously wrapped his arms around Zheng Shishi's waist, burying his face deep within her embrace. Inhaling the scent that was unmistakably hers, he missed Shishi dearly. Bai Lin placed the bowl of custard beside Zheng Shishi and quietly exited the room to prepare a meal for her outside the treehouse. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely as Ashuming remained still, almost as if he were asleep. The sound of a grumbling stomach echoed through the tranquil space, resonating repeatedly. Puffed. Zheng Shishi stifled a laugh, amused as it was her first time hearing a beastman's stomach growl. Realizing they were no different from humans, their custard. Would you like some? Zheng Shishi offered, lifting the bowl. Ashuming gradually sat up, facing her, his youthful visage marred by a few scars, thankfully shallow enough to avoid permanent marks. With his large, green eyes glistening with innocence, he gazed up at her with a pitiful, helpless expression that seemed on the verge of tears. Ashuming opened his previously pursed lips, signaling Zheng Shishi to feed him. Zheng Shishi, unable to refuse his pitiful demeanor, especially considering he was 9 years her junior, complied and began to feed him the custard. Just as they finished the dish, a voice from the third-floor window called out, "Finish quickly and leave." Cang Heng retracted his wings and entered through the window, standing before Zheng Shishi and Ashuming, his tone laced with hostility. Ashuming cast a glance at the sudden appearance of Cang Heng, feigning annoyance as he clutched his heart in a show of pain. Zheng Shishi, unaware that Ashuming had already healed considerably and that the remaining injuries were negligible, immediately inquired, "Is there anywhere else that hurts? Stay a while longer to rest." Ashuming nodded, pretending to endure discomfort. "He is a first-tier beastman, and I have healed many of his wounds. He should be nearly recovered." "He is deceiving you," Cang Heng declared with frustration. Reaching for Zheng Shishi, unwilling to allow the loathsome Kumu wolf beast to be so near her. Coughing, Ashuming noticed Cang Heng's intention to pull Zheng Shishi away and feigned a fit of coughs. Biting his tongue to let a bit of blood seep onto his hand, he did not wish to contend with Cang Heng, aware that it would reveal his recovery. He wanted Zheng Shishi's genuine concern and care for him, seeing it as his opportunity to draw closer to her and bask in her affection. "Xiao, why are you coughing up blood?" Zheng Shishi exclaimed, noticing the crimson on Ashuming's hand as she hastily shook off Cang Heng's grasp and rushed to his side for support. Ashuming looked up at her, forcing a smile, while shaking his head to indicate he was unharmed. "No, I am not at ease," Zheng Shishi insisted, turning to Cang Heng. "Please call the shaman to examine Xiao." Her concern was palpable, fearing that he might have sustained internal injuries. "No." Cang Heng immediately refused, unwilling to summon a shaman for the beastman, recognizing the charade. "It is unnecessary. I can recover on my own." Ashuming feigned weakness, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he spoke, causing Zheng Shishi to worry even more. However, Cang Heng remained obstinate about not calling the shaman, and Ashuming was equally unwilling to seek help. leading to his temporary placement in another tree house on the third floor for rest. Cang Heng followed closely behind Zheng Shishi, his heart aching at the sight of her tending to another male. Feeling an overwhelming urge to tear Ashium Ming apart, he felt as though his heart was breaking. Zheng Shishi had never shown such concern for him. He yearned for the injury to have befallen him instead, longing to feel the warmth of her care and affection. Now, he and Shishi have grown distant, and he feels as if Shishi no longer cares for him. Her gaze seems solely occupied by that serpentine beast and the detestable Kumu wolf beastman. During dinner, Bai Lin prepared an array of delectable dishes, including steamed egg custard, meat soup, roasted yellow birds, and grilled meat. Zheng Shishi helped Ashuming take his seat at the table, inviting him to join the meal. While Bai Lin had long been ready and waiting, Cang Heng had gone upstairs to bring Cangxing and Cangxue down for dinner. Bai Lin handed Zheng Shishi a bowl of meat soup, knowing she liked to start her meals with a warm broth to whet her appetite. Zheng Shishi took the bowl, raised it to her lips, but after a moment's thought, she offered it to Ashuming instead, saying, "You should have some too. It will help nourish your body." Ashuming accepted the meat soup with a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, bringing it to his nose to savor its aroma. But just as he touched the bowl's edge, a large hand snatched it away. "Cang Heng, what are you doing?" "That was for Ashuming," Zheng Shishi exclaimed, her displeasure evident in her voice. "Cangxue is hungry," Cang Heng replied, his words tinged with jealousy. Upon seeing the diminutive Cangxue before him, with its head of black hair, Ashuming felt a jolt of recognition. The child's hair resembled Shirshi's, a color he had believed was unique to her. He had always thought Cang Heng merely admired Shishi as her guardian beast. How could she accept another male so soon when she had never accepted him? But the striking similarity in hair color made him wonder. Ashuming glanced back at Zheng Shishi, who was once again offering him meat soup. Yet he could see no marks on her exposed skin, until suddenly he caught sight of a small silver snake mark faintly visible at her chest. His pupils constricted in shock. Was this the mark of the serpentine beast? Bai Lin's mark? Ashu. Zheng Shishi, puzzled by Ashuming's dazed expression and his refusal to take the soup, waved her hand before him. With that gesture, Ashuming noticed the feather ring mark adorning her ring finger. He sprang to his feet, knocking over the bowl Zheng Shishi held in her left hand, and grasped her right wrist to confirm his suspicions. "Ashu, it hurts," Zheng Shishi cried in pain, but Ashuming showed no sign of easing his grip. "Let go." Cang Heng quickly seized Ashuming's wrist, forcefully prying him away from Shirshi's hand. Ashuming clearly saw the same feather ring mark on Cang Heng's wrist. The realization crashing down on him. They were bonded. "You are bonded," he roared, his eyes brimming with unshed tears, which glimmered like pearls in the flickering firelight. "Ashu," Zheng Shishi attempted to speak, but it seemed there was nothing to explain. "Calm down. Without Cang Heng, Shishi wouldn't be here now." Bai Lin interjected just in time to defend her. Ashuming, however, appeared oblivious to Bai Lin's words. His long fingers covered his face as he lowered his head, laughing and crying in a frenzied manner. Zheng Shishi recoiled in fear at his erratic behavior. She was genuinely frightened. The last time Ashuming had nearly choked her to death, mistaking her bond with Bai Lin for something else. Now, in this maniacal state, she feared he might lunge at her and snap her neck, a primal fear rooted deep within her. As Ashuming's laughter subsided, he slowly raised his head, his once sorrowful green eyes now glinting with a demonic malice. Fixated on Zheng Shishi with scorn and hatred, those eyes, reminiscent of an unfathomable green abyss, narrowed slightly, revealing a deadly intent. Cang Heng instinctively spread his wings to shield Shishi, but through the gap before the wings closed, she witnessed Ashuming lunging at her with claws outstretched. Cang Heng swiftly intercepted Ashuming's sudden attack, spiriting Zheng Shishi away from the treehouse and landing on a large tree, gently placing her upon its branches. He then descended rapidly to the ground to confront the relentlessly pursuing Ashuming, igniting a fierce battle between the two. Although Ashuming had nearly recovered from his injuries, he was still at a disadvantage against Cang Heng, who possessed formidable defensive capabilities. After several exchanges, Ashuming panted heavily, his body struggling to endure the rapid pace of the fight. "What? Huh? Do you still think you can bond with Shishi? You don't deserve her. She is my female, and Cangxue and Cangxing are our offspring. Oh, you really think she prefers you over me? What you desire has come to me so easily. How can you dare compete with me? For sure. Cang Heng taunted, parrying Ashuming's attacks while speaking in a tone only they could hear, intent on revealing the true nature of this Komu wolf beastman to sure. Would she still want to save him? Would she still hold affection for him? Driven to madness, Ashuming unleashed a torrent of lethal strikes, his mind ablaze with torment as Cang Heng's malicious words echoed in his head. She doesn't want you. Sure doesn't like you. She would rather mate with a male she hardly knows than accept you. In agony, Ashuming clutched his head, howling in despair, his cries reverberating through the moonlit forest. The chaos below instilled fear in Zheng Shishi, whose poor night vision left her anxious and worried. She could only hear the cacophony of sounds and Ashuming's anguished cries. Oh no! Ashuming has lost control. Bai Lin appeared behind Zheng Shishi. Amidst the cries, Ashuming writhed on the ground, clutching his head in torment, tears and blood mingling as they streamed from his eyes, tearing his beast skin clothes as he struggled to stand and stagger toward Zheng Shishi, desperate to discover if she had ever cared for him. Yet, as he stood, pain forced him back down to his knees, spines of hardened beast fur erupting from his back, shredding the already tattered beast skin that could barely conceal him. A thin veil of clouds parted, revealing the full moon on this night of the lunar cycle. His blood-red eyes radiated a terrifying glow. Bristling, spiked fur erupted forth, and powerful wolf legs dug into the earth as his massive beast form loomed before Cang Heng. Cang Heng felt a flicker of fear at the sight of the rampaging Ashuming. He knew he could not win. With combat prowess comparable to Naxi, Cang Heng realized he stood no chance against Ashuming in this frenzied state. As he pondered how much longer he could withstand Ashuming's onslaught, the unbridled beast lunged at him, nearly sinking its teeth into his wing and managing to rip away a tuft of red feathers. Ashuming turned to face Cang Heng, spitting out the feather, and launched another attack with such speed that Cang Heng barely had time to react. As Ashuming aimed for Cang Heng's neck, the latter raised his wings to shield himself. But the force of the impact sent him crashing to the ground. Pooh! Cang Heng spat out blood. Injured, Cang Heng realized that if this continued, the rampaging Ashuming might very well kill him. Bai Lin, holding the cold Zheng Shishi, whispered to her about the battle unfolding. Xiao Bai, quickly hold me down. If this continues, they will both be in danger. Zheng Shishi urged anxiously. As Zheng Shishi and Bai Lin spoke, Cang Heng, battered and bloodied, braced himself against Ashuming's gnashing jaws. Blood spilling forth, that a portion dripped onto the ground, while some slid down Ashuming's throat. The metallic scent of blood ignited Ashuming's primal fury, intensifying his grip as Cang Heng stifled a pained groan. Cang Heng felt that with a mere tug, his arm would snap. Let go! Let go! Please don't fight anymore. Zheng Shishi cried, breaking free from Bai Lin's embrace and rushing toward Cang Heng. Stay back. He has lost his mind. He doesn't recognize you. Cang Heng shouted urgently, trying to deter her. Zheng Shishi halted at Cang Heng's admonition, standing 5 paces away, her heart racing as she took in the bloodied scene. Cang Heng, you're hurt, she exclaimed, her eyes widening with concern. And I'm fine. In agony, Cang Heng managed to utter a few words to soothe Zheng Shishi through clenched teeth. As Ashuming caught sight of Zheng Shishi, standing perilously close, he was struck by her fragility illuminated by the moonlight. It seemed to trigger a memory within him, causing him to release his grip on Cang Heng's arm and fix his fierce gaze upon Zheng Shishi. The moment their eyes met, Zheng Shishi felt the chilling terror of the beast reflected in Ashuming's blood-red eyes, which glimmered ominously. The confrontation with such a formidable creature instinctively compelled her to flee. Yet fear rendered her legs weak and unresponsive, causing her to stumble and fall to the ground. Ashuming, in his beastly form, approached Zheng Shishi slowly, but Bai Lin stepped forward to shield her from the advancing predator. Unfortunately, Ashuming effortlessly swatted Bai Lin aside, his strength rendering the 4th-tier beast utterly powerless against him, akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Run! Quickly! Bai Lin shouted, spitting blood as he lay on the ground, urging the paralyzed Zheng Shishi. With a moment of clarity, she attempted to rise and flee, but the grip of terror had sapped her strength, causing her to collapse once again, dragging herself forward on her hands and knees. Infuriated by Bai Lin's interference, Ashuming lunged at Zheng Shishi, perceiving her as prey attempting to escape, but he pounced, his claws pressing down on her back, pinning her to the ground, before she could muster a struggle. Ashuming sank his teeth into her shoulder, the wolf fangs piercing deeply and leaving 4 gaping wounds from which blood flowed freely. The pain was excruciating, eliciting cries of agony from her, in the frenzied haze of his beastly form. Ashuming saw Zheng Shishi as a white rabbit, emitting a deathly wail beneath his claws. In that moment, it seemed to him that he had successfully captured his quarry, with Zheng Shishi beckoning him from afar. Driven by a primal instinct, Ashuming sought to swiftly devour his catch and return to Zheng Shishi with a meal. The vision of his prey spurred him to bite harder, his teeth sinking deeper into Zheng Shishi's flesh. Blood splattered, a portion of it finding its way into Ashuming's mouth, which he instinctively swallowed. To his surprise, the metallic taste of blood transformed into an unexpectedly sweet flavor, reminiscent of honey. To release his grip, entranced, and began to lick the blood flowing from her shoulder, longing for more of the delectable essence. "Let her go," Tseng shouted upon witnessing Zheng Shishi's unconscious form, devoid of color, in a frenzy. He disregarded his own dignity and scrambled to push Ashuming away from the bloodied girl. Cang Heng cradled Zheng Shishi in his arms, assessing her condition, while Bai Lin rushed to her side. Ashuming, momentarily stunned by the disruption, felt his consciousness fade as the warm sensation in his stomach echoed the comfort of being held by Zheng Shishi. When his senses returned, he found himself gazing at the 3 figures before him, his crimson eyes shifting back to their usual deep green, confusion clouding his mind. As Ashuming fully regained awareness and reverted to his human form, he was met with the heartbreaking sight of Zheng Shishi in Cang Heng's embrace. Her shoulder marked with his own bite, blood still oozing from the wounds. He could hardly fathom that he had harmed her once more, his anger having been directed at her association with other males. In that moment, the very thought of harming her had crossed his mind. Yet now, witnessing her unconscious state, he was engulfed by helplessness and guilt. This was not what he desired. He simply wanted. Ashuming clutched his head in pain, stepping forward to touch Zheng Shishi, only to be deterred by the fierce glares of Bai Lin and Cang Heng. Would she truly never accept him again? His heart felt as though it was being hollowed out. He turned and fled in his beastly form, disappearing into the shadows. Zheng Shishi. Naxi rushed in, drawn by the scent of her blood. Upon seeing Cang Heng and Bai Lin with her, he recalled having encountered the Camus Wolf King earlier on his way. The very creature connected to Zheng Shishi's plight. As Naxi beheld the horrific wound staining her shoulder, his breath caught, his body trembling uncontrollably, fists clenched tight, a fleeting thought of vengeance against the beast that had harmed her surged through his mind. But the overwhelming scent of blood grounded him in the present. "Stand back." Naxi pushed past Cang Heng, taking his place beside Zheng Shishi, leaning her against himself. He tore strips from his own feathered cloak and pressed them firmly against her wound. After tending to her, Naxi suddenly recalled Cang Heng's healing abilities. "Healing spell, now. There's too much blood. If we don't stop it soon, it could be fatal." Hearing Naxi's urgent plea, Cang Heng managed to calm his panic, raising his right palm over Zheng Shishi to cast the healing spell. However, after several attempts, the feathered ring on his finger merely flickered in color before dimming entirely, devoid of any healing power. "I cannot heal, Shishi." Cang Heng collapsed to the ground, unable to comprehend this reality. The disbelief in Bai Lin's and Naxi's eyes mirrored his own as they looked at him. "Are you too worried to focus? Try again. Maybe it will work," Bai Lin urged, desperation in his voice. Cang Heng shook his head, denying their hope, while Bai Lin, in a sudden frenzy, observed Zheng Shishi's complexion growing paler, her hands trembling uncontrollably, longing to snatch her from Naxi's embrace. "I'll find a shaman." Naxi evaded Bai Lin's grasp and took off into the sky, cradling Zheng Shishi. Bai Lin hurried to follow, leaving Cang Heng sitting on the ground, dazed and staring at his own hands. He could not fathom why he could save others, why Shishi could save him, yet he was powerless to save her. If she were to die, he wished for nothing but to join her in death. He had forsaken his throne to live peacefully with her, yet his selfishness had provoked the uncontrollable Camus Wolf King, leading to her injury. he felt utterly defeated. Cang Heng sank into profound self-reproach, believing himself strong enough. Yet, even the strongest could be vanquished, powerless to protect their beloved female. His thoughts spiraled into despair as he feared even to follow and see her fate. What if something terrible were to happen? He could not bear the thought of living without her. The shaman's dwelling. The healer was taken aback to see Naxi burst in, frantically holding Zheng Shishi, almost doubting his own eyes. Wasn't Zheng Shishi's partner Cang Heng? Why was it Naxi who held her? Unfortunately, Naxi had no time for the healer's musings and demanded urgent treatment for Zheng Shishi. The shaman, startled by Naxi's uncharacteristic anger and urgency, rushed to examine her condition. After what felt like an eternity, the shaman exhaled deeply, stretching his aching back from being bent for so long, and addressed Naxi and Bai Lin. She will be fine. The bleeding was stemmed in time, and no vital organs were harmed. It was simply a matter of blood loss. I will provide you with some herbs. Apply them to her wounds regularly, and ensure she consumes plenty of meat for recovery. With the shaman's reassurance, both Naxi and Bai Lin felt a weight lifted from their shoulders, breathing a sigh of relief. The shaman instructed them to carry Zheng Shishi home and care for her diligently. Naxi instinctively stepped forward to lift her, ignoring Bai Lin's outstretched arms, and prepare to take flight. This incited Bai Lin's ire. Shishi is my female. I am her caretaker, he huffed. You and Cang Heng failed to protect her and still wish to be her partner. You have no right. Naxi, undeterred, prepared to leave. Bai Lin swiftly grasped Naxi's arm before he could take off. I will grow stronger, but I will always be her partner. I must care for her. Hand her over. Bai Lin's tone was unexpectedly resolute and fierce. Very well, but she will stay in my treehouse to recuperate, preventing that Kuimu wolf from harming her again. Naxi, despite his desire to take Zheng Shishi, recognized Bai Lin as her partner and refrained from forcibly taking her. As the king of the winged tribe, he could not act in a manner that would invite scandal. Thus he opted to protect the female in his arms. We have a home, Bai Lin insisted firmly. After a lengthy silence, Naxi ultimately decided to return Zheng Shishi to their treehouse. However, he did not return Zheng Shishi to Bai Lin, but rather held her close and flew slowly. After gently placing Zheng Shishi on the bed, Bai Lin and Naxi realized that Cang Heng had neither followed them to the shaman, nor was he waiting at home for Zheng Shishi's return. He was nowhere to be found. Bai Lin felt a pang of worry for Cang Heng and contemplated rising to search for him. After all, Cang Heng was also Shao Shi's companion, and if she awoke to find him absent, she would undoubtedly be troubled and upset. Bai Lin had no desire to see Shao Shi in distress. Yet, after taking just a couple of steps, he suddenly turned back, hesitating to proceed if he were to seek out Cang Heng. The first face Shao Shi would see upon awakening would be Naxi's, and he could not bear the thought of that. I will take care of her. If you truly wish to help, then go find Cang Heng and return with food. Otherwise, if Shao Shi awakens and sees that Cang Heng is not there, she will worry, and you wouldn't want her to wander about in her injured state. Would you? Bai Lin discerned that Naxi also cared for Zheng Shishi, so he believed that Naxi would likely heed his suggestion to search for Cang Heng. After all, Naxi surely didn't want Shao Shi to awaken without food or warm water, as the shaman had advised that she needed proper nourishment. As expected, Naxi cast a glance at Bai Lin, then rose to search for Cang Heng, fully aware that Bai Lin was wary of him. Naxi searched through the forest for a considerable time before finally locating Cang Heng, who was seated in a daze atop a branch of a dense treetop. So, you are here, Naxi said as he landed on a nearby branch. What is this? Even you, who prides yourself on your strength, experience moments of despondency. Naxi continued to taunt Cang Heng. Leave me be, Cang Heng snapped, irritated by Naxi's mockery. Aren't you going to check on her? Naxi inquired. Cang Heng fell silent, merely lowering his head and asking cautiously, how is Shishi? His words were tentative, as he feared an unfavorable outcome. The shaman said she is fine, just a bit of blood loss. She needs to eat more meat to recover, Naxi stated plainly, no longer wishing to mock Cang Heng. That's wonderful, Cang Heng replied, lifting his head, his eyes glimmering with relief, only to lower it again, sadness creeping back into his expression. Aren't you going back to see her? Naxi was perplexed as to why Cang Heng, knowing Zheng Shishi was safe, still refused to return. What good would it do? I failed to protect Shishi. I thought I was strong enough to keep her safe. If she awakens and sees me, she will surely blame me and might even want me to leave her. The shaman said Zheng Shishi needs care and nourishment. If you don't return, that serpent beast cannot look after her alone. And I do not know how to cook. If you do not go, I will have to call Yala to tend to Zheng Shishi instead. Though Yala's beast rank is lower than yours. At least he can cook. Perhaps when Zheng Shishi wakes up and sees him, she might be moved to accept Yala as a companion. Naxi turned away, seemingly casually remarking, but unable to bear the sight of his brother in such a dispirited state. He resorted to provocation. Indeed, Naxi had come to understand his brother, whom he had not known for long, and these few words instantly spurred Cang Heng to rise and take flight. "Hey, don't forget to catch some yellow birds," Naxi called after the departing Cang Heng. By the time Zheng Shishi opened her eyes, night had fallen, and the room was illuminated by a fire pit. Bai Lin stood nearby, watching over her with concern. "Cough, cough, Shao Bai," Zheng Shishi rasped, feeling as though her throat were on fire. The weather was now pleasantly warm, yet the fire pit felt stifling. "Here, drink some water," Bai Lin said, expertly helping Zheng Shishi to sit up and offering her water. "Shao Bai, extinguish the fire pit. It's too hot." "Open the window for some fresh air," Zheng Shishi requested. "All right, as you wish. That we were worried about you catching a chill. Your body cannot endure it," Bai Lin replied, promptly lifting the animal skin curtain and snuffing out the fire pea. In an instant, the treehouse was plunged into darkness, rendering everything invisible. Zheng Shishi felt a bit foolish, having forgotten that they were in the beast realm, where there were no lamps, and without the fire's glow, she could see nothing. Just as she was grappling with the darkness, a faint light began to emerge, as if a dim yellow lamp had been lit. "I caught a few glow bugs. They emit a yellow light and can serve as a substitute for fire." Naxi's voice chimed in. He wore a fiery red feather garment, with several transparent containers made from fish bladders hung at his waist, each holding 2 glow bugs. Naxi had placed such containers in every corner of the rooms on each level, and he handed one to Zheng Shishi for her to inspect. "They are quite resilient, but they cannot withstand the cold during winter. They will perish. However, during spring, summer, and autumn nights, they will emit light. I used the white substance from the fish's belly to contain them. Just feed them some small insects. And before they die, the females will entwine together and form a cocoon to lay their next generation of glow bug larvae." Naxi explained as he hung the containers, standing before Zheng Shishi to introduce this small creation. Having learned that Zheng Shishi was fearful of the dark, he had long sought a method to provide illumination without relying on fire, a project he had meticulously devised. Zheng Shishi listened intently to Naxi's words, marveling at the intricate creation in her hands. The transparent inner layer of the fish bladder was devoid of any odor, and the 2 glow bugs were no larger than a thumbnail. A small aperture had been crafted at the opening of the bladder, through which a slender yet sturdy filament of the yawang flower stamen had been threaded, allowing for ventilation, an exceptionally meticulous and ingenious design. Crafted with a level of artistry rarely seen even in modern times. "It's beautiful," Zheng Shishi remarked, her face illuminated by the soft glow, lending her an air of delicate beauty. Upon hearing Zheng Shishi's praise, Naxi felt an unfamiliar joy swell within him, so much so that he was unaware of the smile that had crept onto his lips. "Shishi," Cang Heng called out, causing Zheng Shishi to lift her gaze towards the window. Cang Heng approached with a bowl of yellow bird soup in hand, setting it aside before enveloping her in a warm embrace. "You're finally awake. I was so worried." "That hurts," Zheng Shishi exclaimed softly. "Shao Shi is still injured. Be gentle," Bai Lin interjected, quickly preventing Cang Heng from squeezing her too tightly. I'm sorry. I was just so excited," Cang Heng stammered, releasing her as if he were a child caught in wrongdoing. "It's fine. It's just a small injury," Zheng Shishi replied dismissively. "A small injury. If that Koemu wolf beast had bitten your neck, it wouldn't be so minor." Naxi shot a pointed look at him. That statement struck fear into both Cang Heng and Bai Lin. Had the uncontrollable Ashium Ming bitten her neck instead of her shoulder, the consequences would have been dire. Sure, please don't be angry with me." "Don't leave me," Cang Heng pleaded, kneeling beside her bed and grasping her hand in supplication. "Why would I be angry with you? Why would I leave you?" Zheng Shishi asked, utterly confused by Cang Heng's words. She had merely been injured. Had he done something wrong during the time she had lost consciousness? I failed to protect you. It was my fault that you were harmed, that I do not deserve to be your companion. Cang Heng's voice dwindled to a near whisper, that I too failed to protect you. Punish us as you see fit. Just don't cast us away, Bai Lin echoed, his expression mirroring remorse. Zheng Shishi looked between Bai Lin and Cang Heng, who had always appeared so proud and aloof in her eyes, now kneeling at her bedside like a contrite child, tears brimming in his eyes as he bowed his head, unable to meet her gaze. She couldn't help but laugh, the force of her mirth causing a twinge of pain in her shoulder. Cang Heng, bewildered at her laughter, wondered how he could have committed such a grave error. Yet she was smiling at him. Surely, she hadn't suffered a head injury. Naxi and Bai Lin were equally perplexed, questioning whether Zheng Shishi might have sustained a concussion. Given her severe injuries, it was customary for a female to be furious at her male partner for failing to protect her, and it was entirely normal for her to berate him. In more severe cases, she might even reject him entirely, driving him from her home, or worse, calling upon other partners to eliminate him to dissolve their bond. Why are you all staring at me like that? Is there something on my face? Am I not allowed to smile? I was bitten by someone else, not by you. Why are you apologizing? You have all tried your best to protect me, and I cannot blame you for what happened. You have been hurt on my behalf, and I am grateful that you are all safe. My injury will heal in due time. Aside from worrying about potential scars, I am perfectly fine. Zheng Shishi spoke with an air of irritation, observing how her two foolish companions insisted on shouldering all the blame themselves. In her everyday life, she contributed little, and were she in modern society, such a lazy partner would surely be the subject of gossip. How could they provide such comfort and care for her? After finishing her words, Zheng Shishi caressed Cang Heng's cheek while grasping Bai Lin's hand, declaring, "You are both my dearest loved ones, my family. How could I ever forsake you? Truly." Shishi, both Bai Lin and Cang Heng murmured, feeling a lump in their throats. They reflected on how extraordinarily kind Shishi was to them, never once holding their shortcomings against them. Yet, Zheng Shishi found nothing remarkable in her actions. With her modern mindset, she thought that Cang Heng and Bai Lin were perhaps too concerned for her well-being, imposing such stringent expectations upon themselves. It pained her to see them like that. Naxi, observing the affectionate dynamic among the trio, felt a pang of envy and bitterness. He had always assumed that upon awakening, Zheng Shishi would be furious, especially since Cang Heng, the strongest in the household, had failed to protect her. He imagined she would scold Cang Heng. However, Zheng Shishi's contrary reaction left Naxi speechless. Why had he not chosen such a splendid female back then? Had he made that choice, would he not also have a warm home and receive the affection and approval that Zheng Shishi bestowed upon them? I will bring more people to keep watch, and I shall also patrol frequently, Naxi said, turning away with a suave demeanor. Zheng Shishi watched him walk away, pouting, thinking that Naxi was just as proud as Cang Heng. In the following days, Cang Heng and Bai Lin meticulously tended to Zheng Shishi's needs, with Cang Heng only sparing a small fraction of his time to care for Cang Xue and Cang Xing during meal times. Living in such ease, Zheng Shishi found herself plumped up a bit, a small belly beginning to form, which caused her considerable distress. "Shishi, I'm here," came Yala's voice punctually from the window. Zheng Shishi felt as though her home had turned into a portal for these beastmen, as no one other than herself seemed to come or go. Ever since Yala learned of her injury from the shaman, he had begun delivering freshly caught game and carefully selected fruits to her daily, before she could voice her refusal of Yala's kindness. Cang Heng brusquely rejected him, stating that it was his responsibility to care for his female, thanking Yala for his previous assistance with Shishi and offering help should it be needed in the future. Zheng Shishi, too, assured Yala that they had ample food at home and that Cang Heng and Bai Lin were capable hunters, urging him not to worry. However, Yala insisted that as he patrolled daily, he was familiar with where fruits grew in the forest and knew that Zheng Shishi had a penchant for them. He mentioned that Cang Heng needed to care for the cubs and Bai Lin was busy attending to her, and thus they were short-handed. He implored Zheng Shishi not to resent his offers, claiming he sought nothing in return other than for her to recover quickly. As a friend, upon hearing Yala's words, Zheng Shishi felt it would be rude to refuse his goodwill, perhaps also tempted by the fruits he provided. Consequently, Cang Heng whispered in her ear for quite some time, expressing concern that she was too kind to all male beastmen, which might provoke unwanted attention from those with ulterior motives. He would feel jealous, and Zheng Shishi reluctantly promised that she would not accept gifts from other males after this occasion. Time passed swiftly, and Zheng Shishi's shoulder wound had healed considerably, though the 4 distinct bite marks left by sharp, beastly teeth still marred her skin, their dark crimson hue a significant blemish that troubled her greatly. Cang Heng inquired with the shaman about remedies for scar removal, but the response was that the methods learned in the past had never been tested, and it would take time to gather herbs for experimentation before any results could be expected. Yet Yala, who had been keeping a watchful eye on Zheng Shishi, overheard Cang Heng's conversation with the shaman and became concerned. After Cang Heng departed, he retrieved an energy crystal and a longevity crystal that Zheng Shishi had previously declined. Offering them as an exchange to hasten the formulation of a scar remedy, he insisted that the shaman not inform Cang Heng, as he wished to personally present the remedy to Zheng Shishi. Hoping to endear himself further to her point one day, Zheng Shishi felt she could no longer languish at home. She had heard that the 4 small teams dispatched by Naxi to recruit females had finally returned after more than half a month, bringing back a plethora of intriguing items and other females. Curiosity piqued, she begged Bai Lin and Cang Heng to take her out for a bit of fun. Very well, but you mustn't wander off, Bai Lin relented, agreeing to take her to the bonfire festival that evening, which promised a greater turnout of females than usual, necessitating a welcoming ceremony. When they arrived at the bonfire festival, it was expected that the 5 of them would attend together. However, Cang Heng stubbornly refused to leave the house, insisting that Cang Heng stay behind to catch fireflies with her, or else she would dissolve into tears. Left with no other choice, Cang Heng instructed Bai Lin to look after Zheng Shishi while he remained home to cook for the 2 children. Zheng Shishi had made a special effort to dress up, donning a floral dress crafted from snake shed leftovers by Bai Lin, the lightweight fabric adorned with delicate yellow flowers. The design accentuated her slender waist and highlighted her curves, with half sleeves and a length that reached her ankles. Her long black hair cascaded down her back, framing her face with wispy bangs, while a charred stick was used to delicately define her brows. And a splash of crimson juice adorned her lips. Around her ankles, a braided cord made from the flowers featured small red fruits, and on her feet, she wore charming sandals made of beast skin, all of which served to accentuate her beauty. Shao Bai, your craftsmanship is exquisite. The garments you create grow ever more enchanting. I adore them, Zheng Shishi exclaimed, leaping into Bai Lin's embrace for a warm hug and a kiss. Shao Shi, you once told me how beautiful the clothes from your side were, so I endeavor to replicate what you describe. It is you who looks stunning in them. After all, Bai Lin replied, oblivious to the exaggerated praise he heaped upon her. Such sweet words, Zheng Shishi teased, playfully licking Bai Lin's lips, which nearly made him reconsider taking her to the bonfire festival, tempted to simply pin down this little temptress. Should we not hurry, or we might miss out? You are igniting my desires, Bai Lin whispered close to her ear, teasingly brushing his snake-like tongue against her ear, causing Zheng Shishi to giggle uncontrollably. Seated on Bai Lin's shoulder, Zheng Shishi arrived at the altar, where preparations had already been made, and the bonfire blazed, towering over 2 meters high, casting a brilliant glow. Surrounding the fire, tables were set up about 2 meters away, adorned with large leaves and a bounty of food, including fruits, roasted meats, and various delicacies, particularly a plethora of noodle dishes, each served in stone bowls. Noodle soup, spicy noodles, and many hot pots among them. Zheng Shishi made her entrance. She captured the attention of numerous single male beastmen. So beautiful! What a stunning female! How lucky would I be to have her? Due to Zheng Shishi's less than stellar night vision, Bai Lin noticed that the front rows remained unoccupied, likely because most females were still wary of the fire's dangers. Thus, they made their way to a spot closer to the front, where the murmurs and whispers of the crowd were audible to both Zheng Shishi and Bai Lin. Now, we shall commence the bonfire festival. Before you, an array of exquisite foods awaits, all prepared to welcome the females brought back by the 4 teams today. Let us warmly welcome our new arrivals. To facilitate introductions, we invite each female to present herself and showcase her charm. A male beastman, speaking in a somewhat formal tone, recited the lines, a script that Zheng Shishi had thoughtfully suggested to Naxi for practice prior to her injury, intended to enhance the festive atmosphere. After all, in her modern life, Zheng Shishi had been a broadcasting and hosting student, albeit one who had not gained admission to her desired university. The bonfire festival unfolded with great enthusiasm as one by one unfamiliar females stood to introduce themselves, some with confidence and others shyly revealing their names. This time, the four teams had brought back approximately 10 females, each evidently accompanied by male beastmen who had willingly joined the Wing clan. One female even boasted having 17 male partners and was eager to continue her search in the Wing clan, claiming she wished to experience the strength of different species. Zheng Shishi was taken aback, nearly choking on a piece of fruit in disbelief. However, this rather astonishing behavior and thoughts appeared somewhat bewildering to Zheng Shishi, though the other male orcs seemed to perceive it as quite the opposite. They were, in fact, filled with excitement and eager to partake. The females that had been purchased seemed rather timid and frightened, their appearances and ages significantly lacking, likely indicative of a not-so-favorable condition in their previous tribes. At the bonfire gathering, after each female introduced herself one by one, some of the single male orcs, in a bid to distinguish themselves among the multitude, opted to take the stage for combat demonstrations, reminiscent of modern muscle displays and non-lethal fighting to showcase their prowess. Zheng Shishi found little interest in these displays, believing that both Cang Heng and Bai Lin were already sufficiently handsome. While the males on stage were indeed charming, her affection for her partners made her feel that they surpassed all in attractiveness. Thus, she dedicated herself to being a glutton, enthusiastically indulging in various delectable treats. Yala appeared before Zheng Shishi, who was fervently enjoying her food. "I wish to present you with a gift." Zheng Shishi gazed at the blushing Yala seated across from her, feeling somewhat exasperated as she replied, "I have everything I need, truly. There's no need for gifts. There are many females here today. Haven't you found one to your liking?" She attempted to deflect Yala's earnestness and shift the conversation. "I have no interest in other females," Yala thought to himself, wishing to express that his affection was solely for her. "This is something you will definitely appreciate." With that, Yala produced a small bottle crafted from smooth stone from his bosom, opening the lid to reveal a faint herbal aroma wafting forth. "What is this?" Zheng Shishi inquired with curiosity. "This is a scar removal ointment. Apply it morning and night, and in half a month the scars will vanish." Yala presented it to her with both hands, as if offering a precious gem. Bai Lin, observing Yala's offering of the herbal salve, silently rated him highly in his mind. He had always felt that the males available for Shishi were few, and during his hibernation, he lacked sufficient male support to care for her. He had hoped to find one or two more capable and attentive male orcs to accompany Shishi. Having heard of how Yala cared for her during his hibernation, he was already quite pleased with him, and now his satisfaction only deepened. He also wished to assist Yala in winning Zheng Shishi's favor. Using the pretext of fetching some surplus food as an excuse to leave, allowing Zheng Shishi and Yala to converse privately, "To be honest, I truly desire this scar ointment. After all, no girl, no female, can resist the allure of beauty. However, I cannot simply accept your ointment without terms. How about you propose a condition, and I shall fulfill whatever I can, provided I do not become your female. Does that sound reasonable? Let us make a trade." Zheng Shishi endeavored to negotiate for the ointment through alternative means that Yala opened his mouth, wanting to say that his condition was to have her. But he was swiftly interrupted by Zheng Shishi's prior stipulation, forcing him to swallow his words that, "I have heard that you agreed to a request from the king. I too wish to make a request of you. Those shall not pertain to a mating bond. Is that acceptable?" Yala said, somewhat helplessly, as he had no other desires. Yet a request that could be preserved might prove useful in the future. Zheng Shishi was utterly at a loss for words. Why must it always be a request from her? Couldn't he suggest something more varied or immediately actionable? The prolonging of such matters irked her greatly. Nevertheless, she truly desired the scar-removing ointment. As the 4 black red marks on her shoulder, the size of small fingernails, were exceedingly unsightly. Moreover, She bore scars on her right foot from a previous accident. If she could eliminate or reduce them, that would indeed be splendid. Zheng Shishi had previously informed Bai Lin to refrain from mentioning to Cang Heng that the scar ointment was a gift from Yala, simply to avoid further nagging from him. Instead, she instructed Bai Lin to assert that it was provided by the shaman, thus preventing any jealousy from Cang Heng that, of course, Cang Heng would find such an explanation unremarkable, as he had also sought remedies from the shaman and merely assumed that upon preparing the medicine, it was directly given to Zheng Shishi without suspicion. After the bonfire gathering concluded, Bai Lin escorted the pleasantly plump Zheng Shishi back, as it was she who had suggested they stroll hand in hand along the forest path. Firstly, to aid digestion from her overindulgence, and secondly, to find a moment of solitude with Bai Lin to converse. Shao Bai, did you deliberately leave when Yala presented me with the ointment? Do you truly wish for me to bond with Yala? Zheng Shishi, still holding Bai Lin's hand, walked slowly until they reached a secluded spot, finally voicing her concerns. Yes, Bai Lin affirmed without hesitation. Why? Are we not good together? You even pushed Cang Heng towards me. Though he forced a contract mark upon me, I never resolved to make him my partner. Zheng Shishi halted, furrowing her brow as she stared intently into Bai Lin's eyes, her tone tinged with displeasure. She disliked how Bai Lin persistently attempted to insert other males into her life. This contradicted her belief in the freedom of love, rooted in her upbringing in the 21st century. Yes, your male partner. I do not wish to share you with others. However, as a snake orc, I must hibernate during winter. It is my nature, and I cannot resist it. I will be unable to accompany you during the winter, nor fulfill the role of a typical male who should be by your side to care for and protect you. Even with the formidable Cang Heng present, winter remains perilous. You know, it is exceedingly challenging for a female to spend her life with only one male, as the dangers encountered are numerous. Only with a sufficient number of males can you be adequately protected and cared for. Thus, I sought to find a few decent males for you. I am doing this for your benefit. I cannot let my selfish desires possess you, nor allow my inability to care for you to place you in constant danger and unhappiness. Yala is a commendable male. Would you consider him? Bai Lin grasped Zheng Shishi's hands, his gaze heavy with concern, still promoting Yala. I do not want him. I do not like him. Zheng Shishi yanked her hand away, turning away in anger. She understood that her feelings towards Yala were not genuine hatred, but rather a distaste for having her emotions manipulated and arranged by others. That if you truly do not like him, so be it. Winter is still far off, and there is ample time. Bai Lin stepped forward, embracing Zheng Shishi's waist, conceding. Zheng Shishi, however, perceived Bai Lin's actions not as a relinquishment of his intentions, but rather as a continued effort to impose other males upon her, fueling her anger as she broke free from his embrace and dashed towards the treehouse, refusing to acknowledge the stinky snake any longer. After running a distance, she noted that Bai Lin was not pursuing her and internally scolded him for not caring, fully aware of her fear of the dark. Yet he did not rush to comfort her. However, the more she ran, the more something fell amiss. While the stinky snake sometimes took time to react, it was unlikely he would simply let her run off aimlessly. Zheng Shishi quickly halted, slightly breathless, and turned to assess the situation. Yet, no matter how she looked, she could see no one, not even at a distance of a meter, in the wilderness of the beast world. It remained shrouded in darkness and eerily unsettling. Who are you looking for? Is it me? A haunting voice drifted from behind, brushing against Zheng Shishi's ear, and she felt a warm breath caressing her cheek. Startled, Zheng Shishi screamed and recoiled several steps. Yet, upon recognizing the figure before her, her fear transformed into sheer terror, her eyes widening in disbelief. Axium Ming. Why you? Zheng Shishi stammered, trembling. At this moment, she would have preferred to believe she was encountering a ghost rather than the embodiment of a demon. Her previous fondness for Axium Ming had morphed into dread at the sight of him. Axium Ming brought with him an overwhelming sense of danger and harm, a being so extreme that he would rather destroy what he could not possess than allow others to touch it. A presence more fearsome than any specter. What of it? Sure, you now call me by my name, no longer by my title. Why? Axium Ming approached her step by step, sorrow glimmering his eyes. Bai Lin, as Axium Ming drew closer. Zheng Shishi retreated, her voice trembling as she called out Bai Lin's name. And no need to call that snake. He is over there and could be of no help to you now. Axium Ming halted his steps, extending his slender fingers to point toward the nearby tree. Zheng Shishi followed Axium Ming's direction with her gaze. Beneath the dim moonlight, she faintly discerned a long, thick rope hanging from one of the branches ahead. Not merely a rope, but rather it was Bai Fun suspended there, motionless. Bai Fun, what have you done to Bai Fun? Despite her fear, upon witnessing Bai Fun's stillness, Zheng Shishi continued to confront Axium Ming. You hold such affection for this serpent beast. Are you so concerned for its well-being? I should have killed it outright, instead of merely incapacitating it. Axium Ming's tone dripped with intense jealousy and menace. Do not harm Bai Fun. You came here seeking me. Did you not? Zheng Shishi feigned calm, attempting to divert Axium Ming's attention. She understood that Axium Ming's presence in the Wing clan was solely for her. She owed him a debt of emotion, given his past assistance. She refrained from taking his life. However, today, I shall take you away. You are my mate alone. Upon finishing his words, Axium Ming stepped forward and seized Zheng Shishi's wrist, forcefully pulling her into his embrace and encircling her tightly. I already have 2 partners and 2 offspring. We are unsuitable, and I cannot be yours alone. Release me. Zheng Shishi struggled. If you come with me now, I shall spare them. Should you refuse to remain by my side, I will annihilate them, killing your young, ensuring that you will remain with me as my soul mate. Observing Zheng Shishi's persistent resistance and rejection, Axium Ming's heart ached with a deeper pain, a torment laced with jealousy. Prompting him to issue his threat, Zheng Shishi was at a loss for words. The truth was that both Bai Fun and Cang Heng were no match for Axium Ming. She had 2 offspring, and her vulnerabilities were fully exploited. Come with me, Axium Ming declared, unwilling to wait another moment, unable to bear the sight of Zheng Shishi's fear-laden gaze that seemed to reject him from the depths of her heart. They were once fond of one another, and he was meant to be her first male partner. Zheng Shishi fought to suppress her terror, striving to summon the blink ability bestowed upon her by Bai Fun. Yet, in her agitated state, she could not manifest the skill as her heart desired. Axium Ming transformed into his beast form, clamping his jaws around the collar of Zheng Shishi's white dress. Regardless of her struggles, she resembled a small, defenseless rabbit ensnared by a formidable wolf. Axium Ming had scarcely made any distance when he suddenly dodged, evading a heavy blow that struck the ground where he had just stood. Release Shishi. Yala stood before Axium Ming, her white wings unfurling beneath the hazy moonlight, resembling an angel descending to rescue Zheng Shishi. Yala, save me. Zheng Shishi saw her savior. Fear not, Shishi. I have come to rescue you. Yala launched herself forward, her pristine feathers glinting as she attacked Axium Ming. In response to Yala's onslaught, Axium Ming merely sidestepped and accelerated towards the altar of the Wing clan. It appeared he had no desire to linger in battle. He simply wished to depart with Zheng Shishi as swiftly as possible. Perhaps Axium Ming understood that, before long, the beastmen of the Wing clan would arrive to investigate the commotion, especially Cang Heng and Naxi. Should these 2 first-tier beastmen join forces, he would not be able to take Shishi away. He merely found the beastman before him a nuisance, a mere second-tier beastman attempting to obstruct his path. Had he not feared wasting time, Axium Ming would have surely severed the beastman's neck with a single bite. Despite Yala's repeated assaults, Axium Ming remained unaffected, sprinting ahead and leaving Yala far behind. Soon, they reached the base of the altar's cliff, where a vine hung down. Without a moment's pause, Axium Ming leaped powerfully, causing Zheng Shishi to cover her eyes in fear. As he leaped, Axium Ming swiftly transformed back into human form, one arm supporting Zheng Shishi while the other grasped the vine. Utilizing his strength, he began to climb. By the time Yala arrived at the cliff's base, Axium Ming had already ascended to the halfway point. Yala soared into the air, aiming her claws at him from above. However, at such heights, and with the danger involved, Zheng Shishi, already terrified, found herself swaying dangerously as Axium Ming evaded Yala's attack. Unable to contain her fear, Zheng Shishi screamed, her voice echoing. I'm scared. I'm going to fall. Tears streamed down her face. Seeing Zheng Shishi in tears, Yala abandoned her assault, seeking another approach. In those fleeting seconds, Axium Ming was nearing the summit, ready to scale the cliff, where several Camus wolf beastmen awaited. Yala dashed forward, clawing at the vine to sever it, intending to catch Zheng Shishi as they fell, using her speed to her advantage. She believed she could manage it. Though risky, it was the only plan she could conceive to potentially bring down Axium Ming. Without the vine support, both Axium Ming and Zheng Shishi felt the pull of gravity. Just as Zheng Shishi thought she was doomed to fall, Axium Ming transformed back into his beast form, clamping his jaws around her and leaping with force. His claws gripping the cliff's edge. The waiting Camus wolf beastmen rushed forward to assist Axium Ming as he reached the cliff's top, immediately releasing Zheng Shishi and lunging at the approaching Yala. Had Yala not been a second-tier beastman, quick to sense danger, Axium Ming's bite would surely have found its mark on her neck. Fortunately, she evaded just in time, but he sank his teeth into her left wing, blood staining her once immaculate feathers. With her wing caught in his grasp, Yala lost her balance and was dragged to the ground by Axium Ming. The wolf claw pressed down on Yala's back, eliciting a pained grunt. Axium Ming's sharp claws dug deeply into Yala's flesh, and with a mere tug, her spine could be shattered. "Kill him, my king! Break his bones!" A Camus wolf beastman shouted from the sidelines. Zheng Shishi attempted to rush to Yala's side, but two Camus wolf beastmen each seized her arms. She could only cry out desperately, "Let him go! I beg you, spare him! Do not kill him!" Axium Ming turned his face slightly, one emerald wolf eye fixating on the pleading Zheng Shishi. Halting his claw's advance, Axium Ming shifted back to human form, delivering a kick to Yala's abdomen. Yala coughed up a pool of blood, losing consciousness. Zheng Shishi and Yala were both taken to the Camus wolf clan. Familiar surroundings coming into view. Yala was imprisoned at Axium Ming's command, while Zheng Shishi was carried by him deeper into the forest. Before the wisteria house, Axium Ming set Zheng Shishi down, noticing her terrified expression, tears welling in her eyes, which only fueled his desire to protect her. "Do not cry. We are home." Axium Ming raised his hand to gently brush away the tears from Zheng Shishi's cheek. Yet, she instinctively took a step back. Evading his touch, "Be good," Axium Ming insisted, undeterred, drawing closer to caress her face. Zheng Shishi dared not evade again. She knew what he intended, and she could not dissuade him. She allowed Axium Ming to wipe away the tears clinging to her face, nearly dried by the wind. "Look, our home remains. I have even reinforced it and added a door." Axium Ming pulled Zheng Shishi closer, wrapping his arms around her waist, resting his chin atop her head, compelling her to gaze at the wisteria house. "In a little while, the purple flowers will bloom, filling the house with their beauty. You will adore it," he rambled on. Lost in his own thoughts, the gust of night wind swept by. Zheng Shishi trembled, not from the chill of the breeze, but from the oppressive weight Axium Ming imposed upon her. "Is it a bit cold? Let us go inside and rest," Axium Ming urged, pulling Zheng Shishi towards the house. She dared not remain in the presence of the wolf. Once inside, he would undoubtedly force her into a bond she did not desire. She could not abide this side of Axium Ming. She refused to become his mate. Zheng Shishi resisted, pulling her own hand back. Axium Ming observed Zheng Shishi straining to reclaim her hand. A pang of sorrow pierced his heart once more. Suddenly, Axium Ming released his grip, causing Zheng Shishi to fall heavily onto the ground. He approached her, his once joyful emerald eyes now devoid of elation, replaced instead with a predatory intent reminiscent of a beast eyeing its prey, tinged with a hint of amusement. "Don't come any closer." Zheng Shishi cried out in fear upon seeing the pair of eyes glowing with a sinister green light in the darkness. Ignoring her pleas, Axium Ming swiftly scooped her up, kicked open the door to the wisteria hut, and shut it firmly behind them. The room was cloaked in darkness, and with a creak, Zheng Shishi was laid upon a bed woven from vines, the resilient branches creaking under the weight. Shishi, a warm breath brushed against her nose. Axium Ming pinned her down, lifting her hands above her head, securing them in one of his large hands. "Shishi, let us bond as partners. You will come to cherish me once more. I can offer you more comfort than anyone else." He extended his tongue, licking her ear, sending a wave of warmth and tingling sensations coursing through her body. "No, I don't want to." Zheng Shishi's protest was abruptly silenced as Axium Ming's tongue forcefully entwined with hers. In that moment, he finally experienced that familiar warmth, the familiar taste, the familiar softness. This sensation exhilarated him, enveloping him in a sense of security. He yearned to merge with the person beneath him, never to part again. Zheng Shishi felt Axium Ming's fervent kisses overpowering her, leaving her defenseless. She attempted to resist the provocation, but ultimately, she could no longer withstand it, biting down on his tongue. Though she did not draw blood, she managed to momentarily halt his advances, regaining a semblance of her rationality. Axium Ming felt a dull ache on his tongue and opened his emerald eyes, which now shimmered with a gentle desire as he gazed at Zheng Shishi. Zheng Shishi found herself entranced by Axium Ming's eyes, feeling a mix of familiarity and strangeness. When she first encountered him, his gaze was clear and sincere, imbued with a hint of innocence. Now, however, his eyes were filled with uncountable shades of malice and desire towards her. Nonetheless, paired with his youthful, handsome, and spirited visage, she found herself momentarily captivated. Seeing Zheng Shishi lost in thought, Axium Ming's eyes crinkled with a smile. Since Shishi was unwilling to engage her mouth, he decided to employ his hands instead. One of his large hands glided to her chest, kneading her ample bosom. Zheng Shishi, jolted back to reality by the sensation, squirmed in an attempt to escape, inadvertently releasing his tongue. She sought to scream. But as soon as she opened her mouth, he invaded her entire being once more. Resigned to her fate, Zheng Shishi ceased her struggle. In the face of such overwhelming strength, evasion was futile. Axium Ming, sensing her capitulation, grew bolder in his actions, on the brink of crossing the final boundary. Coincidentally, Zheng Shishi's monthly cycle arrived at that moment, a sharp pain coursing through her abdomen, followed by a warm flow. Then she heard Axium Ming's voice. "You are in heat." Zheng Shishi's tightly shut eyes slowly opened to find Axium Ming, naked, sitting beside her, covering her exposed body with a fur blanket. "Once you feel better, we shall bond and I will fetch you some hot water and prepare food. And I will also gather some clean pelts for your comfort," Axium Ming declared before rising to leave. As he reached the door, he turned his back to Zheng Shishi and warned, "Do not wander about. I will have someone guard you." Zheng Shishi was left speechless. In her current state, fleeing was impossible. Not with blood streaming down her thighs, in this perilous world inhabited by beasts and beastmen, running about would only heighten her danger. She was not foolish. Soon, Axium Ming returned with a bowl of hot water and roasted meat. "I have practiced for a long time. It should be quite good. Give it a try," he said, presenting a steaming piece of roasted meat to her lips like a treasure. Zheng Shishi deemed it prudent to avoid provoking Axium Ming unnecessarily. As long as they were not bonded, she would acquiesce to his whims. Furthermore, Axium Ming's temper was unpredictable. Her submissiveness might, at times, lower his defenses that if she had any plans, it would allow her to execute them more effectively. Zheng Shishi opened her mouth to taste the roasted meat he offered, but upon the first chew, she frowned in distaste, nearly gagging but ultimately swallowing it down. Axium Ming, noticing her grimace, expressed concern. "Is it not to your liking? I shall make it again." "No, it lacks flavor," she interjected, preventing him from starting anew. "Flavor? What do you mean by flavor?" Axium Ming appeared perplexed. Flavor refers to the salty, spicy, or sweet characteristics. Fruits can be sour or sweet, and sweat is salty. Zheng Shishi attempted to explain for his understanding. "Salty? How do I create these flavors? In the Wing clan, there's salt stones that are salty. If you add powdered salt stone while roasting the meat, it will gain flavor. I enjoy eating it. There are also spicy flavors I relish." Zheng Shishi knew that if she expressed her desires, Axium Ming would likely fetch them for her. She was gambling on whether Axium Ming would dare to inquire about salt stones from the Wing clan. "I will find a way to procure it for you. As long as it is what you desire," Axium Ming assured her resolutely. "I also need some white cotton." Zheng Shishi quickly added, "The pelts are not comfortable to use." Meanwhile, in the Wing clan's territory, Cang Heng waited in vain for Zheng Shishi and Bai Lin to return. Feeling somewhat disheartened. Why have these two been gone for so long? The bonfire party should have concluded by now. As time wore on into the early hours of the morning, he sensed something amiss. After ensuring the two young ones were sound asleep, he left the treehouse. After searching for a while, Cang Heng finally spotted Bai Lin hanging from a tree branch, transformed into beast form. "Hey, wake up!" Bai Lin, Cang Heng called out, but when Bai Lin remained unresponsive, he delivered a sharp slap to his serpentine face. The sting jolted Bai Lin awake, and he instinctively shouted, "Sure. Where is Sure? What happened to Sure?" Cang Heng pressed urgently. Sure and I were heading back when Axium Ming appeared, knocked me unconscious, and Sure was certainly taken by him. Bai Lin recounted, rising to search for her. "Return Sure to me by tomorrow morning." Cang Heng shouted at the edge of the Camus wolf clan's territory. "I was just waiting for you." Axium Ming appeared. "Return Sure to me." Cang Heng was seething with rage. This beastman had repeatedly disrupted his life with Sure. Sure is mine. Why should I give her to you?" Axium Ming retorted. "Axium Ming, I know you care for Sure, but you cannot simply take her away. You should pursue her openly. Perhaps I can assist you in speaking to her." Bai Lin attempted to soften the situation, knowing Axium Ming's stubborn nature would not grant him what he sought through force. "Silence. If not for your interference, I would have been Sure's first partner. I am her only male." Axium Ming countered more fiercely. "Enough. I do not wish to dwell on this matter further. Sure mentioned that the Wing clan possesses salt stones, which can create salty and spicy flavors. She desires to eat them. Furthermore, she is in heat and requires white cotton." Axium Ming steadied his emotions as he articulated his purpose. "We will take good care of Sure. Give her to me." Cang Heng insisted, refusing to relent, advancing towards Axium Ming in a threatening manner. Axium Ming swiftly evaded him, stating, "Bring the items before noon, or I will retrieve them myself." To that point, I will not hold back. As he turned to leave, he added, "Do not think to ally with your Wing clan's king against me. I have already allied with the Dangkong clan, that if your king departs from the Wing clan, the Dangkong clan will invade and seize your females. The beastmen of the Dangkong clan are thick-skinned. Their fur like spikes, and their bodies as solid as stone. They will not fear the Dangkong beastmen." After Ashuming spoke, he departed with a nonchalant grace. Faced with a blatant threat, Cang Heng felt a sense of frustration. Although Baian was eager to see Zheng Shishi, she at least felt secure under Ashuming's care. Cang Heng and Baian returned to the Wing clan to fetch the items Ashuming requested. They also took the liberty of bringing additional supplies to ensure Zheng Shishi's comfort. Along the way, they encountered Naxi and briefly recounted the situation. Naxi did not accompany Cang Heng and Baihan to the Camus wolf clan, as he was the current king of the Wing clan, responsible for the survival of his entire race. However, upon hearing that Zheng Shishi had been captured, he nearly succumbed to the impulse to seek her out, though he ultimately restrained himself, his heart still restless. That morning, he had also discovered that Yala had disappeared alongside Zheng Shishi. Before noon, Cang Heng and Baian delivered various supplies to Ashuming. Ashuming, pleased with the effectiveness of his methods, returned to the wisteria house where Zheng Shishi resided, presenting her with perfectly seasoned roasted meat, eagerly awaiting her praise. Zheng Shishi sampled the dish and found it delightful, generously offering her compliments, which brought Ashuming great joy. "King," a voice from outside announced. Ashuming handed the roasted meat, served on a leaf, to Zheng Shishi and stepped outside. It seemed that Ashuming and his companions had not strayed far from the wisteria house, as the conversation reached Zheng Shishi's ears with clarity. "The two beastmen who delivered goods this morning have not departed. They are residing outside the clan, that if they wish to stay, let them," Ashuming replied nonchalantly. "Xiao," Zheng Shishi called out to Ashuming from within, reverting to her previous form of address as she made a request. Sure, what is it?" Ashuming hurried back into the room, concern etched on his face. "Xiao, please tell the others, Cang Heng and Baihan, to return. The cub is still in the Wing clan. Cang Heng should go back to take care of it. I will worry." Zheng Shishi felt that it was not appropriate for Cang Heng and Baihan to linger outside the Camus wolf clan. "Understood." Ashuming responded with a sense of delight upon hearing Zheng Shishi's desire for the two beastmen to return, thinking perhaps she had begun to appreciate his kindness. However, upon sending a message, the reply was that Cang Heng had entrusted the cub to the shaman's care, assuring Zheng Shishi not to worry, as he and Baihan would wait outside for her to return home. Zheng Shishi, left with no other choice, acquiesced to their decision, but requested that they inform Cang Heng and Baihan that she was well and they need not worry. Thus, Zheng Shishi settled into the Camus wolf clan. For the next few days, Ashuming attended to her every meal in comfort, holding her close as they slept peacefully together, occasionally indulging in gentle kisses. After 5 days, Zheng Shishi's monthly cycle had ended, bringing her both relief and concern. She was relieved as it allowed her the chance to escape, yet worried that Ashuming might take advantage of her improved condition, leaving her unable to resist. Choosing to take a breath of fresh air, she stepped outside only to be met by Ashuming's eager approach. Sure, are you feeling better? He asked excitedly, having noticed the scent of blood on her fading away. I just wanted to step out for a moment. It has been a long time since I returned to the Kumu Wolf clan. I wonder how things are now. Zheng Shishi skillfully shifted the topic. Then allow me to carry you around the clan, Ashuming said gently, taking her hand in that moment. Zheng Shishi felt as if she were witnessing the Ashuming she first encountered, reminiscent of those earlier days. The sunlight bathed Ashuming in warmth as he smiled at her, exuding vitality. All right. Zheng Shishi felt a rare uplift in her spirits, momentarily lost in a delightful illusion. Ashuming carried her slowly into the heart of the Kumu Wolf clan. To her astonishment, she noticed numerous small houses surrounding them, some haphazardly built from stones, others constructed of wood. Each small dwelling was occupied by females, each surrounded by several male beastmen attending to their needs. However, these females did not appear particularly appealing, with upturned noses and bulging bellies, resembling the females of the pig beastmen. Seeing Zheng Shishi's conflicted expression, Ashuming understood her thoughts and explained, "My Shishi remains the most beautiful." These females were sent by the Dangkong clan, who seek an alliance with us to confront their formidable enemy, the Shonyo clan. These were taken from small tribes, and this one was sent by the Chihu clan. He elaborated, pointing out each one that upon hearing that one of the females was from the Chihu clan, Zheng Shishi's curiosity piqued. Sent by the Chihu clan? Indeed, before I received any news of you. I had no intention of accepting any females from the Chihu clan, that I planned to lead my people to seize those females and eliminate their king, that time. My beast level was too low to protect you. The Chihu king was unwilling to intervene on your behalf, which caused your predicament. Ashuming expressed his indignation. Well, I am fine now, so it seems that what was once a misfortune has turned into a blessing. Zheng Shishi hastily reassured him. Yes, upon receiving news of your safety, I abandoned the idea of invading the Chihu clan to prevent our aggression. The Chihu king agreed to send one female to our clan every 5 years. Ashuming said, pride evident in his demeanor. Zheng Shishi nodded, reflecting on how, in any world, women seem to be treated as gifts exchanged to forge alliances and halt conflicts. Did she not find herself in a similar position? The Kumu Wolf clan had undergone significant changes. The towering stone wolf fortress of Luoluo still stood, though now uninhabited, a mere shadow in the distance. The beastmen of the clan bowed their heads in respect to Ashuming, and their gazes toward Zheng Shishi were devoid of the previous lustful undertones. Perhaps the presence of a few females in the clan and Ashuming's strength deterred their desires. As summer approached, new leaves sprouted on the trees. The weather atop the cliffs remained chilly, unlike the warmer environment of the Wing clan below, where the winter had given way to a more temperate climate, resulting in lush foliage. What is that place? Zheng Shishi inquired, pointing to a corner where a large stone covered the ground, guarded by 2 beastmen. That is a cave where Yala, the beastman from the Wing clan who accompanied you that day, is being held, Ashuming recalled, seemingly having forgotten about it until now. What? Yala is in there, Zheng Shishi exclaimed. Quick, carry me over and move that stone. She felt a surge of urgency, with such a large stone covering the entrance. She feared he might perish after 5 days. Frustrated with herself for forgetting Yala's plight while enjoying her own comfort, she chastised herself. After all, Yala had been captured while trying to save her. Without hesitation, Ashuming complied with Zheng Shishi's request, instructing the beastmen to remove the stone, as he too wished to ascertain Yala's condition. Yala! Yala! Zheng Shishi called out as she leaped from Ashuming's arms and crouched to the cave's entrance. Peering inside, the cave was spacious, shrouded in darkness, rendering it impossible to see anything. Suddenly, a large hand grasped the edge of the cave, and a shadow swiftly appeared, revealing Yala standing beside Zheng Shishi. Yala did not appear well. His complexion was pale, and he seemed to have lost weight. The crimson blood on his wings had darkened and stained his once pristine feathers. Both wings were unable to unfurl, with wounds exposing bone in 2 places. Now scabbed over. Sure, are you all right? Yala asked excitedly, attempting to move closer, but was blocked by Ashuming's imposing presence. I'm fine. How about you? Zheng Shishi grasped Ashuming's arm tightly, fearing he might strike Yala again. I'm all right, Yala replied to Zheng Shishi, his gaze involuntarily drawn to her hand gripping Ashuming's arm. Sure, you? And him? I'm fine too. Zheng Shishi interjected hastily. Upon hearing her response, Yala smiled brightly. Xiao, can you let Yala go? He is of no use here. Zheng Shishi tugged at Ashuming's arm, pleading earnestly. Perhaps Zheng Shishi's closeness had improved Ashuming's mood, for he readily acquiesced. If you wish to leave, then let us all depart together. Yala insisted stubbornly. Zheng Shishi felt utterly exasperated, inwardly lamenting whether all the beastmen of the Wing clan were such oblivious males. Uncertain of the extent of their injuries, they pondered the futility of remaining behind. Questioning whether one should conserve their strength, Xiao treated me quite well. Do not fret. Your wounds are severe and require attention. Cang Heng is outside. You should seek him out. Zheng Shishi attempted to persuade Yala to leave. Believing that only when they all departed safely would her mind be at ease, that I will not go, Yala declared defiantly, accepting the loss of his wings with indifference. Upon hearing Zheng Shishi's insistence that he leave, he resolutely sat upon the ground, ignoring her pleas. If you refuse to leave, then I shall have no choice but to end your life and dispose of your body. Ashuming, witnessing Yala's stubbornness, abandoned any thoughts of sparing him. Then go ahead and kill me, Yala retorted, locking eyes with Ashuming, exuding a defiance that suggested, though he could not best him, he was unafraid. Xiao, please allow him to stay among our kin. After all, he can no longer fly. And you can easily overpower him. There is no need to worry that he might take me away. He has saved me on numerous occasions. I do not wish for you to kill him. I implore you. Zheng Shishi grasped Ashuming's arm, her tone shifting to one of playful persuasion. Although to others Ashuming appeared to be a ruthless and formidable beastman, he was, in truth, a romantic at heart. A mere display of affection from Zheng Shishi softened him. Ultimately, Ashuming acquiesced to her wishes, permitting Yala to remain. That night, Ashuming cradled Zheng Shishi in his arms as they slept on the bed within the wisteria house. His restless heart yearning for more. Shishi, you are no longer bleeding. Shall we mate? He whispered in her ear as anticipated. Zheng Shishi's earlier predictions proved accurate. Xiao, could we perhaps deepen our bond? We have only just met a few days ago. And your past demeanor frightened me. I still feel a tinge of fear. You once said such things, yet you still chose to bond with Bai Lin and that beastman from the Wing clan. Ashuming countered, tightening his embrace. Zheng Shishi found herself at a loss for words. To assert she no longer held affection for Ashuming felt disingenuous, as she had once cared for him deeply, nearly considering a bond. However, since Ashuming had nearly taken her life on multiple occasions, her fear had eclipsed her fondness. She could only remain silent. Suddenly, Ashuming flipped over, pinning Zheng Shishi beneath him, capturing her lips in a fervent kiss. Their mouths entwined in a passionate embrace, and when Zheng Shishi finally gasped for air, she murmured, Xiao, please stop. Yet before she could finish her sentence, Ashuming resumed kissing her, this time tugging at her clothing. Zheng Shishi panicked. Though she was not a conservative by modern standards, she still feared violent demand from someone she could not accept, and tears welled in her eyes that, I am sorry. I will not force you any longer. Upon hearing her sobs, Ashuming halted his actions, repeatedly apologizing. Zheng Shishi, caught in her tears, eventually drifted off to sleep in his embrace. In the ensuing days, Ashuming refrained from coercing Zheng Shishi into a bond, choosing instead to hold her close each night. Yet during this time, Yala devised various schemes to infiltrate the wisteria house in search of Zheng Shishi. However, each attempt was thwarted by Ashuming, who would discover him near the treehouse and deliver a thorough beating before casting him away. No matter how Ashuming admonished him, nor how severely he was beaten, Yala persisted in his daily attempts. Undeterred that on one such day, Yala sought to stealthily approach the wisteria house once more. upon nearing the grassy thicket. He overheard Ashuming engaged in conversation with another beastman. "The Koimu Wolf King has sent me to implore your assistance. The Shunya clan has once again invaded our territory, and we hope you can respond promptly." An anxious beastman from the Dankong clan implored. "Inform your king that I am currently occupied." Ashuming retorted dismissively, casting a fleeting glance at the beastman. "The king has instructed me to convey that if you refuse to lend your aid, the Dankong clan shall no longer assist you against the Wing clan. The Koimu Wolf tribe's credibility is doubted by other clans. Only we of the Dankong clan are willing to ally with you. Furthermore, we are in dire need of your assistance, as our clan is likewise shunned by others." The beastman's words bore a threatening undertone. Ashuming's gaze sharpened, as if he might devour the beastman before him at any moment. After a brief pause, he finally spat out a single word: "Leave." Though initially reluctant to depart, as Zheng Shishi awaited him at home, he realized that neglecting to assist now might result in losing her altogether. Thus, he resolved to take advantage of the momentary lapse in attention to make a swift round trip. The Shunyu clan's beastmen were of lower ranks, and their king was merely a second-tier beastman. He believed he could easily handle the situation alone and returned swiftly to Zheng Shishi's side. Not long after Ashuming's departure, Yala emerged from the thicket and hastily approached the wisteria house, where two third-tier beastmen stood guard. Yala swiftly dispatched them. Upon hearing the commotion, Zheng Shishi looked up, spotting Yala entering with his injured wings drooping behind him. "Yala, how did you?" she began, but Yala interrupted. "The Koimu Wolf King has temporarily allied with the Dankong clan against the Shunyu clan. I am here to take you away." Before Zheng Shishi could fully comprehend, Yala scooped her up and strode purposefully outside. Having familiarized himself with the general layout of the Koimu Wolf tribe over the past few days, Yala opted to navigate through a lesser-known path in the woods to avoid encounters with more beastmen. Occasionally, they crossed paths with small groups of patrolling beastmen, typically 4th or 5th tier, whom Yala easily dispatched. In their haste, they soon reached the outskirts of the Koimu Wolf tribe's territory, at T intervals along the perimeter. Beastmen stood guard. While their ranks were not high, their numbers were substantial. Had Yala not been hindered by his injured wings, he could have simply flown away with Zheng Shishi. However, he was left with no choice but to proceed on foot, complicating matters and increasing the burden on him, as he lacked the means to ensure Zheng Shishi's safety while making a hasty escape. "Yala, look over there. There's smoke. Cang Heng and Bai Lin may be there." Zheng Shishi pointed in a direction. Yala quickly embraced her and sprinted toward the indicated location. Indeed, through a row of trees and guards, they could vaguely see Cang Heng and Bai Lin roasting meat. Yala formulated a plan. "Shishi, cover your ears," he instructed softly. Though Zheng Shishi did not fully grasp his meaning, she obediently complied. A piercing screech shattered the air, causing Cang Heng to spring to his feet, a look of joy illuminating his face. "It's Yala. He has rescued Shishi. Over there. Stop eating. We must go assist them." Cang Heng overturned the freshly roasted meat and grabbed Bai Lin, urging him to run. Yala continued to emit screeches, guiding Cang Heng toward their location. Meanwhile, the guarding beastmen became alert, scanning for the source of the sound. Though they could not comprehend the language of birds, an instinct warned them that trouble was imminent. Cang Heng and Bai Lin charged toward the direction where Yala and Zheng Shishi were hiding. Intercepting the guards just before they could reach them, Cang Heng stood resolutely before the beastmen, addressing Bai Lin. "You go protect them. I will handle this." No sooner had he spoken than Cang Heng spread his crimson wings and took to the skies. His powerful wings stirred up leaves and dust, coalescing into a whirlwind that struck the guards, knocking them down. Some of the beastmen, knowing the grave consequences of allowing Zheng Shishi to escape, stubbornly rose to continue their assault. Yet with their low ranks, they were soon battered into submission, reverting to their original forms. "Cang Heng, stop fighting. We must leave quickly. The Koimu Wolf King will arrive shortly." Yala called from behind Cang Heng. Instantly, Cang Heng ceased his attack, transforming into his beast form, a colossal crimson bird with a sweeping tail. Yala placed Zheng Shishi securely upon Cang Heng's back, and the great bird ascended into the air. One claw grasped the white phosphorus, while the other clutched Yala, leaping into the skies towards the Wing clan. This was the first time Zheng Shishi found herself soaring so high upon the back of the Cang Heng beast, her eyes tightly shut in fear, her hands gripping the feathers around the creature's neck. The powerful winds made her feel as though releasing her hold would send her spiraling into the abyss. Upon returning to the Khmu wolf clan, Ashuming witnessed the fallen guards wailing in despair and immediately sensed that calamity had struck. Grasping one of the orc guards with a broken arm, he barked fiercely. "What has happened?" "The female, she has been taken," stammered the orc. Upon hearing this, a fiery rage ignited within Ashuming, and he violently threw the orc aside, transforming into his beast form and racing towards the Wing clan without a second thought. Just as Zheng Shishi and the others arrived at the Wing clan, Naxi hastened to meet them. Upon seeing Zheng Shishi unharmed, the pent-up tension within him dissipated. A thunderous crash startled Zheng Shishi, prompting her to burrow into the embrace of the white phosphorus. Could it be that Ashuming had caught up? If he couldn't even protect a female, this would merely be a minor punishment. Naxi's imposing voice made the surrounding guards instinctively stand to attention. Yala was sent flying by a kick from Naxi, crashing heavily against a tree trunk. Yes, Yala coughed up blood, slowly shifting his pained body to kneel before Naxi. Yala. As Zheng Shishi recovered from her fright, she spotted Yala kneeling and coughing blood. She had spent considerable time with Yala. Even if she was reluctant to accept him as a partner, she could not bear to see him injured. After all, she might have truly developed feelings for him, as it was difficult for any girl to remain unmoved by such gentle yet persistent affection. Zheng Shishi hurriedly ran to Yala's side, supporting his trembling form, and asked with concern, "Is it serious?" "It's nothing, it doesn't hurt," Yala replied, offering Zheng Shishi a reassuring smile. Yala felt elated at her concern. He would gladly endure 10 more kicks in exchange for her care. "What are you doing? His wings are so badly injured, and you still punish him. He has tried so hard." Zheng Shishi shouted at Naxi, her face flushed with anger, her eyes wide and fixed on him. The three onlookers were momentarily taken aback. White phosphorus had never witnessed such fury from Shishi, and it left him in disbelief. Cang Heng felt a twinge of jealousy at Shishi's unprecedented anger for Yala, as if his beloved was being taken from him. Naxi, the subject of this confrontation, was taken aback by Zheng Shishi's defense of Yala, and a sudden wave of discomfort washed over him, akin to being choked. "Yala, let us go. I'll tend to your wounds." Zheng Shishi shot Naxi a glare, supporting Yala as they made their way towards the treehouse. "I've already healed his wings outside the treehouse. Why must he stay with us?" Cang Heng grumbled while roasting meat, directing his question at Zheng Shishi. She stepped down from the embrace of white phosphorus, rushing to Cang Heng and extending her arms for a hug. White phosphorus, understanding the cue, took over the roasting of the meat. Cang Heng enveloped Zheng Shishi in his arms, their faces brushing together, and he couldn't resist planting a kiss on her. "Let Yala stay for a while. He got his wings injured saving me, was beaten by Ashuming, and locked in a pit for several days, losing quite a bit of blood. I owe him a lot," Zheng Shishi said, returning a kiss to Cang Heng's cheek and playfully snuggling into his embrace. She knew that her beloved Cang Heng was a jealous soul, who preferred gentle persuasion over forceful measures. "Return Shishi to me," Ashuming shouted at the border of the Wing clan, taking down a group of Wing clan guards. Just as it seemed Ashuming would burst through, Naxi appeared, facing Ashuming once more. This time, Naxi fought with a fierce determination, and Ashuming transformed into his beast form to counter the assault, resulting in a fierce melee. This time, Naxi fought Ashuming with a vengeful spirit, and it was evident that he was no longer outmatched, as before that in truth, had Naxi known that Ashuming was not stronger, but merely fatigued from his previous support of the Dangkong clan. He would have been even more enraged. After several exchanges, they reverted to their human forms, panting heavily as they stood poised for another round. Suddenly, Ashuming felt the familiar heat rising within him, a prelude to the uncontrollable rage he once experienced. He realized that if he lost control again, he would deplete his energy and spiral into another rampage. Fearing this, he turned and fled. What terrified Ashuming was not the loss of control itself, but the prospect of becoming accustomed to the rage, ultimately being consumed by this power, and becoming a mindless puppet. He did not wish to become a puppet. He longed to bond with Shishi. Additionally, the last incident of losing control had resulted in him wounding Shishi, filling him with guilt. This news swiftly reached Zheng Shishi's ears. She knew that with Ashuming's determination, he would undoubtedly return. Furthermore, he would likely ally with the Dangkong clan to invade the Wing clan. Should that happen, the Wing clan would struggle to withstand such an offensive, and casualties would likely rival those from the giant insect incident. Thus, she needed to devise a strategy to prevent this calamity. In the following days, Yala rested on the second floor of the treehouse, living alongside Zheng Shishi, Cang Heng, and White Phosphorus, sharing meals and daily life. Zheng Shishi even asked Cang Heng to bring back Sangxing and Sangxue. During the day, Cang Heng was responsible for hunting, as the family relied solely on him for sustenance. White Phosphorus took care of the household chores and meals, while Yala accompanied Zheng Shishi in keeping an eye on the younglings as they played. Yala found such days to be truly delightful. Often, he would drift into thoughts, imagining Sangxing and Sangxue as his and Shishi's children, living blissfully as a family. Yet, such happiness is fleeting. One evening, as they finished dinner, Zheng Shishi finally resolved to share her thoughts. She called the three of them over, embracing the two little ones. I have made up my mind. I have decided to leave the Wing clan and live outside. The moment Zheng Shishi's words left her lips, Yala was the first to object, while White Phosphorus and Cang Heng also expressed their confusion regarding her decision. Zheng Shishi patiently explained her reasoning to the three orcs. A few days ago, you brought me back from the Khmu Wolf clan, and shortly after, Ashuming arrived at the Wing clan and fought with Naxi. Although I do not understand why Ashuming left so suddenly, I know he will certainly return, and he will undoubtedly bring allies, the Dangkong clan. When that time comes, if I am still here, he will surely ally with the Dangkong clan to invade, resulting in countless deaths and injuries. The current Wing clan is the culmination of Cang Heng and Naxi's efforts, and I do not wish for such a tragedy to occur. However, if I leave the Wing clan, Ashuming's target will solely be me, sparing the Wing clan from danger. So, I must leave, but staying in the Wing clan is the safest option, White Phosphorus insisted, believing that only remaining within the Wing clan would ensure safety. If the Wing clan were compromised, venturing outside would be even more perilous. Sure, do not worry. Naxi and I can certainly defeat the Khmu Wolf King. Cang Heng immediately supported White Phosphorus's assertion. Sure, you need not fret. Trust us, Yala added. Zheng Shishi sighed before continuing. It's not that I don't trust you. Have you considered what would happen if war breaks out and Naxi and Cang Heng face Ashuming? What will happen with the invasion from the Dangkong clan? I know that the orcs of the Wing clan have a higher beast rank than those of the Khmu Wolf clan and the Dangkong clan. However, when faced with numerous foes, especially the tough-skinned and sharp-clawed Dangkong clan, it would be difficult for the Wing clan orcs to mount an effective counterattack, wouldn't it? The clan has only just managed to have a few females, and I have heard some are already pregnant. The danger to them is far too great. Zheng Shishi's words left the three of them in silence. They had only considered their own small family, while the kind-hearted Shishi was thinking of the greater good of the Wing clan. Rest assured, living outside may not be a bad thing. As long as our family sticks together, there must be a place for us in this vast beast world. Right? Besides, I have not ventured far outside yet. I am quite looking forward to it, Zheng Shishi said, feigning a light-hearted tone as she took the hands of White Phosphorus and Cang Heng. Oh, what should we do now? Cang Heng inquired, evidently having acquiesced to Zheng Shishi's proposal. As a former king of the Wing clan, it was impossible for him to remain indifferent to the fate of his people. Zheng Shishi glanced down at Sangxue and Sangxing, who were nestled in her arms, soundly asleep. She carefully lifted Sangxue, planting a gentle kiss on her small cheek before handing her to Cang Heng. Then, she bestowed a tender kiss upon Sangxing's cheek, whispering softly, Sangxing is the elder brother, and you must protect your little sister, all right? Father and mother will be gone for a while, and you both must grow up obediently until we return to fetch you. Do you understand? After speaking, Zheng Shishi placed Sangxing into Cang Heng's embrace as well. We shall not take them with us. Leaving them within the Wing clan will ensure their safety. Please entrust them to Naxi and the shaman for their care, and inform Naxi of our departure from the Wing clan. The word must spread. We shall leave before dawn. Zheng Shishi instructed Cang Heng. Hesitation flickered in Cang Heng's eyes, a sign of his reluctance. Yet upon witnessing Zheng Shishi's resolute expression, he rose to follow her directive. Cang Heng had always placed his trust in Shishi, for she consistently provided him with unexpected insights, and he believed her decision this time was also wise, seeing Cang Heng comply. Zheng Shishi instructed Bai Lin to gather their belongings, packing what was necessary to take and leaving behind what was not. Bai Lin nodded in agreement and set to work. Only Yala remained seated, observing Zheng Shishi, awaiting her instructions. Yala, you need not accompany us on this journey. Return instead, for the Wing clan requires you that if possible. I would appreciate your assistance in watching over Tsangxing and Tsangxue. Zheng Shishi's words evidently unsettled Yala, who initially intended to refuse, but soon realized he had no valid grounds for such an objection. As the leader of the Wing clan guards, he bore the responsibility of ensuring their safety. He was not Zheng Shishi's mate, nor even her guardian beast, and thus had no reason to linger by her side. Yet he yearned to wander alongside Zheng Shishi. His desire to protect had shifted from the Wing clan to her. Wait for my return, Yala declared before taking flight. Having resolved to clarify his intentions with Naxi, he would no longer serve as the guardian beast of the Wing clan. He wished solely to be Zheng Shishi's guardian beast. Hers and hers alone. Provided that Naxi consented, he would follow her regardless of her own wishes. After what felt like an eternity, Cang Heng returned, and Bai Lin had finished packing. However, it was still early to depart, allowing them a moment to rest until dawn. Shortly after Cang Heng arrived back at the treehouse, Naxi unexpectedly appeared. Before the trio could comprehend the reason for his visit, Naxi scooped Zheng Shishi into his arms and flew out the window, casting a distant remark to Cang Heng and Bai Lin. Just a moment. I shall return her. Cang Heng instinctively wished to pursue, but Bai Lin restrained him. Let us wait for Shishi to return and bid farewell to Naxi. It is for the best. Cang Heng was puzzled by Bai Lin's reasoning, yet he sensed that Bai Lin possessed a deeper understanding of Shishi than he did. Hence, he refrained from chasing after them, instead remaining by the window in anticipation. The night was pitch black, devoid of even a moon, and Zheng Shishi was unaware of Naxi's destination as he carried her far away before coming to a halt. Stand still and do not move, lest you fall, Naxi instructed, steadying her. What have you brought me here for? Zheng Shishi asked warily, tentatively probing the surroundings with a foot. The area was empty, save for a smooth wooden surface beneath her feet and a sturdy wooden backing. She quickly deduced they were perched on a branch. Are you certain you wish to leave? Naxi countered her inquiry with a question of his own. Did Cang Heng not inform you? He did, Naxi sighed. He hesitated, grappling with words he wished to express to Zheng Shishi, but faltered at the last moment. Speak plainly. If there is nothing to say, then return me home, Zheng Shishi replied, somewhat exasperated, unsure of Naxi's intentions. Naxi remained silent, merely observing her in the darkness, aware of her poor night vision, rendering her unable to discern his expression. The air was filled with the rustle of insects and the whisper of the wind through the grass. Yet Naxi's voice remained absent. Just as Zheng Shishi began to suspect that Naxi had departed, a large hand brushed against her cheek, grasping the back of her head, and a kiss soon landed upon her lips. Naxi's kiss lacked the fervor of Yala's, the intensity of Ashuming's assault, the tenderness of Bai Lin's caress, and was far from the assertiveness of Cang Heng's. It was delicate, fleeting. Zheng Shishi pushed Naxi away, covering her mouth. Her gaze fixed into the darkness, uncertain of her target. Naxi touched his lips, a bittersweet smile creeping onto his face. It seemed he was even less favored by her than Yala. A suffocating pain gripped his heart. Do you remember the favor you owe me? I have now decided what I want. Naxi's voice retained its charmingly insouciant tone. What is it? Zheng Shishi asked coldly. Her sentiments towards Naxi had always been less than favorable. His behavior was peculiar and his demeanor frivolous, leaving her with a strong impression of his character. Naxi leaned closer to her in the darkness, his long fingers gently lifting her chin. Make sure to return. Zheng Shishi paused for a moment before scoffing internally. What kind of request was this? Yet, she refrained from asking for clarification. Naturally, it was a request that posed no challenge for her. She had no intention of not returning. She merely sought temporary refuge. The request was exceedingly simple. Very well. Zheng Shishi readily agreed. Naxi returned her to the treehouse, and dawn was not far off. A pale light was already beginning to emerge on the horizon. As the first light of day broke, Zheng Shishi, Cang Heng, and Bai Lin set out. Bai Lin carried Zheng Shishi while a beast-hide bundle was slung across his back. Cang Heng bore a bulging beast-hide bundle over his shoulder, carrying another in his hand. They chose not to leave via the cliff at the altar, but instead departed from another steep cliff. Cang Heng, in his beast form, made 2 trips to safely transport the bundles and Zheng Shishi and Bai Lin to the summit of the rear mount. Zheng Shishi marveled at how effortless the ascent had been with Cang Heng's assistance. Without him, she would likely have perished from exhaustion or fear. "Which way should we go?" Bai Lin inquired. "Anywhere is fine," Zheng Shishi replied. Lacking a sense of direction, and without the markers of the beast world, she was unable to distinguish east from west. It mattered not where they went. However, after a moment of contemplation, she amended her response. "Since we are evading the Kumu wolf clan, let us head in the opposite direction." Thus began the trio's adventure in the beast world. Meanwhile, Yala, upon returning to the treehouse, discovered that Zheng Shishi had just departed not long ago. A pang of sadness washed over him. She truly had not waited for him. If only he had arrived sooner, he could have caught up with them. Had he not sought Naxi to clarify his decision and waited for a considerable time for Naxi to arrive, he would have certainly returned much earlier. Yala gazed up at the sky, which was overcast, mirroring his own heavy heart. As a gust of wind swept by, his eyes brightened as he keenly detected a scent in the air. Suddenly, as though he had discovered something significant, he sped towards the rear mountain, but he needed to hurry. Otherwise, the wind would soon disperse Zheng Shishi's scent, and his nose was not as sensitive as that of the Kumu wolf clan's beastmen. "Hand over Zheng Shishi, otherwise I shall unite with the Dankon clan for an invasion." Anka, a capable subordinate of Ashuming, brazenly shouted from the Wing clan's altar. Dressed in his crimson feathered cloak, Naxi emerged slowly, standing calmly before Ashuming and the corpulent king of the Dankon clan, offering a slight nod as a gesture of politeness. "Is it truly necessary to make such a fuss over a mere female?" "Return her to me," Ashuming demanded coldly. "You are too late. She has already departed." Naxi raised an eyebrow. "Departed? That cannot be. Shishi's young are still quite small. She would never leave." Ashuming retorted, unconvinced. "She left her young in the care of the Wing clan. After all, Wing clan young do not require nursing." So Cang Heng and Bai Lin took Zheng Shishi away. Naxi confirmed for Ashuming that "I do not believe you." Ashuming hesitated, still skeptical due to the lack of first-hand evidence. "Regardless, I cannot impede you alone. Why not go see for yourself?" Naxi stepped aside, granting Ashuming a pathway leading to Zheng Shishi's treehouse. "You mustn't go. If they lure you in and surround you, it could be perilous." Yinlang interjected to deter him that "I must ascertain the truth." Ashuming understood the potential dangers within, yet he felt no fear as long as it pertained to Zheng Shishi. "Wait for me here. If I encounter trouble inside, I will raise a howl to that moment. You and Anka should summon the king of the Dankon tribe to lead a charge, diverting their forces, thus allowing me to escape unscathed," transforming into his beast form. Ashuming dashed towards the treehouse where Zheng Shishi resided. Upon his arrival, he caught sight of Yala's silhouette hastily retreating towards the back mountain, and he found solace in Naxi's words. Zheng Shishi had indeed departed, as the familiar scent that belonged to her within the treehouse had faded. Zheng Shishi, along with Cang Heng and Bai Lin, journeyed in the opposite direction of the Kumu wolf tribe. By dusk, they arrived at a familiar location, the very cave where Zheng Shishi and Bai Lin had first formally met. A refuge from their pursuers, the place remained unchanged, even the remnants of the fire from their previous meal still visible. Zheng Shishi couldn't help but reflect on the swift passage of nearly a year, realizing how quickly she had adjusted without noticing the time slip away. "Last time, we also sought refuge from the Kumu wolf tribe here," she reminisced. Bai Lin shared her sentiment, albeit with a tone of resigned humor. "This time, I am here too," Cang Heng chimed in with a sigh. Their conversation filled with camaraderie brought forth laughter, a bittersweet joy amidst their hardships. As night fell, a gentle drizzle pattered outside the cave, the rain forming a delicate curtain against the rocky facade, while a soft breeze caressed the entrance. Sure, this roasted meat is for you, Cang Heng said, cradling Zheng Shishi in his arms while seated on a makeshift bed of thick hay and animal skins. Tearing pieces of the roasted meat to feed her dinner. Sure, have some soup to warm yourself, Bai Lin offered, handing her a steaming bowl of meat broth, adding, tonight, we'll make do with what we have, but tomorrow, I'll find you some of your favorite fruits and catch a bird for soup with noodles. Zheng Shishi sipped the broth. The warmth from the fire flushed her cheeks. This is more than enough. You've brought salt, chili, bowls, noodles, and cured meat. It's too heavy, and I truly appreciate your efforts. Her eyes sparkled with gratitude. Cang Heng and Bai Lin exchanged glances, their affection for her deepening. Her considerate nature, unwilling to burden others, was truly heartwarming. Tomorrow, we will pass by the Chihu tribe. What do you think, Shishi? Bai Lin began to propose, but Zheng Shishi swiftly interrupted. We will circumvent the Chihu tribe, that we must hasten our journey. Her resolve was unwavering. Influenced by her lingering resentment towards the Chihu tribe's king, Luoluo, for his previous inaction, the rain will wash away many sins. Once we pass the Chihu tribe, we need not rush, Cang Heng suggested. Agreed. We shall first cross the Chihu tribe and then proceed at a leisurely pace. Zheng Shishi stated, outlining their simple plan. After a satisfying meal, they decided that Cang Heng would carry Zheng Shishi to sleep within the cave, while Bai Lin kept watch outside, guarding against any nocturnal beasts. Meanwhile, Yala, having reached the back mountain, struggled to discern Zheng Shishi's scent clearly. The fleeting traces left by her passage were dissipating in the wind and rain. In utter frustration, he chose a direction at random to pursue. He reasoned that as long as he maintained his speed, even if he veered off course, he could return to this point and select another path to continue his search. With confidence, he believed he would find them within 2 or 3 days. Allowing him to remain by her side, and perhaps even earn a place as her mate, the direction Yala chose coincided with Zheng Shishi and her companions. Shortly after he departed the cliff's edge of the back mountain, Ashuming, having arranged matters with the Kamu wolf tribe, arrived at the same location. He noticed the beastman named Yala heading towards this place. His evident affection for Shishi indicated that he too was in search of her. Resolute, Ashuming followed Yala, deliberately slowing his pace to maintain a safe distance. The following day dawned bright and clear, dispelling the gloom and dampness of the previous day. The warm sun illuminated the earth with vigor, making the flora appear more lush than ever. The air was refreshingly fragrant, tinged with the subtle scent of earth. Sure, let us set out. We can circumvent the Chihu tribe before nightfall, Cang Heng urged, rousing the sleepy Zheng Shishi. Yan, all right, she replied, stretching languidly. Breakfast is ready. Let us eat before we continue. There's no rush. I observed earlier, and there are no signs of the Kamu wolf tribe trailing us. Bai Lin gently served steaming soup. The trio finished their meal and began their journey. Zheng Shishi, most comfortable, nestled in Cang Heng's embrace, reluctant to dismount. She soon dozed off again, prompting smiles from both Cang Heng and Bai Lin. Thus, aside from brief rest stops and meal times, the three continued on their path. As night fell, they reached the rear of the Chihu tribe, a place that Zheng Shishi recognized well. This time, however, she stood atop a modest hill, surveying the landscape. Previously, at this very spot, during sunset, the beastman Luoluo had approached her with a bouquet of flowers, only to be rejected. Under the night sky, the stars twinkled brilliantly, 2 crescent moons resembling mirrored reflections, slowly ascending as time passed. Zheng Shishi, a surprised voice echoed from below the hill. Zheng Shishi turned towards the sound, faintly perceiving a figure. However, her limited night vision combined with nearsightedness made it difficult to discern clearly, and she hesitated to respond. Likely realizing that Zheng Shishi had not answered, the figure grew impatient and transformed into beast form, swiftly climbing up the hill. When the figure finally reached her, Zheng Shishi recognized him clearly, his red fur adorned with cloud-like patterns. It was Luoluo. Shishi, it is truly you. It is really you, Luoluo exclaimed, quickly reverting to his human form.